Chapter 66. It was near midnight when Pan Andrei announced himself to the advanced pickets of the prince, but no one was sleeping in the whole camp. The battle might begin at any moment, therefore they had prepared for it carefully. Boguslav's troops had occupied Yanov itself. They commanded the road from Sokolka, which was held by artillery, managed by the elector's trained men. There were only 3 cannons, but abundance of powder and balls. On both sides of Yanov, among the birch groves, Boguslav gave orders to make entrenchments and to occupy them with double-barreled guns and infantry. The cavalry occupied Yanov itself, the road behind the cannons, and the intervals between the trenches. The position was defensible enough, and with fresh men defense in it might be long and bloody. But of fresh soldiers there were only 800 under Kirits, the rest were so wearied that they could barely stand on their feet. Besides, the howling of the Tartars was heard in Suhovola at midnight, and later in the rear of Boguslav's ranks, hence a certain fear was spread among the soldiers. Boguslav was forced to send in that direction all his light cavalry, which after it had gone 3 miles dared neither return nor advance, for fear of ambushes in the forest. Boguslav, though fever together with violent chills was tormenting him more than ever, commanded everything in person. But since he rode with difficulty he had himself carried by 4 soldiers in an open litter. In this way he had examined the road as well as the birch groves, and was entering Yanov when he was informed that an envoy from Sapieha was approaching. They were already on the street. Boguslav was unable to recognize Kmita because of the darkness, and because Pan Andrei, through excessive caution on the part of officers in the advance guard, had his head covered with a bag in which there was an opening only for his mouth. The prince noticed the bag when Kmita, after dismounting, stood near him. He gave command to remove it at once. "This is Yanov," said he, "and there is no reason for secrecy." Then he turned in the darkness to Pan Andrei. "Are you from Pan Sapieha?" "I am." "And what is Pan Sakovich doing there?" "Pan Oskierko is entertaining him." "Why did you ask for a safe conduct when you have Sakovich?" "Pan Sapieha is too careful, and let him see to it that he is not too clever." "That is not my affair," answered Kmita. "I see that the envoy is not overgiven to speech. I have brought a letter, and in the quarters I will speak of my own affair." "Is there a private question?" "There will be a request to your highness." "I shall be glad not to refuse it. Now I beg you to follow. Mount your horse, I should ask you to the litter, but it is too small." They moved on. The prince in the litter and Kmita at one side on horseback. They looked in the darkness without being able to distinguish the faces of each other. After a while the prince, in spite of furs, began to shake so that his teeth chattered. At last he said, "It has come on me grievously. If it were, Brr. Not for this, I would give other conditions." Kmita said nothing, and only wished to pierce with his eyes the darkness, in the middle of which the head and face of the prince were outlined in indefinite grey and white features. At the sound of Boguslav's voice and at sight of his figure all the former insults, the old hatred, and the burning desire for revenge so rose in Kmita's heart that they turned almost to madness. His hand of itself sought the sword which had been taken from him, but at his girdle he had the baton with an iron head, the ensign of his rank of colonel. The devil then began to whirl in his brain at once, and to whisper, cry in his ear who you are, and smash his head into bits. The night is dark, you will escape. The Kyemliks are with you. You will rub out a traitor and pay for injustice. You will rescue Olenka, Soroka, strike. Strike. Kmita came still nearer the litter, and with trembling hand began to draw forth the baton. Strike, whispered the devil, you will serve the country. Kmita had now drawn out the baton, and he squeezed the handle as if wishing to crush it in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Whispered the devil. But at that moment Kmita's horse, whether because he had hit the helmet of the soldier with his nose, or had shied, it is enough that he stumbled violently. Kmita pulled the reins. During this time the litter had moved on several steps. The hair stood on the head of the young man. "O most holy mother, restrain my hand," whispered he, through his set teeth. "O most holy mother, save me. I am here an envoy, I came from the hetman, and I want to murder like a night assassin. I am a noble, I am a servant of thine. Lead me not into temptation." "But why are you loitering?" asked Boguslav, in a voice broken by fever. "I am here. Do you hear the cocks crowing beyond the fences? It is needful to hurry, for I am sick and want rest." Kmita put the baton behind his belt and rode farther, near the litter. Still he could not find peace. He understood that only with cool blood and self-command could he free Soroka, therefore he stipulated with himself in advance what words to use with the prince so as to incline and convince him. He vowed to have only Soroka in view, to mention nothing else, and especially not Olenka. And he felt how in the darkness a burning blush covered his face at the thought that perhaps the prince himself would mention her. And maybe mention something that Pan Andrei would not be able to endure or listen to. "Let him not mention her," said he to himself, "let him not allude to her, for in that is his death and mine. Let him have mercy upon himself, if he lacks shame." Pan Andrei suffered terribly. His breath failed him, and his throat was so straitened that he feared lest he might not be able to bring forth the words when he came to speak. In this stifling oppression he began the litany. After a time relief came, he was quieted considerably, and that grasp as it were of an iron hand squeezing his throat was relaxed. They had now arrived at the prince's quarters. The soldiers put down the litter, 2 attendants took the prince by the armpits, he turned to Kmita, and with his teeth chattering continually, said, "I beg you to follow. The chill will soon pass. Then we can speak." After a while they found themselves in a separate apartment in which heaps of coals were glowing in a fireplace, and in which was unendurable heat. His servants placed Prince Boguslav on a long campaign armchair covered with furs, and brought a light. Then the attendants withdrew. The prince threw his head back, closed his eyes, and remained in that position motionless for a time. At last he said, "Directly, let me rest." Kmita looked at him. The prince had not changed much, but the fever had pinched his face. He was painted as usual, and his cheeks touched with color. But just for that reason, when he lay there with closed eyes and head thrown back, he was somewhat like a corpse or a wax figure. Pan Andrei stood before him in the bright light. The prince began to open his lids lazily, suddenly he opened them completely, and a flame, as it were, flew over his face. But it remained only an instant, then again he closed his eyes. "If thou art a spirit, I fear thee not," said he, "but vanish." "I have come with a letter from the hetman," answered Kmita. Boguslav shuddered a little, as if he wished to shake off visions. Then he looked at Kmita and asked, "Have I been deceived in you?" "Not at all," answered Pan Andrei, pointing with his finger to the scar. "That is the second," muttered the prince to himself. And he added aloud, "Where is the letter?" "Here it is," said Kmita, giving the letter. Boguslav began to read, and when he had finished a marvelous light flashed in his eyes. "It is well," said he, "there is loitering enough. Tomorrow the battle, and I am glad, for I shall not have a fever." "And we, too, are glad," answered Kmita. A moment of silence followed, during which these 2 inexorable enemies measured each other with a certain terrible curiosity. The prince first resumed the conversation. "I divine that it was you who attacked me with the Tartars?" "It was I." "And did you not fear to come here?" Kmita did not answer. "Did you count on our relationship through the Kishkis? For you and I have our reckonings. I can tear you out of your skin, Sir Cavalier." "You can, Your Highness. You came with a safe conduct, it is true. I understand now why Pan Sapieha asked for it. But you have attempted my life. Sakovich is detained there, but Sapieha has no right to Sakovich, while I have a right to you, cousin. I have come with a prayer to Your Highness. I beg you to mention it." You can calculate that for you everything will be done. What is the prayer? You have here a captive soldier, one of those men who aided me in carrying you off. I gave orders, he acted as a blind instrument. Be pleased to set that man at liberty. Boguslav thought a while. I am thinking, said he, which is greater, your daring as a soldier, or your insolence as a petitioner. I do not ask this man from you for nothing. And what will you give me for him? Myself. Is it possible that he is such a precious soldier? You pay bountifully, but see that that is sufficient, for surely you would like to ransom something else from me. Kmita came a step nearer to the prince, and grew so awfully pale that Boguslav, in spite of himself, looked at the door, and notwithstanding all his daring he changed the subject of conversation. Pan Sapieha will not entertain such an agreement. I should be glad to hold you, but I have guaranteed with my word of a prince your safety. I will write by that soldier to the hetman that I remain of my own will. And he will declare that, in spite of your will, I must send you. You have given him services too great. He will not set Sakievich free, and Sakievich I prize higher than you. Then, your highness, free that soldier, and I will go on my word where you command. I may fall tomorrow. I care nothing for treaties touching the day after. I implore your highness for that man. What will you do? I will drop my revenge. You see, Pan Kmita, many a time have I gone against a bear with a spear, not because I had to do so, but from desire. I am glad when some danger threatens, for life is less dull for me. In this case I reserve your revenge as a pleasure, for you are, I must confess, of that breed of bears which seek the hunter themselves. Your highness, said Kmita, for small mercies God often forgives great sins. Neither of us knows when it will come to him to stand before the judgment of Christ. Enough, said the prince. I compose psalms for myself in spite of the fever, so as to have some merit before the Lord. Should I need a preacher I should summon my own. You do not know how to beg with sufficient humility, and you go in roundabout ways. I will show you the method myself. Strike tomorrow in the battle on Sapieha, and after tomorrow I will let out the soldier and forgive you your sins. You betrayed Radziwill, betray now Sapieha. Is this the last word of your highness? By all the saints, I implore you. No. Devil take you. And you change in the face, but don't come too near, for, though I am ashamed to call attendance, look here. You are too bold. Boguslav pointed at a pistol barrel peeping from under the fur with which it was covered, and looked with sparkling eyes into Kmita's eyes. Your highness! Cried Kmita, almost joining his hands in prayer, but with a face changed by wrath. You beg, but you threaten, said Boguslav. You bend your neck, but the devil is gnashing his teeth at me from behind your collar. Pride is gleaming in your eyes, and in your mouth it sounds as in a cloud. With your forehead to the Radziwill feet when you beg, my little man. Beat with your forehead on the floor, then I will answer. Pan Andrei's face was as pale as a piece of linen. He drew his hand over his moist forehead, his eyes, his face, and he spoke with such a broken voice, as if the fever from which the prince suffered had suddenly sprung upon him. If your highness will free for me that old soldier, I am ready to fall at your feet. Satisfaction gleamed in Boguslav's eyes. He had brought down his enemy, bent his proud neck. Better food he could not give to his revenge and hatred. Kmita stood before him with hair erect in his forelock, trembling in his whole body. His face, resembling even in rest the head of a hawk, recalled all the more an enraged bird of prey. You could not tell whether at the next moment he would throw himself at the feet, or hurl himself at the breast of the prince. But Boguslav, not taking his eyes from him, said, "Before witnesses. Before people." And he turned to the door. "Hither." A number of attendants, Poles and foreigners, came in, after them officers entered. "Gracious gentlemen," said the prince, "behold Pan Kmita, the banneret of Orsha and envoy of Pan Sapieha, who has come to beg a favor of me, and he wishes to have all you gentlemen as witnesses." Kmita tottered like a drunken man, groaned, and fell at Boguslav's feet. The prince stretched his feet purposely so that the end of his riding boot touched the forehead of the knight. All looked in silence, astonished at the famous name, as well as at this, that he who bore it was now an envoy from Pan Sapieha. All understood, too, that something uncommon was taking place. The prince rose, and without saying a word passed into the adjoining chamber, beckoning to two attendants to follow him. Kmita rose. His face showed no longer either anger or rapacity, merely indifference and insensibility. He appeared unconscious of what was happening to him, and his energy seemed broken completely. Half an hour passed, an hour. Outside the windows was heard the tramp of horses' feet and the measured tread of soldiers. He sat continually as if of stone. Suddenly the door opened. An officer entered, an old acquaintance of Kmita's from Burgi, and 8 soldiers, 4 with muskets, 4 without firearms, with sabers. "Gracious colonel, rise," said the officer, politely. Kmita looked on him wonderingly. "Glavbich," said he, recognizing the officer. "I have an order," answered Glavbich, "to bind your hands and conduct you beyond Yanov. The binding is for a time, then you will go free, therefore I beg you not to resist." "Bind," answered Kmita. And he permitted them to tie him. But they did not tie his feet. The officer led him out of the room and on foot through Yanov. Then they advanced for about an hour. On the road some horsemen joined them. Kmita heard them speaking in Polish. The Poles, who served with Boguslav, all knew the name of Kmita, and therefore were most curious to know what would happen to him. The party passed the birch grove and came to an open field, on which Pan Andrei saw a detachment of the light Polish squadron of Boguslav. The soldiers stood in rank, forming a square. In the middle was a space in which were 2 foot soldiers holding horses harnessed to draw, and some men with torches. By the light of the torches Pan Andrei saw a freshly sharpened stake lying on the ground with the large end fastened in a great log. A shiver passed through Kmita involuntarily. "That is for me," thought he. "Boguslav has ordered them to draw me on the stake with horses. He sacrifices Sienkiewicz to his vengeance." But he was mistaken, the stake was intended first for Soroka. By the quivering flames Pan Andrei saw Soroka himself. The old soldier was sitting there at the side of the log on a stool, without a cap and with bound hands, guarded by 4 soldiers. A man dressed in a short shuba without sleeves was at that moment giving him in a shallow cup garelka, which Soroka drank eagerly enough. When he had drunk, he spat. And since at that very moment Kmita was placed between 2 horsemen in the first rank, Soroka saw him, sprang from the stool and straightened himself as if on military parade. For a while they looked the one at the other. Soroka's face was calm and resigned, he only moved his jaws as if chewing. "Soroka," groaned Kmita, at last. "At command," answered the soldier. And again silence followed. What had they to say at such a moment? Then the executioner, who had given Soroka the vodka, approached him. "Well, old man," said he, "it is time for you. And you will draw me on straight?" "Never fear." Soroka feared not, but when he felt on his shoulder the hand of the executioner, he began to pant quickly and loudly. At last he said, "More garelka." "There is none." Suddenly one of the soldiers pushed out of the rank and gave a canteen. "Here is some, give it to him." "To the rank," commanded Glavbich. Still the man in the short shuba held the canteen to Soroka's mouth. He drank abundantly, and after he had drunk breathed deeply. "See," said he, "the lot of a soldier after 30 years' service. Well, if it is time, it is time." Another executioner approached and they began to undress him. A moment of silence. The torches trembled in the hands of those holding them. It became terrible for all. Meanwhile from the ranks surrounding the square was wrested a murmur of dissatisfaction, which became louder each instant. "A soldier is not an executioner." He gives death himself, but does not wish to see torture. Silence, cried Glavbich. The murmur became a loud bustle, in which were heard single words, devils. Thunders. Pagan service. Suddenly Kmita shouted as if they had been drawing him on to the stake. Stop. The executioner halted involuntarily. All eyes were turned to Kmita. Soldiers! Shouted Pan Andrei, Prince Boguslav is a traitor to the king and the Commonwealth. You are surrounded, and tomorrow you will be cut to pieces. You are serving a traitor. You are serving against the country. But whoso leaves this service leaves the traitor, to him forgiveness of the king, forgiveness of the hetman. Choose. Death and disgrace, or a reward tomorrow. I will pay wages, and a ducat a man, 2 ducats a man. Choose. It is not for you, worthy soldiers, to serve a traitor. Long life to the king. Long life to the Grand Hetman of Lithuania. The disturbance was turned into thunder, the ranks were broken. A number of voices shouted. Long life to the king. We have had enough of this service. Destruction to traitors. Stop. Stop, shouted other voices. Tomorrow you will die in disgrace, bellowed Kmita. The Tartars are in Suhovola. The prince is a traitor. We are fighting against the king. Strike. To the prince. Halt. In the disturbance some saber had cut the ropes tying Kmita's hands. He sprang that moment on one of the horses which were to draw Soroka on the stake, and cried from the horse. Follow me to the hetman. I go, shouted Glavbich. Long life to the king. May he live, answered 50 voices, and 50 sabers glittered at once. To horse, Soroka, commanded Kmita. There were some who wished to resist, but at sight of the naked sabers they grew silent. One, however, turned his horse and vanished from the eye in a moment. The torches went out. Darkness embraced all. After me, shouted Kmita. An orderless mass of men moved from the place, and then stretched out in a long line. When they had gone 2 or 3 furlongs they met the infantry pickets who occupied in large parties the birch grove on the left side. Who goes? Glavbich with a party. The word? Trumpets. Pass. They rode forward, not hurrying overmuch, then they went on a trot. Soroka, said Kmita. At command, answered the voice of the sergeant at his side. Kmita said nothing more, but stretching out his hand, put his palm on Soroka's head, as if wishing to convince himself that he was riding there. The soldier pressed Pan Andrei's hand to his lips in silence. Then Glavbich called from the other side. Your Grace! I wanted long to do what I have done today. You will not regret it. I shall be thankful all my life to you. Tell me, Glavbich, why did the prince send you, and not a foreign regiment, to the execution? Because he wanted to disgrace you before the Poles. The foreign soldiers do not know you. And was nothing to happen to me? I had the order to cut your bonds, but if you tried to defend Soroka we were to bring you for punishment to the prince. Then he was willing to sacrifice Sienkiewicz, muttered Kmita. Meanwhile Prince Boguslav in Yanov, wearied with the fever and the toil of the day, had gone to sleep. He was roused from slumber by an uproar in front of his quarters and a knocking at the door. Your Highness, cried a number of voices. He is asleep, do not rouse him. Answered the pages. But the prince sat up in bed and cried. A light. They brought in a light, and at the same time the officer on duty entered. Your Highness, said he, Sapieha's envoy has brought Glavbich's squadron to mutiny and taken it to the hetman. Silence followed. Sound the kettledrums and other drums, said Boguslav at last. Let the troops form in rank. The officer went out, the prince remained alone. That is a terrible man, said he to himself, and he felt that a new paroxysm of fever was seizing him. Chapter 67. It is easy to imagine Sapieha's amazement when Kmita not only returned safely himself, but brought with him a number of tens of horsemen and his old servant. Kmita had to tell the hetman and Oskyerko twice what had happened, and how it had happened. They listened with curiosity, clapping their hands frequently and seizing their heads. "Learn from this," said the hetman, "that whoso carries vengeance too far, from him it often slips away like a bird through the fingers. Prince Boguslav wanted to have Poles as witnesses of your shame and suffering so as to disgrace you the more, and he carried the matter too far. But do not boast of this, for it was the ordinance of God which gave you victory, though, in my way, I will tell you one thing, he is a devil, but you too are a devil. The prince did ill to insult you. I will not leave him behind in vengeance, and God grant that I shall not overdo it. Leave vengeance altogether, as Christ did. Though with one word he might have destroyed the Jews." Kmita said nothing, and there was no time for discussion, there was not even time for rest. He was mortally wearied, and still he had determined to go that night to his Tartars, who were posted in the forests and on the roads in the rear of Boguslav's army. But people of that period slept soundly on horseback. Pan Andrei simply gave command then to saddle a fresh horse, promising himself to slumber sweetly on the road. When he was mounting, Soroka came to him and stood straight as in service. "Your Grace," said he. "What have you to say, old man?" "I have come to ask when I am to start." "For what place?" "For Torogi." Kmita laughed. "You will not go to Torogi, you will go with me." "At command," answered the sergeant, striving not to show his delight. They rode on together. The road was long, for they had to go around by forests, so as not to fall into Boguslav's hands, but Kmita and Soroka slept 100-fold, and came to the Tartars without any accident. Akba Ulan presented himself at once before Babinik, and gave him a report of his activity. Pan Andrei was satisfied. Every bridge had been burned, the dams were cut. That was not all, the water of springtime had overflowed, changing the fields, meadows, and roads in the lower places into muddy quagmires. Boguslav had no choice but to fight, to conquer, or perish. It was impossible for him to think of retreat. "Very well," said Kmita, "he has good cavalry, but heavy. He will not have use for it in the mud of today." Then he turned to Akba Ulan. "You have grown poor," said he, striking him on the stomach with his fist, "but after the battle you will fill your paunch with the prince's ducats. God has created the enemy, so that men of battle might have someone to plunder," said the Tartar, with seriousness. "But Boguslav's cavalry stands in front of you. There are some hundreds of good horses, and yesterday a regiment of infantry came and entrenched itself. But could they not be enticed to the field? They will not come out. But turn them, leave them in the rear, and go to Yanov. They occupy the road. Then we must think of something." Kmita began to stroke his forelock with his hand. "Have you tried to steal up to them? How far will they follow you out?" "A furlong, 2, not farther." "Then we must think of something," repeated Kmita. But that night they thought of nothing. Next morning, however, Kmita went with the Tartars toward the camp lying between Suhoval and Yanov, and discovered that Akba Ulan had exaggerated, saying that the infantry was entrenched on that side. For they had little ditches, nothing more. It was possible to make a protracted defense from them, especially against Tartars, who did not go readily to the attack of such places. But it was impossible for men in them to think of enduring any kind of siege. "If I had infantry," thought Kmita, "I would go into fire." But it was difficult even to dream of bringing infantry. For, first, Sapieha himself had not very many, second, there was no time to bring them. Kmita approached so closely that Boguslav's infantry opened fire on him, but he did not care. He rode among the bullets and examined, looked around, and the Tartars, though less enduring of fire, had to keep pace with him. Then cavalry rushed out and undertook to flank him. He retreated about 3,000 yards and turned again. But they had ridden back toward the trenches. In vain did the Tartars let off a cloud of arrows after them. Only one man fell from his horse, and that one his comrade saved, carried in. Kmita on returning, instead of riding straight to Suhovola, rushed toward the west and came to the Kamyanka. This swampy river had overflowed widely, for that year the springtime was wonderfully abundant in water. Kmita looked at the river, threw a number of broken branches into it so as to measure the speed of the current, and said to Ulan, "We will go around their flank and strike them in the rear. Horses cannot swim against the current. It goes slowly. They will swim. The water is almost standing. The horses will be chilled, and the men cannot endure it. It is cold yet. Oh, the men will swim holding to the horses' tails. That is your Tartar way. The men will grow stiff. They will get warm under fire. Kismet, fate." Before it had grown dark in the world, Kmita had ordered them to cut bunches of willows, dry reeds, and rushes, and tie them to the sides of the horses. When the first star appeared, he sent about 800 horses into the water, and they began to swim. He swam himself at the head of them. But soon he saw that they were advancing so slowly that in 2 days they would not swim past the trenches. Then he ordered them to swim to the other bank. That was a dangerous undertaking. The other bank was steep and swampy. The horses, though light, sank in it to their bellies. But Kmita's men pushed forward, though slowly and saving one another, while advancing a couple of furlongs. The stars indicated midnight. Then from the south came to them echoes of distant fighting. "The battle has begun," shouted Kmita. "We shall drown," answered Akba Ulan. "After me." The Tartars knew not what to do, when on a sudden they saw that Kmita's horse issued from the mud, evidently finding firm footing. In fact, a bench of sand had begun. On the top of it there was water to the horses' breasts, but underfoot was solid ground. They went therefore more swiftly. On the left distant fires were gleaming. "Those are the trenches," said Kmita, quietly. "Let us avoid them, go around." After a while they had really passed the trenches. Then they turned to the left, and put their horses into the river again, so as to land beyond the trenches. More than 100 horses were swamped at the shore, but almost all the men came out. Kmita ordered those who had lost their beasts to sit behind other horsemen, and they moved toward the trenches. First he left volunteers with the order not to disturb the trenches till he should have gone around them to the rear. When he was approaching he heard shots, at first few, then more frequent. "It is well," said he, "Sapieha is attacking." And he moved on. In the darkness was visible only a multitude of heads jumping with the movement of the horses. Sabers did not rattle, armor did not sound, the Tartars and volunteers knew how to move in silence, like wolves. From the side of Yanov the firing became more and more vigorous. It was evident that Sapieha was moving along the whole line. But on the trenches toward which Kmita was advancing shouts were heard also. A number of piles of wood were burning near them, casting around a strong light. By this light Pan Andrei saw infantry firing rarely, more occupied in looking in front at the field, where cavalry was fighting with volunteers. They saw him too from the trenches, but instead of firing they greeted the advancing body with a loud shout. The soldiers thought that Boguslav had sent them reinforcements. But when barely 100 yards separated the approaching body from the trenches, the infantry began to move about unquietly. An increasing number of soldiers, shading their eyes with their hands, were looking to see what kind of people were coming. When 50 yards distant a fearful howl tore the air, and Kmita's force rushed like a storm, took in the infantry, surrounded them like a ring, and that whole mass of men began to move convulsively. You would have said that a gigantic serpent was stifling a chosen victim. In this crowd piercing shouts were heard. Allah! Herr Jesus! Mein Gott! Behind the trenches new shouts went up. For the volunteers, though in weaker numbers, recognizing that Pan Babinik was in the trenches, pressed on the cavalry with fury. Meanwhile the sky, which had been cloudy for some time, as is common in spring, poured down a heavy, unexpected rain. The blazing fires were put out, and the battle went on in the darkness. But the battle did not last long. Attacked on a sudden, Boguslav's infantry went under the knife. The cavalry, in which were many Poles, laid down their arms. The foreigners, namely, 100 dragoons, were cut to pieces. When the moon came out again from behind the clouds, it lighted only crowds of Tartars finishing the wounded and taking plunder. But neither did that last long. The piercing sound of a pipe was heard, Tartars and volunteers as one man sprang to their horses. "After me," cried Kmita. And he led them like a whirlwind to Yanov. A quarter of an hour later the ill-fated place was set on fire at four corners, and in an hour one sea of flame was spread as widely as Yanov extended. Above the conflagration pillars of fiery sparks were flying toward the ruddy sky. Thus did Kmita let the hetman know that he had taken the rear of Boguslav's army. He himself, like an executioner, red from the blood of men, marshaled his Tartars amid the fire, so as to lead them on farther. They were already in line and extending into column, when suddenly, on a field as bright as in day, from the fire, he saw before him a division of the Elector's gigantic cavalry. A knight led them, distinguishable from afar, for he wore silver-plate armor, and sat on a white horse. "Boguslav!" bellowed Kmita, with an unearthly voice, and rushed forward with his whole Tartar column. They approached one another, like two waves driven by two winds. A considerable space divided them. The horses on both sides reached their greatest speed, and went with ears down like hounds, almost sweeping the earth with their bellies. On one side large men with shining breastplates, and sabers held erect in their right hands, on the other, a black swarm of Tartars. At last they struck in a long line on the clear field. But then something terrible took place. The Tartar swarm fell as grain bent by a whirlwind. The gigantic men rode over it and flew farther, as if the men and the horses had the power of thunderbolts and the wings of a storm. Some of the Tartars sprang up and began to pursue. It was possible to ride over the wild men, but impossible to kill them at once, so more and more of them hastened after the fleeing cavalry. Lariats began to whistle in the air. But at the head of the retreating cavalry the rider on the white horse ran ever in the first rank, and among the pursuers was not Kmita. Only in the grey of dawn did the Tartars begin to return, and almost every man had a horseman on his lariat. Soon they found Kmita, and carried him in unconsciousness to Pan Sapieha. The hetman himself took a seat at Kmita's bedside. About midday Pan Andrei opened his eyes. "Where is Boguslav?" were his first words. "Cut to pieces. God gave him fortune at first. Then he came out of the birch groves and in the open field fell on the infantry of Pan Oskyerko, there he lost men and victory. I do not know whether he led away even 500 men, for your Tartars caught a good number of them. But he himself escaped." Kmita was silent a while, then said, "I cannot measure with him yet. He struck me with a double-handed sword on the head, and knocked me down with my horse. My morion was of trusty steel, and did not let the sword through. But I fainted. You should hang up that morion in a church. I will pursue him, even to the end of the world," said Kmita. To this the hetman answered, "See what news I have received today after the battle." Kmita read aloud the following words. "The King of Sweden has moved from Elblang. He is marching on Zamost, thence to Lvov against Yen Kazimir. Come, your worthiness, with all your forces, to save king and country, for I cannot hold out alone. Charnietsky." A moment of silence. "Will you go with us, or will you go with the Tartars to Torogi?" Kmita closed his eyes. He remembered the words of Father Kordetsky, and what Wołodyjowski had told him of Pan Yen, and said, "Let private affairs wait. I will meet the enemy at the side of the country." The hetman pressed Pan Andrei's head. "You are a brother to me," said he, "and because I am old, receive my blessing." Chapter 68. At a time when all living men in the Commonwealth were mounting their horses, Carl Gustav stayed continually in Prussia, busied in capturing the towns of that province and in negotiating with the Elector. After an easy and unexpected conquest, the quick soldier soon saw that the Swedish lion had swallowed more than his stomach could carry. After the return of Yen Casimir, he lost hope of retaining the Commonwealth. But while making a mental abdication of the whole, he wished at least to retain the greater part of his conquest, and above all Royal Prussia, a province fruitful, dotted with large towns, wealthy, and adjoining his own Pomerania. But as that province was first to defend itself, so did it continue faithful to its lord and the Commonwealth. The return of Yen Casimir, and the war begun by the Confederation of Tishovtsi might revive the courage of Prussia, confirm it in loyalty, give it will for endurance. Therefore Carl Gustav determined to crush the uprising, and to wipe out Casimir's forces so as to take from Prussians the hope of resistance. He had to do this for the sake of the Elector, who was ever ready to side with the stronger. The King of Sweden knew him thoroughly, and doubted not for a moment that if the fortune of Yen Casimir should preponderate, the Elector would be on his side again. When, therefore, the siege of Marienburg advanced slowly, for the more it was attacked the more stubbornly did Pan Wiherd defend it, Carl Gustav marched to the Commonwealth, so as to reach Yen Casimir again, even in the remotest corner of the land. And since with him deed followed decision as swiftly as thunder follows lightning, he raised his army disposed in towns. And before anyone in the Commonwealth had looked around, before the news of his march had spread, he had passed Warsaw and had rushed into the greatest blaze of conflagration. Driven by anger, revenge, and bitterness, he moved on like a storm. Behind him 10,000 horse trampled the fields, which were still covered with snow. And taking the infantry from the garrisons, he went on, like a whirlwind, toward the far south of the Commonwealth. On the road he burned and pursued. He was not now that recent Carl Gustav, the kindly, affable, and joyous lord, clapping his hands at Polish cavalry, winking at feasts, and praising the soldiers. Now, wherever he showed himself the blood of peasants and nobles flowed in a torrent. On the road he annihilated parties, hanged prisoners, spared no man. But as when, in the thick of the pine woods, a mighty bear rushes forward with heavy body crushing branches and brush on the way, while wolves follow after, and not daring to block his path, pursue. Press nearer and nearer behind, so did those parties pursuing the armies of Karl join in throngs denser and denser, and follow the Swedes as a shadow a man, and still more enduringly than a shadow. For they followed in the day and the night, in fair and foul weather. Before him 2 bridges were ruined, provisions destroyed, so that he had to march as in a desert, without a place for his head or anything with which to give strength to his body when hungry. Carl Gustav noted quickly how terrible his task was. The war spread around him as widely as the sea spreads around a ship lost in the waters. Prussia was on fire. On fire was Great Poland, which had first accepted his sovereignty, and first wished to throw off the Swedish yoke. Little Poland was on fire, and so were Russia, Lithuania, and Jmud. In the castles and large towns the Swedes maintained themselves yet, as if on islands, but the villages, the forests, the fields, the rivers, were already in Polish hands. Not merely a single man, or small detachments, but a whole regiment might not leave the main Swedish army for 2 hours. For if it did the regiment vanished without tidings, and prisoners who fell into the hands of peasants died in terrible tortures. In vain had Carl Gustav given orders to proclaim in villages and towns that whoso of peasants should bring an armed noble, living or dead, would receive freedom forever and land as a reward. For peasants, as well as nobles and townsmen, marched off to the woods. Men from the mountains, men from deep forests, men from meadows and fields, hid in the woods, formed ambushes on the roads against the Swedes, fell upon the smaller garrisons, and cut scouting parties to pieces. Flails, forks, and scythes, no less than the sabers of nobles, were streaming with Swedish blood. All the more did wrath rise in the heart of Karl, that a few months before he had gathered in that country so easily. Hence he could hardly understand what had happened, whence these forces, whence that resistance, whence that awful war for life or death, the end of which he saw not and could not divine. Frequent councils were held in the Swedish camp. With the king marched his brother Adolf, Prince of Bypont, who had command over the army, Robert Douglas. Henry Horn, relative of that Horn who had been slain by the scythe of a peasant at Chenstohova, Waldemar, Prince of Denmark, and that miller who had left his military glory at the foot of Yasna Gora. Eskemberg, the ablest cavalry leader among the Swedes, Hammarskjöld, who commanded the artillery. And the old robber Marshal Arvid Wittenberg, famed for rapacity, living on the last of his health, for he was eaten by the Gallic disease. Fergel, and many others, all leaders skilled in the capture of cities, and in the field yielding in genius to the king only. These men were terrified in their hearts lest the whole army with the king should perish through toil, lack of food, and the fury of the Poles. Old Wittenberg advised the king directly against the campaign. "How will you go, O king," said he, "to the Russian regions after an enemy who destroys everything on the way, but is unseen himself? What will you do if horses lack not only hay, but even straw from the roofs of cottages, and men fall from exhaustion? Where are the armies to come to our aid, where are the castles in which to draw breath and rest our weary limbs? My fame is not equal to yours. But were I Carl Gustav, I would not expose that glory acquired by so many victories to the fickle fortune of war." To which Carl Gustav answered, "And neither would I, were I Wittenberg." Then he mentioned Alexander of Macedon, with whom he liked to be compared, and marched forward, pursuing Charniecki. Charniecki, not having forces so great nor so well trained, retreated before him, but retreated like a wolf ever ready to turn on his enemy. Sometimes he went in advance of the Swedes, sometimes at their flanks, and sometimes in deep forests he let them go in advance. So that while they thought themselves the pursuers, he, in fact, was the hunter. He cut off the unwary. Here and there he hunted down a whole party, destroyed foot regiments marching slowly, attacked provision trains. The Swedes never knew where he was. More than once in the darkness of night they began to fire from muskets and cannons into thickets, thinking that they had an enemy before them. They were mortally wearied. They marched in cold, in hunger, in affliction, and that vir molestissimus, most harmful man, hung about them continually, as a hail-cloud hangs over a grain field. At last they attacked him at Golem, not far from the junction of the Dnieper and the Vistula. Some Polish squadrons being ready for battle charged the enemy, spreading disorder and dismay. In front sprang Wołodyjowski with his Luda squadron, and bore down Waldemar, Prince of Denmark. But the two Koweckis, Samuel and Yen, urged from the hill the armored squadron against English mercenaries under Wilkinson, and devoured them in a moment, as a pike gulps a whiting. And Pan Molavsky engaged so closely with the Prince of Bypont that men and horses were confounded like dust which two whirlwinds sweeping from opposite quarters bring together and turn into one circling column. In the twinkle of an eye the Swedes were pushed to the Vistula, seeing which Douglas hastened to the rescue with chosen horsemen. But even these reinforcements could not check the onset. The Swedes began to spring from the high bank to the ice, falling dead so thickly that they lay black on the snowfield, like letters on white paper. Waldemar, Prince of Denmark, fell, Wilkinson fell. And the Prince of Bypont, thrown from his horse, broke his leg. But of Poles both Koweckis fell, killed also were Molavsky, Rudavsky, Rogovsky, Tominsky, Hoinsky, and Porvaniecki. Wołodyjowski alone, though he dived among the Swedish ranks like a seamew in water, came out without having suffered the slightest wound. Now Carl Gustav himself came up with his main force and with artillery. Straightway the form of the battle changed. Charniecki's other regiments, undisciplined and untrained, could not take position in season. Some had not their horses in readiness, others had been in distant villages, and in spite of orders to be always ready, were taking their leisure in cottages. When the enemy pressed suddenly on these men, they scattered quickly and began to retreat to the Dnieper. Therefore Charnyetski gave orders to sound the retreat so as to spare those regiments that had opened the battle. Some of the fleeing went beyond the Vistula. Others to Konskavoli, leaving the field and the glory of the victory to Karl. For specially those who had crossed the Dnieper were long pursued by the squadrons of Zbrojek and Kalinsky, who remained yet with the Swedes. There was delight beyond measure in the Swedish camp. No great trophies fell to the king, it is true, sacks of oats, and a few empty wagons, but it was not at that time a question of plunder for Karl. He comforted himself with this, that victory followed his steps as before. That barely had he shown himself when he inflicted defeat on that very Charnyetski on whom the highest hopes of Yen Casimir and the Commonwealth were founded. He could trust that the news would run through the whole country, that every mouth would repeat, Charnyetski is crushed. That the timid would exaggerate the proportions of the defeat, and thus weaken hearts and take courage from those who had grasped their weapons at the call of the Confederation of Tishovtsi. So when they brought in and placed at his feet those bags of oats, and with them the bodies of Wilkinson and Prince Waldemar, he turned to his fretful generals and said, "Unwrinkle your foreheads. Gentlemen, for this is the greatest victory which I have had for a year, and may end the whole war." "Your Royal Grace," answered Wittenberg, who, weaker than usual, saw things in a gloomier light, "let us thank God even for this, that we shall have a farther march in peace. Though Charnyetski's troops scatter quickly and rally easily." "Marshal," answered the king, "I do not think you a worse leader than Charnyetski, but if I had beaten you in this fashion, I think you would not be able to assemble your troops in 2 months." Wittenberg only bowed in silence, and Karl spoke on, "Yes, we shall have a quiet march, for Charnyetski alone could really hamper it. If Charnyetski's troops are not before us, there is no hindrance." The generals rejoiced at these words. Intoxicated with victory, the troops marched past the king with shouts and with songs. Charnyetski ceased to threaten them like a cloud. Charnyetski's troops were scattered, he had ceased to exist. In view of this thought their past sufferings were forgotten and their future toils were sweet. The king's words, heard by many officers, were borne through the camp. And all believed that the victory had uncommon significance, that the dragon of war was slain once more, and that only days of revenge and dominion would come. The king gave the army some hours of repose. Meanwhile from Kozianitsi came trains with provisions. The troops were disposed in Golem, in Krovianiki, and in Jerzany. The cavalry burned some deserted houses, hanged a few peasants seized with arms in their hands, and a few camp servants mistaken for peasants. Then there was a feast in the Swedish camp, after which the soldiers slept a sound sleep, since for a long time it was the first quiet one. Next day they woke in briskness, and the first words which came to the mouths of all were, "There is no Charnyetski." One repeated this to another, as if to give mutual assurance of the good news. The march began joyously. The day was dry, cold, clear. The hair of the horses and their nostrils were covered with frost. The cold wind froze soft places on the Lyabelsk road, and made marching easy. The troops stretched out in a line almost 5 miles long, which they had never done previously. 2 dragoon regiments, under command of Dubois, a Frenchman, went through Markashev and Grabov, 5 miles from the main force. Had they marched thus 3 days before they would have gone to sure death, but now fear and the glory of victory went before them. "Charnyetski is gone," repeated the officers and soldiers to one another. In fact, the march was made in quiet. From the forest depths came no shouts. From thickets fell no darts, hurled by invisible hands. Toward evening Karl Gustav arrived at Grabov, joyous and in good humor. He was just preparing for sleep when Eskemberg announced through the officer of the day that he wished greatly to see the king. After a while he entered the royal quarters, not alone, but with a captain of dragoons. The king, who had a quick eye and a memory so enormous that he remembered nearly every soldier's name, recognized the captain at once. "What is the news, Fried?" asked he. "Has Dubois returned?" Dubois is killed. The king was confused, only now did he notice that the captain looked as if he had been taken from the grave, and his clothes were torn. But the dragoons? Inquired he, those 2 regiments? All cut to pieces. I alone was let off alive. The dark face of the king became still darker, with his hands he placed his locks behind his ears. Who did this? Charniecki. Carl Gustav was silent, and looked with amazement at Iskemberg, but he only nodded as if wishing to repeat, Charniecki, Charniecki, Charniecki. All this is incredible, said the king, after a while. Have you seen him with your own eyes? As I see your royal grace. He commanded me to bow to you, and to declare that now he will recross the Vistula, but will soon be on our track again. I know not whether he told the truth. Well, said the king, had he many men with him? I could not estimate exactly, but I saw about 4,000, and beyond the forest was cavalry of some kind. We were surrounded near Krasikin, to which Colonel Dubois went purposely from the high road, for he was told that there were some men there. Now, I think that Charniecki sent an informant to lead us into ambush, since no one save me came out alive. The peasants killed the wounded. I escaped by a miracle. That man must have made a compact with hell, said the king, putting his hand to his forehead, for to rally troops after such a defeat, and be on our neck again, is not human power. It has happened as Marshal Wittenberg foresaw, put in Iskemberg. You all know how to foresee, burst out the king, but how to advise you do not know. Iskemberg grew pale and was silent. Carl Gustav, when joyous, seemed goodness itself. But when once he frowned he roused indescribable fear in those nearest him, and birds do not hide so before an eagle as the oldest and most meritorious generals hid before him. But this time he moderated quickly, and asked Captain Fried again. Has Charniecki good troops? I saw some unrivaled squadrons, such cavalry as the Poles have. They are the same that attacked with such fury in Gollum, they must be old regiments. But Charniecki himself, was he cheerful, confident? He was as confident as if he had beaten us at Gollum. Now his heart must rise the more, for they have forgotten Galembo and boast of Krasikin. Your Royal Grace, what Charniecki told me to repeat I have repeated. But when I was on the point of departing some one of the high officers approached me, an old man, and told me that he was the person who had stretched out Gustavus Adolphus in a hand-to-hand conflict, and he poured much abuse on your Royal Grace. Others supported him. So do they boast. I left amid insults and abuse. Never mind, said Carl Gustav, Charniecki is not broken, and has rallied his army, that is the main point. All the more speedily must we march so as to reach the Polish Darius at the earliest. You are free to go, gentlemen. Announce to the army that those regiments perished at the hands of peasants in unfrozen morasses. We advance. The officers went out, Carl Gustav remained alone. For something like an hour he was in gloomy thought. Was the victory at Gollum to bring no fruit, no change to the position, but to rouse still greater rage in that entire country? Carl, in presence of the army and of his generals, always showed confidence and faith in himself. But when he was alone he began to think of that war, how easy it had been at first, and then increased always in difficulty. More than once doubt embraced him. All the events seemed to him in some fashion marvelous. Often he could see no outcome, could not divine the end. At times it seemed to him that he was like a man who, going from the shore of the sea into the water, feels at every step that he is going deeper and deeper and soon will lose the ground under his feet. But he believed in his star. And now he went to the window to look at the chosen star, that one which in the Wain or Great Bear occupies the highest place and shines brightest. The sky was clear, and therefore at that moment the star shone brightly, twinkled blue and red. But from afar, lower down on the dark blue of the sky, a lone cloud was blackening serpent-shaped, from which extended as it were arms, as it were branches. As it were the feelers of a monster of the sea, and it seemed to approach the king's star continually. Chapter 69. Next morning the king marched farther and reached Lublin. There he received information that Sapieha had repulsed Boguslav's invasion, and was advancing with a considerable army. He left Lublin the same day, merely strengthening the garrison of that place. The next object of his expedition was Zamost. For if he could occupy that strong fortress he would acquire a fixed base for further war, and such a notable preponderance that he might look for a successful end with all hope. There were various opinions touching Zamost. Those Poles still remaining with Karl contended that it was the strongest fortress in the Commonwealth, and brought as proof that it had withstood all the forces of Khmelnytsky. But since Karl saw that the Poles were in no wise skilled in fortification, and considered places strong which in other lands would scarcely be held in the third rank. Since he knew also that in Poland no fortress was properly mounted, that is, there were neither walls kept as they should be, not earthworks, nor suitable arms, he felt well touching Zamost. He counted also on the spell of his name, on the fame of an invincible leader, and finally on treaties. With treaties, which every magnate in the Commonwealth was authorized to make, or at least permitted himself to make, Karl had so far effected more than with arms. As an adroit man, and one wishing to know with whom he had to deal, he collected carefully all information touching the owner of Zamost. He inquired about his ways, his inclinations, his wit and fancy. Yen Sapieha, who at that time by his treason still spotted the name, to the great affliction of Sapieha the hetman, gave the fullest explanations to the king concerning Zamoyski. They spent whole hours in council. But Yen Sapieha did not consider that it would be easy for the king to captivate the master of Zamost. He cannot be tempted with money, said Yen, for he is terribly rich. He cares not for dignities, and never wished them, even when they sought him themselves. As to titles, I have heard him at the court reprimand des Noyers, the queen's secretary, because in addressing him he said, "Mon prince." "I am not a prince," answered he, "but I have had archdukes as prisoners in my Zamost." The truth is, however, that not he had them, but his grandfather, who among our people is surnamed the Great. If he will open the gates of Zamost, I will offer him something which no Polish king could offer. It did not become Yen Sapieha to ask what that might be. He merely looked with curiosity at Karl Gustav. But the king understood the look, and answered, gathering, as was his wont, his hair behind his ears. "I will offer him the province of Lyabelsk as an independent principality. A crown will tempt him. No one of you could resist such a temptation, not even the present voevoda of Vilna." "Endless is the bounty of your royal grace," replied Sapieha, not without a certain irony in his voice. But Karl answered with a cynicism peculiar to himself, "I give it, for it is not mine." Sapieha shook his head. He is an unmarried man and has no sons. A crown is dear to him who can leave it to his posterity. What means do you advise me to take? I think that flattery would effect most. The man is not too quick-witted, and may be easily overreached. It is necessary to represent that on him alone depends the pacification of the Commonwealth. It is necessary to tell him that he alone may save it from war, from all defeats and future misfortunes, and that especially by opening the gates. If the fish will swallow that little hook, we shall be in Zamost, otherwise not. Cannon remain as the ultimate argument. To that argument there is something in Zamost with which to give answer. There is no lack of heavy guns there, we have none, and when thaws come it will be impossible to bring them. I have heard that the infantry in the fortress is good, but there is a lack of cavalry. Cavalry are needed only in the open field, and besides, since Charniecki's army, as is shown, is not crushed, he can throw in 1 or 2 squadrons for the use of the fortress. You see nothing save difficulties. But I trust ever in the lucky star of your royal grace. Yen Sapieha was right in foreseeing that Charniecki would furnish Zamost with cavalry needful for scouting and seizing informants. In fact, Zamoyski had enough of his own, and needed no assistance whatever. But Charniecki sent the 2 squadrons which had suffered most at Golem, that is, the Schemberg and Leuda, to the fortress to rest, recruit themselves and change their horses, which were fearfully cut up. Sobipan received them hospitably, and when he learned what famous soldiers were in them he exalted these men to the skies, covered them with gifts, and seated them every day at his table. But who shall describe the joy and emotion of Princess Griselda at sight of Pan Yen and Pan Michael, the most valiant colonels of her great husband? Both fell at her feet shedding warm tears at sight of the beloved lady, and she could not restrain her weeping. How many reminiscences of those old Lubny days were connected with them! When her husband, the glory and love of the people, full of the strength of life, ruled with power a wild region, rousing terror amid barbarism with one frown of his brow, like Jove. Such were those times not long past, but where are they now? Today the Lord is in his grave, barbarians have taken the land, and she, the widow, sits on the ashes of happiness, of greatness, living only with her sorrow and with prayer. Still in those reminiscences sweetness was so mingled with bitterness that the thoughts of those 3 flew gladly to times that were gone. They spoke then of their past lives, of those places which their eyes were never to see, of the past wars, finally of the present times of defeat and God's anger. If our prince were alive, said Pan Yen, there would be another career for the Commonwealth. The Cossacks would be rubbed out, the Trans-Dnieper would be with the Commonwealth, and the Swede would find his conqueror. God has ordained as he willed of purpose to punish us for sins. Would that God might raise up a defender in Pan Charniecki, said Princess Griselda. He will, cried Pan Michael. As our prince was a head above other lords, so Charniecki is not at all like other leaders. I know the 2 hetmans of the kingdom, and Sapieha of Lithuania. They are great soldiers. But there is something uncommon in Charniecki, you would say, he is an eagle, not a man. Though kindly, still all fear him, even Pan Zagloba in his presence forgets his jokes frequently. And how he leads his troops and moves them, passes imagination. It cannot be otherwise than that a great warrior will rise in the Commonwealth. My husband, who knew Charniecki as a colonel, prophesied greatness for him, said the princess. It was said indeed that he was to seek a wife in our court, put in Pan Michael. I do not remember that there was talk about that, answered the princess. In truth she could not remember, for there had never been anything of the kind. But Pan Michael, cunning at times, invented this, wishing to turn the conversation to her ladies and learn something of Anusia. For to ask directly he considered improper, and in view of the majesty of the princess, too confidential. But the stratagem failed. The princess turned her mind again to her husband and the Cossack wars, then the little knight thought, Anusia has not been here, perhaps, for God knows how many years. And he asked no more about her. He might have asked the officers, but his thoughts and occupations were elsewhere. Every day scouts gave notice that the Swedes were nearer. Hence preparations were made for defense. Pan Yen and Pan Michael received places on the walls, as officers knowing the Swedes and warfare against them. Zagloba roused courage in the men, and told tales of the enemy to those who had no knowledge of them yet. And among warriors in the fortress there were many such, for so far the Swedes had not come to Zamost. Zagloba saw through Pan Zamoyski at once. The latter conceived an immense love for the bulky noble, and turned to him on all questions. Especially since he heard from Princess Griselda how Prince Yeremy had venerated Zagloba and called him vir incomparabilis, the incomparable man. Every day then at table all kept their ears open. And Zagloba discoursed of ancient and modern times, told of the wars with the Cossacks, of the treason of Radziwill, and how he himself had brought Pan Sapieha into prominence among men. I advised him, said he, to carry hemp seed in his pocket, and use a little now and then. He has grown so accustomed to this that he takes a grain every little while, puts it in his mouth, bites it, breaks it, eats it, spits out the husk. At night when he wakes he does the same. His wit is so sharp now from hemp seed that his greatest intimates do not recognize him. How is that? Asked Zamoyski. There is an oil in hempseed through which the man who eats it increases in wit. God bless you, said one of the colonels, but oil goes to the stomach, not to the head. Oh, there is a method in things, answered Zagloba. It is needful in this case to drink as much wine as possible. Oil, being the lighter, is always on top. Wine, which goes to the head of itself, carries with it every noble substance. I have this secret from Lupul the Hospodar, after whom, as is known to you, gentlemen, the Wallachians wished to create me Hospodar. But the Sultan, whose wish is that the Hospodar should not have posterity, placed before me conditions to which I could not agree. You must use a power of hempseed yourself, said Sobipan. I do not need it at all, your worthiness, but from my whole heart I advise you to take it. Hearing these bold words, some were frightened lest the starosta might take them to heart. But whether he failed to notice them or did not wish to do so, it is enough that he merely laughed and asked. But would not sunflower seeds take the place of hemp? They might, answered Zagloba, but since sunflower oil is heavier, it would be necessary to drink stronger wine than that which we are drinking at present. The starosta understood the hint, was amused, and gave immediate order to bring the best wines. Then all rejoiced in their hearts, and the rejoicing became universal. They drank and gave vivats to the health of the king, the host, and Pan Charniecki. Zagloba fell into good humor and let no one speak. He described at great length the affair at Golem, in which he had really fought well, for, serving in the Lude squadron, he could not do otherwise. But because he had learned from Swedish prisoners taken from the regiments of Dubois of the death of Prince Waldemar, Zagloba took responsibility for that death on himself. The battle, said he, would have gone altogether differently were it not that the day before I went to Baranov to the cannon of that place, and Charniecki, not knowing where I was, could not advise with me. Maybe the Swedes too had heard of that cannon, for he has splendid mead, and they went at once to Golem. When I returned it was too late. The king had attacked, and it was necessary to strike at once. We went straight into the fire. But what is to be done when the general militia choose to show their contempt for the enemy by turning their backs? I don't know how Charniecki will manage at present without me. He will manage, have no fear on that point, said Wołodyjowski. I know why. The King of Sweden chooses to pursue me to Zamost rather than seek Charniecki beyond the Vistula. I do not deny that Charniecki is a good soldier, but when he begins to twist his beard and look with his wildcat glance, it seems to an officer of the lightest squadron that he is a dragoon. He pays no attention to a man's office. And this you yourselves saw when he gave orders to drag over the square with horses an honorable man, Pan Jersky, only because he did not reach with his detachment the place to which he was ordered. With a noble, gracious gentleman, it is necessary to act like a father, not like a dragoon. Say to him, Lord brother, be kind, rouse his feelings, he will call to mind the country in glory, will go farther for you than a dragoon who serves for a salary. A noble is a noble, and war is war, remarked Zamoyski. You have brought that out in a very masterly manner, answered Zagloba. Pan Charniecki will turn the plans of Karl into folly, said Wołodyjowski. I have been in more than one war, and I can speak on this point. First, we will make a fool of him at Zamost, said Sobipan, pouting his lips, puffing, and showing great spirit, staring, and putting his hands on his hips. Bah! Tfo! What do I care? When I invite a man I open the door to him. Well. Here Zamoyski began to puff still more mightily, to strike the table with his knees, bend forward, shake his head, look stern, flash his eyes, and speak, as was his habit, with a certain coarse carelessness. What do I care? He is lord in Sweden, but Zamoyski is lord for himself in Zamost. Ikes Polona sum, I am a Polish nobleman, nothing more. But I am in my own house. I am Zamoyski, and he is king of Sweden, but Maximilian was Austrian, was he not? Is he coming? Let him come. We shall see. Sweden is small for him, but Zamost is enough for me. I will not yield it. It is a delight, gracious gentlemen, to hear not only such eloquence, but such honest sentiments, cried Zagloba. Zamoyski is Zamoyski, continued Pan Sobipan, delighted with the praise. We have not bowed down, and we will not. I will not give up Zamost, and that is the end of it. To the health of the host, thundered the officers. Vivat! Vivat! Pan Zagloba, cried Zamoyski, I will not let the King of Sweden into Zamost, and I will not let you out. I thank you for the favor. But, your worthiness, do not do that, for as much as you torment Karl with the first decision, so much will you delight him with the second. Give me your word that you will come to me after the war is over. I give it. Long yet did they feast, then sleep began to overcome the knights. Therefore they went to rest, especially as sleepless nights were soon to begin for them, since the Swedes were already near, and the advance guards were looked for at any hour. So in truth he will not give up Zamost, said Zagloba, returning to his quarters with Pan Yen and Wołodyjowski. Have you seen how we have fallen in love with each other? It will be pleasant here in Zamost for me and you. The host and I have become so attached to each other that no cabinetmaker could join inlaid work better. He is a good fellow, If he were my knife and I carried him at my belt, I would whet him on a stone pretty often, for he is a trifle dull. But he is a good man, and he will not betray like those bull-drivers of Burgi. Have you noticed how the magnates cling to old Zagloba? I cannot keep them off. I'm scarcely away from Sapieha when there is another at hand. But I will tune this one as a bass viol, and play such an aria on him for the Swedes that they will dance to death at Zamost. I will wind him up like a Danzig clock with chimes. Noise coming from the town interrupted further conversation. After a time an officer whom they knew passed quickly near them. Stop, cried Wołodyjowski, what is the matter? There is a fire to be seen from the walls. Szczebrzeszyn is burning. The Swedes are there. Let us go on the walls, said Pan Yen. Go. But I will sleep, since I need my strength for tomorrow, answered Zagloba. Chapter 70. That night Wołodyjowski went on a scouting expedition, and about morning returned with a number of informants. These men asserted that the King of Sweden was at Szczebrzeszyn in person, and would soon be at Zamost. Zamoyski was rejoiced at the news, for he hurried around greatly, and had a genuine desire to try his walls and guns on the Swedes. He considered, and very justly, that even if he had to yield in the end he would detain the power of Sweden for whole months. And during that time Yen Casimir would collect troops, bring the entire Tartar force to his aid, and organize in the whole country a powerful and victorious resistance. Since the opportunity is given me, said he, with great spirit, at the military council, to render the country and the king notable service, I declare to you, gentlemen, that I will blow myself into the air before a Swedish foot shall stand here. They want to take Zamoyski by force. Let them take him. We shall see who is better. You, gentlemen, will, I trust, aid me most heartily. We are ready to perish with your grace, said the officers, in chorus. If they will only besiege us, said Zagloba, I will lead the first sortie. I will follow, uncle, cried Ro Kowalski. I will spring at the king himself. Now to the walls, commanded Zamoyski. All went out. The walls were ornamented with soldiers as with flowers. Regiments of infantry, so splendid that they were unequalled in the whole Commonwealth, stood in readiness, one at the side of the other, with musket in hand, and eyes turned to the field. Not many foreigners served in these regiments, merely a few Prussians and French. They were mainly peasants from Zamoyski's inherited lands. Sturdy, well-grown men, who, wearing colored jackets and trained in foreign fashion, fought as well as the best Cromwellians of England. They were specially powerful when after firing it came to rush on the enemy in hand-to-hand conflict. And now, remembering their former triumphs over Khmelnytsky, they were looking for the Swedes with impatience. At the cannons, which stretched out through the embrasures their long necks to the fields as if in curiosity, served mainly Flemings, the first of gunners. Outside the fortress, beyond the moat, were squadrons of light cavalry, safe themselves, for they were under cover of cannon, certain of refuge, and able at any moment to spring out whithersoever it might be needed. Zamoyski, wearing inlaid armor and carrying a gilded baton in his hand, rode around the walls, and inquired every moment, "Well, what, not in sight yet?" And he muttered oaths when he received negative answers on all sides. After a while he went to another side, and again he asked, "Well, what, not in sight yet?" It was difficult to see the Swedes, for there was a mist in the air, and only about 10 o'clock in the forenoon did it begin to disappear. The heaven shining blue above the horizon became clear, and immediately on the western side of the walls they began to cry, "They are coming, they are coming, they are coming." Zamoyski, with 3 adjutants and Zagloba, entered quickly an angle of the walls from which there was a distant view, and the 4 men began to look through field glasses. The mist was lying a little on the ground yet, and the Swedish hosts, marching from Violachy, seemed to be wading to the knees in that mist, as if they were coming out of wide waters. The nearer regiments had become very distinct, so that the naked eye could distinguish the infantry. They seemed like clouds of dark dust rolling on toward the town. Gradually more regiments, artillery, and cavalry appeared. The sight was beautiful. From each quadrangle of infantry rose an admirably regular quadrangle of spears. Between them waved banners of various colors, but mostly blue with white crosses, and blue with golden lions. They came very near. On the walls there was silence. Therefore the breath of the air brought from the advancing army the squeaking of wheels, the clatter of armor, the tramp of horses, and the dull sound of human voices. When they had come within twice the distance of a shot from a culverin, they began to dispose themselves before the fortress. Some quadrangles of infantry broke ranks. Others prepared to pitch tents and dig trenches. "They are here," said Zamoyski. "They are the Dog brothers," answered Zagloba. They could be counted, man for man, on the fingers. Persons of my long experience, however, do not need to count, but simply to cast an eye on them. There are 10,000 cavalry, and 8,000 infantry with artillery. If I am mistaken in one common soldier or one horse, I am ready to redeem the mistake with my whole fortune. Is it possible to estimate in that way? 10,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry. I have hope in God that they will go away in much smaller numbers, only let me lead one sortie. Do you hear? They are playing an aria. In fact, trumpeters and drummers stepped out before the regiments, and military music began. At the sound of it the more distant regiments approached, and encompassed the town from a distance. At last from the dense throngs a few horsemen rode forth. When halfway, they put white kerchiefs on their swords, and began to wave them. "An embassy," cried Zagloba. "I saw how the scoundrels came to Kyedani with the same boldness, and it is known what came of that. Zamost is not Kyedani, and I am not the voevoda of Vilna," answered Zamoyski. Meanwhile the horsemen were approaching the gate. After a short time an officer of the day hurried to Zamoyski with a report that Pan Yen Sapieha desired, in the name of the King of Sweden, to see him and speak with him. Zamoyski put his hands on his hips at once, began to step from one foot to the other, to puff, to pout, and said at last, with great animation, "Tell Pan Sapieha that Zamoyski does not speak with traitors. If the King of Sweden wishes to speak with me, let him send me a Swede by race, not a Pole, for Poles who serve the Swedes may go as ambassadors to my dogs, I have the same regard for both. As God is dear to me, that is an answer," cried Zagloba, with unfeigned enthusiasm. "But devil take them," said the Starosta, roused by his own words and by praise. "Well, shall I stand on ceremony with them?" "Permit me, your worthiness, to take him that answer," said Zagloba. And without waiting, he hastened away with the officer, went to Yen Sapieha, and, apparently, not only repeated the starosta's words, but added something very bad from himself. For Sapieha turned from the town as if a thunderbolt had burst in front of his horse, and rode away with his cap thrust over his ears. From the walls and from the squadrons of the cavalry which were standing before the gate they began to hoot at the men riding off. To the kennel with traitors, the betrayers. Jew servants. Huzz, huzz. Sapieha stood before the king, pale, with compressed lips. The king too was confused, for Zamost had deceived his hopes. In spite of what had been said, he expected to find a town of such power of resistance as Krakow, Poznan, and other places, so many of which he had captured. Meanwhile he found a fortress powerful, calling to mind those of Denmark and the Netherlands, which he could not even think of taking without guns of heavy caliber. What is the result? Asked the king, when he saw Sapieha. Nothing. Zamoyski will not speak with Poles who serve your royal grace. He sent out his jester, who reviled me and your royal grace so shamefully that it is not proper to repeat what he said. It is all one to me with whom he wants to speak, if he will only speak. In default of other arguments, I have iron arguments, but meanwhile I will send for Gel. Half an hour later Fergel, with a purely Swedish suite, announced himself at the gate. The drawbridge was let down slowly over the moat, and the general entered the fortress amid silence and seriousness. Neither the eyes of the envoy nor those of any man in his suite were bound. Evidently Zamoyski wished him to see everything, and be able to report to the king touching everything. The master of Zamost received Fergel with as much splendor as an independent prince would have done, and arranged all, in truth, admirably. For Swedish lords had not 1/12 as much wealth as the Poles had. And Zamoyski among Poles was well-nigh the most powerful. The clever Swede began at once to treat him as if the king had sent the embassy to a monarch equal to himself. To begin with, he called him princeps, and continued to address him thus, though Pan Sobipan interrupted him promptly in the beginning. Not princeps, Ikes Polonus, a Polish nobleman. But for that very reason the equal of princes. Your princely grace, said Fergel, not permitting himself to be diverted, the most serene king of Sweden and lord, here he enumerated his titles, has not come here as an enemy in any sense. But, speaking simply, has come on a visit, and through me announces himself, having, as I believe, a well-founded hope that your princely grace will desire to open your gates to him and his army. It is not a custom with us, answered Zamoyski, to refuse hospitality to any man, even should he come uninvited. There will always be a place at my table for a guest. But for such a worthy person as the Swedish monarch the first place. Inform then the most serene king of Sweden that I invite him, and all the more gladly since the most serene Carolus Gustavus is lord in Sweden, as I am in Zamost. But as your worthiness has seen, there is no lack of servants in my house, therefore his Swedish serenity need not bring his servants with him. Should he bring them I might think that he counts me a poor man, and wishes to show me contempt. Well done, whispered Zagloba, standing behind the shoulders of Pan Sobipan. When Zamoyski had finished his speech he began to pout his lips, to puff and repeat. Ah, here it is, this is the position. Fergel bit his mustache, was silent a while, and said. It would be the greatest proof of distrust toward the king if your princely grace were not pleased to admit his garrison to the fortress. I am the king's confidant. I know his innermost thoughts, and besides this I have the order to announce to your worthiness, and to give assurance by word in the name of the king, that he does not think of occupying the possessions of Zamost or this fortress permanently. But since war has broken out anew in this unhappy land, since rebellion has raised its head, and Yen Casimir, unmindful of the miseries which may fall on the Commonwealth, and seeking only his own fortune, has returned within the boundaries, and, together with pagans, comes forth against our Christian troops, the invincible king, my lord, has determined to pursue him. Even to the wild steppes of the Tartars and the Turks, with the sole purpose of restoring peace to the country, the reign of justice, prosperity, and freedom to the inhabitants of this illustrious commonwealth. Zamoyski struck his knee with his hand without saying a word, but Zagloba whispered. The devil has dressed himself in vestments, and is ringing for mass with his tail. Many benefits have accrued to this land already from the protection of the king, continued Frigel. But thinking in his fatherly heart that he has not done enough, he has left his Prussian province again to go once more to the rescue of the Commonwealth, which depends on finishing Yen Casimir. But that this new war should have a speedy and victorious conclusion, it is needful that the king occupy for a time this fortress. It is to be for his troops a point from which pursuit may begin against rebels. But hearing that he who is the lord of Zamost surpasses all, not only in wealth, antiquity of stock, wit, high-mindedness, but also in love for the country, the king, my master, said at once, he will understand me, he will be able to appreciate my intentions respecting this country, he will not deceive my confidence, he will surpass my hopes. He will be the first to put his hand to the prosperity and peace of this country. This is the truth. So on you depends the future fate of this country. You may save it and become the father of it, therefore I have no doubt of what you will do. Whoever inherits from his ancestors such fame should not avoid an opportunity to increase that fame and make it immortal. In truth, you will do more good by opening the gates of this fortress than if you had added a whole province to the Commonwealth. The king is confident that your uncommon wisdom, together with your heart, will incline you to this. Therefore he will not command, he prefers to request, he throws aside threats, he offers friendship, not as a ruler with a subject, but as powerful with powerful does he wish to deal. Here General Frigel bowed before Zamoyski with as much respect as before an independent monarch. In the hall it grew silent. All eyes were fixed on Zamoyski. He began to twist, according to his custom, in his gilded armchair, to pout his lips, and exhibit stern resolve. At last he thrust out his elbows, placed his palms on his knees, and shaking his head like a restive horse, began. This is what I have to say. I am greatly thankful to his Swedish serenity for the lofty opinion which he has of my wit and my love for the Commonwealth. Nothing is dearer to me than the friendship of such a potentate. But I think that we might love each other all the same if his Swedish serenity remained in Stockholm and I in Zamost, that is what it is. For Stockholm belongs to his Swedish serenity, and Zamost to me. As to love for the Commonwealth, this is what I think. The Commonwealth will not improve by the coming in of the Swedes, but by their departure. That is my argument. I believe that Zamost might help his Swedish serenity to victory over Yen Casimir. But your worthiness should know that I have not given oath to his Swedish grace, but to Yen Casimir, therefore I wish victory to Yen Casimir, and I will not give Zamost to the King of Sweden. That is my position. That policy suits me, said Zagloba. A joyous murmur rose in the hall, but Zamoyski slapped his knees with his hands, and the sounds were hushed. Frigel was confused, and was silent for a time, then he began to argue anew, insisted a little, threatened, begged, flattered. Latin flowed from his mouth like a stream, till drops of sweat were on his forehead. But all was in vain, for after his best arguments, so strong that they might move walls, he heard always one answer. But still I will not yield Zamost, that is my position. The audience continued beyond measure, at last it became awkward and difficult for Frigel, since mirth was seizing those present. More and more frequently some word fell, some sneer, now from Zagloba, now from others, after which smothered laughter was heard in the hall. Frigel saw finally that it was necessary to use the last means. Therefore he unrolled a parchment with seals, which he held in his hand, and to which no one had turned attention hitherto, and rising said with a solemn, emphatic voice, "For opening the gates of the fortress His Royal Grace," here again he enumerated the titles, "gives your princely grace the province of Lubelsk in perpetual possession." All were astonished when they heard this, and Zamoyski himself was astonished for a moment. Frigel had begun to turn a triumphant look on the people around him, when suddenly and in deep silence Zagloba, standing behind Zamoyski, said in Polish, "Your worthiness, Offer the King of Sweden the Netherlands in exchange. Zamoyski, without thinking long, put his hands on his hips and fired through the whole hall in Latin. And I offer to his Swedish Serenity the Netherlands. That moment the hall resounded with one immense burst of laughter. The breasts of all were shaking, and the girdles on their bodies were shaking. Some clapped their hands, others tottered as drunken men, some leaned on their neighbors, but the laughter sounded continuously. Virgil was pale. He frowned terribly, but he waited with fire in his eyes and his head raised haughtily. At last, when the paroxysm of laughter had passed, he asked in a short, broken voice. "Is that the final answer of your worthiness?" Zamoyski twirled his mustache. "No," said he, raising his head still more proudly, "for I have cannon on the walls." The embassy was at an end. 2 hours later cannons were thundering from the trenches of the Swedes, but Zamoyski's guns answered them with equal power. All Zamost was covered with smoke, as with an immense cloud. Moment after moment there were flashes in that cloud, and thunder roared unceasingly. But fire from the heavy fortress guns was preponderant. The Swedish balls fell in the moat or bounded without effect from the strong angles. Toward evening the enemy were forced to draw back from the nearer trenches, for the fortress was covering them with such a rain of missiles that nothing living could endure it. The Swedish king, carried away by anger, commanded to burn all the villages and hamlets, so that the neighborhood seemed in the night one sea of fire, but Zamoyski cared not for that. "All right," said he, "let them burn. We have a roof over our heads, but soon it will be pouring down their backs." And he was so satisfied with himself and rejoiced that he made a great feast that day and remained till late at the cups. A resounding orchestra played at the feast so loudly that, in spite of the thunder of artillery, it could be heard in the remotest trenches of the Swedes. But the Swedes cannonaded continually, so constantly indeed that the firing lasted the whole night. Next day a number of guns were brought to the king, which as soon as they were placed in the trenches began to work against the fortress. The king did not expect, it is true, to make a breach in the walls, he merely wished to instill into Zamoyski the conviction that he had determined to storm furiously and mercilessly. He wished to bring terror on them, but that was bringing terror on Poles. 36 Zamoyski paid no attention to it for a moment, and often while on the walls he said, in time of the heaviest cannonading, "Why do they waste powder?" Wołodyjowski and the others offered to make a sortie, but Zamoyski would not permit it, he did not wish to waste blood. He knew besides that it would be necessary to deliver open battle. For such a careful warrior as the king and such a trained army would not let themselves be surprised. Zagloba, seeing this fixed determination, insisted all the more, and guaranteed that he would lead the sortie. "You are too bloodthirsty," answered Zamoyski. "It is pleasant for us and unpleasant for the Swedes, why should we go to them? You might fall, and I need you as a counselor. For it was by your wit that I confounded Virgil so by mentioning the Netherlands." Zagloba answered that he could not restrain himself within the walls, he wanted so much to get at the Swedes. But he was forced to obey. In default of other occupation he spent his time on the walls among the soldiers, dealing out to them precautions and counsel with importance, which all heard with no little respect. Holding him a greatly experienced warrior, one of the foremost in the Commonwealth. And he was rejoiced in soul, looking at the defense and the spirit of the knighthood. "Pan Michael," said he to Wołodyjowski, "there is another spirit in the Commonwealth and in the nobles. No one thinks now of treason or surrender. And everyone out of goodwill for the Commonwealth and the king is ready to give his life sooner than yield a step to the enemy. You remember how a year ago from every side was heard, this one has betrayed, that one has betrayed, a third has accepted protection, and now the Swedes need protection more than we. If the devil does not protect them, he will soon take them. We have our stomachs so full here that drummers might beat on them, but their entrails are twisted into whips from hunger." Zagloba was right. The Swedish army had no supplies, and for 18,000 men, not to mention horses, there was no place from which to get supplies. Zamoyski, before the arrival of the enemy, had brought in from all his estates for many miles around food for man and horse. In the more remote neighborhoods of the country swarmed parties of Confederates and bands of armed peasants, so that foraging detachments could not go out, since just beyond the camp certain death was in waiting. In addition to this, Pan Charniecki had not gone to the west bank of the Vistula, but was circling about the Swedish army like a wild beast around a sheepfold. Again nightly alarms had begun, and the loss of smaller parties without tidings. Near Krasnik appeared certain Polish troops, which had cut communication with the Vistula. Finally, news came that Pavel Sapieha, the hetman, was marching from the north with a powerful Lithuanian army. That in passing he had destroyed the garrison at Lublin, had taken Lublin, and was coming with cavalry to Zamost. Old Wittenberg, the most experienced of the Swedish leaders, saw the whole ghastliness of the position, and laid it plainly before the king. "I know," said he, "that the genius of your royal grace can do wonders. But judging things in human fashion, hunger will overcome us, and when the enemy fall upon our emaciated army not a living foot of us will escape. If I had this fortress," answered the king, "I could finish the war in 2 months. For such a fortress a year's siege is short." The king in his soul recognized that the old warrior was right, but he did not acknowledge that he saw no means himself, that his genius was strained. He counted yet on some unexpected event. Hence he gave orders to fire night and day. "I will bend the spirit in them," said he, "they will be more inclined to treaties." After some days of cannonading so furious that the light could not be seen behind the smoke, the king sent Frigel again to the fortress. "The king, my master," said Frigel, appearing before Zamoyski, "considers that the damage which Zamost must have suffered from our cannonading will soften the lofty mind of your princely grace and incline it to negotiations." To which Zamoyski said, "Of course there is damage. Why should there not be? You killed on the market square a pig, which was struck in the belly by the fragment of a bomb. If you cannonade another week, perhaps you'll kill another pig." Frigel took that answer to the king. In the evening a new council was held in the king's quarters. Next day the Swedes began to pack their tents in wagons and draw their cannon out of the trenches, and in the night the whole army moved onward. Zamost thundered after them from all its artillery, and when they had vanished from the eye 2 squadrons, the Schemberg and the Leuda, passed out through the southern gate and followed in their track. The Swedes marched southward. Wittenberg advised, it is true, a return to Warsaw, and with all his power he tried to convince the king that that was the only road of salvation. But the Swedish Alexander had determined absolutely to pursue the Polish Darius to the remotest boundaries of the kingdom. Chapter 71. The spring of that year approached with wonderful roads. For while in the north of the Commonwealth snow was already thawing, the stiffened rivers were set free, and the whole country was filled with March water. In the south the icy breath of winter was still descending from the mountains to the fields, woods, and forests. In the forests lay snowdrifts, in the open country frozen roads sounded under the hoofs of horses, the days were dry, the sunsets red, the nights starry and frosty. The people living on the rich clay, on the black soil, and in the woods of Little Poland comforted themselves with the continuance of the cold, stating that the field mice and the Swedes would perish from it. But inasmuch as the spring came late, it came as swiftly as an armored squadron advancing to the attack of an enemy. The sun shot down living fire from heaven, and at once the crust of winter burst. From the Hungarian steppes flew a strong warm wind, and began to blow on the fields and wild places. Straightway in the midst of shining ponds arable ground became dark, a green fleece shot up on the low river lands, and the forests began to shed tears from bursting buds on their branches. In the heavens continually fair were seen, daily, rows of cranes, wild ducks, teal, and geese. Storks flew to their places of the past year, and the roofs were swarming with swallows. The twitter of birds was heard in the villages, their noise in the woods and ponds, and in the evening the whole country was ringing with the croaking and singing of frogs, which swam with delight in the waters. Then came great rains, which were as if they had been warmed, they fell in the daytime, they fell in the night, without interruption. The fields were turned into lakes, the rivers overflowed, the fords became impassable, then followed the stickiness and the impossible of muddy roads. Amid all this water, mud, and swamp the Swedish legions dragged onward continually toward the south. But how little was that throng, advancing as it were to destruction, like that brilliant army which in its time marched under Wittenberg to Great Poland. Hunger had stamped itself on the faces of the old soldiers. They went on more like specters than men, in suffering, in toil, in sleeplessness, knowing that at the end of the road not food was awaiting, but hunger, not sleep, but a battle. And if rest, then the rest of the dead. Arrayed in iron, these skeletons of horsemen sat on skeletons of horses. The infantry hardly drew their legs along. Barely could they hold spears and muskets with trembling hands. Day followed day, they went onward continually. Wagons were broken, cannons were fastened in sloughs. They went on so slowly that sometimes they were able to advance hardly 5 miles in one day. Diseases fell on the soldiers, like ravens on corpses, the teeth of some were chattering from fever. Others lay down on the ground simply from weakness, choosing rather to die than advance. But the Swedish Alexander hastened toward the Polish Darius unceasingly. At the same time he was pursued himself. As in the night-time jackals follow a sick buffalo waiting to see if he will soon fall, and he knows that he will fall and he hears the howl of the hungry pack, so after the Swedes went parties. Nobles and peasants, approaching ever nearer, attacking ever more insolently, and snatching away. At last came Charniecki, the most terrible of all the pursuers, and followed closely. The rearguards of the Swedes, as often as they looked behind, saw horsemen, at one time far off on the edge of the horizon, at another a furlong away, at another twice the distance of a musket shot. At another time, when attacking, on their very shoulders. The enemy wanted battle, with despair did the Swedes pray to the Lord of hosts for battle. But Charniecki did not receive battle, he bided his time. Meanwhile he preferred to punish the Swedes, or let go from his hand against them single parties as one would falcons against water birds. And so they marched one after the other. There were times, however, when Charniecki passed the Swedes, pushed on, and blocked the road before them, pretending to prepare for a general battle. Then the trumpet sounded joyously from one end of the Swedish camp to the other, and, oh miracle! New strength, a new spirit seemed to vivify on a sudden the wearied ranks of the Scandinavians. Sick, wet, weak, like Lazarus's, they stood in rank promptly for battle, with flaming faces, with fire in their eyes. Spears and muskets moved with as much accuracy as if iron hands held them. The shouts of battle were heard as loudly as if they came from the healthiest bosoms, and they marched forward to strike breast against breast. Then Charniecki struck once, twice. But when the artillery began to thunder he withdrew his troops, leaving to the Swedes as profit, vain labor and the greater disappointment and disgust. When, however, the artillery could not come up, and spears and sabers had to decide in the open field, he struck like a thunderbolt. Knowing that in a hand-to-hand conflict the Swedish cavalry could not stand, even against volunteers. And again Wittenberg implored the king to retreat and thus avoid ruin to himself and the army. But Carl Gustaf in answer compressed his lips, fire flashed from his eyes, and he pointed to the south, where in the Russian regions he hoped to find Yen Casimir, and also fields open to conquest. Rest, provisions, pastures for horses, and rich plunder. Meanwhile, to complete the misfortune, those Polish regiments which had served him hitherto, and which in one way or another were now alone able to meet Charniecki, began to leave the Swedes. Pan Zbrodek resigned first. He had held to Karl hitherto not from desire of gain, but from blind attachment to the squadron, and soldierly faithfulness to Karl. He resigned in this fashion, that he engaged in conflict with a regiment of Miller's dragoons, cut down half the men, and departed. After him resigned Pan Kalinski, who rode over the Swedish infantry. Yen Sapieha grew gloomier each day, he was meditating something in his soul, plotting something. He had not gone hitherto himself, but his men were deserting him daily. Carl Gustav was marching then through Nerel, Ciechanów, and Olsztys, to reach the San. He was upheld by the hope that Jan Casimir would bar his road and give him battle. A victory might yet repair the fate of Sweden and bring a change of fortune. In fact, rumors were current that Jan Casimir had set out from Lvov with the quarter soldiers and the Tartars. But Karl's reckonings deceived him. Jan Casimir preferred to await the junction of the armies and the arrival of the Lithuanians under Sapieha. Delay was his best ally. For he was growing daily in strength, while Karl was becoming weaker. That is not the march of troops nor of an army, but a funeral procession, said old warriors in Jan Casimir's suite. Many Swedish officers shared this opinion. Carl Gustav however repeated still that he was going to Lvov, but he was deceiving himself and his army. It was not for him to go to Lvov, but to think of his own safety. Besides, it was not certain that he would find Jan Casimir in Lvov. In every event the Polish Darius might withdraw far into Podolia, and draw after him the enemy into distant steppes where the Swedes must perish without rescue. Douglas went to Przemysl to try if that fortress would yield, and returned, not merely with nothing, but plucked. The catastrophe was coming slowly, but inevitably. All tidings brought to the Swedish camp were simply the announcement of it. Each day fresh tidings and ever more terrible. Sapieha is marching, he is already in Tomaszów, was repeated one day. Lubomirski is marching with troops and mountaineers, was announced the day following. And again, the king is leading the quarter soldiers and the horde 100,000 strong. He has joined Sapieha. Among these tidings were tidings of disaster and death, untrue and exaggerated, but they always spread fear. The courage of the army fell. Formerly whenever Karl appeared in person before his regiments, they greeted him with shouts in which rang the hope of victory. Now the regiments stood before him dull and dumb. And at the fires the soldiers, famished and wearied to death, whispered more of Charniecki than of their own king. They saw him everywhere. And, a strange thing, when for a couple of days no party had perished, when a few nights passed without alarms or cries of Allah, and strike, kill, their disquiet became still greater. Charniecki has fled. God knows what he is preparing, repeated the soldiers. Karl halted a few days in Yaroslav, pondering what to do. During that time the Swedes placed on flat-bottomed boats 6 soldiers, of whom there were many in camp, and sent them by the river to Sandomir, the nearest fortified town still in Swedish hands. After this work had been finished, and just when the news of Jan Casimir's march from Lvov had come in, the King of Sweden determined to discover where Jan Casimir was. And with that object Colonel Kanneberg with 1,000 cavalry passed the San and moved to the east. It may be that you have in your hands the fate of the war and us all, said the king to him at parting. And in truth much depended on that party, for in the worst case Kanneberg was to furnish the camp with provisions. And if he could learn certainly where Jan Casimir was, the Swedish king was to move at once with all his forces against the Polish Darius, whose army he was to scatter and whose person he was to seize if he could. The first soldiers and the best horses were assigned, therefore, to Kanneberg. Choice was made the more carefully as the colonel could not take artillery or infantry. Hence he must have with him men who with sabers could stand against Polish cavalry in the field. March 20th, the party set out. A number of officers and soldiers took farewell of them, saying, God conduct you. God give victory. God give a fortunate return. They marched in a long line, being 1,000 in number, and went 2 abreast over the newly built bridge which had one square still unfinished, but was in some fashion covered with planks so that they might pass. Good hope shone in their faces, for they were exceptionally well fed. Food had been taken from others and given to them, Gorelka was poured into their flasks. When they were riding away they shouted joyfully and said to their comrades, "We will bring you Charniecki himself on a rope." Fools! They knew not that they were going as go bullocks to slaughter at the shambles. Everything combined for their ruin. Barely had they crossed the river when the Swedish sappers removed the temporary covering of the bridge, so as to lay stronger planks over which cannon might pass. The 1,000 turned toward LXXVIII, singing in low voices to themselves. Their helmets glittered in the sun on the turn once and a second time, then they began to sink in the dense pinewood. They rode forward 2.5 miles, emptiness, silence around them, the forest depths seemed vacant altogether. They halted to give breath to the horses, after that they moved slowly forward. At last they reached LXXVIII, in which they found not a living soul. That emptiness astonished Canneberg. "Evidently they have been waiting for us here," said he to Major Sweno. "But Charniecki must be in some other place, since he has not prepared ambushes." "Does your worthiness order a return?" asked Sweno. "We will go on even to Lvov itself, which is not very far. I must find an informant, and give the king sure information touching Yen Casimir. But if we meet superior forces? Even if we meet several thousand of those brawlers whom the Poles call general militia, we will not let ourselves be torn apart by such soldiers. But we may meet regular troops. We have no artillery, and against them cannons are the main thing. Then we will draw back in season and inform the king of the enemy, and those who try to cut off our retreat we will disperse." "I am afraid of the night," replied Sweno. "We will take every precaution. We have food for men and horses for 2 days, we need not hurry." When they entered the pinewood beyond LXXVIII, they acted with vastly more caution. 50 horsemen rode in advance, musket in hand, each man with his gunstock on his thigh. They looked carefully on every side, examined the thickets, the undergrowth, frequently they halted, listened. Sometimes they went from the road to one side to examine the depths of the forest, but neither on the roads nor at the sides was there a man. But 1 hour later, after they had passed a rather sudden turn, 2 troopers riding in advance saw a man on horseback about 400 yards ahead. The day was clear and the sun shone brightly. Hence the man could be seen as something on the hand. He was a soldier, not large, dressed very decently in foreign fashion. He seemed especially small because he sat on a large cream-colored steed, evidently of high breed. The horseman was riding at leisure, as if not seeing that troops were rolling on after him. The spring floods had dug deep ditches in the road, in which muddy water was sweeping along. The horseman spurred his steed in front of the ditches, and the beast sprang across with the nimbleness of a deer, and again went on at a trot, throwing his head and snorting vivaciously from time to time. The 2 troopers reined in their horses and began to look around for the sergeant. He clattered up in a moment, looked, and said, "That is some hound from the Polish kennel. Shall I shout at him?" "Shout not, there may be more of them. Go to the colonel." Meanwhile the rest of the advance guard rode up, and all halted. The small horseman halted too, and turned the face of his steed to the Swedes as if wishing to block the road to them. For a certain time they looked at him and he at them. There is another. A second. A third. A fourth. A whole party, were the sudden cries in the Swedish ranks. In fact, horsemen began to pour out from both sides of the road, at first singly, then by 2s, by 3s. All took their places in line with him who had appeared first. But the second Swedish guard with Sweno, and then the whole detachment with Canneberg, came up. Canneberg and Sweno rode to the front at once. "I know those men," cried Sweno, when he had barely seen them. "Their squadron was the first to strike on Prince Waldemar at Golem. Those are Charniecki's men. He must be here himself." These words produced an impression. Deep silence followed in the ranks, only the horses shook their bridle bits. "I sniff some ambush," continued Sweno. "There are too few of them to meet us, but there must be others hidden in the woods." He turned here to Canneberg. "Your worthiness, let us return." "You give good counsel," answered the colonel, frowning. It was not worth while to set out if we must return at sight of a few ragged fellows. Why did we not return at sight of one? Forward! The first Swedish rank moved at that moment with the greatest regularity, after it the second, the third, the fourth. The distance between the two detachments was becoming less. "Cock your muskets," commanded Canneberg. The Swedish muskets moved like one, their iron necks were stretched toward the Polish horsemen. But before the muskets thundered, the Polish horsemen turned their horses and began to flee in a disorderly group. "Forward!" cried Canneberg. The division moved forward on a gallop, so that the ground trembled under the heavy hoofs of the horses. The forest was filled with the shouts of pursuers and pursued. After half an hour of chasing, either because the Swedish horses were better, or those of the Poles were wearied by some journey, the distance between the two bodies was decreasing. But at once something wonderful happened. The Polish band, at first disorderly, did not scatter more and more as the flight continued, but on the contrary, they fled in ever better order, in ranks growing more even. As if the very speed of the horses brought the riders into line. Sweno saw this, urged on his horse, reached Canneberg, and called out, "Your worthiness, that is an uncommon party, those are regular soldiers, fleeing designedly and leading us to an ambush." "Will there be devils in the ambush, or men?" asked Canneberg. The road rose somewhat and became ever wider, the forest thinner, and at the end of the road was to be seen an unoccupied field, or rather a great open space, surrounded on all sides by a dense, deep grey pine wood. The Polish horsemen increased their pace in turn, and it transpired that hitherto they had gone slowly of purpose. For now in a short time they pushed forward so rapidly that the Swedish leader knew that he could never overtake them. But when he had come to the middle of the open plain and saw that the enemy were almost touching the other end of it, he began to restrain his men and slacken speed. But, oh marvel! The Poles, instead of sinking in the opposite forest, wheeled around at the very edge of the half-circle and returned on a gallop toward the Swedes, putting themselves at once in such splendid battle order that they roused wonder even in their opponents. "It is true," cried Canneberg, "those are regular soldiers. They turned as if on parade. What do they want for the 100th time?" "They are attacking us," cried Sweno. In fact, the squadron was moving forward at a trot. The little knight on the cream-colored steed shouted something to his men, pushed forward, again reined in his horse, gave signs with his saber. Evidently he was the leader. "They are attacking really," said Canneberg, with astonishment. And now the horses, with ears dropped back, were coming at the greatest speed, stretched out so that their bellies almost touched the ground. Their riders bent forward to their shoulders, and were hidden behind the horse manes. The Swedes standing in the first rank saw only hundreds of distended horse nostrils and burning eyes. A whirlwind does not move as that squadron tore on. "God with us! Sweden! Fire!" commanded Canneberg, raising his sword. All the muskets thundered. But at that very moment the Polish squadron fell into the smoke with such impetus that it hurled to the right and the left the first Swedish ranks, and drove itself into the density of men and horses, as a wedge is driven into a cleft log. A terrible whirl was made, breastplate struck breastplate, saber struck rapier. And the rattle, the whining of horses, the groan of dying men roused every echo, so that the whole pine wood began to give back the sounds of the battle, as the steep cliffs of mountains give back the thunder. The Swedes were confused for a time, especially since a considerable number of them fell from the first blow, but soon recovering, they went powerfully against the enemy. Their flanks came together. And since the Polish squadron was pushing ahead anyhow, for it wished to pass through with a thrust, it was soon surrounded. The Swedish center yielded before the squadron, but the flanks pressed on it with the greater power, unable to break it. For it defended itself with rage and with all that incomparable adroitness which made the Polish cavalry so terrible in hand-to-hand conflict. Sabers toiled then against rapiers, bodies fell thickly. But the victory was just turning to the Swedish side when suddenly from under the dark wall of the pinewood rolled out another squadron, and moved forward at once with a shout. The whole right wing of the Swedes, under the lead of Sweno, faced the new enemy in which the trained Swedish soldiers recognized hussars. They were led by a man on a valiant dapple grey. He wore a burqa, and a wildcat skin cap with a heron feather. He was perfectly visible to the eye, for he was riding at one side some yards from the soldiers. "Charniecki! Charniecki!" was the cry in the Swedish ranks. Sweno looked in despair at the sky, then pressed his horse with his knees and rushed forward with his men. But Charniecki led his hussars a few yards farther, and when they were moving with the swiftest rush, he turned back alone. With that a third squadron issued from the forest, he galloped to that and led it forward, a fourth came out, he led that on, pointing to each with his baton, where it must strike. You would have said that he was a man leading harvesters to his field and distributing work among them. At last, when the fifth squadron had come forth from the forest, he put himself at the head of that, and with it rushed to the fight. But the hussars had already forced the right wing to the rear, and after a while had broken it completely. The three other squadrons, racing around the Swedes in Tartar fashion and raising an uproar, had thrown them into disorder. Then they fell to cutting them with steel, to thrusting them with lances, scattering, trampling, and finally pursuing them amid shrieks and slaughter. Canneberg saw that he had fallen into an ambush, and had led his detachment as it were under the knife. For him there was no thought of victory now. But he wished to save as many men as possible, hence he ordered to sound the retreat. The Swedes, therefore, turned with all speed to that same road by which they had come to Wielkie Oki. But Charniecki's men so followed them that the breaths of the Polish horses warmed the shoulders of the Swedes. In these conditions and in view of the terror which had seized the Swedish cavalry, that return could not take place in order. And soon Canneberg's brilliant division was turned into a crowd fleeing in disorder and slaughtered almost without resistance. The longer the pursuit lasted, the more irregular it became. For the Poles did not pursue in order, each of them drove his horse according to the breath in the beast's nostrils, and attacked and slew whom he wished. Both sides were mingled and confused in one mass. Some Polish soldiers passed the last Swedish ranks. And it happened that when a Pole stood in his stirrups to strike with more power the man fleeing in front of him, he fell himself thrust with a rapier from behind. The road to Wielkie Oki was strewn with Swedish corpses, but the end of the chase was not there. Both sides rushed with the same force along the road through the next forest. There however the Swedish horses, wearied first, began to go more slowly, and the slaughter became still more bloody. Some of the Swedes sprang from their beasts and vanished in the forest. But only a few did so, for the Swedes knew from experience that peasants were watching in the forest, and they preferred to die from sabers rather than from terrible tortures, of which the infuriated people were not sparing. Some asked quarter, but for the most part in vain, for each Pole chose to slay an enemy, and chase on rather than take him prisoner, guard him, and leave further pursuit. They cut then without mercy, so that no one might return with news of the defeat. Wołodyjowski was in the van of pursuit with the Luda squadron. He was that horseman who had appeared first to the Swedes as a decoy. He had struck first, and now, sitting on a horse which was as if impelled by a whirlwind, he enjoyed himself with his whole soul, wishing to be sated with blood, and avenge the defeat of Gollum. Every little while he overtook a horseman, and when he had overtaken him he quenched him as quickly as he would a candle. Sometimes he came on the shoulders of 2, 3, or 4, but soon, only in a moment, that same number of horses ran riderless before him. More than one hapless Swede caught his own rapier by the point, and turning the hilt to the knight for quarter implored with voice and with eyes. Wołodyjowski did not stop, but thrusting his saber into the man where the neck joins the breast, he gave him a light, small push, and the man dropped his hands. Gave forth one and a second word with pale lips, then sank in the darkness of death. Wołodyjowski, not looking around, rushed on and pushed new victims to the earth. The valiant Sweno took note of this terrible harvester. And summoning a few of the best horsemen, he determined with the sacrifice of his own life to restrain even a little of the pursuit in order to save others. They turned therefore their horses, and pointing their rapiers waited with the points toward the pursuers. Wołodyjowski, seeing this, hesitated not a moment, spurred on his horse, and fell into the midst of them. And before anyone could have winked, 2 helmets had fallen. More than 10 rapiers were directed at once to the single breast of Wołodyjowski. But at that instant rushed in Pan Yen and Pan Stanislav, Józef Butrym, Zagloba and Ro Kowalski, of whom Zagloba related, that even when going to the attack he had his eyes closed in sleep, and woke only when his breast struck the breast of an enemy. Wołodyjowski put himself under the saddle so quickly that the rapiers passed through empty air. He learned this method from the Tartars of Belgorod. But being small and at the same time adroit beyond human belief, he brought it to such perfection that he vanished from the eye when he wished, either behind the shoulder or under the belly of the horse. So he vanished this time, and before the astonished Swedes could understand what had become of him he was erect on the saddle again, terrible as a wildcat which springs down from lofty branches among frightened dogs. Meanwhile his comrades gave him aid, and bore around death and confusion. One of the Swedes held a pistol to the very breast of Zagloba. Ro Kowalski, having that enemy on his left side, was unable to strike him with a saber. But he balled his fist, struck the Swede's head in passing, and that man dropped under the horse as if a thunderbolt had met him, and Zagloba, giving forth a shout of delight, slashed in the temple Sweno himself, who dropped his hands and fell with his forehead to the horse's shoulder. At sight of this the other Swedes scattered. Wołodyjowski, Józef Footless, Pan Yen, and Pan Stanislav followed and cut them down before they had gone 100 yards. And the pursuit lasted longer. The Swedish horses had less and less breath in their bodies, and ran more and more slowly. At last from 1,000 of the best horsemen, which had gone out under Canneberg, there remained barely 100 and some tens, the rest had fallen in a long belt over the forest road. And this last group was decreasing, for Polish hands ceased not to toil over them. At last they came out of the forest. The towers of Yaroslav were outlined clearly in the azure sky. Now hope entered the hearts of the fleeing, for they knew that in Yaroslav was the king with all his forces, and at any moment he might come to their aid. They had forgotten that immediately after their passage the top had been taken from the last square of the bridge, so as to put stronger planks for the passage of cannon. Whether Charniecki knew of this through his spies, or wished to show himself of purpose to the Swedish king and cut down before his eyes the last of those unfortunate men, it is enough that not only did he not restrain the pursuit, but he sprang forward himself with the Schemberg squadron, slashed, cut with his own hand, pursuing the crowd in such fashion as if he wished with that same speed to strike Yaroslav. At last they ran to within a furlong of the bridge. Shouts from the field came to the Swedish camp. A multitude of soldiers and officers ran out from the town to see what was taking place beyond the river. They had barely looked and they saw and recognized the horsemen who had gone out of camp in the morning. Canneberg's detachment! Canneberg's detachment! Cried thousands of voices. Almost cut to pieces. Scarcely 100 men are running. At that moment the king himself galloped up, with him Wittenberg, Fergel, Miller, and other generals. The king grew pale. "Canneberg," said he. "By Christ and his wounds! The bridge is not finished," cried Wittenberg, "the enemy will cut them down to the last man." The king looked at the river, which had risen with spring waters, roaring with its yellow waves. To give aid by swimming was not to be thought of. The few men still left were coming nearer. Now there was a new cry, "The king's train and the guard are coming. They too will perish." In fact, it had happened that a part of the king's provision chests with 100 men of the infantry guard had come out at that moment by another road from adjoining forests. When they saw what had happened, the men of the escort, in the conviction that the bridge was ready, hastened with all speed toward the town. But they were seen from the field by the Poles. Immediately about 300 horsemen rushed toward them at full speed. In front of all, with saber above his head and fire in his eyes, flew the tenant of Vansosh, Genzien. Not many proofs had he given hitherto of his bravery. But at sight of the wagons in which there might be rich plunder, daring so rose in his heart that he went some tens of yards in advance of the others. The infantry at the wagons, seeing that they could not escape, formed themselves into a quadrangle, and 100 muskets were directed at once at the breast of Genzien. A roar shook the air, a line of smoke flew along the wall of the quadrangle. But before the smoke had cleared away the rider had urged on his horse so that the 4 feet of the beast were above the heads of the men. And the Lord Tenant fell into the midst of them like a thunderbolt. An avalanche of horsemen rushed after him. And as when wolves overcome a horse, and he, lying yet on his back, defends himself desperately with his hoofs, and they cover him completely and tear from him lumps of living flesh. So those wagons and the infantry were covered completely with a whirling mass of horses and riders. But terrible shouts rose from that whirl, and reached the ears of the Swedes standing on the other bank. Meanwhile still nearer the bank the Poles were finishing the remnant of Canneberg's cavalry. The whole Swedish army had come out like one man to the lofty bank of the San. Infantry, cavalry, artillery were mingled together, and all looked as if in an ancient circus in Rome at the spectacle. But they looked with set lips, with despair in their hearts, with terror and a feeling of helplessness. At moments from the breasts of those unwilling spectators was wrested a terrible cry. At moments a general weeping was heard, then again silence, and only the panting of the excited soldiers was audible. For that 1,000 men whom Canneberg had led out were the front and the pride of the whole Swedish army. They were veterans, covered with glory in God knows how many lands, and God knows how many battles. But now they are running, like a lost flock of sheep, over the broad fields in front of the Swedish army, dying like sheep under the knife of the butcher. For that was no longer a battle, but a hunt. The terrible Polish horsemen circled about, like a storm, over the field of struggle, crying in various voices and running ahead of the Swedes. Sometimes a number less than 10, sometimes a group more than 10 fell on one man. Sometimes one met one, sometimes the hunted Swede bowed down on the saddle as if to lighten the blow for the enemy, sometimes he withstood the brunt, but oftener he perished. For with edged weapons the Swedish soldiers were not equal to Polish nobles trained in all kinds of fencing. But among the Poles the little knight was the most terrible of all, sitting on his cream-colored steed, which was as nimble and as swift as a falcon. The whole army noted him. For whomsoever he pursued he killed, whoever met him perished, it was unknown how and when, with such small and insignificant movements of his sword did he hurl the sturdiest horseman to the earth. At last he saw Canneberg himself, whom more than 10 men were chasing. The little knight shouted at them, stopped the pursuit by command, and attacked the Swede himself. The Swedes on the other bank held the breath in their breasts. The king had pushed to the edge of the river and looked with throbbing heart, moved at once with alarm and hope. For Canneberg, as a great lord and a relative of the king, was trained from childhood in every species of sword exercise by Italian masters. In fighting with edged weapons he had not his equal in the Swedish army. All eyes therefore were fixed on him now, barely did they dare to breathe. But he, seeing that the pursuit of the crowd had ceased, and wishing after the loss of his troops to save his own glory in the eyes of the king, said to his gloomy soul, "Woe to me if having first lost my men, I do not seal with my own blood the shame, or if I do not purchase my life by having overturned this terrible man. In another event, though the hand of God might bear me to that bank, I should not dare to look in the eyes of any Swede." When he had said this he turned his horse and rushed toward the Yellow Knight. Since those Poles who had cut him off from the river had withdrawn, Canneberg had the hope that if he should finish his opponent, he might spring into the water, and then what would be would be. If he could not swim the stormy stream, its current would bear him far with the horse, and his brothers would provide him some rescue. He sprang therefore like a thunderbolt at the little knight, and the little knight at him. The Swede wished during the rush to thrust the rapier up to the hilt under the arm of his opponent. But he learned in an instant that though a master himself he must meet a master as well, for his sword merely slipped along the edge of the Polish saber. Only quivered somehow wonderfully in his hand, as if his arm had suddenly grown numb. Barely was he able to defend himself from the blow which the knight then gave him. Luckily at that moment their horses bore them away in opposite directions. Both wheeled in a circle and returned simultaneously, but they rode now more slowly against each other, wishing to have more time for the meeting and even to cross weapons repeatedly. Canneberg withdrew into himself so that he became like a bird which presents to view only a powerful beak from the midst of upraised feathers. He knew one infallible thrust in which a certain Florentine had trained him, infallible because deceitful and almost impossible to be warded off, consisting in this, that the point of the sword was directed apparently at the breast. But by avoiding obstacles at the side it passed through the throat till the hilt reached the back of the neck. This thrust he determined to make now. And, sure of himself, he approached, restraining his horse more and more, but Wołodyjowski rode toward him with short springs. For a moment he thought to disappear suddenly under the horse like a Tartar, but since he had to meet with only one man, and that before the eyes of both armies. Though he understood that some unexpected thrust was waiting for him, he was ashamed to defend himself in Tartar and not in knightly fashion. He wishes to take me as a heron does a falcon with a thrust, thought Pan Michael to himself, but I will use that windmill which I invented in Lubny. And this idea seemed to him best for the moment, therefore it surrounded him like a glittering shield of light, and he struck his steed with his spurs and rushed on Canneberg. Canneberg drew himself in still more, and almost grew to the horse. In the twinkle of an eye the rapier caught the saber, and quickly he stuck out his head like a snake and made a ghastly thrust. But in that instant a terrible whirling began to sound, the rapier turned in the hands of the Swede, the point struck empty space, but the curved end of the saber fell with the speed of lightning. On the face of Canneberg, cut through a part of his nose, his mouth and beard, struck his shoulder blade, shattered that, and stopped only at the sword belt which crossed his shoulder. The rapier dropped from the hands of the unfortunate man, and Knight embraced his head, but before he fell from his horse, Wołodyjowski dropped his own weapon and seized him by the shoulder. The Swedes from the other bank roared with one outburst, but Zagloba sprang to the little knight. Pan Michael, I knew it would be so, but I was ready to avenge you. He was a master, answered Wołodyjowski. You take the horse, for he is a good one. Ha! If it were not for the river we could rush over and frolic with those fellows. I would be the first. The whistle of balls interrupted further words of Zagloba, therefore he did not finish the expression of his thoughts, but cried. Let us go, Pan Michael. Those traitors are ready to fire. Their bullets have no force, for the range is too great. Meanwhile other Polish horsemen came up congratulating Wołodyjowski and looking at him with admiration. But he only moved his mustaches, for he was a cause of gladness to himself as well as to them. But on the other bank among the Swedes, it was seething as in a beehive. Artillerists on that side drew out their cannons in haste, and in the nearer Polish ranks trumpets were sounded for withdrawal. At this sound each man sprang to his squadron, and in a moment all were in order. They withdrew then to the forest, and halted again, as if offering a place to the enemy and inviting them across the river. At last, in front of the ranks of men and horses, rode out on his dapple grey the man wearing a burqa and a cap with a heron's feather, and bearing a gilded baton in his hand. He was perfectly visible, for the reddish rays of the setting sun fell on him, and besides he rode before the regiments as if reviewing them. All the Swedes knew him at once, and began to shout. Charniecki! Charniecki! He said something to the colonels. It was seen how he stopped longer with the knight who had slain Canneberg, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Then he raised his baton, and the squadrons began to turn slowly one after another to the pine woods. Just then the sun went down. In Yaroslav the bells sounded in the church. Then all the regiments began to sing in one voice as they were riding away. The angel of the Lord announced to the Most Holy Virgin Mary. And with that song they vanished from the eyes of the Swedes. Chapter 72. That evening the Swedes lay down to sleep without putting food into their mouths, and without hope that they would have anything to strengthen themselves with on the morrow. They were not able to sleep from the torment of hunger. Before the second cockcrow the suffering soldiers began to slip out of the camp singly and in crowds to plunder villages adjoining Yaroslav. They went like night thieves to Radzimno, to Kanchuya, to Tikhino, where they hoped to find food of some kind. Their confidence was increased by the fact that Charniecki was on the other side of the river, but even had he been able to cross, they preferred death to hunger. There was evidently a great relaxation in the camp, for despite the strictest orders of the king about 1,500 men went out in this way. They fell to ravaging the neighborhood, burning, plundering, killing, but scarcely a man of them was to return. Charniecki was on the other side of the San, it is true, but on the left bank were various parties of nobles and peasants. Of these the strongest, that of Szczakowski, formed of daring nobles of the mountains, had come that very night to Pranik, as if led by the evil fate of the Swedes. When he saw the fire and heard the shots, Szczakowski went straight to the uproar and fell upon the plunderers. They defended themselves fiercely behind fences. But Szczakowski broke them up, cut them to pieces, spared no man. In other villages other parties did work of the same kind. Fugitives were followed to the very camp, and the pursuers spread alarm and confusion, shouting in Tartar, in Wallachian, in Hungarian, and in Polish. So that the Swedes thought that some powerful auxiliary of the Poles was attacking them, maybe the Khan with the whole horde. Confusion began, and, a thing without example hitherto, panic, which the officers put down with the greatest effort. The king, who remained on horseback till daylight, saw what was taking place. He understood what might come of that, and called a council of war at once in the morning. That gloomy council did not last long, for there were not two roads to choose from. Courage had fallen in the army, the soldiers had nothing to eat, the enemy had grown in power. The Swedish Alexander, who had promised the whole world to pursue the Polish Darius even to the steppes of the Tartars, was forced to think no longer of pursuit, but of his own safety. We can return by the San to Sandomir, thence by the Vistula to Warsaw and to Prussia, said Wittenberg, in that way we shall escape destruction. Douglas seized his own head, so many victories, so many toils, such a great country conquered, and we must return. To which Wittenberg said, Has your worthiness any advice? I have not, answered Douglas. The king, who had said nothing hitherto, rose, as a sign that the session was ended, and said, I command the retreat. Not a word further was heard from his mouth that day. Drums began to rattle, and trumpets to sound. News that the retreat was ordered ran in a moment from one end of the camp to the other. It was received with shouts of delight. Fortresses and castles were still in the hands of the Swedes, and in them rest, food, and safety were waiting. The generals and soldiers betook themselves so zealously to preparing for retreat that zeal, as Douglas remarked, bordered on disgrace. The king sent Douglas with the vanguard to repair the difficult crossings and clear the forests. Soon after him moved the whole army in order of battle. The front was covered by artillery, the rear by wagons, at the flanks marched infantry. Military supplies and tents sailed down the river on boats. All these precautions were not superfluous. Barely had the march begun, when the rearguard of the Swedes saw Polish cavalry behind, and thenceforth they lost it almost never from sight. Charniecki assembled his own squadrons, collected all the parties of that region, sent to Yen Casimir for reinforcements, and pursued. The first stopping place, Jeversk, was at the same time the first place of alarm. The Polish divisions pushed up so closely that several thousand infantry with artillery had to turn against them. For a time the king himself thought that Charniecki was really attacking, but according to his wont he only sent detachment after detachment. These attacked with an uproar and retreated immediately. All the night passed in these encounters, a troublesome and sleepless night for the Swedes. The whole march, all the following nights and days were to be like this one. Meanwhile Yen Casimir sent 2 squadrons of very well-trained cavalry, and with them a letter stating that the hetmans would soon march with cavalry, and that he himself with the rest of the infantry and with the horde would hasten after them. In fact, he was detained only by negotiations with the Khan, with Rákóczi, and with the court of Vienna. Charniecki was rejoiced beyond measure by this news. And when the day after the Swedes advanced in the wedge between the Vistula and the San, he said to Colonel Polianovsky, "The net is spread, the fish are going in. And we will do like that fisherman," said Zagloba, who played on the flute to the fish so that they might dance, and when they would not, he pulled them on shore. Then they began to jump around, and he fell to striking them with a stick, crying, "Oh, such daughters! You ought to have danced when I begged you to do so." "They will dance," answered Charniecki, "only let the marshal, Pan Lubomirsky, come with his army, which numbers 5,000. "He may come any time," remarked Wołodyjowski. "Some nobles from the foothills arrived today," said Zagloba. "They say that he is marching in haste, but whether he will join us instead of fighting on his own account is another thing." "How is that?" asked Charniecki, glancing quickly at Zagloba. "He is a man of uncommon ambition and envious of glory. I have known him many years. I was his confidant and made his acquaintance when he was still a lad, at the court of Pan Krakowski. He was learning fencing at that time from Frenchmen and Italians. He fell into terrible anger one day when I told him that they were fools, not one of whom could stand before me. We had a duel, and I laid out 7 of them one following the other. After that Lubomirsky learned from me, not only fencing, but the military art. By nature his wit is a little dull, but whatever he knows from me." "Are you then such a master of the sword?" asked Polianovsky. "As a specimen of my teaching, take Pan Wołodyjowski, he is my second pupil. From that man I have real comfort." "True, it was you who killed Sweno." "Sweno? If some one of you, gentlemen, had done that deed, he would have had something to talk about all his life, and besides would invite his neighbors often to dinner to repeat the story at wine. But I do not mind it, for if I wished to take in all I have done, I could pave the road from this place to Sandomir with such Swenos. Could I not? Tell me, any of you who know me." "Uncle could do it," said Ro Kowalski. Charniecki did not hear the continuation of this dialogue, for he had fallen to thinking deeply over Zagloba's words. He too knew of Lubomirsky's ambition, and doubted not that the marshal would either impose his own will on him, or would act on his own account, even though that should bring harm to the Commonwealth. Therefore his stern face became gloomy, and he began to twist his beard. "Oh ho," whispered Zagloba to Pan Yen, "Charniecki is chewing something bitter, for his face is like the face of an eagle. He will snap up somebody soon." Then Charniecki said, "Some one of you, gentlemen, should go with a letter from me to Lubomirsky." "I am known to him, and I will go," said Pan Yen. "That is well," answered Charniecki, "the more noted the messenger, the better." Zagloba turned to Wołodyjowski and whispered, "He is speaking now through the nose, that is a sign of great change." In fact, Charniecki had a silver palate, for a musket ball had carried away his own years before at Busha. Therefore whenever he was roused, angry, and unquiet, he always began to speak with a sharp and clinking voice. Suddenly he turned to Zagloba, "And perhaps you would go with Pan Skshetuski?" "Willingly," answered Zagloba. "If I cannot do anything, no man can. Besides, to a man of such great birth it will be more proper to send 2. Charniecki compressed his lips, twisted his beard, and repeated as if to himself, "Great birth, great birth." "No one can deprive Lubomirsky of that," remarked Zagloba. Charniecki frowned. "The Commonwealth alone is great, and in comparison with it no family is great, all of them are small, and I would the earth swallowed those who make mention of their greatness." All were silent, for he had spoken with much vehemence, and only after some time did Zagloba say, "In comparison with the whole Commonwealth, certainly. I did not grow up out of salt, nor out of the soil, but out of that which pains me, said Charniecki, and the Cossacks who shot this lip through pained me, and now the Swedes pain me. And either I shall cut away this sore with the saber, or die of it myself, so help me God. And we will help you with our blood, said Polianovsky. Charniecki ruminated some time yet over the bitterness which rose in his heart, over the thought that the marshal's ambition might hinder him in saving the country. At last he grew calm and said, "Now it is necessary to write a letter. I ask you, gentlemen, to come with me." Pan Yen and Zagloba followed him, and half an hour later they were on horseback and riding back toward Radymno, for there was news that the marshal had halted there with his army. "Yen," said Zagloba, feeling of the bag in which he carried Charniecki's letter, "do me a favor, let me be the only one to talk to the marshal." "But, father, have you really known him, and taught him fencing?" "Hey!" That came out of itself, so that the breath should not grow hot in my mouth, and my tongue become soft, which might easily happen from too long silence. I neither knew him nor taught him. Just as if I had nothing better to do than be a bear keeper, and teach the marshal how to walk on hind legs. But that is all one. I have learned him through and through from what people tell of him, and I shall be able to bend him as a cook bends pastry. Only one thing I beg of you, do not say that we have a letter from Charniecki, and make no mention of it till I give the letter myself. How is that? Should I not do the work for which I was sent? In my life such a thing has not happened, and it will not happen. Even if Charniecki should forgive me, I would not do that for ready treasure. Then I will draw my saber and hamstring your horse so that you cannot follow me. Have you ever seen anything miscary that I invented with my own head? Tell me, have you ever come into evil plight yourself with Zagloba's stratagems? Did Pan Michael come out badly, or your Helena, or any of you, when I freed you all from Radzivill's hands? I tell you that more harm than good may come of that letter, for Charniecki wrote it in such agitation that he broke 3 pens. Finally, you can speak of it when my plans fail. I promise to give it then, but not before. If I can only deliver the letter, it is all one when. I ask for no more. Now on, for there is a terrible road before us. They urged the horses, and went at a gallop. But they did not need to ride long, for the marshal's vanguard had not only passed Radymno, but Yaroslav. And Lubomirsky himself was at Yaroslav, and occupied the former quarters of the King of Sweden. They found him at dinner, with the most important officers. But when the envoys were announced, Lubomirsky gave orders to receive them at once, for he knew the names, since they were mentioned at that time in the whole Commonwealth. All eyes were turned on the envoys as they entered. The officers looked with especial admiration and curiosity at Pan Yen. When the marshal had greeted them courteously, he asked at once, "Have I that famous knight before me who brought the letters from besieged Zbaraj to the king?" "I crept through," said Pan Yen. "God grant me as many such officers as possible. I envy Pan Charniecki nothing so much. As to the rest, I know that even my small services will not perish from the memory of men." "And I am Zagloba," said the old knight, pushing himself forward. Here he passed his eye around the assembly. And the marshal, as he wished to attract everyone to himself, exclaimed, "Who does not know of the man who slew Burlai, the leader of the barbarians? Of the man who raised Radzivill's army in rebellion? And I led Sapieha's army, who, if the truth is told, chose me, not him for leader," added Zagloba. "And why did you wish, being able to have such a high office, to leave it and serve under Pan Charniecki?" Here Zagloba's eye gleamed at Skshetuski, and he said, "Serene great mighty marshal. From your worthiness I as well as the whole country take example how to resign ambition and self-interest for the good of the Commonwealth." Lubomirsky blushed from satisfaction, and Zagloba, putting his hands on his hips, continued, "Pan Charniecki has sent us to bow to your worthiness in his name and that of the whole army. And at the same time to inform you of the considerable victory which God has permitted us to gain over Cannaberg." "I have heard of it already," said the marshal, dryly enough, in whom envy had now begun to move, but gladly do I hear it again from an eyewitness. Zagloba began at once to relate, but with certain changes, for the forces of Cannaberg grew in his mouth to 2,000 men. He did not forget either to mention Sweno or himself, and how before the eyes of the king the remnant of the cavalry were cut to pieces near the river. How the wagons and 300 men of the guards fell into the hands of the fortunate conquerors. In a word, the victory increased in his narrative to the dimensions of an unspeakable misfortune for the Swedes. All listened with attention, and so did the marshal. But he grew gloomier and gloomier, his face was chilled as if by ice, and at last he said, "I do not deny that Charniecki is a celebrated warrior. But still he cannot devour all the Swedes himself. Something will remain for others to gulp." "Serene great mighty lord," answered Zagloba, "it is not Pan Charniecki who gained the victory." "But who?" "But Lubomirski." A moment of universal astonishment followed. The marshal opened his mouth, began to wink, and looked at Zagloba with such an astonished gaze, as if he wished to ask, "Is there not a stave lacking in your barrel?" Zagloba did not let himself be beaten from the track, but pouting his lips with great importance, he borrowed this gesture from Zamoyski. Said, "I heard Charniecki say before the whole army, it is not our sabers that slay them. 'Tis the name of Lubomirski that cuts them down. Since they have heard that he is right here marching on, their courage has so gone out of them that they see in every one of our soldiers the army of the marshal. And they put their heads under the knife like sheep. If all the rays of the sun had fallen at once on the face of the marshal, that face could not have been more radiant." "How is that?" asked he. "Did Charniecki himself say that?" "He did, and many other things, but I do not know that 'tis proper for me to repeat them, for he told them only to intimates." "Tell." "Every word of Pan Charniecki deserves to be repeated 100 times. He is an uncommon man, and I said so long ago." Zagloba looked at the marshal, half closing his one eye, and muttered, "You have swallowed the hook, I'll land you this minute." "What do you say?" asked the marshal. "I say that the army cheered your worthiness in such fashion that they could not have cheered the king better. And in Jeversk, where we fought all night with the Swedes, wherever a squadron sprang out the men cried, 'Lubomirski! Lubomirski!' and that had a better effect than 'Allah,' and 'slay, kill.' There is a witness here too, Pan Skshetuski, no common soldier, and a man who has never told a lie in his life." The marshal looked involuntarily at Pan Yen, who blushed to his ears, and muttered something through his nose. Meanwhile the officers of the marshal began to praise the envoys aloud. "See, Pan Charniecki has acted courteously, sending such polished cavaliers. Both are famous knights, and honey simply flows from the mouth of one of them. I have always understood that Pan Charniecki was a well-wisher of mine, but now there is nothing that I would not do for him," cried the marshal, whose eyes were veiled with a mist from delight. At this Zagloba broke into enthusiasm. "Serene great mighty lord, who would not render homage to you, who would not honor you, the model of all civic virtues, who recall Aristides in justice, the Scipios in bravery. I have read many books in my time, have seen much, have meditated much, and my soul has been rent from pain, for what have I seen in this commonwealth? The Opolinskis, the Radzievskis, the Radzivills, who by their personal pride, setting their own ambition above all things, were ready at every moment to desert the country for their own private gain. I thought further, this commonwealth is lost through the viciousness of its own sons. But who has comforted me, who has consoled me in my suffering? Pan Charniecki, for he said, the commonwealth has not perished, since Lubomirski has risen up in it. These others, said he, think of themselves alone. He is only looking, only seeking how to make an offering of his own interests on the common altar. These are pushing themselves forward. He is pushing himself back, for he wants to illustrate by his example. Now, said he is marching with a powerful conquering army, and I have heard, said he, that he wishes to give me the command over it. In order to teach others how they should sacrifice their ambition, though even just, for the country. Go, then, said he, to Pan Lubomirski, declare to him that I do not want the sacrifice, I do not desire it, since he is a better leader than I am. Since, moreover, not only as leader, but, God grant our Casimir a long life, as king are we ready to choose him, and, we will choose him. Here Zagloba was somewhat frightened lest he had passed the measure, and really after the exclamation, we will choose him, followed silence, but before the magnate heaven opened. He grew somewhat pale at first, then red, then pale again, and laboring heavily with his breast, said, after the silence of a moment, the Commonwealth is and will ever remain in control of its own will, for on that ancient foundation do our liberties rest. But I am only a servant of its servants, and God is my witness that I do not raise my eyes to those heights at which a citizen should not gaze. As to command over the army, Pan Charniecki must accept it. I demand it especially for this, to give an example to those who, having continually the greatness of their family in mind, are unwilling to recognize any authority whenever it is necessary to forget the greatness of their family for the good of the country. Therefore, though perhaps I am not such a bad leader, still I, Lubomirski, enter willingly under the command of Charniecki, praying to God only to send us victory over the enemy. Roman father of the country, exclaimed Zagloba, seizing the marshal's hand and pressing it to his lips. But at the same moment the old rogue turned his eye on Pan Yen, and began to wink time after time. Thundering shouts were heard from the officers. The throng in the quarters increased with each moment. Wine, cried the marshal. And when they brought in goblets he raised at once a toast to the king, then to Charniecki, whom he called his leader, and finally to the envoys. Zagloba did not remain behind with the toasts, and he so caught the hearts of all that the marshal himself conducted them to the threshold, and the knights to the gates of Yaroslav. At last Pan Yen and Zagloba were alone, then Zagloba stopped the road in front of Pan Yen, reined in his horse, and putting his hands on his hips, said, well, Yen, what do you think? God knows, answered Pan Yen, that if I had not seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, would not believe, even if an angel had told me. Ha! Do you know? I will swear to you that Charniecki himself at the most asked and begged Lubomirski to go in company with him. And do you know what he would have done? Lubomirski would have gone alone. For if Charniecki has adjured in the letter by the love of country, or if he mentioned private interests, and I am sure that he has, the marshal would have been offended at once. And would have said, does he want to be my preceptor, and teach me how to serve the country? I know those men. Happily old Zagloba took the matter in hand, and hardly had he opened his mouth when Lubomirski not only wanted to go with Charniecki, but to go under his command. Charniecki is killing himself with anxiety, but I will comfort him. Well, Yen, does Zagloba know how to manage the magnates? I tell you that I am not able to let the breath go from my lips from astonishment. I know them. Show one of them a crown and a corner of the ermine robe, and you may rub him against the grain like a hound pup, and besides, he will bend up to you and present his back himself. No cat will so lick his chops, even if you hold before him a dinner of pure cheese. The eyes of the most honest of them will be bursting out from desire. And if a scoundrel happens, such as the voevoda of Vilna, he is ready to betray the country. Oh, the vanity of man! Lord Jesus! If thou hadst given me as many thousands of ducats as thou hast created candidates for this crown, should be a candidate myself. For if any of them imagines that I hold myself inferior to him, then may his stomach burst from his own pride. Zagloba is as good as Lubomirski, in fortune alone is the difference. This is true, Yen. Do you think that I really kissed him on the hand? I kissed my own thumb, and shoved his hand up to my nose. Certain it is that since he is alive no one has so fooled him. I have spread him like butter on toast for Charniecki. God grant our king as long a life as possible, but in case of election, would rather give a vote to myself than to Lubomirski. Ro Kowalski would give me another, and Pan Michael would strike down my opponents. As God lives, I would make you Grand Hetman of the kingdom straightway, and Pan Michael, after Sapieha, Grand Hetman of Lithuania, but Genzian, treasurer. He would punish the Jews with taxes. But enough. The main thing is that I have caught Lubomirsky on a hook and put the line in Charniecki's hand. For whomsoever the flour, it will be ground on the Swedes, and whose is the merit? What do you think? Should the chroniclers inscribe it to someone else? But I have no luck. It will be well even if Charniecki does not break out on the old man for not having given the letter. Such is human gratitude. This is not my first, others are sitting in starostaships, and are grown around with fat, like badgers. But do you, old man, shake your poor stomach on a horse as before. Here Zagloba waved his hand. Human gratitude may go to the hangman. And whether in this or that position you must die, still it is pleasant to serve the country. The best reward is good company. As soon as a man is on horseback, then, with such comrades as you and Michael, he is ready to ride to the end of the world, such is our Polish nature. If a German, a Frenchman, an Englishman, or a dark Spaniard is on horseback, he is ready at once to gallop into your eyes. But a Pole, having inborn patience, will endure much, and will permit even a Swedish fellow to pluck him. But when the limit is passed and the Pole whacks him in the snout, such a Swede will cover himself 3 times with his legs. For there is metal yet in the Poles, and while the metal lasts the Commonwealth will last. Beat that into yourself, Yen. And so spoke Zagloba for a long time, for he was very glad. And whenever he was very glad he was talkative beyond usual measure, and full of wise sentences. Chapter 73. Charniecki, in truth, did not even dare to think that the Marshal of the Kingdom would put himself under his command. He wished merely joint action, and he feared that even that would not be attained because of the great ambition of Lubomirsky. For the proud magnate had mentioned more than once to his officers that he wished to attack the Swedes independently, for thus he could effect something. But if he and Charniecki won a victory together, the whole glory would flow to Charniecki. Such was the case, in fact. Charniecki understood the marshal's reasons, and was troubled. He was reading now, for the 10th time, the copy of the letter which he had sent from Jeversk, wishing to see if he had written anything to offend so irritable a man as Lubomirsky. He regretted certain phrases. Finally he began to regret, on the whole, that he had sent the letter. Therefore he was sitting gloomy in his quarters, and every little while he approached the window and looked out on the road to see if the envoys were not returning. The officers saw him through the window, and divined what was passing in his mind, for evident trouble was on his forehead. But look, said Polyanovsky to Pan Michael, there will be nothing pleasant, for the Castellan's face has become spotted, and that is a bad sign. Charniecki's face bore numerous traces of smallpox, and in moments of great emotion or disquiet it was covered with white and dark spots. As he had sharp features, a very high forehead and cloudy, Jupiter brows, a bent nose, and a glance cutting straight through, when in addition those spots appeared, he became terrible. The Cossacks in their time called him the spotted dog. But in truth, he was more like a spotted eagle, and when he led men to the attack and his burqa spread out like great wings, the likeness struck both his own men and the enemy. He roused fear in these and those. During the Cossack wars leaders of powerful bands lost their heads when forced to act against Charniecki. Melnitsky himself feared him, but especially the counsels which he gave the king. They brought upon the Cossacks the terrible defeat of Berestechko. But his fame increased chiefly after Berestechko, when, together with the Tartars, he passed over the steppes like a flame, crushed the uprisen crowds, took towns and trenches by storm, rushing with the speed of a whirlwind from one end of the Ukraine to the other. With this same raging endurance was he plucking the Swedes now. Charniecki does not knock out my men, he steals them away, said Karl Gustav. But Charniecki was tired of stealing away. He thought that the time had come to strike. But he lacked artillery and infantry altogether, without which nothing decisive could be done, nothing important effected. Hence his eagerness for a junction with Lubomirski, who had a small number of cannon, it is true, but brought with him infantry composed of mountaineers. These, though not overmuch trained as yet, had still been under fire more than once, and might, for want of better, be used against the incomparable infantry legions of Karl Gustav. Charnyetski, therefore, was as if in a fever. Not being able to endure in the house, he went outside, and seeing Wołodyjowski and Polianovsky, he asked, "Are the envoys not in sight?" "It is clear that they are glad to see them," answered Wołodyjowski. "They are glad to see them, but not glad to read my letter, or the marshal would have sent his answer." "Pan Castellan," said Polianovsky, whom Charnyetski trusted greatly, "why be careworn? If the marshal comes, well, if not, we will attack as of old. As it is, blood is flowing from the Swedish pot. And we know that when a pot once begins to leak, everything will run out of it." "There is a leak in the Commonwealth too," said Charnyetski. "If the Swedes escape this time, they will be reinforced, succor will come to them from Prussia, our chance will be lost." Then he struck his side with his hand in sign of impatience. Just then was heard the tread of horses and the bass voice of Zagloba singing. Koska to the bakehouse went her way. And Sta said to her, "Take me in, let me in, my love. For the snow is falling, and the wind is blowing. Where shall I, poor fellow, put my head? Till morning? It is a good sign." "They are returning joyously," cried Polianovsky. That moment the envoys, seeing Charnyetski, sprang from their saddles, gave their horses to an attendant, and went quickly to the entrance. Zagloba threw his cap suddenly into the air, and imitating the voice of the marshal so excellently that whoever was not looking on might be deceived, cried, "Vivat Pan Charnyetski, our leader." The Castellan frowned, and asked quickly, "Is there a letter for me?" "There is not," answered Zagloba, "there is something better. The marshal with his army passes voluntarily under command of your worthiness." Charnyetski pierced him with a look, then turned to Pan Yen, as if wishing to say, "Speak you, for this one has been drinking." Zagloba was in fact a little drunk. But Skshetuski confirmed his words, hence astonishment was reflected on the face of the Castellan. "Come with me," said he to the two. "I beg you also," said he to Polianovsky and Pan Michael. All entered his room. They had not sat down yet when Charnyetski asked, "What did he say to my letter?" "He said nothing," answered Zagloba, "and why he did not will appear at the end of my story. But now incipient, I will begin." Here he told all as it had happened, how he had brought the marshal to such a favorable decision. Charnyetski looked at him with growing astonishment, Polianovsky seized his own head, Pan Michael's mustaches were quivering. "I have not known you hitherto, as God is dear to me," cried Charnyetski, at last. "I cannot believe my own ears." "They have long since called me Ulysses," said Zagloba, modestly. "Where is my letter?" "Here it is. I must forgive you for not delivering it. He is a finished rogue. A vice-chancellor might learn from him how to make treaties. As God lives, if I were king, I would send you to Tsargrad. If he were there, 100,000 Turks would be here now," cried Pan Michael. To which Zagloba said, "Not 1, but 200,000, as true as I live." "And did the marshal hesitate at nothing?" asked Charnyetski. He swallowed all that I put to his lips, just as a fat gander gulps pellets, his eyes were covered with mist. I thought that from delight he would burst, as a Swedish bomb bursts. With flattery that man might be taken to hell. If it can only be ground out on the Swedes, if it can only be ground out, and I have hope that it will be, said Charnyetski, delighted. "You are a man adroit as a fox. But do not make too much sport of the marshal, for another would not have done what he has today. Much depends on him. We shall march to Sandomir itself over the estates of the Lyubomirskis, and the marshal can raise with one word the whole region, command peasants to injure crossings, burn bridges, hide provisions in the forests. You have rendered a service which I shall not forget till death, but I must thank the marshal, for as I believe he has not done this from mere vanity." Then he clapped his hands and cried, "A horse for me at once. Let us forge the iron while it is hot." Then he turned to the colonels, "Come, all of you gentlemen, with me, so that the suite may be the most imposing." "And must I go too?" asked Zagloba. "You have built the bridge between me and the marshal, it is proper that you be the first to pass over. Besides, I think that they will see you gladly. Come, come, Lord brother, or I shall say that you wish to leave a half-finished work. Hard to refuse. I must draw my belt tighter, however, lest I shake into nothing. Not much strength is left me, unless I fortify it with something." "But with what?" "Much has been told me of the castellan's mead which I have not tasted as yet, and I should like to know if it is better than the marshal's. We will drink a stirrup cup now, but after our return we shall not limit the cups in advance. You will find a couple of decanters of it in your own quarters." Then the castellan commanded to bring goblets, they drank enough for brightness and good humor, mounted and rode away. The marshal received Charniecki with open arms, entertained him with food and drink, did not let him go till morning. But in the morning the two armies were joined, and marched farther under command of Charniecki. Near Sieniawa the Poles attacked the Swedes again with such effect that they cut the rearguard to pieces and brought disorder into the main army. Only at daybreak did the artillery disperse them. At Lejaysk, Charniecki attacked with still greater vigor. Considerable detachments of the Swedes were mired in soft places, caused by rains and inundations, and those fell into the hands of the Poles. The roads became of the worst for the Swedes. Exhausted, hungry, and tortured by desire of sleep, the regiments barely marched. More and more soldiers stopped on the way. Some were found so terribly reduced that they no longer wished to eat or drink, they only begged for death. Others lay down and died on hillocks. Some lost presence of mind, and looked with the greatest indifference on the approaching pursuers. Foreigners, who were counted frequently in the ranks of the Swedes, began to disappear from the camp and go over to Charniecki. Only the unbroken spirit of Karl Gustav held the remnant of its dying strength in the whole army. For not only did an enemy follow the army. Various parties, under unknown leaders and bands of peasants crossed its road continually. Those bodies, unformed and not very numerous, could not, it is true, strike it with offensive warfare, but they wearied it mortally. And wishing to instill into the Swedes the conviction that Tartars had already come with assistance, all the Polish troops gave forth the Tartar shout, therefore Allah! Allah! Was heard night and day without a moment's cessation. The Swedish soldiers could not draw breath, could not put aside their armor for an instant. More than once a few men alarmed the whole camp. Horses fell by tens, and were eaten immediately, for the transport of provisions had become impossible. From time to time the Polish horsemen found Swedish corpses terribly disfigured. Here they recognized at once the hands of peasants. The greater part of the villages in the triangle between the San and the Vistula belonged to the marshal and his relatives. Therefore all the peasants in those parts rose up as one man, for the marshal, unsparing of his own fortune, had announced that whoever took up arms would be freed from subjection. Scarcely had this news gone the round of the region when the peasants put their scythes on staffs and began to bring Swedish heads into camp. They brought them in every day till Lubomirski was forced to prohibit that custom as unchristian. Then they brought in gloves and boots. The Swedes, driven to desperation, flayed those who fell into their hands, and the war became more and more dreadful. Some of the Polish troops adhered yet to the Swedes, but they adhered only through fear. On the road to Lejaysk many of them deserted. Those who remained made such tumults in the camp daily that Karl Gustav gave orders to shoot a number of officers. This was the signal for a general withdrawal, which was effected saber in hand. Few, if any, Poles remained, but Charniecki, gaining new strength, attacked with still greater vigor. The marshal gave most effectual assistance. During this period, which by the way was short, the nobler sides of Lubomirski's nature gained, perhaps, the upper hand over his pride and self-love. Therefore he omitted no toil, he spared neither his health nor his person, he led squadrons frequently, gave the enemy no rest, and as he was a good soldier he rendered good services. These, added to his later ones, would have secured him a glorious memory in the nation. Were it not for that shameless rebellion which toward the end of his career he raised in order to hinder the reform of the Commonwealth. But at this time he did everything to win glory, and he covered himself with it as with a robe. Pan Vitovsky, the castellan of Sandomir, an old and experienced soldier, vied with him. Vitovsky wished to equal Charniecki himself, but he could not, for God had denied him greatness. All three crushed the Swedes more and more, and with such effect that the infantry and cavalry regiments, to whom it came to form the rearguard on the retreat, marched with so much fear that a panic arose among them from the slightest cause. Then Carl Gustav decided to march always with the rearguard, so as to give courage by his presence. But in the very beginning he almost paid for this position with his life. It happened that having with him a detachment of the Life Guards, the largest of all the regiments, for the soldiers in it were selected from the whole Scandinavian people, the king stopped for refreshment at the village of Rudnik. When he had dined with the parish priest he decided to sleep a little, since he had not closed his eyes the night preceding. The lifeguard surrounded the house, to watch over the safety of the king. Meanwhile the priest's horse-boy stole away from the village, and coming up to a mare in the field, sprang upon her colt and raced off to Charniecki. Charniecki was 10 miles distant at this time. But his vanguard, composed of the regiment of Prince Dmitry Vishniovetzky, was marching under Shandarovsky, the lieutenant, about 2 miles behind the Swedes. Shandarovsky was just talking to Ro Kowalski, who had ridden up that moment with orders from Charniecki, when suddenly both saw the lad flying toward them at all horse speed. "What devil is that racing up so?" asked Shandarovsky, "and besides on a colt?" "Some village lad," said Kowalski. Meanwhile the boy had ridden to the front of the rank, and only stopped when the colt, frightened at horses and men, stood on his hind legs and dug his hoofs into the earth. The youth sprang off, and holding the colt by the mane, bowed to the knights. "Well, what have you to say?" asked the lieutenant, approaching him. "The Swedes are with us at the priest's house. They say that the king himself is among them," said the youth, with sparkling eyes. "Many of them?" "Not more than 200 horses." Shandarovsky's eyes now flashed in their turn. But he was afraid of an ambush, therefore he looked threateningly at the boy and asked, "Who sent you?" "Who was to send me? I jumped myself on the colt, I came near falling, and lost my cap. It is well that the Swedish carrion did not see me." Truth was beating out of the sunburned face of the youth. He had evidently a great animosity against the Swedes, he was panting, his cheeks were burning, he stood before the officers holding the mane of the colt with one hand, his hair disordered, the shirt open on his bosom. "Where is the rest of the Swedish army?" asked the lieutenant. "At daybreak so many passed that we could not count them, those went farther, only cavalry remained. But there is one sleeping at the priest's, and they say that he is the king." "Boy," answered Shandarovsky, "if you are lying, your head will fall, but if you speak the truth, ask what you please." "As true as I live. I want nothing unless the great mighty lord officer would command to give me a saber." "Give him some blade," cried Shandarovsky to his attendants, completely convinced now. The other officers fell to inquiring of the boy where the house was, where the village, what the Swedes were doing. "The dogs. They are watching. If you go straight they will see you. But I will take you behind the alder grove." Orders were given at once, and the squadron moved on, first at a trot and then at a gallop. The youth rode before the first rank bareback on his colt without a bridle. He urged the colt with his heels, and every little while looked with sparkling eyes on the naked saber. When the village was in sight, he turned out of the willows and led by a somewhat muddy road to the alder grove, in which it was still muddier, therefore they slackened the speed of the horses. "Watch," said the boy, "they are about 10 rods on the right from the end of the alder grove." They advanced now very slowly, for the road was difficult and heavy. The cavalry horses sank frequently to their knees. At last the alder grove began to grow thinner, and they came to the edge of the open space. Not more than 300 yards distant, they saw a broad square rising somewhat, and in it the priest's house surrounded by poplars, among which were to be seen the tops of straw beehives. On the square were 200 horsemen in rimmed helmets and breastplates. The great horsemen sat on enormous lean horses, and were in readiness, some with rapiers at their shoulders, others with muskets on their thighs. But they were looking in another direction toward the main road, from which alone they expected the enemy. A splendid blue standard with a golden lion was waving above their heads. Farther on, around the house stood guards by twos. One was turned toward the alder grove. But because the sun shone brightly and struck his eyes, and in the alders, which were already covered with thick leaves, it was almost dark, he could not see the Polish horseman. In Shandarovsky, a fiery horseman, the blood began to boil like water in a pot, but he restrained himself and waited till the ranks should be in order. Meanwhile Kowalski put his heavy hand on the shoulder of the youth. "Listen, horsefly," said he, "have you seen the king?" "I saw him, great mighty lord," whispered the lad. "How did he look? How can he be known?" "He is terribly black in the face, and wears red ribbons at his side." "Did you see his horse?" "The horse is black, with a white face." "Look out, and show him to me." "I will. But shall we go quickly?" "Shut your mouth." Here they were silent, and Roe began to pray to the Most Holy Lady to permit him to meet Karl, and to direct his hand at the meeting. The silence continued still a moment, then the horse under Shandarovsky himself snorted. At that the horseman on guard looked, quivered as if something had been thrown at his saddle, and fired his pistol. "Allah! Allah! Kill, slay! Uhayu, slay!" was heard in the alder grove. And the squadron, coming out of the shadow like lightning, rushed at the Swedes. They struck into the smoke before all could turn front to them, and a terrible hewing began. Only sabers and rapiers were used, for no man had time to fire. In the twinkle of an eye the Poles pushed the Swedes to the fence, which fell with a rattle under the pressure of the horses' rumps. And the Poles began to slash them so madly that they were crowded and confused. Twice they tried to close, and twice torn asunder they formed two separate bodies which in a twinkle divided into smaller groups. At last they were scattered as peas thrown by a peasant through the air with a shovel. All at once were heard despairing voices, "The king, the king! Save the king!" But Karl Gustav, at the first moment of the encounter, with pistols in hand and a sword in his teeth, rushed out. The trooper who held the horse at the door gave him the beast that moment. The king sprang on, and turning the corner, rushed between the poplars and the beehives to escape by the rear from the circle of battle. Reaching the fence he spurred his horse, sprang over, and fell into the group of his men who were defending themselves against the right wing of the Poles, who had just surrounded the house and were fighting with the Swedes behind the garden. "To the road," cried Karl Gustav. And overturning with the hilt of his sword the Polish horseman who was raising his saber above him, with one spring he came out of the whirl of the fight. The Swedes broke the Polish rank and sprang after him with all their force, as a herd of deer hunted by dogs rush whither they are led by their leader. The Polish horsemen turned their horses after them, and the chase began. Both came out on the high road from Rudnik to Boyanovka. They were seen from the front yard where the main battle was raging, and just then it was that the voices were heard crying, "The king, the king! Save the king!" But the Swedes in the front yard were so pressed by Shandarovsky that they could not think even of saving themselves. The king raced on then with a party of not more than 12 men, while after him were chasing nearly 30, and at the head of them all Kowalski. The lad who was to point out the king was involved somewhere in the general battle, but Roh himself recognized Carl Gustav by the knot of red ribbons. Then he thought that his opportunity had come. He bent in the saddle, pressed his horse with the spurs, and rushed on like a whirlwind. The pursued, straining the last strength from their horses, stretched along over the broad road. But the swifter and lighter Polish horses began soon to gain on them. Roh came up very quickly with the hindmost Swede. He rose in his stirrups for a better blow, and cut terribly. With one awful stroke he took off the arm and the shoulder, and rushed on like the wind, fastening his eyes again on the king. The next horseman was black before his eyes. He hurled him down. He split the head and the helmet of the third, and tore farther, having the king, and the king only, in his eye. Now the horses of the Swedes began to pant and fall. A crowd of Polish horsemen overtook them and cut down the riders in a twinkle. Roh had already passed horses and men, so as not to lose time. The distance between him and Carl Gustav began to decrease. There were only 2 men between him and the king. Now an arrow, sent from a bow by some one of the Poles, sang near the ear of Pan Roh, and sank in the loins of the rider rushing before him. The man trembled to the right and the left. At last he bent backward, bellowed with an unearthly voice, and fell from the saddle. Between Roh and the king there was now only one man. But that one, wishing evidently to save the king, instead of helping turned his horse. Kowalski came up, and a cannonball does not sweep a man from the saddle as he hurled him to the ground. Then, giving a fearful shout, he rushed forward like a furious stag. The king might perhaps have met him, and would have perished inevitably. But others were flying on behind Roh, and arrows began to whistle. Any moment one of them might wound his horse. The king, therefore, pressed his heels more closely, bent his head to the mane, and shot through the space in front of him like a sparrow pursued by a hawk. But Roh began not only to prick his own horse with the spurs, but to beat him with the side of the saber, and so they sped on one after the other. Trees, stones, willows, flashed before their eyes. The wind whistled in their ears. The king's hat fell from his head. At last he threw down his purse, thinking that the pitiless rider might be tempted by it and leave the pursuit. But Kowalski did not look at the purse, and rolled his horse on with more and more power till the beast was groaning from effort. Roh had evidently forgotten himself altogether. For racing onward he began to shout in a voice in which besides threats there was also a prayer. "Stop, for God's mercy!" Then the king's horse stumbled so violently that if the king had not held the bridle with all his power the beast would have fallen. Roh bellowed like an aurochs. The distance dividing him from Carl Gustav had decreased notably. After a while the steed stumbled a second time, and again before the king brought him to his feet Roh had approached a number of yards. Then he straightened himself in the saddle as if for a blow. He was terrible, his eyes were bursting out, his teeth were gleaming from under his reddish mustaches. One more stumble of the horse, another moment, and the fate of the Commonwealth, of all Sweden, of the entire war would have been decided. But the king's horse began to run again. And the king, turning, showed the barrels of 2 pistols, and twice did he fire. One of the bullets shattered the knee of Kowalski's horse. He reared, then fell on his 4 feet, and dug the earth with his nose. The king might have rushed that moment on his pursuer and thrust him through with his rapier. But at the distance of 200 yards other Polish horsemen were flying forward, so he bent down again in his saddle, and shot on like an arrow propelled from the bow of a Tartar. Kowalski freed himself from his horse. He looked for a while unconsciously at the fleeing man, then staggered like one drunk, sat on the road, and began to roar like a bear. But the king was each instant farther, farther, farther. He began to diminish, to melt, and then vanished in the dark belt of pine scrub. Meanwhile, with shouting and roaring, came on Kowalski's companions. There were 15 of them whose horses held out. One brought the king's purse, another his hat, on which black ostrich feathers were fastened with diamonds. These 2 began to cry out. These are yours, comrade. They belong to you of right. Others asked, do you know whom you were chasing? That was Karl himself. As God is true. In his life he has never fled before any man as before you. You have covered yourself with immense glory. And how many men did you put down before you came up with the king? You lacked only little of freeing the Commonwealth in one flash, with your saber. Take the purse. Take the hat. The horse was good, but you can buy 10 such with these treasures. Roe gazed at his comrades with dazed eyes. At last he sprang up and shouted. I am Kowalski, and this is Pani Kowalski. Go to all the devils. His mind is disturbed, cried they. Give me a horse. I'll catch him yet, shouted Roe. But they took him by the arms, and though he struggled they brought him back to Rudnik, pacifying and comforting him along the road. You gave him Peter, cried they. See what has come to this victor, this conqueror of so many towns and villages. Ha, ha. He has found out Polish cavaliers. He will grow tired of the Commonwealth. He has come to close quarters. Vivat, Roe Kowalski. Vivat, vivat, the most manful cavalier, the pride of the whole army. And they fell to drinking out of their canteens. They gave Roe one, and he emptied the bottle at a draught. During the pursuit of the king along the Boyanovka road the Swedes defended themselves in front of the priest's house with bravery worthy of their renowned regiment. Though attacked suddenly and scattered very quickly, they rallied as quickly around their blue standard, for the reason that they were surrounded by a dense crowd. Not one of them asked for quarter, but standing horse to horse, shoulder to shoulder, they thrust so fiercely with their rapiers that for a time victory seemed to incline to their side. It was necessary either to break them again, which became impossible since a line of Polish horsemen surrounded them completely, or to cut them to pieces. Shandarovsky recognized the second plan as the better, therefore encircling the Swedes with a still closer ring, he sprang on them like a wounded falcon on a flock of long-billed cranes. A savage slaughter and press began. Sabers rattled against rapiers, rapiers were broken on the hilts of sabers. Sometimes a horse rose, like a dolphin above the sea waves, and in a moment fell in the whirl of men and horses. Shouts ceased. There were heard only the cry of horses, the sharp clash of steel, gasping from the panting breasts of the knights. Uncommon fury had mastered the hearts of Poles and Swedes. They fought with fragments of sabers and rapiers, they closed with one another like hawks, caught one another by the hair, by mustaches, gnawed with their teeth. Those who had fallen from their horses and were yet able to stand stabbed with their knives horses in the belly and men in the legs. In the smoke, in the steam from horses, in the terrible frenzy of battle, men were turned into giants and gave the blows of giants, arms became clubs, sabers lightning. Steel helmets were broken at a blow, like earthen pots, heads were cleft, arms holding sabers were swept away. They hewed without rest, they hewed without mercy, without pity. From under the whirl of men and horses blood began to flow along the yard in streams. The great blue standard was waving yet above the Swedish circle, but the circle diminished with each moment. As when harvesters attack grain from two sides, and the sickles begin to glitter, the standing grain disappears and the men see one another more nearly each moment. Thus did the Polish ring become ever narrower, and those fighting on one side could see the bent sabers fighting on the opposite side. Pan Shandarovsky was wild as a hurricane, and ate into the Swedes as a famished wolf buries his jaws in the flesh of a freshly killed horse. But one horseman surpassed him in fury, and that was the youth who had first let them know that the Swedes were in Rudnik, and now had sprung in with the whole squadron on the enemy. The priest's colt, 3 years old, which till that time had walked quietly over the land, shut in by the horses, could not break out of the throng. You would have said he had gone mad, like his master. With ears thrown back, with eyes bursting out of his bead, with erect mane, he pushed forward, bit, and kicked. But the lad struck with his saber as with a flail, he struck at random, to the right, to the left, straight ahead. His yellow forelock was covered with blood, the points of rapiers had been thrust into his shoulders and legs, his face was cut, but these wounds only roused him. He fought with madness, like a man who has despaired of life and wishes only to avenge his own death. But now the Swedish body had decreased like a pile of snow on which men are throwing hot water from every side. At last around the king's standard less than 20 men remained. The Polish swarm had covered them completely, and they were dying gloomily, with set teeth. No hand was stretched forth, no man asked for mercy. Now in the crowd were heard voices, "Seize the standard! The standard!" When he heard this, the lad pricked his colt and rushed on like a flame. When every Swede had 2 or 3 Polish horsemen against him, the lad slashed the standard-bearer in the mouth, he opened his arms, and fell on the horse's mane. The blue standard fell with him. The nearest Swede, shouting terribly, grasped after the staff at once. But the boy caught the standard itself, and pulling, tore it off in a twinkle, wound it in a bundle, and holding it with both hands to his breast, began to shout to the sky. "I have it! I won't give it! I have it, I won't give it!" The last remaining Swedes rushed at him with rage, one thrust the flag through, and cut his shoulder. Then a number of men stretched their bloody hands to the lad, and cried, "Give the standard, give the standard!" Shandarovsky sprang to his aid, and commanded, "Let him alone. He took it before my eyes, let him give it to Charniecki himself." "Charniecki is coming," cried a number of voices. In fact, from a distance trumpets were heard. And on the road from the side of the field appeared a whole squadron, galloping to the priest's house. It was the Luda squadron, and at the head of it rode Charniecki himself. When the men had ridden up, seeing that all was over, they halted, and Shandarovsky's soldiers began to hurry toward them. Shandarovsky himself hastened with a report to the castellan. But he was so exhausted that at first he could not catch breath, for he trembled as in a fever, and the voice broke in his throat every moment. "The king himself was here, I don't know, whether he has escaped." He has, answered those who had seen the pursuit. "The standard is taken. There are many killed." Charniecki, without saying a word, hurried to the scene of the struggle, where a cruel and woeful sight presented itself. More than 200 bodies of Swedes and Poles were lying like a pavement, one at the side of the other, and often one above the other. Sometimes one held another by the hair. Some had died biting or tearing one another with their nails, and some again were closed as in a brotherly embrace, or they lay one with his head on the breast of his enemy. Many faces were so trampled that there remained nothing human in them. Those not crushed by hoofs had their eyes open full of terror, the fierceness of battle, and rage. Blood spattered on the softened earth under the feet of Charniecki's horse, which were soon red above the fetlocks. The odor of blood and the sweat of horses irritated the nostrils and stopped breath in the breast. The castellan looked on those corpses of men as the agriculturist looks on bound sheaves of wheat which are to fill out his stacks. Satisfaction was reflected on his face. He rode around the priest's house in silence, looked at the bodies lying on the other side, beyond the garden, then returned slowly to the chief scene. "I see genuine work here, and I am satisfied with you, gentlemen." They hurled up their caps with bloody hands. "Vivat Charniecki! God grant another speedy meeting! Vivat! Vivat!" And the castellan said, "You will go to the rear for rest." "But who took the standard?" "Give the lad this way," cried Shandarovsky. "Where is he?" The soldiers sprang for him, and found him sitting at the wall of the stable near the colt, which had fallen from wounds and was just breathing out his last breath. At the first glance it did not seem that the lad would last long, but he held the standard with both hands to his breast. They bore him away at once, and brought him before Charniecki. The youth stood there barefoot, with disordered hair, with naked breast, his shirt and his jacket in shreds, smeared with Swedish blood and his own, tottering, bewildered, but with unquenched fire in his eyes. Charniecki was astounded at sight of him. "How is this?" asked he. "Did he take the royal standard?" With his own hand and his own blood, answered Shandarovsky. He was the first also to let us know of the Swedes, and afterward, in the thickest of the whirl, he did so much that he surpassed me and us all. It is truth, genuine truth, as if someone had written it, cried others. What is thy name? Asked Charniecki of the lad. Mihalko. Whose art thou? The priest's. Thou hast been the priest's, but thou wilt be thy own, said Charniecki. Mihalko heard not the last words, for from his wounds and the loss of blood he tottered and fell, striking the castellan's stirrup with his head. Take him and give him every care. I am the guarantee that at the first diet he will be the equal of you all in rank, as today he is the equal in spirit. He deserves it. He deserves it, cried the nobles. Then they took Mihalko on a stretcher, and bore him to the priest's house. Charniecki listened to the further report, which not Shandarovsky gave, but those who had seen the pursuit of the king by Roh Kowalski. He was wonderfully delighted with that narrative, so that he caught his head, and struck his thighs with his hands. For he understood that after such an adventure the spirit must fall considerably in Carl Gustav. Zagloba was not less delighted, and putting his hands on his hips, said proudly to the knights. Ha! He is a robber, isn't he? If he had reached Karl, the devil himself could not have saved the king. He is my blood, as God is dear to me, my blood. In course of time Zagloba believed that he was Roh Kowalski's uncle. Charniecki gave orders to find the young knight. But they could not find him, for Roh, from shame and mortification, had crept into a barn, and burying himself in the straw, had fallen asleep so soundly that he came up with the squadron only 2 days later. But he still suffered greatly, and dared not show himself before the eyes of his uncle. His uncle, however, sought him out, and began to comfort him. Be not troubled, Roh, said he. As it is, you have covered yourself with great glory. I have myself heard the castellan praise you, to the eye a fool, said he, so that he looks as though he could not count 3. And I see that he is a fiery cavalier who has raised the reputation of the whole army. The Lord Jesus has not blessed me, said Roh, for I got drunk the day before, and forgot my prayers. Don't try to penetrate the judgments of God, lest you add blasphemy to other deeds. Whatever you can take on your shoulders take, but take nothing on your mind. If you do, you will fail. But I was so near that the sweat from his horse was flying to me. I should have cut him to the saddle. Uncle thinks that I have no reason whatever. Every creature, said Zagloba, has its reason. You are a sprightly lad, Roh, and you will give me comfort yet more than once. God grant your sons to have the same reason in their fists that you have. I do not want that. I am Kowalski, and this is Pani Kowalski. Chapter 74. After the affair at Rudnik the king advanced farther toward the point of the wedge between the San and the Vistula, and did not cease as before to march with the rear guard. For he was not only a famous leader, but a knight of unrivaled daring. Charniecki, Vitovsky, and Lubomirsky followed, and urged him on as a wild beast is urged to a trap. Detached parties made an uproar night and day around the Swedes. The retreating troops had less and less provisions. They were more and more wearied and drooping in courage, looking forward to certain destruction. At last the Swedes enclosed themselves in the very corner where the 2 rivers meet, and rested. On one side the Vistula defended them, on the other the San, both overflowed, as usual in springtime. The third side of the triangle the king fortified with strong entrenchments, in which cannons were mounted. That was a position not to be taken, but it was possible to die there from hunger. But even in that regard the Swedes gained better courage, for they hoped that the commandants would send them provisions by water from Krakow and other river fortresses. For instance, right there at hand was Sandomir, in which Colonel Schinkler had collected considerable supplies. He sent these in at once, therefore the Swedes ate, drank, slept. And when they woke they sang Lutheran psalms, praising God that he had saved them from such dire distress. But Charniecki was preparing new blows for them. Sandomir in Swedish hands could always come to the aid of the main army. Charniecki planned, therefore, to take the town with the castle at a blow, and cut off the Swedes. "We will prepare a cruel spectacle for them," said he, at a council of war. "They will look on from the opposite bank when we strike the town, and they will not be able to give aid across the Vistula. And when we have Sandomir we will not let provisions come from Wirtz in Krakow." Lubomirski, Vitovsky, and others tried to dissuade Charniecki from that undertaking. "It would be well," said they, "to take such a considerable town, and we might injure the Swedes greatly, but how are we to take it? We have no infantry, siege guns we have not. It would be hard for cavalry to attack walls." "But do our peasants," asked Charniecki, "fight badly as infantry? If I had 2,000 such as Mihalko, I would take not only Sandomir, but Warsaw." And without listening to further counsel he crossed the Vistula. Barely had his summons gone through the neighborhood when a couple of thousand men hurried to him, one with a scythe, another with a musket, the third with carabine. And they marched against Sandomir. They fell upon the place rather suddenly, and in the streets a fierce conflict set in. The Swedes defended themselves furiously from the windows and the roofs, but they could not withstand the onrush. They were crushed like worms in the houses, and pushed entirely out of the town. Schinkler took refuge, with the remnant of his forces, in the castle, but the Poles followed him with the same impetuosity. A storm against the gates and the walls began. Schinkler saw that he could not hold out, even in the castle. So he collected what he could of men, articles and supplies of provisions, and putting them on boats, crossed to the king, who looked from the other bank on the defeat of his men without being able to succor them. The castle fell into the hands of the Poles, but the cunning Swede when departing put under the walls in the cellars kegs of powder with lighted matches. When he appeared before the king he told him of this at once, so as to rejoice his heart. "The castle," said he, "will fly into the air with all the men. Charniecki may perish. If that is true, I want myself to see how the pious Poles will fly to heaven," said the king, and he remained on the spot with all the generals. In spite of the commands of Charniecki, who foresaw deceit, the volunteers and the peasants ran around through the whole castle to seek hidden Swedes and treasure. The trumpets sounded an alarm for every man to take refuge in the town, but the searchers in the castle did not hear the trumpets, or would not heed them. All at once the ground trembled under their feet, an awful thunder and a roar tore the air, a gigantic pillar of fire rose to the sky, hurling upward earth, walls, roofs, the whole castle. And more than 500 bodies of those who had not been able to withdraw. Carl Gustav held his sides from delight, and his favor-seeking courtiers began at once to repeat his words, "The Poles are going to heaven, to heaven." But that joy was premature. For none the less did Sandomir remain in Polish hands, and could no longer furnish food for the main army enclosed between the rivers. Charniecki disposed his camp opposite the Swedes, on the other side of the Vistula, and guarded the passage. Sapieha, Grand Hetman of Lithuania and Voivoda of Vilna, came from the other side and took his position on the San. The Swedes were invested completely, they were caught as it were in a vice. "The trap is closed," said the soldiers to one another in the Polish camps. For every man, even the least acquainted with military art, understood that inevitable destruction was hanging over the invaders. Unless reinforcements should come in time and rescue them from trouble. The Swedes too understood this. Every morning officers and soldiers, coming to the shore of the Vistula, looked with despair in their eyes and their hearts at the legions of Charniecki's terrible cavalry standing black on the other side. Then they went to the San. There again the troops of Sapieha were watching day and night, ready to receive them with saber and musket. To cross either the San or the Vistula while both armies stood near was not to be thought of. The Swedes might return to Yaroslav by the same road over which they come, but they knew that in that case not one of them would ever see Sweden. For the Swedes grievous days and still more grievous nights now began, for these days and nights were uproarious and quarrelsome. Again provisions were at an end. Meanwhile Charniecki, leaving command of the army to Lubomirsky and taking the Luda squadron as guard, crossed the Vistula above the mouth of the San, to visit Sapieha and take counsel with him touching the future of the war. This time the mediation of Zagloba was not needed to make the two leaders agree. For both loved the country more than each one himself, both were ready to sacrifice to it private interests, self-love, and ambition. The Lithuanian hetman did not envy Charniecki, nor did Charniecki envy the hetman, but each did homage to the other. So the meeting between them was of such character that tears stood in the eyes of the oldest soldiers. The Commonwealth is growing, the dear country is rejoicing, when such sons of heroes take one another by the shoulders, said Zagloba to Pan Michael and Pan Yen. Charniecki is a terrible soldier and a true soul, but put Sapieha to a wound and it will heal. Would there were more such men. The skin would fly off the Swedes, could they see this love of the greatest patriots. How did they conquer us, if not through the rancor and envy of magnates? Have they overcome us with force? This is how I understand. The soul jumps in a man's body at sight of such a meeting. I will guarantee, too, that it will not be dry. For Sapieha loves a feast wonderfully, and with such a friend he will willingly let himself out. God is merciful. The evil will pass, said Pan Yen. Be careful that you do not blaspheme, said Zagloba. Every evil must pass, for should it last forever it would prove that the devil governs the world, and not the Lord Jesus, who has mercy inexhaustible. Their further conversation was interrupted by the sight of Babinik, whose lofty form they saw from a distance over the wave of other heads. Pan Michael and Zagloba began to beckon to him, but he was so much occupied in looking at Charniecki that he did not notice them at first. See, said Zagloba, how thin the man has grown. It must be that he has not done much against Boguslav, said Wołodyjowski, otherwise he would be more joyful. It is sure that he has not, for Boguslav is before Marienburg with Steinbach, acting against the fortress. There is hope in God that he will do nothing. Even if he should take Marienburg, said Zagloba, we will capture Karl Gustav right away, we shall see if they will not give the fortress for the king. See! Babinik is coming to us. Interrupted Pan Yen. He had indeed seen them, and was pushing the crowd to both sides. He motioned with his cap, smiling at them from a distance. They greeted one another as good friends and acquaintances. What is to be heard? What have you done with the prince? Asked Zagloba. Evil, evil. But there is no time to tell of it. We shall sit down to table at once. You will remain here for the night, come to me after the feast to pass the night among my Tartars. I have a comfortable cabin. We will talk at the cups till morning. The moment a man says a wise thing it is not I who will oppose, said Zagloba. But tell us why you have grown so thin. That Heldweller overthrew me and my horse like an earthen pot, so that from that time I am spitting fresh blood and cannot recover. There is hope in the mercy of our Lord Christ that I shall let the blood out of him yet. But let us go now, for Sapieha and Charniecki are beginning to make declarations and to be ceremonious about precedence, a sign that the tables are ready. We wait for you here with great pleasure, for you have shed Swedish pig blood in plenty. Let others speak of what I have done, said Zagloba, it does not become me. Meanwhile whole throngs moved on, and all went to the square between the tents on which were placed tables. Sapieha in honor of Charniecki entertained like a king. The table at which Charniecki was seated was covered with Swedish flags. Mead and wine flowed from vats, so that toward the end both leaders became somewhat joyous. There was no lack of gladsomeness, of jests, of toasts, of noise, though the weather was marvelous, and the sun warm beyond wonder. Finally the cool of the evening separated the feasters. Then Kmita took his guests to the Tartars. They sat down in his tent on trunks packed closely with every kind of booty, and began to speak of Kmita's expedition. Boguslav is now before Marienburg, said Pan Andrei, though some say that he is at the electors, with whom he is to march to the relief of the king. so much the better, then we shall meet. You young fellows do not know how to manage him, let us see what the old man will do. He has met with various persons, but not yet with Zagloba. I say that we shall meet, though Prince Yanush in his will advised him to keep far from Zagloba. The elector is a cunning man, said Pan Yen. And if he sees that it is going ill with Karl, he will drop all his promises and his oath. But I tell you that he will not, said Zagloba. No one is so venomous against us as the Prussian. When your servant who had to work under your feet and brush your clothes becomes your master by change of fortune, he will be sterner to you, the kinder you were to him. But why is that? Asked Pan Michael. His previous condition of service will remain in his mind, and he will avenge himself on you for it, though you have been to him kindness itself. What of that? Asked Pan Michael. It often happens that a dog bites his master in the hand. Better let Babinik tell about his expedition. We are listening, said Pan Yen. Kmita, after he had been silent a while, drew breath and began to tell of the last campaign of Sapieha against Boguslav, and the defeat of the latter at Yanov. Finally how Prince Boguslav had broken the Tartars, overturned him with his horse, and escaped alive. But, interrupted Wołodyjowski, you said that you would follow him with your Tartars, even to the Baltic. And you told me also in your time, replied Kmita, how Pan Yen here present, when Bogun carried off his beloved maiden, forgot her in revenge because the country was in need. A man becomes like those with whom he keeps company. I have joined you, gentlemen, and I wish to follow your example. May the Mother of God reward you, as she has Pan Yen, said Zagloba. Still I would rather your maiden were in the wilderness than in Boguslav's hands. That is nothing, exclaimed Pan Michael, you will find her. I have to find not only her person, but her regard and love. One will come after the other, said Pan Michael, even if you had to take her person by force, as at that time, you remember? I shall not do such a deed again. Here Pan Andrei sighed deeply, and after a while he said, not only have I not found her, but Boguslav has taken another from me. A pure Turk. As God is dear to me, cried Zagloba. And Pan Yen inquired, what other? Oh, it is a long story, said Kmita. There was a maiden in Zamost, wonderfully fair, who pleased Pan Zamoyski. He, fearing Princess Vishnevetsky, his sister, did not dare to be overbold before her. He planned, therefore, to send the maiden away with me, as if to Sapieha, to find an inheritance in Lithuania, but in reality to take her from me about 2 miles from Zamost. And put her in some wilderness where no one could stand in his way. But I sounded his intention. You want, thought I to myself, to make a pander of me, wait. I flogged his men, and the lady in all maidenly honor I brought to Sapieha. Well, I say to you that the girl is as beautiful as a goldfinch, but honest. I am now another man, and my comrades, the Lord light their souls, are long ago dust in the earth. What sort of maiden was she? Asked Zagloba. From a respectable house, a lady-in-waiting on Princess Griselda. She was once engaged to a Lithuanian, Podbipienta, whom you, gentlemen, knew. Anuzhia Borzobogati, shouted Wołodyjowski, springing from his place. Zagloba jumped up too from a pile of felt. Pan Michael, restrain yourself. But Wołodyjowski sprang like a cat toward Kmita. Is it you, traitor, who let Boguslav carry her off? Be not unjust to me, said Kmita. I took her safely to the hetman, having as much care for her as for my own sister. Boguslav seized her, not from me, but from another officer with whom Pan Sapieha sent her to his own family. His name was Glovbich or something, I do not remember well. Where is he now? He is no longer living, he was slain, so at least Sapieha's officers said. I was attacking Boguslav separately, with the Tartars, therefore I know nothing accurately save what I have told you. But noticing your changed face, I see that a similar thing has met us. The same man has wronged us, and since that is the case, let us join against him to avenge the wrong and take vengeance in company. He is a great lord and a great knight, and still I think it will be narrow for him in the whole Commonwealth, if he has two such enemies. Here is my hand, said Wołodyjowski. Henceforth we are friends for life and death. Whoever meets him first will pay him for both. God grant me to meet him first, for that I will let his blood out is as sure as that there is Amen in our Father. Here Pan Michael began to move his mustaches terribly and to feel of his saber. Zagloba was frightened, for he knew that with Pan Michael there was no joking. I should not care to be Prince Boguslav now, said he, even if someone should add Livonia to my title. It is enough to have such a wildcat as Kmita against one, but what will he do with Pan Michael? And that is not all, I will conclude an alliance with you. My head, your sabres. I do not know as there is a potentate in Christendom who could stand against such an alliance. Besides, the Lord God will sooner or later take away his luck, for it cannot be that for a traitor and a heretic there is no punishment. As it is, Kmita has given it to him terribly. I do not deny that more than one confusion has met him from me, said Pan Andrei. And giving orders to fill the goblets, he told how he had freed Soroka from captivity. But he did not tell how he had cast himself first at the feet of Radziwill, for at the very thought of that his blood boiled. Pan Michael was rejoiced while hearing the narrative, and said at the end, May God aid you, Jędrek. With such a daring man one could go to hell. The only trouble is that we shall not always campaign together, for service is service. They may send me to one end of the Commonwealth and you to the other. It is not known which will meet him first. Kmita was silent a moment. In justice I should reach him, if only I do not come out again with confusion, for I am ashamed to acknowledge that I cannot meet that Helldweller hand to hand. Then I will teach you all my secrets, said Pan Michael. Or I, said Zagloba. Pardon me, your grace, I prefer to learn from Michael, said Kmita. Though he is such a knight, still I and Pani Kowalski are not afraid of him, if only I had a good sleep, put in Ro. Be quiet, Ro, answered Zagloba. May God not punish you through his hand for boasting. Oh, tfu. Nothing will happen to me from him. Poor Kowalski was an unlucky prophet, but it was steaming terribly from his forelock, and he was ready to challenge the whole world to single combat. Others too drank heavily to one another, and to the destruction of Boguslav and the Swedes. I have heard, said Kmita, that as soon as we rub out the Swedes here and take the king, we shall march straight to Warsaw. Then surely there will be an end of the war. After that will come the elector's turn. Oh, that's it. That's it, said Zagloba. I heard Sapieha say that once, and he, as a great man, calculates better than others. He said, there will be a truce with the Swedes, with the Northerners there is one already, but with the elector we should not make any conditions. Pan Charniecki, he says, will go with Lubomirski to Brandenburg, and I with the treasurer of Lithuania to electoral Prussia. And if after that we do not join Prussia to the Commonwealth, it is because in our chancellery we have no such head as Pan Zagloba, who in autograph letters threatened the elector. Did Sapieha say that? Asked Zagloba, flushing from pleasure. All heard him. And I was terribly glad, for that same rod will flog Boguslav. And if not earlier, we will surely reach him at that time. If we can finish with these Swedes first, said Zagloba. Devil take them. Let them give up Livland and 1,000,000, I will let them off alive. The Cossack caught the Tartar, and the Tartar is holding him by the head, said Pan Yen, laughing. Karl is still in Poland. Krakow, Warsaw, Poznan, and all the most noted towns are in his hands, and father wants him to ransom himself. Hey, we shall have to work much at him yet before we can think of the elector. And there is Steinbock's army, and the garrisons, and Wirtz, put in Pan Stanislav. But why do we sit here with folded hands, asked Ro Kowalski, on a sudden, with staring eyes. Cannot we beat the Swedes? You are foolish, Ro, said Zagloba. Uncle always says one thing, but as I am alive, I saw a boat at the shore. We might go and carry off even the sentry. It is so dark that you might strike a man on the snout and he wouldn't know who did it. Before they could see, we should return and exhibit the courage of cavaliers to both commanders. If you do not wish to go, I will go myself. The dead calf moved his tail, wonder of wonders, said Zagloba, angrily. But Kmita's nostrils began to quiver at once. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, said he. Good for camp followers, but not for him who regards dignity. Have respect for yourselves. You are colonels, but you wish to amuse yourselves with wandering thieves. True, it is not very becoming, added Wołodyjowski. We would better go to sleep. All agreed with that idea, therefore they kneeled down to their prayers and repeated them aloud. After that they stretched themselves on the felt cloth, and were soon sleeping the sleep of the just. But an hour later all sprang to their feet, for beyond the river the roaring of guns was heard, while shouts and tumult rose in Sapieha's whole camp. Jesus! Mary! Exclaimed Zagloba. The Swedes are coming. What are you talking about? Asked Wołodyjowski, seizing his saber. Row, come here, cried Zagloba, for in cases of surprise he was glad to have his sister's son near him. But Row was not in the tent. They ran out on the square. Crowds were already before the tents, and all were making their way toward the river, for on the other side was to be seen flashing of fire, and an increasing roar was heard. What has happened, was asked of the numerous guards disposed along the bank. But the guards had seen nothing. One of the soldiers said that he had heard as it were the plash of a wave, but as fog was hanging over the water he could see nothing. He did not wish therefore to raise the camp for a mere sound. When Zagloba heard this he caught himself by the head in desperation. Row has gone to the Swedes. He said that he wished to carry off a sentry. For God's sake, that may be, cried Kmita. They will shoot the lad, as God is in heaven, continued Zagloba, in despair. Worthy gentlemen, is there no help? Lord God, that boy was of the purest gold. There is not another such in the two armies. What shot that idea into his stupid head? Oh, Mother of God, save him in trouble. Maybe he will return, the fog is dense. They will not see him. I will wait for him here even till morning. Mother of God, Mother of God. Meanwhile shots on the opposite bank lessened, lights went out gradually, and after an hour dull silence set in. Zagloba walked along the bank of the river like a hen with ducklings, and tore out the remnant of hair in his forelock, but he waited in vain, he despaired in vain. The morning whitened the river, the sun rose, but Row came not. Chapter 75. Zagloba in unbroken despair betook himself to Charniecki, with a request that he would send to the Swedes to see what had happened to Kowalski. Is he alive yet, is he groaning in captivity, or has he paid with his life for his daring? Charniecki agreed to this willingly, for he loved Zagloba. Then comforting him in his suffering, he said, I think your sister's son must be alive, otherwise the water would have brought him ashore. God grant that he is, answered Zagloba. Still it would be hard for the water to raise him, for not only had he a heavy hand, but his wit was like lead, as is shown by his action. You speak justly, answered Charniecki. If he is alive I ought to give orders to drag him with a horse over the square, for disregard of discipline. He might alarm the Swedish army, but he has alarmed both armies. Besides, he was not free to touch the Swedes without command and my order. Is this a general militia or what the devil, that every man has a right to act on his own account? He has offended, I agree, I will punish him myself, if only the Lord will bring him back. But I forgive him in remembrance of the Rudnik affair. I have many prisoners to exchange, and more distinguished officers than Kowalski. Do you go to the Swedes and negotiate about exchange. I will give 2 or 3 for him if need be, for I do not wish to make your heart bleed. Come to me for a letter to the king, and go quickly. Zagloba sprang with rejoicing to Kmita's tent, and told his comrades what had happened. Pan Andrei and Wołodyjowski exclaimed at once that they too would go with him, for both were curious to see the Swedes. Besides, Kmita might be very useful, since he spoke German almost as fluently as Polish. Preparations did not delay them long. Charniecki, without waiting for the return of Zagloba, sent the letter by a messenger. Then they provided a piece of white cloth fixed to a pole, took a trumpeter, sat in a boat, and moved on. At first they went in silence, nothing save the plash of oars was to be heard. At last Zagloba was somewhat alarmed and said, "Let the trumpeter announce us immediately, for those scoundrels are ready to fire in spite of the white flag." "What do you say?" answered Wołodyjowski. "Even barbarians respect envoys, and this is a civilized people. Let the trumpeter sound, I say. The first soldier who happens along will fire, make a hole in the boat, and we shall get into the water. The water is cold, and I have no wish to get wet through their courtesy." "There, a sentry is visible," said Kmita. The trumpeter sounded. The boat shot forward quickly. On the other shore a hurried movement began, and soon a mounted officer rode up, wearing a yellow leather cap. When he had approached the edge of the water he shaded his eyes with his hand and began to look against the light. A few yards from the shore Kmita removed his cap in greeting. The officer bowed to him with equal politeness. "A letter from Pan Charniecki to the most serene King of Sweden," cried Pan Andrei, showing the letter. The guards standing on the shore presented arms. Pan Zagloba was completely reassured. Presently he fixed his countenance in dignity befitting his position as an envoy, and said in Latin, "The past night a certain cavalier was seized on this shore. I have come to ask for him." "I cannot speak Latin," answered the officer. "Ignoramus," muttered Zagloba. The officer turned then to Pan Andrei. "The king is in the farther end of the camp. Be pleased, gentlemen, to stay here, I will go and announce you." And he turned his horse. The envoys looked around. The camp was very spacious, for it embraced the whole triangle formed by the San and the Vistula. At the summit of the triangle lay Paniev, at the base Tarnobjeg on one side, and Rozvadov on the other. Apparently it was impossible to take in the whole extent at a glance. Still, as far as the eye could reach, were to be seen trenches, embankments, earthworks, and fascines at which were cannons and men. In the very center of the place, in Gojitsi, were the quarters of the king, there also the main forces of the army. "If hunger does not drive them out of this place, we can do nothing with them," said Kmita. "The whole region is fortified. There is pasture for horses. But there are not fish for so many mouths," said Zagloba. "Lutherans do not like fasting food. Not long since they had all Poland, now they have this wedge. Let them sit here in safety, or go back to Yaroslav." "Very skillful men made these trenches," added Wołodyjowski, looking with the eye of a specialist on the work. "We have more swordsmen, but fewer learned officers, and in military art we are behind others." "Why is that?" asked Zagloba. "Why? It does not beseem me as a soldier who has served all his life in the cavalry, to say this, but everywhere infantry and cannon are the main thing. Hence those campaigns and military maneuvers, marches, and countermarches. A man in a foreign army must devour a multitude of books and turn over a multitude of Roman authors before he becomes a distinguished officer, but there is nothing of that with us. Cavalry rushes into the smoke in a body, and shaves with its sabers, and if it does not shave off in a minute, then they shave it off." "You speak soundly, Pan Michael. But what nation has won so many famous victories?" "Yes, because others in old times warred in the same way, and not having the same impetus they were bound to lose. But now they have become wiser, and see what they are doing. Wait for the end. Place for me now the wisest Swedish or German engineer, and against him I will put Roe, who has never turned over books, and let us see." "If you could put him," interrupted Kmita. "True, true. I am terribly sorry for him. Pan Andrei, jabber a little in that dog's language of those breeches fellows, and ask what has happened to Ro. You do not know regular soldiers. Here no man will open his lips to you without an order, they are stingy of speech. I know that they are surly scoundrels. While if to our nobles, and especially to the general militia, an envoy comes, immediately talk, they will drink Gorelka with him, and will enter into political discussion with him. And see how these fellows stand there like posts and bulge out their eyes at us. I wish they would smother to the last man. In fact, more and more foot soldiers gathered around the envoys, looking at them curiously. The envoys were dressed so carefully in elegant and even rich garments, that they made an imposing appearance. Zagloba arrested most attention, for he bore himself with almost senatorial dignity. Wołodyjowski was less considered, by reason of his stature. Meanwhile the officer who received them first on the bank returned with another of higher rank, and with soldiers leading horses. The superior officer bowed to the envoys and said in Polish, "His Royal Grace asks you, gentlemen, to his quarters, and since they are not very near we have brought horses." "Are you a Pole?" asked Zagloba. "No, I am a Czech, Sadowski, in the Swedish service." Kmita approached him at once. "Do you know me?" Sadowski looked at him quickly. "Of course. At Częstochowa you blew up the largest siege gun, and Miller gave you to Kuklinowski. I greet you heartily as a famous knight." "And what is going on with Kuklinowski?" asked Kmita. "But do you not know? I know that I paid him with that with which he wanted to treat me, but I left him alive. He died." "I thought he would freeze to death," said Pan Andrei, waving his hand. "Worthy colonel," put in Zagloba, "have you not a certain Ro Kowalski?" Sadowski laughed, "Of course. Praise be to God and the Most Holy Lady. The lad is alive and I shall get him. Praise be to God. I do not know whether the king will be willing to yield him up," said Sadowski. "But why not?" "Because he has pleased him greatly. He recognized him at once as the same man who had pushed after him with such vigor at Rudnik. We held our sides listening to the narrative of the prisoner. The king asked, 'Why did you pick me out?' and he answered, 'I made a vow.' Then the king asked again, 'But will you do so again?' 'Of course,' answered the prisoner. The king began to laugh. 'Put away your vow,' said he, 'and I will give you your life and freedom.' 'Impossible.' 'Why?' 'For my uncle would proclaim me a fool.' 'And are you so sure that you could manage me in a hand-to-hand fight?' 'Oh, I could manage 5 men like you,' said he. Then the king asked again, 'And do you dare to raise your hand against Majesty?' 'Yes,' said he, 'for you have a vile faith.' They interpreted every word to the king, and he was more and more pleased, and continued to repeat, 'This man has pleased me.' Then wishing to see whether in truth he had such strength, he gave orders to choose 12 of the strongest men in camp and bring them to wrestle in turn with the prisoner. But he is a muscular fellow. When I came away he had stretched out 10 one after another, and not a man of them could rise again. We shall arrive just at the end of the amusement. I recognize Ro, my blood, said Zagloba. We will give for him even 3 famous officers. You will find the king in good humor, said Sadowski, which is a rare thing nowadays. Oh, I believe that, answered the little knight. Meanwhile Sadowski turned to Kmita, and asked how he had not only freed himself from Kuklinowski, but put an end to him. Kmita told him in detail. Sadowski, while listening, seized his own head with amazement. At last he pressed Kmita's hand again, and said, "Believe me, I am sincerely glad. For though I serve the Swedes, every true soldier's heart rejoices when a real cavalier puts down a ruffian. I must acknowledge to you that when a daring man is found among you, one must look with a lantern through the universe to find his equal." "You are a courteous officer," said Zagloba. "And a famous soldier, we know that," added Wołodyjowski. "I learned courtesy and the soldier's art from you," answered Sadowski, touching his cap. Thus they conversed, vying with one another in courtesy, till they reached Grozitsi, where the king's quarters were. The whole village was occupied by soldiers of various arms. Our envoys looked with curiosity at the groups scattered among the fences. Some, wishing to sleep away their hunger, were dozing around cottages, for the day was very clear and warm. Some were playing dice on drums, drinking beer, some were hanging their clothes on the fences. Others were sitting in front of the cottages singing Scandinavian songs, rubbing with brick dust their breastplates and helmets, from which bright gleams went forth. In places they were cleaning horses, or leading them out. In a word, camp life was moving and seething under the bright sky. There were men, it is true, who bore signs of terrible toil and hunger, but the sun covered their leanness with gold. Besides, days of rest were beginning for those incomparable warriors, therefore they took courage at once, and assumed a military bearing. Wołodyjowski admired them in spirit, especially the infantry regiments, famous through the whole world for endurance and bravery. Sadovski gave explanations as they passed, saying, "This is the Smaland regiment of the Royal Guard. This is the infantry of Delakarlia, the very best." "In God's name, what little monsters are these?" cried Zagloba on a sudden, pointing to a group of small men with olive complexions and black hair hanging on both sides of their heads. "Those are Laplanders, who belong to the remotest Hyperboreans. Are they good in battle? It seems to me that I might take 3 in each hand and strike with their heads till I was tired." "You could surely do so. They are useless in battle. The Swedes bring them for camp servants, and partly as a curiosity. But they are the most skillful of wizards. Each of them has at least 1 devil in his service, and some have 5. "How do they get such friendship with evil spirits?" asked Kmita, making the sign of the cross. "Because they wander in night, which with them lasts half a year or more, and you know that it is easier to hold converse with the devil at night." "But have they souls?" "It is unknown. But I think that they are more in the nature of animals." Kmita turned his horse, caught one of the Laplanders by the shoulders, raised him up like a cat, and examined him curiously. Then he put him on his feet, and said, "If the king would give me one such, would give orders to have him dried and hung up in the church in Orsha, where, among other curiosities, are ostrich eggs. In Lubny, at the parish church, there were jaws of a whale or even of a giant," said Wołodyjowski. "Let us go on, for something evil will fall on us here," said Zagloba. "Let us go," repeated Sadovski. "To tell the truth, I ought to have had bags put on your heads, as is the custom. But we have nothing here to hide, and that you have looked on the trenches is all the better for us." They spurred on their horses, and after a while were before the castle at Grozitsi. In front of the gate they sprang from their saddles, and advanced on foot, for the king was before the house. They saw a large number of generals and very celebrated officers. Old Wittenberg was there, Douglas, Lowenhaupt, Miller, Eriksson, and many others. All were sitting on the balcony, a little behind the king, whose chair was pushed forward. And they looked on the amusement which Karl Gustav was giving himself with the prisoner. Rowe had just stretched out the 12th Cavalier, and was in a coat torn by the wrestlers, panting and sweating greatly. When he saw his uncle in company with Kmita and Wołodyjowski, he thought at once that they too were prisoners. He stared at them, opened his mouth, and advanced a couple of steps. But Zagloba gave him a sign with his hand to stand quietly, and the envoy stood himself with his comrades before the face of the king. Sadovski presented the envoys. They bowed low, as custom and etiquette demanded, then Zagloba delivered Charniecki's letter. The king took the letter, and began to read. Meanwhile the Polish envoys looked at him with curiosity, for they had never seen him before. He was a man in the flower of his age, as dark in complexion as though born an Italian or a Spaniard. His long hair, black as a raven's wing, fell behind his ears to his shoulders. In brightness and color his eyes brought to mind Yeremy Vishniovetzky. His brows were greatly elevated, as if he were in continual astonishment. In the place where the brows approached, his forehead was raised in a large protuberance, which made him resemble a lion. A deep wrinkle above his nose, which did not leave him even when he was laughing, gave his face a threatening and wrathful expression. His lower lip protruded like that of Yen Casimir, but his face was heavier and his chin larger. He wore mustaches in the form of cords, brushed out somewhat at the ends. In general, his face indicated an uncommon man, one of those who when they walk over the earth press blood out of it. There was in him grandeur, the pride of a monarch, the strength of a lion, and the quickness of genius. But though a kindly smile never left his mouth, there was lacking that kindness of heart which illuminates a face from within with a mild light, as a lamp placed in the middle of an alabaster urn lights it. He sat in the armchair, with crossed legs, the powerful calves of which were indicated clearly from under the black stockings, and blinking as was his wont. He read with a smile the letter from Charniecki. Raising his lids, he looked at Pan Michael, and said, "I knew you at once, you slew Kanneberg." All eyes were turned immediately on Wołodyjowski, who, moving his mustaches, bowed and answered, "At the service of your royal grace." "What is your office?" asked the king. "Colonel of the Luda squadron." "Where did you serve before?" "With the voivoda of Vilna." "And did you leave him with the others?" "You betrayed him and me." "I was bound to my own king, not to your royal grace." The king said nothing, all foreheads were frowning, eyes began to bore into Pan Michael. But he stood calmly, merely moving his mustaches time after time. All at once the king said, "It is pleasant for me to know such a famous cavalier. Kanneberg passed among us as incomparable in hand-to-hand conflict. You must be the first saber in the kingdom?" "In universo, in the universe," said Zagloba. "Not the last," answered Wołodyjowski. "I greet you, gentlemen, heartily. For Pan Charniecki I have a real esteem as for a great soldier, though he broke his word to me, for he ought to be sitting quietly till now in Sievage." "Your royal grace," said Kmita. Pan Charniecki was not the first to break his word, but General Miller, who seized Wolf's regiment of royal infantry. Miller advanced a step, looked in the face of Kmita, and began to whisper something to the king, who, blinking all the time, listened attentively. Looking at Pan Andrei, he said at last, "I see that Pan Charniecki has sent me chosen cavaliers. I know from of old that there is no lack of daring men among you. But there is a lack of faith in keeping promises and oaths." "Holy are the words of your royal grace," answered Zagloba. "How do you understand that?" "If it were not for this vice of our people, your royal grace would not be here." The king was silent a while. The generals again frowned at the boldness of the envoys. "Yen Casimir himself freed you from the oath," said Karl, "for he left you and took refuge abroad. From the oath we can be freed only by the Vicar of Christ, who resides in Rome. And he has not freed us." "A truce to that," said the king. "I have acquired the kingdom by this," here he struck his sword, "and by this I will hold it. I do not need your suffrages nor your oaths. You want war, you will have it. I think that Pan Charniecki remembers Galembo yet." "He forgot it on the road from Yaroslav," answered Zagloba. The king, instead of being angry, smiled. "I'll remind him of it. God rules the world. Tell him to visit me, I shall be glad to receive him. But he must hurry, for as soon as my horses are in condition I shall march farther." "Then we shall receive your royal grace," said Zagloba, bowing and placing his hand slightly on his saber. "I see," said the king, "that Pan Charniecki has sent in the embassy not only the best sabers, but the best mouth. In a moment you parry every thrust. It is lucky that the war is not of words, for I should find an opponent worthy of my power. But I will come to the question. Pan Charniecki asks me to liberate this prisoner, offering 2 officers of distinction in return. I do not set such a low price on my soldiers as you think, and I have no wish to redeem them too cheaply. That would be against my own and their ambition, but since I can refuse Pan Czarniecki nothing, I will make him a present of this cavalier. Gracious lord, answered Zagloba, Pan Czarniecki did not wish to show contempt for Swedish officers, but compassion for me. For this is my sister's son, and I, at the service of your royal grace, am Pan Czarniecki's adviser. In truth, said the king, I ought not to let the prisoner go, for he has made a vow against me, unless he will give up his vow in view of this favor. Here he turned to Roe, who was standing in front of the porch, and beckoned, but come nearer, you strong fellow. Roe approached a couple of steps, and stood erect. Sadovsky, said the king, ask him if he will let me go in case I free him. Sadovsky repeated the king's question. Impossible, cried Roe. The king understood without an interpreter, and began to clap his hands and blink. Well, well. How can I set such a man free? He has twisted the necks of 12 horsemen, and promises me as the 13th. Good, good. The cavalier has pleased me. Is he Pan Czarniecki's adviser too? If he is, I will let him go all the more quickly. Keep your mouth shut, muttered Zagloba to Roe. A truce to amusement, said the king, suddenly. Take him, and have still one more proof of my clemency. I can forgive, as the lord of this kingdom, since such is my will and favor, but I will not enter into terms with rebels. Here the king frowned, and the smile left his face. Whoso raises his hand against me is a rebel, for I am his lawful king. Only from kindness to you have I not punished hitherto as was proper. I have been waiting for you to come to your minds, but the hour will strike when kindness will be exhausted and the day of punishment will rise. Through your self-will and instability the country is flaming with fire, through your disloyalty blood is flowing. But I tell you the last days are passing. You do not wish to hear admonitions, you do not wish to obey laws, you will obey the sword and the gallows. Lightnings flashed in Karl's eyes. Zagloba looked on him a while with amazement, unable to understand whence that storm had come after fair weather. Finally he too began to grow angry, therefore he bowed and said only, "We thank your royal grace." Then he went off, and after him Kmita, Wołodyjowski, and Roe Kowalski. "Gracious, gracious," said Zagloba, and before you can look around he bellows in your ear like a bear. Beautiful end to an embassy. Others give honor with a cup at parting, but he with the gallows. Let him hang dogs, not nobles. Oh my God! How grievously we have sinned against our king, who was a father, is a father, and will be a father, for there is a Jagiellon heart in him. And such a king traitors deserted, and went to make friendship with scarecrows from beyond the sea. We are served rightly, for we were not worthy of anything better. Gibbets! Gibbets! He is fenced in, and we have squeezed him like curds in a bag, so that way is coming out, and still he threatens with sword and gibbet. Wait a while. The Cossack caught a Tartar, and the Tartar has him by the head. It will be closer for you yet. Roe, I wanted to give you a slap on the face or 50 blows on a carpet, but I forgive you now since you acted so like a cavalier and promised to hunt him still farther. Let me kiss you, for I am delighted with you. Uncle is still glad, said Roe. The gibbet and the sword. And he told that to my eyes, said Zagloba again, after a while. You have protection. The wolf protects in the same fashion a sheep for his own eating. And when does he say that? Now, when there is goose skin on his own back. Let him take his Laplanders for counselors, and with them seek Satan's aid. But the Most Holy Lady will help us, as she did Pan Bobola in Sandomir when powder threw him and his horse across the Vistula, and he was not hurt. He looked around to see where he was, and arrived in time to dine with the priest. With such help we will pull them all by the necks like lobsters out of a wicker trap. Chapter 76. Almost 20 days passed. The king remained continually at the junction of the rivers, and sent couriers to fortresses and commands in every direction toward Krakow and Warsaw, with orders for all to hasten to him with assistance. They sent him also provisions by the Vistula in as great quantities as possible, but insufficient. After 10 days the Swedes began to eat horseflesh. Despair seized the king and the generals at thought of what would happen when the cavalry should lose their horses, and when there would be no beasts to draw cannon. From every side too there came unpleasant news. The whole country was blazing with war, as if someone had poured pitch over it and set fire. Inferior commands and garrisons could not hasten to give aid, for they were not able to leave the towns and villages. Lithuania, held hitherto by the iron hand of Pontus de la Gardie, rose as one man. Great Poland, which had yielded first of all, was the first to throw off the yoke, and shone before the whole Commonwealth as an example of endurance, resolve, and enthusiasm. Parties of nobles and peasants rushed not only on the garrisons in villages, but even attacked towns. In vain did the Swedes take terrible vengeance on the country, in vain did they cut off the hands of prisoners, in vain did they send up villages in smoke, cut settlements to pieces, raise gibbets. Bring instruments of torture from Germany to torture insurgents. Whoso had to suffer, suffered, whoso had to die, died, but if he was a noble, he died with a saber, if a peasant, with a scythe in his hand. And Swedish blood was flowing throughout all Great Poland. The peasants were living in the forests, even women rushed to arms, punishments merely roused vengeance and increased rage. Kulasha, Jagotsky, and the voevoda of Podlasie moved through the country like flames, and besides their parties all the pine woods were filled with other parties. The fields lay untilled, fierce hunger increased in the land. But it twisted most the entrails of the Swedes, for they were confined in towns behind closed gates, and could not go to the open country. At last breath was failing in their bosoms. In Mazovia the condition was the same. There the Barkshoe people dwelling in forest gloom came out of their wildernesses, blocked the roads, seized provisions and couriers. In Podlasie a numerous small nobility marched in thousands either to Sapieha or to Lithuania. Lyabelsk was in the hands of the Confederates. From the distant Russias came Tartars, and with them the Cossacks constrained to obedience. Therefore all were certain that if not in a week in a month, if not in a month in two, that river fork in which Carl Gustaf had halted with the main army of the Swedes would be turned into one great tomb to the glory of the nation. A great lesson for those who would attack the Commonwealth. The end of the war was foreseen already. There were some who said that one way of salvation alone remained to Karl, to ransom himself and give Swedish liveland to the Commonwealth. But suddenly the fortune of Karl and the Swedes was bettered. Marienburg, besieged hitherto in vain, surrendered, March 20th, to Steinbach. His powerful and valiant army had then no occupation, and could hasten to the rescue of the king. From another direction the Markgraf of Baden, having finished levies, was marching also to the river fork with ready forces, and soldiers yet unwearied. Both pushed forward, breaking up the smaller bands of insurgents, destroying, burning, slaying. Along the road they gathered in Swedish garrisons, took the smaller commands, and increased in power, as a river increases the more it takes streams to its bosom. Tidings of the fall of Marienburg, of the army of Steinbach, and the march of the Markgraf of Baden came very quickly to the fork of the river, and grieved Polish hearts. Steinbach was still far away, but the Markgraf, advancing by forced marches, might soon come up and change the whole position at Sandomir. The Polish leaders then held a council in which Czarniecki, Sapieha, Michael Radziwill, Witowski, and Lubomirski, who had grown tired of being on the Vistula, took part. At this council it was decided that Sapieha with the Lithuanian army was to remain to watch Karl, and prevent his escape. Czarniecki was to move against the Markgraf of Baden and meet him as quickly as possible. If God gave him victory, he would return to besiege Carl Gustaf. Corresponding orders were given at once. Next morning the trumpets sounded to horse so quietly that they were barely heard. Czarniecki wished to depart unknown to the Swedes. At his recent campground a number of unoccupied parties of nobles and peasants took position at once. They kindled fires and made an uproar, so that the enemy might think that no one had left the place, but Charniecki's squadrons moved out one after another. First marched the Luda squadron, which by right should have remained with Sapieha, but since Charniecki had fallen greatly in love with this squadron, the hetman was loath to take it from him. After the Luda went the Vancevich squadron, chosen men led by an old soldier half of whose life had been passed in shedding blood. Then followed the squadron of Prince Dmitry Vishniovetzky, under the same Shandarovsky who at Rudnik had covered himself with immeasurable glory. Then 2 regiments of Vitovsky's dragoons, 2 regiments of the Starosta of Yavorov, the famed Stapkovsky led one. Then Charniecki's own regiment, the king's regiment under Polyanovsky, and Lubomirsky's whole force. No infantry was taken, because of haste, nor wagons, for the army went on horseback. All were drawn up together at Zavada in good strength and great willingness. Then Charniecki himself went out in front, and after he had arranged them for the march, he withdrew his horse somewhat and let them pass so as to review well the whole force. The horse under him sniffed, threw up his head and nodded, as if wishing to greet the passing regiments, and the heart swelled in the castellan himself. A beautiful view was before him. As far as the eye reached a river of horses, a river of stern faces of soldiers, welling up and down with the movement of the horses. Above them still a third river of sabers and lances, glittering and gleaming in the morning sun. A tremendous power went forth from them, and Charniecki felt the power in himself. For that was not some kind of collection of volunteers, but men forged on the anvil of battle, trained, exercised. And in conflict so venomous that no cavalry on earth of equal numbers could withstand them. Therefore Charniecki felt with certainty, without doubt, that he would bear asunder with sabers and hoofs the army of the Markgraf of Baden. And that victory, felt in advance, made his face so radiant that it gleamed on the regiments. With God to victory, cried he at last. With God. We will conquer, answered mighty voices. And that shout flew through all the squadrons like deep thunder through clouds. Charniecki spurred his horse to come up with the Luda squadron, marching in the van. The army moved forward. They advanced not like men, but like a flock of ravening birds which having wind of a battle from afar, fly to outstrip the tempest. Never, even among Tartars in the steppes, had any man heard of such a march. The soldiers slept in the saddles, they ate and drank without dismounting, they fed the horses from their hands. Rivers, forests, villages, were left behind them. Scarcely had peasants hurried out from their cottages to look at the army when the army had vanished behind clouds of dust in the distance. They marched day and night, resting only just enough to escape killing the horses. At Kozienice they came upon 8 Swedish squadrons under Torneskiold. The Luda men, marching in the van, first saw the enemy, and without even drawing breath sprang at them straightway and into the fire. Next advanced Shandarovsky, then Vancevich, and then Stapkovsky. The Swedes, thinking that they had to deal with some mere common parties, met them in the open field. And 2 hours later there was not a living man left to go to the Markgraf and tell him that Charniecki was coming. Those 8 squadrons were simply swept asunder on sabers, without leaving a witness of defeat. Then the Poles moved straight on to Magnyshev, for spies informed them that the Markgraf was at Varka with his whole army. Wołodyjowski was sent in the night with a party to learn how the army was disposed, and what its power was. Zagloba complained greatly of that expedition, for even the famed Vishniovetzky had never made such marches as this. Therefore the old man complained, but he chose to go with Pan Michael rather than remain with the army. It was a golden time at Sandomir, said he, stretching himself in the saddle. A man ate, drank, and looked at the besieged Swedes in the distance, but now there is not time even to put a canteen to your mouth. I know the military arts of the ancients, of the great Pompey and Caesar, but Charniecki has invented a new style. It is contrary to every rule to shake the stomach so many days and nights. The imagination begins to rebel in me from hunger, and it seems to me continually that the stars are buckwheat pudding and the moon cheese. To the dogs with such warfare. As God is dear to me, I want to gnaw my own horse's ears off from hunger. Tomorrow, God grant, we shall rest after finishing the Swedes. I would rather have the Swedes than this tediousness. O Lord! O Lord! When wilt thou give peace to this commonwealth, and to Zagloba a warm place at the stove and heated beer, even without cream? Batter along, old man, on your nag, batter along, till you batter your body to death. Has anyone there snuff? Maybe I could sneeze out this sleepiness through my nostrils. The moon is shining through my mouth, looking into my stomach, but I cannot tell what the moon is looking for there, it will find nothing. I repeat, to the dogs with such warfare. If uncle thinks that the moon is cheese, then eat it, uncle, said Ro Kowalski. If I should eat you I might say that I had eaten beef. But I am afraid that after such a roast I should lose the rest of my wit. If I am an ox and uncle is my uncle, then what is uncle? But, you fool, do you think that Althea gave birth to a firebrand because she sat by the stove? How does that touch me? In this way. If you are an ox, then ask about your father first, not about your uncle, for a bull carried off Europa, but her brother, who was uncle to her children, was a man for all that. Do you understand? To tell the truth, I do not, but as to eating I could eat something myself. Eat the devil and let me sleep. What is it, Pan Michael? Why have we halted? Varka is in sight, answered Wołodyjowski. See, the church tower is gleaming in the moonlight. But have we passed Magnyshev? Magnyshev is behind on the right. It is a wonder to me that there is no Swedish party on this side of the river. Let us go to those thickets and stop, perhaps God may send us some informant. Pan Michael led his detachment to the thicket, and disposed it about 100 yards from the road on each side, ordering the men to remain silent. And hold the bridles closely so the horses might not neigh. Wait, said he. Let us hear what is being done on the other side of the river, and perhaps we may see something. They stood there waiting, but for a long time nothing was to be heard. The wearied soldiers began to nod in the saddles. Zagloba dropped on the horse's neck and fell asleep, even the horses were slumbering. An hour passed. The accurate ear of Wołodyjowski heard something like the tread of a horse on a firm road. Hold! Silence, said he to the soldiers. He pushed out himself to the edge of the thicket, and looked along the road. The road was gleaming in the moonlight like a silver ribbon. There was nothing visible on it, still the sound of horses came nearer. They are coming surely, said Wołodyjowski. All held their horses more closely, each one restraining his breath. Meanwhile on the road appeared a Swedish party of 30 horsemen. They rode slowly and carelessly enough, not in line, but in a straggling row. Some of the soldiers were talking, others were singing in a low voice, for the night, warm as in May, acted on the ardent souls of the soldiers. Without suspicion they passed near Pan Michael, who was standing so hard by the edge of the thicket that he could catch the odor of horses and the smoke of pipes which the soldiers had lighted. At last they vanished at the turn of the road. Wołodyjowski waited till the tramp had died in the distance. Then only did he go to his men and say to Pan Yen and Pan Stanislav, "Let us drive them now, like geese, to the camp of the Castellan. Not a man must escape, lest he give warning. If Charniecki does not let us eat then and sleep," said Zagloba, "I will resign his service and return to Sapio. With Sapio, when there is a battle, there is a battle. But when there is a respite, there is a feast. If you had 4 lips, he would give each one of them enough to do. He is the leader for me. And in truth tell me by what devil are we not serving with Sapio, since this regiment belongs to him by right?" "Father, do not blaspheme against the greatest warrior in the Commonwealth," said Pan Yen. "It is not I that blaspheme, but my entrails, on which hunger is playing, as on a fiddle." "The Swedes will dance to the music," interrupted Wołodyjowski. "Now, gentlemen, let us advance quickly. I should like to come up with them exactly at that inn in the forest which we passed in coming hither. And he led on the squadron quickly, but not too quickly. They rode into a dense forest in which darkness enclosed them. The inn was less than 2 miles distant. When Wołodyjowski had drawn near, he went again at a walk, so as not to alarm the Swedes too soon. When not more than a cannon shot away, the noise of men was heard. "They are there and making an uproar," said Pan Michael. The Swedes had, in fact, stopped at the inn, looking for some living person to give information. But the place was empty. Some of the soldiers were shaking up the main building, others were looking in the cowhouse, in the shed, or raising the thatch on the roof. One half of the men remained on the square holding the horses of those who were searching. Pan Michael's division approached within 100 yards, and began to surround the inn with a Tartar crescent. Those of the Swedes standing in front heard perfectly, and at last saw men and horses. Since, however, it was dark in the forest, they could not see what kind of troops were coming, but they were not alarmed in the least, not admitting that others than Swedes could come from that point. At last the movement of the crescent astonished and disturbed them. They called at once to those who were in the buildings. Suddenly a shout of "Allah!" was heard, and the sound of shots. In one moment dark crowds of soldiers appeared as if they had grown out of the earth. Now came confusion, a flash of sabers, oaths, smothered shouts. But the whole affair did not last longer than the time needed to say the Lord's Prayer twice. There remained on the ground before the inn 5 bodies of men and horses. Wołodyjowski moved on, taking with him 25 prisoners. They advanced at a gallop, urging the Swedish horses with the sides of their sabers, and arrived at Magneshev at daybreak. In Charniecki's camp no one was sleeping, all were ready. The castellan himself came out leaning on his staff, thin and pale from watching. "How is it?" asked he of Pan Michael. "Have you many informants?" 25 prisoners. "Did many escape?" "All are taken." "Only send you, soldier, even to hell." "Well done. Take them at once to the torture, I will examine them." Then the castellan turned, and when departing said, "But be in readiness, for perhaps we may move on the enemy without delay." "How is that?" asked Zagloba. "Be quiet," said Wołodyjowski. The prisoners, without being burned, told in a moment what they knew of the forces of the Markgraf, how many cannons he had, what infantry and cavalry. Charniecki grew somewhat thoughtful. For he learned that it was really a newly levied army, but formed of the oldest soldiers, who had taken part in God knows how many wars. There were also many Germans among them, and a considerable division of French. The whole force exceeded that of the Poles by several hundred. But it appeared from the statements of the prisoners that the Markgraf did not even admit that Charniecki was near, and believed that the Poles were besieging Karl Gustav with all their forces at Sandomir. The castellan had barely heard this when he sprang up and cried to his attendant, "Vitovsky, give command to sound the trumpet to horse." Half an hour later the army moved and marched in the fresh spring morning through forests and fields covered with dew. At last Varka, or rather its ruins, for the place had been burned almost to the ground 6 years before, appeared on the horizon. Charniecki's troops were marching over an open flat. Therefore they could not be concealed from the eyes of the Swedes. In fact they were seen. But the Markgraf thought that they were various parties, which had combined in a body with the intent of alarming the camp. Only when squadron after squadron, advancing at a trot, appeared from beyond the forest, did a feverish activity rise in the Swedish camp. Charniecki's men saw smaller divisions of horsemen and single officers hurrying between the regiments. The bright-colored Swedish infantry began to pour into the middle of the plain. The regiments formed one after another before the eyes of the Poles and were numerous, resembling a flock of many-colored birds. Over their heads were raised toward the sun quadrangles of strong spears with which the infantry shielded themselves against attacks of cavalry. Finally, were seen crowds of Swedish armored cavalry advancing at a trot along the wings. The artillery was drawn up and brought to the front in haste. All the preparations, all the movements were as visible as something on the palm of the hand, for the sun had risen clearly, splendidly, and lighted up the whole country. The Politsa separated the two armies. On the Swedish bank trumpets and kettledrums were heard, and the shouts of soldiers coming with all speed into line. Charniecki ordered also to sound the crooked trumpets, and advanced with his squadrons toward the river. Then he rushed with all the breath of his horse to the Vancevich squadron, which was nearest the Politsa. "Old soldier," cried he to Vancevich, "advance for me to the bridge, there dismount and to muskets. Let all their force be turned on you. Lead on." Vancevich merely flushed a little from desire, and waved his baton. The men shouted and shot after him like a cloud of dust driven by wind. When they came within 300 yards of the bridge, they slackened the speed of their horses, then 2/3 of them sprang from the saddles and advanced on a run to the bridge. But the Swedes came from the other side, and soon muskets began to play, at first slowly, then every moment more briskly, as if 1,000 flails were beating irregularly on a barn floor. Smoke stretched over the river. Shouts of encouragement were thundering from one and the other command. The minds of both armies were bent to the bridge, which was wooden, narrow, difficult to take, but easy to defend. Still over this bridge alone was it possible to cross to the Swedes. A quarter of an hour later Charniecki pushed forward Lubomirski's dragoons to the aid of Vancevich. But the Swedes now attacked the opposite front with artillery. They drew up new pieces one after another, and bombs began to fly with a howl over the heads of Vancevich's men and the dragoons, to fall in the meadow and dig into the earth, scattering mud and turf on those fighting. The Markgraf, standing near the forest in the rear of the army, watched the battle through a field glass. From time to time he removed the glass from his eyes, looked at his staff, shrugged his shoulders and said with astonishment, "They have gone mad, they want absolutely to force the bridge. A few guns and 2 or 3 regiments might defend it against a whole army." Vancevich advanced still more stubbornly with his men, hence the defense grew still more resolute. The bridge became the central point of the battle, toward which the whole Swedish line was approaching and concentrating. An hour later the entire Swedish order of battle was changed, and they stood with flank to their former position. The bridge was simply covered with a rain of fire and iron. Vancevich's men were falling thickly, meanwhile orders came more and more urgent to advance absolutely. "Charniecki is murdering those men," cried Lubomirski on a sudden. Vitovsky, as an experienced soldier, saw that evil was happening, and his whole body quivered with impatience. At last he could endure no longer. Spurring his horse till the beast groaned piteously, he rushed to Charniecki, who during all this time, it was unknown why, was pushing men toward the river. "Your Grace," cried Vitovsky, "blood is flowing for nothing, we cannot carry that bridge." "I do not want to carry it," answered Charniecki. "Then what does your Grace want? What must we do?" "To the river with the squadrons." "To the river. And you to your place." Here Charniecki's eyes flashed such lightnings that Vitovsky withdrew without saying a word. Meanwhile the squadrons had come within 20 paces of the bank, and stood in a long line parallel with the bed of the river. None of the officers or the soldiers had the slightest suspicion of what they were doing. In a flash Charniecki appeared like a thunderbolt before the front of the squadrons. There was fire in his face, lightning in his eyes. A sharp wind had raised the burka on his shoulders so that it was like strong wings, his horse sprang and reared, casting fire from his nostrils. The castellan dropped his sword on its pendant, took the cap from his head, and with hair erect shouted to his division. "Gentlemen! The enemy defends himself with this water, and jeers at us. He has sailed through the sea to crush our fatherland, and he thinks that we in defense of it cannot swim through this river." Here he hurled his cap to the earth, and seizing his saber pointed with it to the swollen waters. Enthusiasm bore him away, for he stood in the saddle and shouted more mightily still. "To whom God, faith, fatherland, are all, follow me." And pressing the horse with the spurs so that the steed sprang as it were into space, he rushed into the river. The wave plashed around him. Man and horse were hidden under water, but they rose in the twinkle of an eye. "After my master," cried Mihalko, the same who had covered himself with glory at Rudnik, and he sprang into the water. "After me," shouted Wołodyjowski, with a shrill but thin voice, and he sprang in before he had finished shouting. "Oh Jesus! Oh Mary!" bellowed Zagloba, raising his horse for the leap. With that an avalanche of men and horses dashed into the river, so that it struck both banks with wild impetus. After the Luda squadron went Vishnievetsky's, then Vitovsky's, then Stapkovsky's, after that all the others. Such a frenzy seized the men that the squadrons crowded one another in emulation. The shouts of command were mingled with the roar of the soldiers, the river overflowed the banks and foamed itself into milk in a moment. The current bore the regiments down somewhat. But the horses, pricked with spurs, swam like a countless herd of dolphins, snorting and groaning. They filled the river to such a degree that the mass of heads of horses and riders formed as it were a bridge on which a man might have passed with dry foot to the other bank. Charniecki swam over first, but before the water had dropped from him the Luda squadron had followed him to land, then he waved his baton, and cried to Wołodyjowski. "On a gallop! Strike!" And to the Vishnievetsky squadron under Shandarovsky. "With them!" And so he sent the squadrons one after another, till he had sent all. He stood at the head of the last himself, and shouting, "In the name of God!" With luck, followed the others. 2 regiments of Swedish cavalry posted in reserve saw what was happening. But such amazement had seized the colonels that before they could move from their tracks the Luda men, urging their horses to the highest speed, and sweeping with irresistible force, struck the first regiment, scattered that, as a whirlwind scatters leaves, hurled it against the second, brought that to disorder. Then Shandarovsky came up, and a terrible slaughter began, but of short duration. After a while the Swedish ranks were broken, and a disordered throng plunged forward toward the main army. Charniecki's squadron pursued them with a fearful outcry, slashing, thrusting, strewing the field with corpses. At last it was clear why Charniecki had commanded Vancevich to carry the bridge, though he had no thought of crossing it. The chief attention of the whole army had been concentrated on that point. Therefore no one defended, or had time to defend, the river itself. Besides, nearly all the artillery and the entire front of the Swedish army was turned toward the bridge. And now when 3,000 cavalry were rushing with all impetus against the flank of that army, it was needful to change the order of battle, to form a new front. To defend themselves even well or ill against the shock. Now rose a terrible haste and confusion. Infantry and cavalry regiments turned with all speed to face the enemy, straining themselves in their hurry, knocking one against another, not understanding commands in the uproar. Acting independently. In vain did the officers make superhuman efforts, in vain did the Markgraf move straightway the regiments of cavalry posted at the forest. Before they came to any kind of order, before the infantry could put the butt ends of their lances in the ground to hold the points to the enemy, the Luda squadron fell, like the spirit of death, into the very midst of their ranks. After it a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth squadron. Then began the day of judgment. The smoke of musketry fire covered, as if with a cloud, the whole scene of conflict. And in that cloud screams, seething, unearthly voices of despair, shouts of triumph, the sharp clang of steel, as if in an infernal forge, the rattling of muskets. At times a flag shone and fell in the smoke, then the gilded point of a regimental banner, and again you saw nothing. But a roar was heard more and more terrible, as if the earth had broken on a sudden under the river, and its waters were tumbling down into fathomless abysses. Now on the flank other sounds were heard. This was Vancevich, who had crossed the bridge and was marching on the new flank of the enemy. After this the battle did not last long. From out that cloud large groups of men began to push, and run toward the forest in disorder, wild, without caps, without helmets, without armor. Soon after them burst out a whole flood of people in the most dreadful disorder. Artillery, infantry, cavalry mingled together fled toward the forest at random, in alarm and terror. Some soldiers cried in sky-piercing voices, others fled in silence, covering their heads with their hands. Some in their haste threw away their clothing. Others stopped those running ahead, fell down themselves, trampled one another, and right there behind them, on their shoulders and heads, rushed a line of Polish cavaliers. Every moment you saw whole ranks of them spurring their horses and rushing into the densest throngs of men. No one defended himself longer, all went under the sword. Body fell upon body. The Poles hewed without rest, without mercy, on the whole plain, along the bank of the river toward the forest. As far as the eye could reach you saw merely pursued and pursuing. Only here and there scattered groups of infantry offered an irregular, despairing resistance. The cannons were silent. The battle ceased to be a battle, it had turned into a slaughter. All that part of the army which fled toward the forest was cut to pieces, only a few squadrons of Swedish troopers entered it. After them the light squadrons of Poles sprang in among the trees. But in the forest peasants were waiting for that unslain remnant, the peasants who at the sound of the battle had rushed together from all the surrounding villages. The most terrible pursuit, however, continued on the road to Warsaw, along which the main forces of the Swedes were fleeing. The young Markgraf Adolf struggled twice to cover the retreat. But beaten twice, he fell into captivity himself. His auxiliary division of French infantry, composed of 400 men, threw away their arms. 3,000 chosen soldiers, musketeers and cavalry, fled as far as Mniszów. The musketeers were cut down in Mniszów. The cavalry were pursued toward Chersk, until they were scattered completely through the forest, reeds, and brush. There the peasants hunted them out one by one on the morrow. Before the sun had set, the army of Frederick, Markgraf of Baden, had ceased to exist. On the first scene of battle there remained only the standard-bearers with their standards, for all the troops had followed the enemy. And the sun was well inclined to its setting when the first bodies of cavalry began to appear from the side of the forest and Mniszów. They returned with singing and uproar, hurling their caps in the air, firing from pistols. Almost all led with them crowds of bound prisoners. These walked at the sides of the horses. They were without caps, without helmets, with heads drooping on their breasts, torn, bloody, stumbling every moment against the bodies of fallen comrades. The field of battle presented a terrible sight. In places, where the struggle had been fiercest, there lay simply piles of bodies half a spear length in height. Some of the infantry still held in their stiffened hands long spears. The whole ground was covered with spears. In places they were sticking still in the earth. Here and there pieces of them formed as it were fences and pickets. But on all sides was presented mostly a dreadful and pitiful mingling of bodies, of men mashed with hoofs, broken muskets, drums, trumpets, caps, belts, tin boxes which the infantry carried. Hands and feet sticking out in such disorder from the piles of bodies that it was difficult to tell to what body they belonged. In those places specially where the infantry defended itself whole breastworks of corpses were lying. Somewhat farther on, near the river, stood the artillery, now cold, some pieces overturned by the onrush of men, others as it were ready to be fired. At the sides of them lay the cannoneers now held in eternal sleep. Many bodies were hanging across the guns and embracing them with their arms, as if those soldiers wished still to defend them after death. The brass, spotted with blood and brains, glittered with ill omen in the beams of the setting sun. The golden rays were reflected in stiffened blood, which here and there formed little lakes. Its nauseating odor was mingled over the whole field with the smell of powder, the exhalation from bodies, and the sweat of horses. Before the setting of the sun Charniecki returned with the king's regiment, and stood in the middle of the field. The troops greeted him with a thundering shout. Whenever a detachment came up it cheered without end. He stood in the rays of the sun, wearied beyond measure, but all radiant, with bare head, his sword hanging on his belt, and he answered to every cheer. "Not to me, gentlemen, not to me. But to the name of God." At his side were Vitovsky and Lubomirski, the latter as bright as the sun itself, for he was in gilded plate armor, his face splashed with blood. For he had worked terribly and labored with his own hand as a simple soldier, but discontented and gloomy, for even his own regiments shouted, "Vivat Charniecki! Dux id victor, commander and conqueror." Envy began then to dive into the soul of the marshal. Meanwhile new divisions rolled in from every side of the field. Each time an officer came up and threw a banner, captured from the enemy, at Charniecki's feet. At sight of this rose new shouts, new cheers, hurling of caps into the air, and the firing of pistols. The sun was sinking lower and lower. Then in the one church that remained after the fire in Varka they sounded the Angelus. That moment all uncovered their heads. Father Piakarski, the company priest, began to intone, "The angel of the Lord announced unto the most holy Virgin Mary." And 1,000 iron breasts answered at once, with deep voices, and she conceived of the Holy Ghost. All eyes were raised to the heavens, which were red with the evening twilight. And from that bloody battlefield began to rise a pious hymn to the light playing in the sky before night. Just as they had ceased to sing, the Leuda squadron began to come up at a trot. It had chased the enemy farthest. The soldiers throw more banners at Charniecki's feet. He rejoiced in heart, and seeing Wołodyjowski, urged his horse toward him and asked, "Have many of them escaped?" Pan Michael shook his head as a sign that not many had escaped, but he was so near being breathless that he was unable to utter one word. He merely gasped with open mouth, time after time, so that his breast was heaving. At last he pointed to his lips, as a sign that he could not speak. Charniecki understood him and pressed his head. "He has toiled," said he, "God grant us more such." Zagloba hurried to catch his breath, and said, with chattering teeth and broken voice, "For God's sake! The cold wind is blowing on me, and I am all in a sweat. Paralysis will strike me. Pull the clothes off some fat Swede and give them to me, for everything on me is wet, wet, and it is wet in this place. I know not what is water, what is my own sweat, and what is Swedish blood. If I have ever expected in my life to cut down so many of those scoundrels, I am not fit to be the crupper of a saddle. The greatest victory of this war. But I will not spring into water a second time. Eat not, drink not, sleep not, and then a bath. I have had enough in my old years. My hand is benumbed, paralysis has struck me already. Garelka, for the dear God." Charniecki, hearing this, and seeing the old man really covered completely with the blood of the enemy, took pity on his age and gave him his own canteen. Zagloba raised it to his mouth, and after a while returned it empty. Then he said, "I have gulped so much water in the Politsa, that we shall soon see how fish will hatch in my stomach. But that Garelka is better than water. Dress in other clothes, even Swedish," said Charniecki. "I'll find a big Swede for uncle," said Roe. "Why should I have bloody clothes from a corpse?" Said Zagloba, "Take off everything to the shirt from that general whom I captured." "Have you taken a general?" asked Charniecki, with animation. "Whom have I not taken, whom have I not slain?" answered Zagloba. Now Wołodyjowski recovered speech. "We have taken the younger Markgraf, Adolf, Count Falkenstein, General Wiegier, General Poder-Benzig, not counting inferior officers." "But the Markgraf Friedrich?" asked Charniecki. "If he has not fallen here, he has escaped to the forest, but if he has escaped, the peasants will kill him." Wołodyjowski was mistaken in his previsions. The Markgraf Friedrich with Counts Schlippenbach and Ehrenhain, wandering through the forest, made their way in the night to Chersk. After sitting there in the ruined castle 3 days and nights in hunger and cold, they wandered by night to Warsaw. That did not save them from captivity afterward. This time, however, they escaped. It was night when Charniecki came to Varka from the field. That was perhaps the gladdest night of his life, for such a great disaster the Swedes had not suffered since the beginning of the war. All the artillery, all the flags, all the officers, except the chief, were captured. The army was cut to pieces, driven to the four winds. The remnants of it were forced to fall victims to bands of peasants. But besides, it was shown that those Swedes who held themselves invincible could not stand before regular Polish squadrons in the open field. Charniecki understood at last what a mighty result this victory would work in the whole Commonwealth, how it would raise courage, how it would rouse enthusiasm. He saw already the whole Commonwealth, in no distant future, free from oppression, triumphant. Perhaps, too, he saw with the eyes of his mind the gilded baton of the Grand Hetman on the sky. He was permitted to dream of this, for he had advanced toward it as a true soldier, as a defender of his country, and he was of those who grow not from salt nor from the soil, but from that which pains them. Meanwhile he could hardly embrace with his whole soul the joy which flowed in upon him, therefore he turned to Lubomirski, riding at his side, and said, "Now to Sandomir. To Sandomir with all speed. Since the army knows now how to swim rivers, neither the San nor the Vistula will frighten us." Lubomirski said not a word. But Zagloba, riding a little apart in Swedish uniform, permitted himself to say aloud, "Go where you like, but without me, for I am not a weathercock to turn night and day without food or sleep." Charniecki was so rejoiced that he was not only not angry, but he answered in jest, "You are more like the belfry than the weathercock, since, as I see, you have sparrows in your head. But as to eating and rest it belongs to all." To which Zagloba said, but in an undertone, "Whoso has a beak on his face has a sparrow on his mind." Chapter 77. After that victory Charniecki permitted at last the army to take breath and feed the wearied horses. Then he was to return to Sandomir by forced marches, and bend the King of Sweden to his fall. Meanwhile Kharlamp came to the camp one evening with news from Sapieha. Charniecki was at Chersk, whither he had gone to review the general militia assembled at that town. Kharlamp, not finding the chief, betook himself at once to Pan Michael, so as to rest at his quarters after the long journey. His friends greeted him joyously. But he, at the very beginning, showed them a gloomy face and said, "I have heard of your victory. Fortune smiled here, but bore down on us in Sandomir. Karl Gustav is no longer in the sack, for he got out, and, besides, with great confusion to the Lithuanian troops." "Can that be?" cried Pan Michael, seizing his head. Pan Yen, Pan Stanislav, and Zagloba were as if fixed to the earth. "How was it? Tell, by the living God, for I cannot stay in my skin." "Breath fails me yet," said Kharlamp. "I have ridden day and night, I am terribly tired. Charniecki will come, then I will tell all from the beginning. Let me now draw breath a little. Then Karl has gone out of the sack. I foresaw that, did I not? Do you not remember that I prophesied it? Let Kowalski testify." "Uncle foretold it," said Roe. "And whither has Karl gone?" asked Pan Michael. "The infantry sailed down in boats, but he, with cavalry, has gone along the Vistula to Warsaw." "Was there a battle?" "There was and there was not. In brief, give me peace, for I cannot talk. But tell me one thing. Is Sapieha crushed altogether?" "How crushed?" "He is pursuing the king, but of course Sapieha will never come up with anybody." "He is as good at pursuit as a German at fasting," said Zagloba. "Praise be to God for even this, that the army is intact," put in Wołodyjowski. "The Lithuanians have got into trouble," said Zagloba. "Ah, it is a bad case. Again we must watch a hole in the Commonwealth together." "Say nothing against the Lithuanian army," said Kharlamp. "Karl Gustav is a great warrior, and it is no wonder to lose against him. And did not you, from Poland, lose at Justce, at Valber, at Suliov, and in 10 other places? Charniecki himself lost at Galembo. Why should not Sapieha lose, especially when you left him alone like an orphan?" "But why did we go to a dance at Varka?" asked Zagloba, with indignation. "I know that it was not a dance, but a battle, and God gave you the victory. But who knows, perhaps it had been better not to go. For among us they say that the troops of both nations, Lithuanian and Poland, may be beaten separately, but together the cavalry of hell itself could not manage them. That may be, said Wołodyjowski, but what the leaders have decided is not for us to discuss. This did not happen either, without your fault. Sapio must have blundered, I know him. Said Zagloba. I cannot deny that, muttered Kharlamp. They were silent a while, but from time to time looked at one another gloomily, for to them it seemed that the fortune of the Commonwealth was beginning to sink. And yet such a short time before they were full of hope and confidence. Charniecki is coming, said Wołodyjowski, and he went out of the room. The Castellan was really returning. Wołodyjowski went to meet him, and began to call from a distance. The King of Sweden has broken through the Lithuanian army, and escaped from the sack. There is an officer here with letters from the voevoda of Vilna. Bring him here, cried Charniecki. Where is he? With me, I will present him at once. Charniecki took the news so much to heart that he would not wait, but sprang at once from his saddle and entered Wołodyjowski's quarters. All rose when they saw him enter. He barely nodded and said, I ask for the letter. Kharlamp gave him a sealed letter. The Castellan went to the window, for it was dark in the cottage, and began to read with frowning brow and anxious face. From instant to instant anger gleamed on his countenance. The Castellan has changed, whispered Zagloba to Pan Yen, see how his beak has grown red. He will begin to lisp right away, he always does when in anger. Charniecki finished the letter. For a time he twisted his beard with his whole hand, at last he called out with a jingling, indistinct voice. Come this way, officer. At command of your worthiness. Tell me the truth, said Charniecki, with emphasis, for this narrative is so artfully put together that I am unable to get at the affair. But, tell me the truth, do not color it, is the army dispersed? Not dispersed at all, your grace. How many days are needed to assemble it? Here Zagloba whispered to Pan Yen, he wants to come at him from the left hand as it were. But Kharlamp answered without hesitation. Since the army is not dispersed, it does not need to be assembled. It is true that when I was leaving, about 500 horse of the general militia could not be found, were not among the fallen, but that is a common thing, and the army does not suffer from that. The hetman has even moved after the king in good order. You have lost no cannon? Yes, we lost 4, which the Swedes, not being able to take with them, spiked. I see that you tell the truth. Tell me then how everything happened. In Cipium, I will begin, said Kharlamp. When we were left alone, the enemy saw that there was no army on the Vistula, nothing but parties and irregular detachments. We thought, or, properly speaking, Pan Sapieha thought, that the king would attack those, and he sent reinforcements, but not considerable, so as not to weaken himself. Meanwhile there was a movement and a noise among the Swedes, as in a beehive. Toward evening they began to come out in crowds to the San. We were at the voevoda's quarters. Pan Kmita, who is called Babinik now, a soldier of the first degree, came up and reported this. But Pan Sapieha was just sitting down to a feast, to which a multitude of noble women from Krasnik and Yanov had assembled, for the voevoda is fond of the fair sex. And he loves feasting. Interrupted Charniecki. I am not with him, there is no one to incline him to temperance, put in Zagloba. Maybe you will be with him sooner than you think. Then you can both begin to be temperate, retorted Charniecki. Then he turned to Kharlamp, speak on. Babinik reported, and the voevoda answered, they are only pretending to attack. They will undertake nothing. First, said he, they will try to cross the Vistula, but I have an eye on them, and I will attack myself. At present, said he, we will not spoil our pleasure, so that we may have a joyous time. We will eat and drink. The music began to tear away, and the voevoda invited those present to the dance. I'll give him dancing, interrupted Zagloba. Silence, if you please, said Charniecki. Again men rush in from the bank saying that there is a terrible uproar. That's nothing. The voevoda whispered to the page, do not interrupt me. We danced till daylight, we slept till midday. At midday we see that the entrenchments are bristling, 48-pound guns on them. And the Swedes fire from time to time. When a ball falls it is the size of a bucket, it is nothing for such a one to fill the eyes with dust. Give no embellishments, interrupted Charniecki. You are not with the hetman. Kharlamp was greatly confused, and continued, at midday the voevoda himself went out. The Swedes under cover of these trenches began to build a bridge. They worked till evening, to our great astonishment, for we thought that as to building they would build, but as to crossing they would not be able to do that. Next day they built on. The voevoda put the troops in order, for he expected a battle. All this time the bridge was a pretext, and they crossed lower down over another bridge, and turned your flank? Interrupted Charniecki. Kharlamp stared and opened his mouth, he was silent in amazement, but at last said. Then your worthiness has had an account already? No need of that, said Zagloba. Our grandfather guesses everything concerning war on the wing, as if he had seen it in fact. Speak on, said Charniecki. Evening came. The troops were in readiness, but with the first star there was a feast again. This time the Swedes passed over the second bridge lower down, and attacked us at once. The squadron of Pan Koshitz, a good soldier, was at the edge. He rushed on them. The general militia which was next to him sprang to his aid. But when the Swedes spat at them from the guns, they took to their heels. Pan Koshitz was killed, and his men terribly cut up. Now the general militia, rushing back in a crowd on the camp, put everything in disorder. All the squadrons that were ready advanced, but we effected nothing, lost cannon besides. If the king had had more cannon and infantry, our defeat would have been severe. But fortunately the greater number of the infantry regiments with the cannon had sailed away in boats during the night. Of this no one of us knew. Sapio has blundered. I knew it beforehand. Cried Zagloba. We got the correspondence of the king, added Kharlamp, which the Swedes dropped. The soldiers read in it that the king is to go to Prussia to return with the elector's forces, for, he writes, that with Swedish troops alone he cannot succeed. I know of that, said Charniecki. Pan Sapieha sent me that letter. Then he muttered quietly, as if speaking to himself, we must follow him to Prussia. That is what I have been saying this long time, put in Zagloba. Charniecki looked at him for a while in thoughtfulness. It is unfortunate, said he, aloud, for if I had returned to Sandomir the hetman and I should not have let a foot of them out alive. Well. It has passed and will not return. The war will be longer, but death is fated to this invasion and to these invaders. It cannot be otherwise, cried the knights in chorus. And great consolation entered their hearts, though a short time before they had doubted. Meanwhile Zagloba whispered something in Genzian's ear. He vanished through the door, and soon returned with a decanter. Seeing this, Wołodyjowski inclined to the knee of the castellan. It would be an uncommon favor for a simple soldier, he began. I will drink with you willingly, said Charniecki, and do you know why? Because we must part. How is that? Cried the astonished Pan Michael. Sapieha writes that the Luda squadron belongs to the Lithuanian army, and that he sent it only to assist the forces of the kingdom. That now he will need it himself, especially the officers, of whom he has a great lack. My Wołodyjowski, you know how much I love you, it is hard for me to part with you, but here is the order. It is true Pan Sapieha as a courteous man leaves the order in my power and discretion. I might not show it to you, well, it is as pleasant to me as if the hetman had broken my best saber. I give you the order precisely because it is left to my discretion, and do your duty. To your health, my dear soldier. Wołodyjowski bowed again to the castellan's knees. But he was so distressed that he could not utter a word, and when Charniecki embraced him tears ran in a stream over his yellow mustaches. "I would rather die," cried he, pitifully. "I have grown accustomed to toil under you, revered leader, and there I know not how it will be." "Pan Michael, do not mind the order," cried Zagloba, with emotion. "I will write to Sapio myself, and rub his ears for him fittingly." But Pan Michael first of all was a soldier, therefore he flew into a passion. "But the old volunteer is ever sitting in you. You would better be silent when you know not the question." "Service. That is it," said Charniecki. Chapter 78. Zagloba when he stood before the hetman did not answer his joyous greeting, but put his hands behind his back, pouted his lips, and looked on him like a just but stern judge. Sapieha was pleased when he saw that mien, for he expected some pleasantry and said, "How are you, old rogue? Why twist your nose as if you had found some unvirtuous odor? In the whole camp of Sapieha it smells of hashed meat and cabbage." "Why? Tell me." "Because the Swedes have cut up a great many cabbage heads." "There you are. You are already criticizing us. It is a pity they did not cut you up too. I was with a leader under whom we are the cutters, not the cut. The hangman take you. If they had even clipped your tongue, then I should have nothing to proclaim Sapieha's victory with. Ah, Lord brother, spare me. The majority already forget my service to the country, and belittle me altogether. I know too that there are many who make a great outcry against my person, still, had it not been for that rabble of a general militia, affairs might have gone differently. They say that I have neglected the enemy for night feasting, but the whole Commonwealth has not been able to resist that enemy." Zagloba was somewhat moved at the words of the hetman, and answered, "Such is the custom with us, always to put the blame on the leader. I am not the man to speak evil of feasting, for the longer the day, the more needful the feast. Pan Charniecki is a great warrior. Still, according to my head, he has this defect, that he gives his troops for breakfast, for dinner, and for supper nothing but Swede's flesh. He is a better leader than cook. But he acts ill, for from such food war may soon become disgusting to the best cavaliers." Was Charniecki very much enraged at me? No, not very. In the beginning he showed a great change. But when he discovered that the army was unbroken, he said at once, "The will of God, not the might of men. That is nothing. Any general may lose a battle. If we had Sapiehas only in the land, we should have a country in which every man would be an Aristides." "For Pan Charniecki I would not spare my blood," answered Sapieha. "Every other would have lowered me, so as to exalt himself in his own glory, especially after a fresh victory, but he is not that kind of man. I will say nothing against him but this, that I am too old for such service as he expects of soldiers, and especially for those baths which he gives the army." "Then are you glad to return to me?" "Glad and not glad, for I hear of feasting for an hour, but somehow I don't see it. We will sit down to the table this minute." "But what is Charniecki undertaking now?" "He is going to Great Poland to help those poor people. From there he will march against Steinbach and to Prussia, hoping to get cannon and infantry from Danzig. The citizens of Danzig are worthy people, and give a shining example to the whole Commonwealth. We shall meet Charniecki at Warsaw, for I shall march there, but will stop a little first around Lublin. Then have the Swedes besieged Lublin again? Unhappy place! I know not how many times it has been in the hands of the enemy. There is a deputation here now from Lubelsk, and they will appear with a petition asking me to save them. But as I have letters to dispatch to the king and the hetmans, they must wait a while. I will go gladly to Lublin, for there the fair heads are comely beyond measure, and sprightly. When a woman of that place is cutting bread, and puts the loaf against herself, the crust on the lifeless bread blushes from delight. Oh, Turk! Your worthiness, as a man advanced in years, cannot understand this, but I, like May, must let my blood out yet. But you are older than I. Only in experience, not in years. I have been able conservare juventudem meam, to preserve my youth, and more than one man has envied me that power. Permit me, your worthiness, to receive the Lubelsk deputation. I will promise to aid them at once. Let the poor men comfort themselves before we comfort the poor women. That is well, said the hetman, then I will write the letters. And he went out. Immediately after were admitted the deputies from Lubelsk, whom Zagloba received with uncommon dignity and seriousness. He promised assistance on condition that they would furnish the army with provisions, especially with every kind of drink. When the conditions were settled, he invited them in the name of the voevoda to supper. They were glad, for the army marched that night toward Lublin. The hetman himself was active beyond measure, for it was a question with him of effacing the memory of the Sandomir defeat by some military success. The siege began, but advanced rather slowly. During this time Kmita was learning from Wołodyjowski to work with the saber, and made uncommon progress. Pan Michael, knowing that his art was to be used against Boguslav's neck, held back no secret. Often too they had better practice, for, approaching the castle, they challenged to single combat the Swedes, many of whom they slew. Soon Kmita had made such advance that he could meet Pan Yen on equal terms. No one in the whole army of Sapieha could stand before him. Then such a desire to try Boguslav seized his soul that he was barely able to remain at Lublin, especially since the spring brought back to him strength and health. His wounds had healed, he ceased to spit blood, life played in him as of old, and fire gleamed in his eyes. At first the Luda men looked at him frowningly. But they dared not attack, for Wołodyjowski held them with iron hand. And later, when they considered his acts and his deeds, they were reconciled completely, and his most inveterate enemy, Yuzva Butrim, said, Kmita is dead, Babinik is living, let him live. The Lubelsk garrison surrendered at last, to the great delight of the army. Then Sapieha moved his squadrons toward Warsaw. On the road they received tidings that Yen Casimir himself, with the hetmans and a fresh army, was advancing to aid them. News came too from Charniecki, who was marching to the capital from Great Poland. The war, scattered through the whole country, was gathering at Warsaw, as a cloud scattered in the sky gathers and thickens to give birth to a storm with thunders and lightnings. Sapieha marched through Jelihai, Garvelin, and Minsk to the Siedlec highway, to join the general militia of Podliasy. Pan Yen took command of this multitude. For though living in Lubelsk, he was near the boundary of Podliasy, and was known to all the nobles, and greatly esteemed by them as one of the most famous knights in the Commonwealth. In fact, he soon changed that nobility, gallant by nature, into a squadron second in no way to regular troops. Meanwhile they moved from Minsk forward to Warsaw very hastily, so as to stop at Praga one day. Fair weather favored the march. From time to time May showers sped past, cooling the ground and settling the dust, but on the whole the weather was marvelously fair, not too hot, not too cold. The eye saw far through the transparent air. From Minsk they went mounted, the wagons and cannon were to follow next day. An immense eagerness reigned in the regiments. The dense forests on both sides of the whole road were ringing with echoes of military songs. The horses nodded as a good omen. The squadrons regularly and in order flowed on, one after the other, like a river shining and mighty, for Sapieha led 12,000 men, besides the general militia. The captains leading the regiments were gleaming in their polished cuirasses, the red flags waved like gigantic flowers above the heads of the knights. The sun was well toward its setting when the first squadron, that of Luda, marching in advance, beheld the towers of the capital. At sight of this, a joyful shout tore from the breasts of the soldiers. Warsaw! Warsaw! That shout flew like thunder through all the squadrons, and for some time was to be heard over 2 miles of road the word, Warsaw! Warsaw! Many of Sapieha's knights had never been in the capital. Many of them had never seen it, therefore the sight made an uncommon impression on them. Involuntarily all reined in their horses, some removed their caps, others made the sign of the cross. Tears streamed from the eyes of others, and they stood in silent emotion. All at once Sapieha came out from the rear ranks on a white horse, and began to fly along the squadrons. "Gentlemen," cried he, in a piercing voice, "we are here first. To us luck, to us honor. We will drive the Swedes out of the capital. We'll drive them. We'll drive them. We'll drive them." And there rose a sound and a thunder. Some shouted continually, "We'll drive them." Others cried, "Strike, whoso has manhood." Others, against them, the Dog brothers. The rattle of sabers was mingled with the shouts of the knights. Eyes flashed lightning, and from under fierce mustaches teeth were gleaming. Sapieha himself was sputtering like a pine torch. All at once he raised his baton, and cried, "Follow me." Near Praga the voevoda restrained the squadron and commanded a slow march. The capital rose more and more clearly out of the bluish distance. Towers were outlined in a long line on the azure of the sky. The red many-storied roofs of the old city were gleaming in the evening light. The Lithuanians had never seen anything more imposing in their lives than those white lofty walls pierced with multitudes of narrow windows. Those walls standing like lofty swamp reeds over the water. The houses seemed to grow some out of others, high and still higher. But above that dense and close mass of walls with windows and roofs, pointed towers pierced the sky. Those of the soldiers who had been in the capital previously, either at an election or on private affairs, explained to the others what each pile meant and what name it bore. Zagloba especially, as a person of experience, told all to the Luda men, and they listened to him eagerly, wondering at his words and the city itself. "Look at that tower in the very center of Warsaw. That is the citadel of the king. Oh, that I could live as many years as I have eaten dinners at the king's table. I would twist Methuselah into a ram's horn. The king had no nearer confidant than me. I could choose among starostaships as among nuts, and give them away as easily as hobnails. I have given promotion to multitudes of men, and when I came in senators used to bow to me to the girdle, in Cossack fashion. I fought duels also in presence of the king, for he loved to see me at work. The marshal of the palace had to close his eyes. That is a tremendous building," said Ro Kowalski, "and to think that these dogs have it all in hand." "And they plunder terribly," added Zagloba. "I hear that they even take columns out of the walls and send them to Sweden. These columns are of marble and other valuable stones. I shall not recognize the dear corners." Various writers justly describe this castle as the eighth wonder of the world. The King of France has a respectable palace, but it is a fool in comparison with this one. And that other tower over there near it, on the right? That is St. Yen. There is a gallery from the castle to it. I had a vision in that church, for I remained behind once after Vespers. I heard a voice from the arches, crying, "Zagloba, there will be war with such a son the Swedish king, and great calamities will follow." I was running with all my breath to the king to tell him what I had heard, when the primate caught me by the neck with his crozier. "Don't tell follies," said he, "you were drunk. That other church just at the side belongs to the Jesuit college, the third tower at a distance is the law courts, the fourth at the right is the marshals, and that green roof is the Dominicans. I could not name them all, even if I could wield my tongue as well as I do my saber." "It must be that there is not another such city in the world," said one of the soldiers. "That is why all nations envy us," answered Zagloba. "And that wonderful pile on the left of the castle? Behind the Bernardines?" "Yes. That is the Radzievsky Palace, formerly the Kazanovsky. It is considered the ninth wonder of the world, but there is a plague on it, for in those walls began the misfortune of the Commonwealth." "How is that?" asked a number of voices. "When the Vice-Chancellor Radzievsky began to dispute and quarrel with his wife, the king took her part. You know, gentlemen, what people said of this. And it is true that the Vice-Chancellor thought that his wife was in love with the king, and the king with her, then afterward, through hatred, he fled to the Swedes, and war began. To tell the truth, I was in the country at the moment, and did not see the end of the affair. I got it from hearsay, but I know this, that she made sweet eyes, not at the king, but at someone else. At whom? Zagloba began to twirl his mustaches, at him to whom all are hurrying like ants to honey, but it does not beseem me to mention his name, for I have always hated boastfulness. Besides, the man has grown old, and from sweeping out the enemy of the country, I am worn as a broom, but once there was no greater beauty and love-maker than I. Let Ro Kowalski. Here Zagloba saw that by no means could Ro remember those times, therefore he waved his hand, and said, "But what does he know of this affair?" Then he pointed out the palaces of Osolinsky and Koniecpolski, palaces which were in size almost equal to the Radziowski, finally the splendid Villa Regia. And then the sun went down, and the darkness of night began to fill the air. The thunder of guns was heard on the walls of Warsaw, and trumpets were sounded a considerable time and prolonged, in sign that the enemy was approaching. Sapieha also announced his coming by firing from muskets, to give courage to the inhabitants, and that night he began to transport his army across the Vistula. First the Luda squadron passed. Second the squadron of Pan Kotvich, then Kmita's Tartars, then Vankovich's squadron, after that, 8,000 men. In this way the Swedes, with their accumulated plunder, were surrounded and deprived of communication. But nothing remained to Sapieha except to wait till Charniecki from one side, and from the other Yen Casimir with the hetmans of the kingdom, marched up. And meanwhile to see that no reinforcements stole through to the city. The first news came from Charniecki, but not over-favorable, for he reported that his troops and horses were so exhausted that at that moment he could not take part in the siege. From the time of the Battle of Varka, they were under fire day after day. And from the first months of the year they had fought 21 great battles with the Swedes, not counting the engagements of scouting parties and the attacks on smaller detachments. He had not obtained infantry in Pomerania, and had not been able to advance to Danzig. He promised, at most, to hold in check with the rest of his forces that Swedish army which under the brother of the king, Radziwill, and Douglas, was stationed at Narif. And apparently was preparing to come to the aid of the besieged. The Swedes prepared for defense with the bravery and skill peculiar to them. They burned Praga before the arrival of Sapieha. They had begun already to throw bombs into all the suburbs, such as the Krakow and the Novi Sviat, and on the other side against the Church of St. Jerzy and the Virgin Mary. Then houses, great buildings, and churches flamed up. In the daytime smoke rolled over the city like clouds, thick and dark. At night those clouds became red, and bundles of sparks burst forth from them toward the sky. Outside the walls, crowds of people were wandering, without roofs over their heads, without bread. Women surrounded Sapieha's camp, and cried for charity. People were seen as thin as pincers from hunger, children were dying for want of food, in the arms of emaciated mothers. The suburbs were turned into a vale of tears and misery. Sapieha, having neither infantry nor cannon, waited and waited for the coming of the king. Meanwhile he aided the poor, sending them in groups to the less injured neighborhoods, in which they might survive in some way. He was troubled not a little when he foresaw the difficulties of the siege, for the skilled engineers of Sweden had turned Warsaw into a strong fortress. Behind the walls were 3,000 trained soldiers, led by able and experienced generals. On the whole, the Swedes passed as masters in besieging and defending great fortresses. To solace this trouble, Sapieha arranged daily feasts, during which the goblets circled freely. For that worthy citizen and uncommon warrior had this failing: he loved company and the clatter of glasses above all things, and therefore neglected frequently service for pleasure. His diligence in the daytime he balanced by negligence at night. Till sunset he worked faithfully, sent out scouts, dispatched letters, inspected pickets himself, examined the informants brought in. But with the first star even fiddles were heard in his quarters. And when once he felt joyous he permitted everything, sent for officers even though on guard or appointed to scouting expeditions, and was angry if anyone failed to appear. Since for him there was no feast without a throng. In the morning Zagloba reproached him seriously, but in the night the servants bore Zagloba himself without consciousness to Wołodyjowski's quarters. Sapieha would make a saint fall, he explained next day to his friends, and what must happen to me, who have been always fond of sport. Besides, he has some kind of special passion to force goblets on me, and I, not wishing to seem rude, yield to his pressing. This I do to avoid offending the host. But I have made a vow that at the coming Advent I shall have my back well covered with discipline, stripes, for I understand myself that this yielding cannot remain without penance. But now I have to keep on good terms with him, out of fear that I might fall into worse company and indulge myself altogether. There were officers who without the eye of the hetman accomplished their service, but some neglected it terribly in the evenings, as ordinary soldiers do when they feel no iron hand above them. The enemy was not slow to take advantage of this. 2 days before the coming of the king and the hetmans, Sapieha arranged his most splendid feast, for he was rejoiced that all the troops were coming, and that the siege would begin in earnest. All the best-known officers were invited. The hetman, ever in search of an opportunity, announced that that feast would be in honor of the king. To Kmita, Zagloba, Pan Yen, Pan Stanislav, and Kharlamp were sent special orders to come without fail, for the hetman wished to honor them particularly for their great services. Pan Andrei had just mounted his horse to go with a party, so that the orderly found the Tartars outside the gate. "You cannot show the hetman disrespect, and return rudeness for kindness," said the officer. Kmita dismounted and went to ask advice of his comrades. "This is dreadfully awkward for me," said he. "I have heard that a considerable body of cavalry has appeared near Babitsi. The hetman himself commanded me to learn absolutely who they are, and now he asks me to the feast. What must I do?" "The hetman has sent an order to let Akba Ulan go with the scouting party," answered the officer. "An order is an order," said Zagloba, "and whoso is a soldier must obey. Be careful not to give an evil example. And besides it would not be well for you to incur the ill will of the hetman." "Say that I will come," said Kmita to the orderly. The officer went out. The Tartars rode off under Akba Ulan, and Kmita began to dress a little, and while dressing said to his comrades, "Today there is a feast in honor of His Royal Grace. Tomorrow there will be one in honor of the hetmans of the kingdom, and so on to the end of the siege. Only let the king come and this will be at an end," answered Wołodyjowski. "For though our gracious lord is fond of amusing himself in every trouble, still service must go on more diligently, since every man, and among others Pan Sapieha, will endeavor to show his zeal. We have had too much of this, too much." "There is no question on that point," said Pan Yen. "Is it not a wonder to you that such a laborious leader, such a virtuous man, such a worthy citizen, has this weakness? Just let night come and straightway he is another person, and from a grand hetman turns into a reveller." "But do you know why these banquets are not to my taste?" asked Kmita. "It was the custom of Janusz Radziwill to have them almost every evening. Imagine that, as if by some wonder, whenever there was a banquet, either some misfortune happened, some evil tidings came, or some new treason of the hetman was published. I do not know whether it was blind chance or an ordinance of God, but it is enough that evil never came except in time of a banquet. I tell you that at last it went so far that whenever they were setting the table the skin began to creep on us." "True, as God is dear to me," added Kharlamp. "But it came from this, that the Prince Hetman chose that time to announce his intrigues with the enemy of the country." "Well," said Zagloba, "at least we have nothing to fear from the honest Sapieha. If he will ever be a traitor, I am of as much value as my boot heel." "There is nothing to be said on that point. He is as honest as bread without a raw spot," put in Pan Michael. "And what he neglects in the evening he repairs in the daytime," added Kharlamp. "Then we will go," said Zagloba, "for to tell the truth I feel a void in my stomach." They went out, mounted their horses, and rode off. For Sapieha was on the other side of the city and rather far away. When they arrived at the hetman's quarters they found in the yard a multitude of horses, and a crowd of grooms, for whom a keg of beer had been set out, and who, as is usual, drinking without measure, had begun to quarrel. They grew quiet, however, at sight of the approaching knights, especially when Zagloba fell to striking with the side of his sabre those who were in his way, and to crying with a stentorian voice, "To your horses, rascals, to your horses! You are not the persons invited to the banquet." Sapieha received the officers as usual, with open arms, and since he had been drinking a little with his guests, he began at once to tease Zagloba. "With the forehead, Lord Commander," said he. "With the forehead, Lord Kuiper," answered Zagloba. "If you call me that," said Sapieha, "I will give you wine which is working yet." "Very good, if it will make a tippler of a hetman." Some of the guests, hearing this, were alarmed. But Zagloba, when he saw the hetman in good humor, permitted himself everything, and Sapieha had such a weakness for Zagloba that he not only was not angry, but he held his sides, and called those present to witness what he endured from that noble. Then began a noisy and joyous banquet. Sapieha drank to each guest separately, raised toasts to the king, the hetmans, the armies of both peoples, Poland and Lithuania, Pan Charniecki, the whole Commonwealth. Pleasure increased, and with it noise and talk. From toasts it came to songs. The room was filled with steam from the heads of the guests, and the odor of mead and wines. From outside the windows came in no less of an uproar, and even the noise of steel. The servants had begun to fight with sabers. Some nobles rushed out to restore order, but they increased the confusion. Suddenly there rose a shout so great that the banquetiers in the hall became silent. "What is that?" asked one of the colonels. "The grooms cannot make such an uproar as that." "Silence, gentlemen," said the hetman, disturbed. "Those are not ordinary shouts." All at once the windows shook from the thunder of cannon and discharges of musketry. "A sortie," cried Wołodyjowski, "the enemy is advancing. To horse! To sabers!" All sprang to their feet. There was a throng at the door, then a crowd of officers rushed to the yard, calling to their grooms for horses. But in the disturbance it was not easy for each one to find his own. Meanwhile from beyond the yard alarmed voices began to shout in the darkness. "The enemy is advancing. Pan Kotvich is under fire." All rushed with what breath was in their horses to their squadrons, jumping over fences and breaking their necks in the darkness. An alarm began in the whole camp. Not all the squadrons had horses at hand, and those who had not began the uproar first of all. Throngs of soldiers on foot and on horseback struck against one another, not being able to come to order, not knowing who was a friend and who an enemy. Shouting and roaring in the middle of the dark night. Some cried that the King of Sweden was advancing with his whole army. The Swedish sortie had really struck with a mighty impetus on Kotvich's men. Fortunately, being sick, he was not at the banquet, and therefore could offer some kind of immediate resistance. Still it was not a long one, for he was attacked by superior numbers and covered with musketry fire, hence was forced to retreat. Oskierko came first to his assistance with his dragoons. They answered musketry fire with musketry fire. But neither could Oskierko's dragoons withstand the pressure, and in a moment they began to withdraw more and more hastily, leaving the ground covered with corpses. Twice did Oskierko endeavor to bring them to order, and twice was he beaten back, so that the soldiers could only cover their retreat by firing in groups. At last they scattered completely. But the Swedes pressed on like an irrepressible torrent toward the hetman's quarters. More and more regiments issued from the city to the field, after the infantry came cavalry. They brought out even field guns. It looked like a general battle, and it seemed as though the enemy sought one. Wołodyjowski, rushing from the hetman's quarters, met his own squadron, which was always in readiness, halfway, going toward the sound of the alarm and the shots. It was led by Ro Kowalski, who, like Kotvich, was not at the banquet, but Ro was not there because he had not been invited. Wołodyjowski gave orders to set fire with all speed to a couple of sheds, so as to light up the field, and he hurried to the battle. On the road he was joined by Kmita with his terrible volunteers, and that half of the Tartars which had not gone on the scouting expedition. Both came just in time to save Kotvich and Oskierko from utter disaster. The sheds had now blazed up so well that everything could be seen as at noontide. In this light the Luda men, aided by Kmita, struck the infantry regiments, and passing through their fire took them on sabres. The Swedish cavalry sprang to assist their own men, and closed mightily with the Luda squadron. For a certain time they struggled exactly like two wrestlers who, seizing each other by the bodies, use their last strength. Now this one bends the other, and now the other bends this. But men fell so frequently in their ranks that at last the Swedes began to be confused. Kmita with his fighters rushed into the thick of the struggle. Wołodyjowski as usual cleared an opening. Near him the two gigantic Skshetuskis fought, and Kharlamp with Ro Kowalski. The Luda men emulated Kmita's fighters, some shouting terribly, others, as the Butryms, rolling on in a body and in silence. New regiments rushed forward to the aid of the broken Swedes. But Vankevich, whose quarters were near Wołodyjowski's and Kmita's, was a little later than they and supported them. At last the hetman led all the troops to the engagement, and began to advance in order. A fierce battle sprang up along the whole line from Mokotov to the Vistula. Then Akba Ulan, who had gone with the scouts, appeared on a foaming horse before the hetman. "Effendi," cried he, "a shambul of cavalry is marching from Babitsi to the city, and convoying wagons. They wish to enter the gates." Sapieha understood in one moment what that sortie in the direction of Mokotov meant. The enemy wished to draw away troops on the meadow road, so that auxiliary cavalry and a provision train might enter the gates. "Run to Wołodyjowski," cried the hetman to Akba Ulan. "Let the Luda squadron, Kmita, and Vankevich stop the road. I will send them reinforcements at once." Akba Ulan put spurs to his horse, after him flew one, and a second, and a third orderly. All rushed to Wołodyjowski and repeated the order of the hetman. Wołodyjowski turned his squadron immediately. Kmita and the Tartars caught up with him. Going across the field, they shot on together, and Vankevich after them. But they arrived too late. Nearly 200 wagons had entered the gate. A splendid detachment of cavalry following them was almost within radius of the fortress. Only the rear guard, composed of about 100 men, had not come yet under cover of the artillery. But these too were going with all speed. The officer, riding behind, urged them on. Kmita, seeing them by the light of the burning shed, gave forth such a piercing and terrible shout, that the horses at his side were frightened. He recognized Boguslav's cavalry, that same which had ridden over him and his Tartars at Yanov. Mindful of nothing, he rushed like a madman toward them, past his own men, and fell first blindly among their ranks. Fortunately the two Kyemliks, Kosma and Damian, sitting on the foremost horses, rode with him. At that moment Wołodyjowski struck the flank like lightning, and with this one blow cut off the rear guard from the main body. Cannon began to thunder from the walls. But the main division, sacrificing their comrades, rushed in with all speed after the wagons. Then the Luda men and Kmita's forces surrounded the rear guard as with a ring, and a merciless slaughter began. But it was of short duration. Boguslav's men, seeing that there was no rescue on any side, sprang from their horses in a moment, threw down their weapons, and shouted with sky-piercing voices, heard in the throng and the uproar, that they surrendered. Neither the volunteers nor the Tartars regarded their shouts, but hewed on. At this moment was heard the threatening and shrill voice of Wołodyjowski, who wanted informants. "Stop! Stop! Take them alive! Take them alive!" cried Kmita. The biting of steel ceased. The Tartars were commanded to bind the enemy, and with the skill peculiar to them they did this in a twinkle. Then the squadrons pushed back hastily from the cannon fire. The colonels marched toward the sheds, the Lauda men in advance, Sienkiewicz in the rear, and Kmita, with the prisoners, in the center, all in perfect readiness to repulse attack should it come. Some of the Tartars led prisoners on leashes, others of them led captured horses. Kmita, when he came near the sheds, looked carefully into the faces of the prisoners to see if Boguslav was among them. For though one of them had sworn under a sword point that the prince was not in the detachment, still Kmita thought that perhaps they were hiding him purposely. Then some voice from under the stirrup of a Tartar cried to him. "Pan Kmita! Colonel! Rescue an acquaintance! Give command to free me from the rope on parole." "Hasling," cried Kmita. Hasling was a Scot, formerly an officer in the cavalry of the voevoda of Vilna, whom Kmita knew in Kyedani, and in his time loved much. "Let the prisoner go free," cried he to the Tartar, "and down from the horse yourself." The Tartar sprang from the saddle as if the wind had carried him off, for he knew the danger of loitering when the Bagadir commanded. Hasling, groaning, climbed into the Tartar's lofty saddle. Kmita then caught him above the palm, and pressing his hand as if he wished to crush it, began to ask insistently. "Whence do you come? Tell me quickly, whence do you come? For God's sake, tell quickly." "From Trilogy," answered the officer. Kmita pressed him still more. "But, Panna Bilovic, is she there?" "She is." Pan Andrei spoke with still greater difficulty, for he pressed his teeth still more closely. "And, what has the prince done with her?" "He has not succeeded in doing anything." Silence followed. After a while Kmita removed his lynx-skin cap, drew his hand over his forehead and said. "I was struck in the battle, blood is leaving me, and I have grown weak." Chapter 79. The sortie had attained its object only in part. Though Boguslav's division had entered the city, the sortie itself had not done great things. It is true that Pan Kotvich's squadron and Oskierko's dragoons had suffered seriously. But the Swedes too had strewn the field with many corpses, and one regiment of infantry, which Wołodyjowski and Sienkiewicz had struck, was almost destroyed. The Lithuanians boasted that they had inflicted greater loss on the enemy than they had endured themselves. Pan Sapieha alone suffered internally, because a new confusion had met him from which his fame might be seriously affected. The colonels attached to the hetman comforted him as well as they could. And to tell the truth, this lesson was useful, for henceforward he had no more such wild banquets. And if there was some pleasure, the greatest watchfulness was observed during the time of its continuance. The Swedes were caught the day after. Supposing that the hetman would not expect a repetition of the sortie so soon, they came outside the walls again. But driven from their ground and leaving a number of dead, they returned. Meanwhile they were examining Hasling in the hetman's quarters. This made Pan Andrei so impatient that he almost sprang out of his skin, for he wished to have the Scot to himself at the earliest, and talk with him touching Trilogy. He prowled about the quarters all day, went in every little while, listened to the statements, and sprang up whenever Boguslav's name was mentioned in the question. But in the evening he received an order to go on a scouting expedition. He said nothing, only set his teeth. For he had changed greatly already, and had learned to defer private affairs for public service. But he pushed the Tartars terribly during the expedition, burst out in anger at the least cause, and struck with his baton till the bones cracked. They said one to another that the Bagadir was mad, and marched silently as cowards, looking only to the eyes of the leader and guessing his thoughts on the wing. On returning he found Hasling in his quarters, but so ill that he could not speak. For his capture had affected him so cruelly that after the additional torture of a whole day's inquisition he had a fever, and did not understand what was said to him. Kmita therefore was forced to be satisfied with what Zagloba told of Hasling's statements, but they touched only public, not private affairs. Of Boguslav the young officer said only this, that after his return from the expedition to Podlyasy and the defeat at Yanov he had become terribly ill from rage and melancholy. He fell into a fever, but as soon as he had recovered somewhat, he moved with his troops to Pomerania, whither Steinbach and the Elector invited him most earnestly. But where is he now? Asked Kmita. According to what Hasling tells me, and he has no reason to lie, he is with the king's brother, at the fortified camp on the Narev and the Bug. Where Boguslav is commanding a whole cavalry division, answered Zagloba. Ha! And they think to come here with succor to the besieged. We shall meet, as God is in heaven, even if I had to go to him in disguise. Do not grow angry for nothing. To Warsaw they would be glad to come with succor, but they cannot, for Charniecki has placed himself in their way. Having neither infantry nor cannon, he cannot attack their camp, and they are afraid to go out against him, for they know that their soldiers could not withstand his in the field. And they know too that if they went out, they could not shield themselves with the river. If the king himself were there he would give battle, for under his command the soldiers fight better, being confident that he is a great warrior. But neither Douglas, nor the king's brother, nor Prince Boguslav, though all three are daring men, would venture against Charniecki. But where is the king? He has gone to Prussia. The king does not believe that we are before Warsaw already, and that we shall capture Wittenberg. But whether he believes or not, he had to go for two reasons. First, because he must win over the elector, even at the price of all Great Poland. Second, because the army, which he led out of the sack, is of no use until it has rested. Toil, watching, and continual alarms have so gnawed it that the soldiers are not able to hold muskets in their hands. And still they are the choicest regiments in the whole army, which through all the German and Danish regions have won famous victories. Further conversation was interrupted by the coming of Wołodyjowski. How is Hasling? Asked he on the threshold. He is sick and imagines every folly, answered Kmita. And you, my dear Michael, what do you want of Hasling? Asked Zagloba. Just as if you do not know. I could not know that it is a question with you of that cherry tree which Prince Boguslav has planted in his garden. He is a diligent gardener, he does not need to wait a year for fruit. I wish you were killed for such jokes, cried the little knight. Look at him, tell him the most innocent thing, and immediately his mustaches are quivering like the horns of a mad grasshopper. In what am I to blame? Seek vengeance on Boguslav, not on me. God grant me to seek and to find. Just now Babinnik has said the same. Before long I see that he will raise the whole army against the prince, but Boguslav is taking good care of himself, and without my stratagems you will not be able to succeed. Here both young men sprang to their feet and asked. Have you any stratagems? But do you think it is as easy to take a stratagem out of the head as a saber out of the sheath? If Boguslav were here, surely I should find more than one, but at that distance, not only a stratagem, but a cannon will not strike. Pan Andrei, give orders to bring me a goblet of mead, for it is hot here today. I'll give you a keg of it if you will invent something. First, why do you stand over this Hasling like an executioner? He is not the only man captured, you can ask others. I have already tortured others, but they are common soldiers. They know nothing, but he, as an officer, was at the court, answered Kmita. That is a reason, answered Zagloba. I must talk with him too. From what he tells me of the person and ways of Prince Boguslav, stratagems may be important. Now the main thing is to finish the siege soon, for afterward we shall move surely against that army on the Narev. But somehow our gracious lord and the hetmans are a long time invisible. How so? Asked Wołodyjowski. I have returned this minute from the hetman, who has just received news that the king will take up position here this evening with the auxiliary divisions. And the hetmans with cavalry will come tomorrow. They are advancing from Sokol itself, resting but little, making forced marches. Besides, it has been known for 2 days that they are almost in sight. Are they bringing many troops? Nearly 5 times as many as Sapieha has, infantry Russian and Hungarian, very excellent. 6,000 Tartars under Subagotsi, but probably it is impossible to let them out for even a day, for they are very self-willed and plunder all around. Better give them to Pan Andrei to lead, said Zagloba. Yes, said Kmita, I should lead them straightway from Warsaw, for they are of no use in a siege. I should take them to the Bug and the Narew. They are of use, replied Wołodyjowski, for none can see better than they that provisions do not enter the fortress. Well, it will be warm for Wittenberg. Wait, old criminal, cried Zagloba. You have warred well, I will not deny that, but you have robbed and plundered still better. You had two mouths, one for false oaths, the other for breaking promises, but this time you will not beg off with both of them. The Gallic disease will dry up your skin, and doctors will tear it from you, but we will flay you better, Zagloba's head for that. Nonsense. He will surrender on conditions to the king, who will not do anything to him, answered Pan Michael, and we shall have to give him military honors besides. He will yield on conditions, will he? Indeed, cried Zagloba. We shall see. Here he began to pound the table with such force that Kowalski, who was coming in at the moment, was frightened and stood as if fixed to the threshold. May I serve as a waiting lad to Jews, shouted the old man, if I let free out of Warsaw that blasphemer of the faith, that robber of churches, that oppressor of widows. That executioner of men and women, that hangman's assistant, that ruffian, that blood-spiller and money-grabber, that purse-gnawer, that flayer. All right. The king will let him out on conditions. But I, as I am a Catholic, as I am Zagloba, as I wish for happiness during life and desire God at death, will make such a tumult against him as no man has ever heard of in this Commonwealth before. Don't wave your hand, Pan Michael. I'll make a tumult. I repeat it, I'll make a tumult. Uncle will make a tumult, thundered Kowalski. Just then Akba Ulan thrust in his beast-like face at the door. Effendi, said he to Kmita, the armies of the king are visible beyond the Vistula. All sprang to their feet and rushed forth. The king had come indeed. First arrived the Tartar squadrons, under Subagotsi, but not in such numbers as was expected. After them came the troops of the kingdom, many and well armed, and above all full of ardor. Before evening the whole army had passed the bridge freshly built by Oskierko. Sapieha was waiting for the king with squadrons drawn out as if ready for battle, standing one by the side of the other, like an immense wall, the end of which it was difficult to reach with the eye. The captains stood before the regiments, near them the standard-bearers, each with lowered ensign, the trumpets, kettledrums, crooked trumpets, and drums made a noise indescribable. The squadrons of the kingdom, in proportion as they passed, stood just opposite the Lithuanians in line. Between one and the other army was an interval of 100 paces. Sapieha with baton in hand went on foot to that open space, after him the chief civil and military dignitaries. On the other side, from the armies of the kingdom approached the king on a splendid Frisian horse, given him by Lubomirski. He was arrayed as if for battle, in light armor of blue and gold, from under which was to be seen a black velvet kaftan, with a lace collar coming out on the breastplate. But instead of a helmet he wore the ordinary Swedish hat, with black feathers. But he wore military gloves, and long yellow boots coming far above his knees. After him rode the papal nuncio, the Archbishop of Lvov, the Bishop of Kamenets, the priest Sietsishevsky, the voevoda of Krakow, the voevoda of Rus, Baron Lisola, Count Potingen. Pan Kamenetsky, the ambassador of Moscow, Pan Grodzitsky, general of artillery, Tyzenhauz, and many others. Sapieha advanced as marshal of the kingdom to hold the king's stirrup, but the king sprang lightly from the saddle, hurried to Sapieha and without saying a word, seized him in his embrace. And Yen Casimir held him a long time, in view of both armies. Silent all the while, but tears flowed down his cheeks in a stream, for he pressed to his bosom the truest servant of the king and the country, a man who, though he did not equal others in genius, though he even erred at times, still soared in honesty above all the lords of that commonwealth, never wavered in loyalty, sacrificed without a moment's thought his whole fortune, and from the beginning of the war exposed his breast for his king and the country. The Lithuanians, who had whispered previously among themselves that perhaps reprimands would meet Pan Sapieha because he had let Karl Gustav escape from near Sandomir and for the recent carelessness at Warsaw. Or at least a cool reception, seeing this hardiness of the king, raised in honor of the kindly monarch a tremendous heaven-echoing shout. The armies of the kingdom answered it immediately with one thunder roll, and for some time above the noise of the music, the rattle of drums, the roar of musketry, were heard only these shouts. Vivat Ioannes Casimiris! Long life to the armies of the crown! Long life to the Lithuanians! So they greeted one another at Warsaw. The walls trembled, and behind the walls the Swedes. I shall bellow, as God is dear to me, cried Zagloba, with emotion, I cannot restrain myself. See our king, our father, gracious gentlemen, I am blubbering, our father, our king. The other day a wanderer deserted by all, now here are 100,000 sabres at call. Merciful God! I cannot keep from tears. Yesterday a wanderer, today the Emperor of Germany has not such good soldiers. Here the sluices were opened in the eyes of Zagloba, and he began to sob time after time. Then he turned suddenly to Ro. Be silent. What are you whimpering about? And is uncle not whimpering? Answered Ro. True, as God is dear to me. I was ashamed, gracious gentlemen, of this commonwealth. But now I would not change with any nation. 100,000 sabres, let others show the like. God has brought them to their minds. God has given this, God has given it. Zagloba had not made a great mistake, for really there were nearly 70,000 men at Warsaw, not counting Charniecki's division, which had not arrived yet. And not counting the armed camp attendants who rendered service when necessary, and who straggled after every camp in countless multitudes. After the greeting and a hurried review of the troops, the king thanked Sapieha's men, amid universal enthusiasm, for their faithful services, and went to Uyazdav. The troops occupied the positions assigned them. Some squadrons remained in Praga, others disposed themselves around the city. A gigantic train of wagons continued to cross the Vistula till the following midday. Next morning the suburbs of the city were as white with tents as if they had been covered with snow. Countless herds of horses were neighing on the adjoining meadows. After the army followed a crowd of Armenians, Jews, Tartars. Another city, more extensive and tumultuous than that which was besieged, grew up on the plain. The Swedes, amazed during the first days at the power of the King of Poland, made no sorties, so that Pan Grodzicki, general of artillery, could ride around the city quietly and form his plan of siege. On the following day the camp attendants began to raise entrenchments here and there, according to Grodzicki's plan. They placed on them at once the smaller cannon, for the larger ones were to appear only a couple of weeks later. Yen Casimir sent a message to old Wittenberg summoning him to surrender the city and lay down his arms, giving favorable conditions, which, when known, roused discontent in the army. That discontent was spread mainly by Zagloba, who had a special hatred of the Swedish commander. Wittenberg, as was easy to foresee, rejected the conditions and resolved on a defense to continue till the last drop of blood was shed, and to bury himself in the ruins of the city rather than yield it to the king. The size of the besieging army did not frighten him a whit, for he knew that an excessive number was rather a hindrance than help in a siege. He was informed also in good season that in the camp of Yen Casimir there was not one siege gun, while the Swedes had more than enough of them, not taking into consideration their inexhaustible supply of ammunition. It was in fact to be foreseen that they would defend themselves with frenzy, for Warsaw had served them hitherto as a storehouse for booty. All the immense treasures looted in castles, in churches, in cities, in the whole Commonwealth, came to the capital, whence they were dispatched in parties to Prussia, and farther to Sweden. But at the present time, when the whole country had risen, and castles defended by the smaller Swedish garrisons did not ensure safety, booty was brought to Warsaw all the more. The Swedish soldier was more ready to sacrifice his life than his booty. A poor people who had seized the treasures of a wealthy land had acquired the taste of them to such a degree that the world had never seen more grasping robbers. The king himself had grown famous for greed, the generals followed his example, and Wittenberg surpassed them all. When it was a question of gain, neither the honor of a knight nor consideration for the dignity of rank restrained officers. They seized, they extorted, they skinned everything that could be taken. In Warsaw itself colonels of high office and noble birth were not ashamed to sell spirits and tobacco to their own soldiers, so as to cram their purses with the pay of the army. This too might rouse the Swedes to fury in defense, that their foremost men were at that time in Warsaw. First was Wittenberg himself, next in command to Carl Gustav. He was the first who had entered the Commonwealth and brought it to decline at Justsee. In return for that service a triumph was prepared for him in Sweden as for a conqueror. In the city was Oxenstiern, the chancellor, a statesman renowned throughout the world, respected for honesty even by his enemies. He was called the Minerva of the king. To his council Karl was indebted for all his victories in negotiation. In the capital was also Wrangel, the younger Horn, Eriksson, the second Lowenhaupt, and many Swedish ladies of high birth, who had followed their husbands to the country as to a new Swedish colony. The Swedes had something to defend. Yen Casimir understood, therefore, that the siege, especially through the lack of heavy guns on his side, would be long and bloody. The hetmans understood this also, but the army would not think of it. Barely had Grodzitsky raised the entrenchments in some fashion, barely had he pushed forward somewhat to the walls, when deputations went from all the squadrons to ask the king to permit volunteers to storm the walls. The king had to explain to them a long time that fortresses were not taken with sabers, before he could restrain their ardor. Meanwhile the works were pushed forward as rapidly as possible. The troops, not being able to storm, took eager part with the camp servants in raising these works. Men from the foremost regiments, nay, even officers brought earth in wheelbarrows, carried fascines, labored. More than once the Swedes tried to hinder, and not a day passed without sorties. But barely were the Swedish musketeers outside the gate, when the Poles, working at the entrenchments, throwing aside wheelbarrows, bundles of twigs, spades and pickaxes, ran with sabers into the smoke so furiously that the Swedes had to hide in the fortress with all haste. In these engagements bodies fell thickly, the fosses and the open space as far as the entrenchments were full of graves, in which were placed sometimes small bundles of the weapons of the dead. At last even time failed for burial, so that bodies lay on the ground spreading a terrible odor around the city and the besiegers. In spite of the greatest difficulty citizens stole forth to the king's camp every day, reporting what happened in the city, and imploring on their knees to hasten the storm. The Swedes, they said, had a plenty of provisions as yet, but the people were dying of hunger on the streets, they lived in want, in oppression under the terrible hand of the garrison. Every day echoes brought to the Polish camp sounds of musket shots in the city, and fugitives brought intelligence that the Swedes were shooting citizens suspected of goodwill to Yen Casimir. The hair stood on end at the stories of the fugitives. They said that the whole population, sick women, newly born infants, old men, all lived at night on the streets, for the Swedes had driven them from their houses, and made passages from wall to wall. So that the garrison, in case Yen Casimir's troops should enter, might withdraw and defend themselves. Rains fell on the people in their camping places, on clear days the sun burned them, at night the cold pinched them. Citizens were not allowed to kindle fires. They had no means of preparing warm food. Various diseases spread more and more, and carried away hundreds of victims. Yen Casimir's heart was ready to burst when he heard these narratives. He sent therefore courier after courier to hasten the coming of the heavy guns. Days and weeks passed, but it was impossible to undertake anything more important than the repulse of sorties. Still the besiegers were strengthened by the thought that the garrison must fail of provisions at last, since the roads were blocked in such fashion that a mouse could not reach the fortress. The besieged lost hope of assistance. The troops under Douglas, which were posted nearest, were not only unable to come to the rescue, but had to think of their own skin. For Yen Casimir, having even too many men, was able to harass them. At last the Poles, even before the coming of the heavy guns, opened on the fortress with the smaller ones. Pan Grodzicki from the side of the Vistula, raised in front of himself, like a mole, earth defences, pushed to within 6 yards of the moat, and vomited a continual fire on the unfortunate city. The magnificent Kazanovsky Palace was ruined, and the Poles did not regret it, for the building belonged to the traitor Radziowski. The shattered walls were barely standing, shining with their empty windows. Day and night balls were dropping on the splendid terraces and in the gardens, smashing the beautiful fountains, bridges, arbors, and marble statues. Terrifying the peacocks which with pitiful screams gave notice of their unhappy condition. Pan Grodzicki hurled fire on the Bernardine Bell Tower, for he had decided to begin the assault on that side. Meanwhile the camp servants begged permission to attack the city, for they wished greatly to reach the Swedish treasures earliest. The king refused at first, but finally consented. A number of prominent officers undertook to lead them, and among others Kmita, who was embittered by delay, and not only that, but in general he knew not what to do with himself. For Hasling, having fallen into a grievous fever, lay without consciousness for some weeks and could speak of nothing. Men therefore were summoned to the storm. Grodzicki opposed this to the last moment, insisting that until a breach was made the city could not be taken, even though the regular infantry were to go to the assault. But as the king had given permission, Grodzicki was forced to yield. June 15, about 6,000 camp servants assembled, ladders, bundles of brush, and bags of sand were prepared. Toward evening a throng, barefoot and armed for the greater part only with sabers, began to approach the city where the trenches and earth defences came nearest the moat. When it had become perfectly dark, the men rushed, at a given signal, toward the moat with a terrible uproar, and began to fill it. The watchful Swedes received them with a murderous fire from muskets and cannons, and a furious battle sprang up along the whole eastern side of the city. Under cover of darkness the Poles filled the moat in a twinkle and reached the walls in an orderless mass. Kmita, with 2,000 men, fell upon an earth fort, which the Poles called the Molehill, and which stood near the Krakow gate. In spite of a desperate defense he captured this place at a blow. The garrison was cut to pieces with sabers, not a man was spared. Pan Andrei gave command to turn the guns on the gate and some of them to the farther walls, so as to aid and cover somewhat those crowds who were striving to scale the walls. These men, however, were not so fortunate. They put the ladders in position, and ascended them so furiously that the best trained infantry could not have done better. But the Swedes, safe behind battlements, fired into their very faces, and hurled stones and blocks prepared for the purpose. Under the weight of these the ladders were broken into pieces, and at last the infantry pushed down the assaulters with long spears, against which sabers had no effect. More than 500 of the best camp servants were lying at the foot of the wall, the rest passed the moat under an incessant fire, and took refuge again in the Polish entrenchments. The storm was repulsed, but the little fort remained in the hands of the Poles. In vain did the Swedes roll at it all night from their heaviest guns. Kmita answered them in like manner from those cannon which he had captured. Only in the morning, when light came, were his guns dismounted to the last one. Wittenberg, for whom that entrenchment was as his head, sent infantry at once with the order not to dare return without retaking what had been lost. But Grodzicki sent reinforcements to Kmita, by the aid of which he not only repulsed the infantry, but fell upon and drove them to the Krakow gate. Grodzicki was so delighted that he ran in person to the king with the report. "Gracious lord," said he, "I was opposed to yesterday's work, but now I see that it was not lost. While that entrenchment was in the enemy's hands I could do nothing against the gate, but now only let the heavy guns come, and in one night I will make a breach." The king, who was grieved that so many good men had fallen, was rejoiced at Grodzicki's words, and asked at once, "But who has command in that entrenchment?" "Pan Babinik," answered a number of voices. The king clapped his hands. "He must be first everywhere." Worthy general, I know him. He is a terribly stubborn cavalier, and will not let himself be smoked out. It would be a mistake beyond forgiveness, gracious lord, if we should permit that. I have already sent him infantry and small cannon, for that they will try to smoke him out is certain. It is a question of Warsaw. That cavalier is worth his weight in gold. He is worth more. For this is not his first, and not his 10th achievement, said the king. Then Yen Casimir gave orders to bring quickly a horse and a field-glass, and he rode out to look at the earthwork. But it was not to be seen from behind the smoke, for a number of 48-pounders were blowing on it with ceaseless fire. They hurled long balls, bombs, and grape-shot. Still the entrenchment was so near the gate that musket balls almost reached it. The bombshells could be seen perfectly when they flew up like cloudlets, and, describing a closely bent bow, fell into that cloud of smoke, bursting with terrible explosion. Many fell beyond the entrenchment, and they prevented the approach of reinforcements. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, said the king. Tyzenhauz, look! A pile of torn earth is all that remains. Tyzenhauz, do you know who is there? Gracious king, Babinich is there. If he comes out living, he will be able to say that he was in hell during life. We must send him fresh men. Worthy general. The orders are already given, but it is difficult for them to go, since bombs pass over and fall very thickly on this side of the fort. Turn all the guns on the wall so as to make a diversion, said the king. Grodzitsky put spurs to his horse and galloped to the trenches. After a while cannonading was heard on the whole line, and somewhat later it was seen that a fresh division of Mazovian infantry went out of the nearest trenches, and on a run to the molehill. The king stood there, looking continually. At last he cried, Babinich should be relieved in the command. And who, gentlemen, will volunteer to take his place? Neither Pan Yen, Pan Stanislav, nor Wołodyjowski was near the king, therefore a moment of silence followed. I, said suddenly Pan Topor Grylewski, an officer of the light squadron of the primate. I, said Tyzenhauz. I, called at once a number of voices. Let the man go who offered himself first, said the king. Pan Topor Grylewski made the sign of the cross, raised the canteen to his mouth, then galloped away. The king remained looking at the cloud of smoke with which the molehill was covered, and the smoke rose above it like a bridge up to the very wall. Since the fort was near the Vistula, the walls of the city towered above it, and therefore the fire was terrible. Meanwhile the thunder of cannon decreased somewhat, though the balls did not cease to describe arcs. And a rattle of musketry was given out as if thousands of men were beating threshing floors with flails. It is evident that they are going to the attack again, said Tyzenhauz. If there were less smoke, we should see the infantry. Let us approach a little, said the king, urging his horse. After him others moved on, and riding along the bank of the Vistula from Uyazdov they approached almost to the Solitz itself. And since the gardens of the palaces and the cloisters coming down to the Vistula had been cleared by the Swedes in the winter for fuel, trees did not cover the view. They could see even without field glasses that the Swedes were really moving again to the storm. I would rather lose that position, said the king all at once, than that Babinich should die. God will defend him, said the priest Tsietsishovsky. And Pan Grodzitsky will not fail to send him reinforcements, added Tyzenhauz. Further conversation was interrupted by some horseman who was approaching from the direction of the city at all speed. Tyzenhauz, having such sight that he saw better with the naked eye than others through field glasses, caught his head at sight of him, and said, Grylewski is returning. It must be that Kmita has fallen, and the fort is captured. The king shaded his eyes with his hands. Grylewski rushed up, reined in his horse, and, panting for breath, exclaimed, Gracious Lord! What has happened? Is he killed? Asked the king. Pan Babinich says that he is well, and does not wish anyone to take his place. He begs only to send him food, for he has had nothing to eat since morning. "Is he alive then?" cried the king. "He says that he is comfortable there," repeated Grylevsky. But others, catching breath from wonder, began to cry, "That is courage. He is a soldier." "But it was necessary to stay there and relieve him absolutely," said the king to Grylevsky. "Is it not a shame to come back? Were you afraid, or what? It would have been better not to go." "Gracious lord," answered Grylevsky, "whoso calls me a coward, him I will correct on any field, but before Majesty I must justify myself. I was in the anthill itself, but Babinnik flew into my face because of my errand. Go," said he, to the hangman. "I am at work here, I am almost creeping out of my skin, and I have no time to talk, but I will not share either my glory or command with any man. I am well here and I will stay here, but I'll give orders to take you outside the trench." "I wish you were killed," said he. "We want to eat, and they send us a commandant instead of food. What had I to do, gracious lord? I do not wonder at his temper, for their hands are dropping from toil." "And how is it," asked the king, "is he holding the place?" "Desperately. What would he not hold? I forgot to tell besides that he shouted to me when I was going, 'I'll stay here a week and will not surrender, if I have something to eat.' Is it possible to hold out there? There, gracious lord, is the genuine day of judgment. Bomb is falling after bomb, pieces of shells are whistling, like devils, around the ear. The earth is dug out into ditches, it is impossible to speak from smoke. The balls hurl around sand and earth, so that every moment a man must shake himself to avoid being buried. Many have fallen, but those who are living lie in furrows in the entrenchments, and have made defenses before their heads of stakes strengthened with earth. The Swedes constructed the place carefully, and now it serves against them. While I was there, infantry came from Grodzitsky, and now there is fighting again. Since we cannot attack the walls until a breach is made," said the king, "we will strike the palace on the Krakow suburbs today, that will be the best diversion." "The palace is wonderfully strengthened, almost changed into a fortress," remarked Tyzenhauz. "But they will not hurry from the city to give aid, for all their fury will be turned on Babinnik," said the king. "So will it be, as I am here alive, so will it be. I will order the storm at once. But first I will bless Babinnik." Then the king took from the priest a golden crucifix in which were splinters of the true cross, and raising it on high he began to bless the distant mound, covered with fire and smoke, saying, "O God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, have mercy on thy people, and give salvation to the dying. Amen. Amen. Amen." Chapter 80. A bloody storm followed from the side of the Novi Sviat against the Krakow suburbs, not over-successful, but in so far effective that it turned the attention of the Swedes from the entrenchment defended by Kmita, and permitted the garrison enclosed in it to rest somewhat. The Poles pushed forward however, to the Kazimirovsky Palace, but they could not hold that point. On the other side they stormed up to the Danilovich Palace and to Danzig House, equally without result. A number of hundreds of people fell again. The king, however, had this consolation: he saw that even the general militia rushed to the walls with the greatest daring and devotion, and that after those attempts, more or less unsuccessful, their courage not only had not fallen, but on the contrary assurance of victory was growing strong in the army. The most fortunate event of the day was the arrival of Pan Yen Zamoyski and Pan Charniecki. The first brought very excellent infantry and guns from Zamost, so heavy that the Swedes had nothing like them in Warsaw. The second, in agreement with Sapieha, having besieged Douglas, and with some Lithuanian troops and the general militia of Podliasy, under command of Pan Yen, had come to Warsaw to take part in the general storm. It was hoped by Charniecki as well as others that this would be the last storm. Zamoyski's heavy guns were placed in the position taken by Kmita. They began work immediately against the walls and the gate, and forced the Swedish howitzers to silence at once. General Grodzitsky himself occupied the molehill, and Kmita returned to his Tartars. But he had not reached his quarters when he was summoned to Uyazdov. The king in presence of the whole staff applauded the young knight. Neither Charniecki, Sapieha, Lubomirski, nor the hetman spared praises on him. He stood there in torn garments covered with earth, his face entirely discolored with powder smoke. Without sleep, soiled, but joyous because he had held the place, had won so much praise, and gained immeasurable glory in both armies. Among other cavaliers Pan Michael and Pan Yen congratulated him. "You do not know indeed, Pan Andrei," said the little knight, "what great weight you have with the king. I was at the council of war yesterday, for Pan Charniecki took me with him. They talked of the storm, and then of the news which had just come in from Lithuania, the war there, and the cruelties which Pontus de la Gardie and the Swedes permit. They were considering at the council how to strengthen resistance. Sapieha said it was best to send thither a couple of squadrons and a man who could be there what Charniecki was at the beginning of the war in Poland. To which the king answered, there is only one such man, Babinik. The others confirmed this at once. I would go most willingly to Lithuania, and especially to Jmud, answered Kmita. I resolved to ask of the king myself permission to go, but I am waiting till Warsaw is taken. There will be a general storm tomorrow, said Zagloba. I know, but how is Ketling? Who is that? Hasling? All one, for he has two names, as is the custom among the English, the Scots, and many other nations. True, answered Zagloba, and a Spaniard every day of the week has a new name for himself. Your servant told me that Hasling, or Ketling, is well. He has begun to talk, walks, the fever has left him, he calls for food every hour. Have you been with him? Asked Kmita of Pan Michael. I have not, for I have had no time. Who has a head for anything but the storm? Then let us go now. Go to sleep first, said Zagloba. True. True. I am barely standing on my feet. So when he came to his own quarters Pan Andrei followed Zagloba's advice, especially as he found Hasling asleep. But Zagloba and Wołodyjowski came to see him in the evening. They sat down in the broad summer-house which the Tartars had made for their Bagadir. The Kyemliks poured out for them mead 100 years old, which the king had sent to Kmita. And they drank it willingly, for the air was hot outside. Hasling, pale and emaciated, seemed to draw life and strength from the precious liquid. Zagloba clicked with his tongue, and wiped perspiration from his forehead. Hey! How the great guns are thundering, said the young Scot, listening. Tomorrow you will go to the storm, it is well. For the healthy, God give you blessing. I am of foreign blood, and serve him whom it was my duty to serve, but you have my best wishes. Ah, what mead this is! Life enters me. Thus speaking, he threw back his golden hair and raised his blue eyes toward heaven. He had a wonderful face, half childlike as yet. Zagloba looked at him with a certain emotion. You speak Polish as well as any of us, said he. Become a Pole, love this our country, and you will do an honorable deed, and mead will not be lacking to you. It is not difficult for a soldier to receive naturalization with us. All the more easy since I am a noble, answered Hasling. My name is Hasling Ketling of Elgin. My family come from England, though settled in Scotland. Those countries beyond the sea are far away, and somehow it is more decent for a man to live here, said Zagloba. It is pleasant for me here. But unpleasant for us, said Kmita, who from the beginning was twisting impatiently on the bench, for we are anxious to hear what is going on in Torogi. But you are talking genealogies. Ask me, I will answer. Have you seen Panna Bilovic often? Over the pale face of Hasling blushes passed. Every day, said he. Kmita looked at him quickly. Were you such a confidant? Why do you blush? Every day, how every day? For she knew that I wished her well, and I rendered her some services. That will appear from the further narrative, but now it is necessary to commence at the beginning. You, gentlemen, know, perhaps, that I was not at Kyedani when Prince Boguslav came and took that lady to Torogi? Therefore I will not repeat why that happened, for different people gave different accounts. I will only say that they had scarcely arrived when all saw at once that the prince was terribly in love. God punish him, cried Kmita. Amusements followed, such as had not been before, tilting at the ring and tournaments. Anyone would have thought it a time of the greatest peace. But letters were coming in every day, as well as envoys from the elector and from Prince Yanush. We knew that Prince Yanush was pushed by Sapieha and the Confederates. He implored for rescue by the mercy of God, for destruction was threatening him. We did nothing. On the elector's boundary troops were standing ready, captains were coming with letters. But we did not go with assistance, for the prince had no success with the lady. Is that why Boguslav did not give aid to his cousin? Asked Zagloba. It is. Patterson said the same, and all the persons nearest the prince. Some complained of this, others were glad that the Radzivills were falling. Sakovich conducted all public business for the prince, answered letters, and held council with the envoys. But the prince was laboring on one idea only, to contrive some kind of amusement, either a cavalcade or hunt. He, a miser, scattered money on every side. He gave orders to fell forests for whole miles, so that the lady might have a better view from her windows. In a word, he really scattered flowers under her feet, and received her in such fashion that had she been Queen of Sweden he could have invented nothing better. Many pitied her and said, all this is for her ruin. As to marrying, the prince will not marry, and if he can only catch her heart he will deceive her. But it appeared that she was not a lady to be conducted whither virtue does not go. Oh! Well, what? Cried Kmita, springing up. I know that better than others. How did Panna Billevich receive these royal homages? Asked Pan Michael. At first with affable face, though it was evident that she was bearing some sorrow in her heart. She was present at the hunts, at the masquerades, cavalcades, and tournaments, thinking indeed that these were usual court amusements with the prince. It happened on a time that the prince, straining his imagination over various spectacles, wished to show the lady the counterfeit of war. He had a settlement burned near Torogi, infantry defended it, the prince stormed the place. Evidently he gained a great victory, after which, being sated with praise, he fell at the lady's feet and begged for a return of his love. It is not known what he proposed to her, but from that time their friendship was at an end. She began to hold night and day to the sleeve of her uncle, the sword-bearer of Rosieni. But the prince began to threaten her, did he? Cried Kmita. What, threaten? He dressed himself as a Greek shepherd, as Philemon. Special couriers were flying to Königsberg for patterns of shepherd's garments, for ribbons and wigs. He feigned despair, he walked under her windows, and played on a lute. And here I tell you, gentlemen, what I really think. He was a savage executioner of the virtue of ladies, and it may be boldly said of him, as is said in our country of such people, his sighs filled out the sails of more than one lady. But this time he fell in love in earnest, which is no wonder, for the lady reminds one more of a goddess than a dweller in this earthly vale. Here Hassling blushed again, but Pan Andrei did not see it, for seizing his sides with satisfaction and pride, he looked with a triumphant glance at Zagloba and Wołodyjowski. We know her, a perfect Diana, she needs only the moon in her hair, said the little knight. What, Diana? Diana's dogs would howl at Diana if they could see Panna Billevich. Therefore I said it is no wonder, answered Hassling. Well. But for that, no wonder I would burn him with a slow fire. For that, no wonder I would have him shod with hobnails. Give us peace, interrupted Zagloba. Get him first, then play pranks, but now let this cavalier speak. More than once I was on watch before the room in which he slept, continued Hassling. I know how he turned on his bed, sighed, talked to himself, and hissed, as if from pain. Evidently desires were burning him. He changed terribly, dried up. It may be, too, that the illness under which he afterward fell was diving into him. Meanwhile news flew through the whole court that the prince had become so distracted that he wanted to marry. This came to Janusha's princess, who with her daughter was living at Trilogy. Then began anger and disputes, for, as you know, Boguslav, according to agreement, is to marry Janusha's daughter when she comes of age. But he forgot everything, so pierced was his heart. Janusha's princess, falling into a rage, went with her daughter to Kurland. That same evening he made a proposal to Panna Bilovic. Did he make proposals? Cried Zagloba, Kmita, and Pan Michael, with astonishment. He did. First to the sword-bearer of Rossyeni, who was no less astonished than you, and would not believe his own ears. But convinced at last he was barely able to control himself from delight, for it was no small splendor for the house of Bilovic to be united with the Radzivills. It is true, as Patterson said, that there is some connection already, but it is old and forgotten. Tell on, said Kmita, trembling from impatience. Both went to the lady with all ostentation, as is the custom on such occasions. The whole court was trembling. Evil tidings came from Prince Janusz. Sakovich alone read them, but no one paid attention to them, nor even to Sakovich, for he had fallen out of favor because he had proposed the marriage. But among us some said that it was no novelty for the Radzivills to marry ordinary noble women. That in the Commonwealth all nobles were equal, and that the house of Bilovic went back to Roman times. And this was said by those who wished to gain for themselves the favor of the coming princess. Others asserted that this was a stratagem of the prince to come to great intimacy with the lady, which happens not infrequently between persons betrothed. That was it. Nothing else, said Zagloba. And so I think, said Hassling, but listen further. When we were deliberating in the court among ourselves in this fashion, the report went out like a thunderbolt that the lady had cut all doubt as with a saber, for she refused him directly. God bless her, cried Kmita. She refused him directly, continued Hassling. It was enough to look at the prince to know that. He, to whom princesses yielded, could not endure resistance, and almost went mad. It was dangerous to appear before him. We all saw that it would not remain long thus, and that the prince would use force sooner or later. In fact, the sword-bearer of Rossyeni was carried off the next day to Tiltsa, beyond the elector's boundary. That day the lady implored the officer keeping guard before her door to give her a loaded pistol. The officer did not refuse that, for being a noble and man of honor he felt compassion for the lady in homage for her beauty and resolution. Who was that officer? Asked Kmita. I, answered Hassling, dryly. Pan Andrei seized him by the shoulders, so that the young Scot, being weak, called out from pain. That is nothing, cried Kmita. You are not a prisoner. You are my brother, my friend. Tell me what you wish. In God's name, tell me what you wish. To rest a while, answered Hassling, breathing heavily, and he was silent. He merely pressed the hands which Pan Michael and Zagloba gave him. At last, seeing that all were burning with curiosity, he continued. I forewarned her too of what all knew, that the prince's physician was preparing some intoxicating drug. Meanwhile fears turned out to be groundless, for God interfered in the affair. He touched the prince with his finger, threw him on a bed of sickness, and kept him there a month. It is a marvel, gentlemen, but it happened as if he had been cut from his feet, as with a scythe, that same day, when he intended to attack the virtue of this lady. The hand of God, I say, nothing else. He thought that himself, and was afraid, maybe too that during his sickness the desire left him, maybe he was waiting to regain his strength. It is enough, that when he came to himself he left her in peace, and even permitted the sword-bearer to come from Tiltsa. It is true, also, that the sickness which confined him to his bed left him, but not the fever, which is, I believe, crushing him to this day. It is true, also, that soon after he left the bed he had to go on the expedition to Tykotsin, where defeat met him. He returned with a still greater fever, then the elector sent for him. But meanwhile a change took place at Trilogy, of which it is wonderful and laughable to tell. It is enough that the prince cannot count on the loyalty of any officer or any attendant, unless on very old ones, who neither hear nor see perfectly, and therefore guard nothing well. What happened? Asked Zagloba. During the Tykotsin campaign, before the defeat at Tanov, they captured a certain Panna Anusia Borzobogati, and sent her to Torogi. There, grandmother, you have cakes, exclaimed Zagloba. Pan Michael began to blink and move his mustaches. At last he said, say nothing bad of her, or when you recover you will have to meet me. Even if I wished I could say nothing bad of that lady. But if she is your betrothed, I say that you take poor care of her, and if she is a relative, you know her too well to deny what I say. It is enough that in 1 week she made all in the company, old and young, in love with her, and only by using her eyes with the addition of some tricks of witchcraft, of which I can give no account. I should know her in hell by this, muttered Zagloba. It is a wonderful thing, said Hasling. Panna Bilovic is equal to her in beauty, but has such dignity and unapproachableness that a man while admiring and doing homage to her does not dare to raise his eyes. Much less to conceive any hope. You know yourselves, gentlemen, that there are different kinds of ladies, some are like ancient vestals, others, you have barely seen them and you wish. Worthy sir, said Pan Michael, threateningly. Don't make a fool of yourself, Michael, for he tells the truth, said Zagloba. You go around like a young cockerel and show the whites of your eyes. But that she is a coquette we all know, and you have said so more than 100 times. Let us leave this matter, said Hasling. I wished simply to explain to you, gentlemen, why only a few were in love with Panna Bilovic, those who could really appreciate her unrivaled perfection. Here he blushed again. And with Panna Borzobogati nearly all. As God is dear to me, I had to laugh, for it was just as if some plague had come upon hearts. Disputes and duels increased in the twinkle of an eye. And about what? For what? You must know that there was no one who could boast of the love of the lady. Each one believed blindly in this alone, that earlier or later he would have some success. He has painted her, as it were, muttered Pan Michael. But these two young ladies became wonderfully fond of each other, continued Hasling, one would not move a step without the other, and Panna Borzobogati manages in Torogi as it pleases her. How is that? Asked the little knight. For she rules everybody. Sienkiewicz did not go on a campaign this time, because he is in love. And Sienkiewicz is absolute master in all the possessions of Prince Boguslav. And Panna Anusia governs through him. Is he so much in love with her? Asked Pan Michael. He is, and has the greatest confidence in himself, for he is a very rich man. And his name is Sienkiewicz? You wish, I see, to remember him well. Certainly. Answered Pan Michael, as it were, carelessly, but at the same time he moved his mustaches so ominously that a shudder went through Zagloba. I only wish to add, continued Hasling, that if Panna Borzobogati should command Sienkiewicz to betray the prince and lighten her escape and that of her friend, I think he would do it without hesitation. But so far as I know she wishes to do that without his knowledge, maybe to spite him, who knows. It is enough that an officer, a relative of mine, but not a Catholic, assured me that the departure of the sword-bearer with the ladies is arranged. Officers are involved in the conspiracy, and it is to take place soon. Here Hasling began to breathe heavily, for he was weary and was using the last of his strength. And this is the most important thing that I had to tell you, added he, hurriedly. Wołodyjowski and Kmita seized their heads. Whither are they going to flee? To the forests and through the forests to Bielovich. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Sapieha's orderly, who delivered to Pan Michael and Kmita a quarter of a sheet of paper folded in 4. Wołodyjowski had barely unfolded his when he said, "The order to occupy positions for tomorrow's work." "Do you hear how the cannons are roaring?" asked Zagloba. "Well, tomorrow. Tomorrow. UF. Hot," said Zagloba, "a bad day for a storm, may the devil take such heat." Mother of God. But more than one will grow cold in spite of the heat. But not those who commend themselves to thee, our patroness, but the cannons are thundering. I am too old for storms, the open field is something else. Another officer appeared in the door. Is His Grace Pan Zagloba here? Asked he. I am here. By the command of our gracious king, you are to be near his person tomorrow. Ha! He wishes to keep me from the storm, for he knows that the old man will move first, only let the trumpets sound. He is a kind lord, mindful, I should not like to annoy him. But whether I shall restrain myself I know not, for when the desire presses me I think of nothing, and roll straight into the smoke. Such is my nature. A kind lord. Do you hear how the trumpets are sounding for everyone to take his place? Well, tomorrow. Saint Peter will have work, he must have his books ready. In hell too they have put fresh pitch in the kettles, a bath for the Swedes. UF. Tomorrow. Chapter 81. July 1st, between Povansky and the settlement afterward called Marymont, was celebrated a great field mass, which 10,000 men of the quarter soldiers heard with attentive mind. The king made a vow that in case of victory he would build a church to the Most Holy Lady. Dignitaries, the hetmans, the knights made vows, and even simple soldiers, following the example, each according to his means, for this was to be the day of the final storm. After the mass each of the leaders moved to his own command. Sapieha took his position opposite the Church of the Holy Ghost, which at that time was outside the walls. But because it was the key to the walls, it was greatly strengthened by the Swedes, and occupied in fitting manner by the troops. Charniecki was to capture Danzig House, for the rear wall of that building formed a part of the city wall, and by passing through the building it was possible to reach the city. Pyotr Opolinski, the voivoda of Podliasy, with men from Great Poland and Mazovia, was to attack from the Krakow suburbs and the Vistula. The quarter regiments were to attack the gates of New City. There were so many men that they almost exceeded the approaches to the walls, the entire plain, all the neighboring suburban villages and the meadows were overflowed with a sea of soldiers. Beyond the men were white tents, after the tents wagons far away, the eye was lost in the blue distance before it could reach the end of that swarm. Those legions were standing in perfect readiness, with weapons point forward, and 1 foot in advance for the run. They were ready at any moment to rush to the breaches made by the guns of heavy caliber, and especially by Zamoyski's great guns. The guns did not cease to play for a moment. The storm was deferred only because they were waiting for the final answer of Wittenberg to the letter which the Grand Chancellor Korytczynski had sent him. When about midday the officer returned with a refusal, the ominous trumpets rang out around the city, and the storm began. The armies of the kingdom under the hetmans, Charniecki's men, the regiments of the king, the infantry regiments of Zamoyski, the Lithuanians of Sapieha, and the legions of the general militia rushed toward the walls like a swollen river. But from behind the walls bloomed out against them rolls of white smoke and darts of flame, heavy cannon, arquebus, double-barreled guns, muskets thundered simultaneously. The earth was shaken in its foundations. The balls broke into that throng of men, plowed long furrows in it, but the men ran on and tore up to the fortress, regarding neither fire nor death. Clouds of powder smoke hid the sun. Each attacked furiously what was nearest him, the hetmans the gates of New City, Charniecki, Danzig House. Sapieha with the Lithuanians, the Church of the Holy Ghost, the Mazovians and men of Great Poland, the Krakow suburbs. The heaviest work fell to the last-mentioned men, for the palaces and houses along the Krakow suburbs were turned into fortresses. But that day such fury of battle had seized the Mazovians that nothing could stand before their onset. They took by storm house after house, palace after palace. They fought in windows, in doors, in passages. After the capture of one house, before the blood was dry on their hands and faces, they rushed to another. Again a hand-to-hand battle, and again they rushed farther. The private regiments vied with the general militia, and the general militia with the infantry. They had been commanded before advancing to the storm to carry at their breasts bundles of unripe grain to ward off the bullets, but in the ardor and frenzy of battle they hurled aside every defense and ran forward with bare bosoms. In the midst of a bloody struggle the chapel of the Tsar Shuiski and the lordly palace of the Koniecpolskis were captured. The Swedes were destroyed to the last man in the smaller buildings, in the stables of the magnates, in the gardens descending to the Vistula. Near the Kazanovsky Palace the Swedish infantry tried to make a stand in the street, and reinforced from the walls of the palace, from the church and the bell tower of the Bernardines, which was turned into a strong fortress, they received the attack with a cutting fire. But the hail of bullets did not stop the attack for a moment, and the nobles, with the cry of "Mazovians victorious," rushed with sabers into the center of the quadrangle. After them came the land infantry, servants armed with poles, pickaxes, and scythes. The quadrangle was broken in a twinkle, and hewing began. Swedes and Poles were so mingled together that they formed one gigantic mass, which squirmed, twisted, and rolled in its own blood between the Kazanovsky Palace, the house of Radzievsky, and the Krakow Gate. But new legions of warriors breathing blood came on continually, like a foaming river, from the direction of the Krakow Gate. The Swedish infantry was cut to pieces at last, and then began that famous storm of the Kazanovsky Palace and the Bernardines Church which in great part decided the fate of the day. Zagloba commanded, for he was mistaken the day before in thinking that the king called him to his person only to be present. For, on the contrary, he confided to him, as to a famous and experienced warrior, command over the camp servants, who with the quarter soldiers and the general militia were to go as volunteers to storm from that side. Zagloba was willing, it is true, to go with these men in the rear, and content himself with occupying the palaces already captured. But when in the very beginning all vying with one another were mingled completely, the human current bore him on with the others. So he went. For although he had from nature great circumspection as a gift, and preferred, where it was possible, not to expose his life to danger, he had for so many years become accustomed to battles in spite of himself, had been present in so many dreadful slaughters, that when the inevitable came he fought with others. And even better than others, for he fought with desperation and rage in a manful heart. So at this time he found himself at the gate of the Kazanovsky Palace, or rather in the hell which was raging dreadfully in front of that gate. That is, amid a whirlpool, heat, crushing, a storm of bullets, fire, smoke, groans and shouts of men. Thousands of scythes, picks, and axes were driven against the gate. 1,000 arms pressed and pushed it furiously. Some men fell as if struck by lightning. Others pushed themselves into their places, trampled their bodies, and forced themselves forward, as if seeking death of purpose. No one had seen or remembered a more stubborn defense, but also not a more resolute attack. From the highest stories bullets were rained and pitch poured down on the gate. But those who were under fire, even had they wished, could not withdraw, so powerfully were they pressed from behind. You saw single men, wet from perspiration, black from smoke, with set teeth, with wild eyes, hurling at the gate beams of such size that at an ordinary time 3 strong men would not have been able to lift them. So their strength was trebled by frenzy. All the windows were stormed simultaneously, ladders were placed at the upper stories, lattices were hewn from the walls. But still from those lattices and windows, from openings cut in the walls, were sticking out musket barrels, which did not cease to smoke for a moment. But at last such smoke ascended, such dust rose, that on that bright sunny day the assailants could scarcely recognize one another. In spite of that they did not desist from the struggle, but climbed ladders the more fiercely, attacked the gate the more wildly. Because the sounds from the church of the Bernardines announced that their other parties were storming with similar energy. Now Zagloba cried with a voice so piercing that it was heard amid the uproar and shots, "A box with powder under the gate." It was brought to him in a twinkle. He gave command at once to cut just beneath the bolt an opening of such size that the box alone would find place in it. When the box was fitted in, Zagloba himself set fire to the sulfur thread, then commanded. Aside! Close to the wall. Those standing near rushed to both sides, toward those who had placed the ladders at the farther windows. A moment of expectation followed. A mighty report shook the air, and new bundles of smoke rose toward the sky. Zagloba sprang forward with his men. They saw that the explosion had not rent the gate to small pieces, but had torn the hinges from the right side, wrested away a couple of strong beams, already partly cut, turned the handle, and pulled off one half of the lower part, so that a passage was open through which large men might enter easily. Sharpened stakes, axes, and scythes began to beat violently on the weakened door. 100 arms pushed it with utmost effort, a sharp crash was heard, and all one half fell, uncovering the depth of the dark antechamber. In that darkness gleamed discharges of musketry. But the human river rushed forward with an irresistible torrent, the palace was captured. At the same time they broke in through the windows, and a terrible battle with cold weapons began in the interior of the palace. Chamber was taken after chamber, corridor after corridor, story after story. The walls had been so shattered and weakened beforehand that the ceiling in many rooms fell with a crash, covering with their ruins Poles and Swedes. But the Mazovians advanced like a conflagration. They penetrated every place, overturning with their long knives, cutting and thrusting. No man of the Swedes asked for quarter, but neither was it given. In some corridors and passages the piles of bodies so blocked the way that the Swedes made barricades of them, the Poles pulled them out by the feet, by the hair, and hurled them through the windows. Blood flowed in streams through the passages. Groups of Swedes defended themselves yet here and there, and repelled with weakening hands the furious blows of the stormers. Blood had covered their faces, darkness was covering their eyes, more than one sank on his knees, and still fought. Pressed on every side, suffocated by the throng of opponents, the Scandinavians died in silence, in accord with their fame, as beseemed warriors. The statues of divinities and ancient heroes, bespattered with blood, looked with lifeless eyes on that death. Kowalski raged specially in the upper stories. But Zagloba rushed with his men to the terraces, and when he had cut to pieces the infantry defending themselves there, he hurried from the terraces to those wonderful gardens which were famed throughout Europe. The trees were already cut down, the rare plants destroyed by Polish balls, the fountains broken, the earth plowed up by bombshells, in a word, everywhere a desert and destruction. Though the Swedes had not raised their robber hands against this place, out of regard for the person of Radzieyowski. A savage struggle set in there, too, but it lasted only a short time, for the Swedes gave but feeble resistance, and were cut to pieces under the personal command of Zagloba. The soldiers dispersed now through the garden, and the whole palace was plundered. Zagloba betook himself to a corner of the garden, to a place where the walls formed a strong angle, and where the sun did not come, for the night wished to rest somewhat. And he rubbed the sweat from his heated forehead. All at once he espied some strange monsters, looking at him with hostility through an iron grating. The cage was fixed in a corner of the wall, so that balls falling from the outside could not reach it. The door of the cage was wide open. But those meager and ugly creatures did not think of taking advantage of this. Evidently terrified by the uproar, the whistling of bullets, and the fierce slaughter at which they had looked a moment before, they crowded into a corner of the cage, and hidden in the straw, gave note of their terror only by muttering. "Are those monkeys or devils?" said Zagloba to himself. Suddenly anger seized him, courage swelled in his breast, and raising his saber he fell upon the cage. A terrible panic was the answer to the first blow of his saber. The monkeys, which the Swedish soldiers had treated kindly and fed from their own slender rations, fell into such a fright that madness simply seized them. And since Zagloba stopped their exit, they began to rush through the cage with unnatural springs, hanging to the sides, to the top, screaming and biting. At last one in frenzy sprang on Zagloba's shoulder, and seizing him by the head, fastened to it with all his power. Another hung to his right shoulder, a third caught him in front by the neck, the fourth hung to his long split sleeves which were tied together behind. And Zagloba, stifled, sweating, struggled in vain struck blindly toward the rear. Breath soon failed him, his eyes were standing out of his head, and he began to cry with despairing voice. "Gracious gentlemen! Save me!" The cry brought a number of men, who, unable to understand what was happening, rushed to his aid with blood-streaming sabers. But they halted at once in astonishment, they looked at one another, and as if under the influence of some spell they burst out in one great laugh. More soldiers ran up, a crowd was formed. But laughter was communicated to all as an epidemic. They staggered as if drunk, they held their sides. Their faces, besmeared with the gore of men, were twisting spasmodically, and the more Zagloba struggled the more did they laugh. Now Kowalski ran down from an upper story, scattered the crowd, and freed his uncle from the simian embraces. "You rascals," cried the panting Zagloba, "I would you were slain. You are laughing to see a Catholic in oppression from these African monsters. I would you were slain. Were it not for me you would be butting your heads to this moment against the gate, for you deserve nothing better. I wish you were dead, because you are not worth these monkeys. I wish you were dead yourself, king of the monkeys," cried the man standing nearest. "Simierum destructor, destroyer of monkeys," cried another. "Victor," cried the third. "What, Victor? He is victus, conquered." Here Kowalski came again to the aid of his uncle, and struck the nearest man in the breast with his fist. The man dropped to the earth that instant with blood coming from his mouth. Others retreated before the anger of Kowalski, some drew their sabers. But further disputes were interrupted by the uproar and shots coming from the Bernardines' church. Evidently the storm continued there yet in full force, and judging from the feverish musketry fire, the Swedes were not thinking of surrender. "With succor! To the church! To the church!" cried Zagloba. He sprang himself to the top of the palace. There, from the right wing, was to be seen the church, which seemed to be in flames. Crowds of stormers were circling around it convulsively, not being able to enter and perishing for nothing in a cross-fire, for bullets were rained on them from the Krakow gate as thickly as sand. "Cannon to the windows," shouted Zagloba. There were guns enough, large and small, in the Kazanovsky palace, therefore they were drawn to the windows. From fragments of costly furniture and pedestals of statues, platforms were constructed. And in the course of half an hour a number of guns were looking out through the empty openings of the windows toward the church. "Row," said Zagloba, with uncommon irritation, "I must do something considerable, or my glory is lost through those monkeys. Would that the plague had stifled them. The whole army will ridicule me. And though there is no lack of words in my mouth, still I cannot meet the whole world. I must wipe away this confusion, or wide as this commonwealth is they will herald me through it as king of the monkeys." "Uncle must wipe away this confusion," repeated Rowe, with a thundering voice. "And the first means will be that, as I have captured the Kazanovsky palace, for let anyone say that it was not I who did it." "Let anyone say that it was not uncle who did it," repeated Rowe. "I will capture that church, so help me the Lord God, amen," concluded Zagloba. Then he turned to his attendants who were there at the guns. "Fire!" Fear seized the Swedes, who were defending themselves with despair in the church, when the whole side wall began on a sudden to tremble. Bricks, rubbish, lime, fell on those who were sitting in the windows, at the portholes, on the fragments of the inside cornices, at the pigeonholes, through which they were firing at the besiegers. A terrible dust rose in the house of God, and mixed with the smoke began to stifle the wearied men. One man could not see another in the darkness. Cries of, "I am suffocating, I am suffocating," still increased the terror. The noise of balls falling through the windows, of leaden lattice falling to the floor, the heat, the exhalations from bodies, turned the retreat of God into a hell upon earth. The frightened soldiers stood aside from entrances, windows, and portholes. The panic is changed into frenzy. Again terrified voices call, "I am suffocating. Air. Water." Hundreds of voices begin to roar. A white flag. A white flag. Erskine, who is commanding, seizes the flag with his own hand to display it outside. At that moment the entrance bursts, a line of stormers rush in like an avalanche of Satans, and a slaughter follows. There is sudden silence in the church. There is heard only the beast-like panting of the strugglers, the bite of steel on bones, and on the stone floor groans, the patter of blood. And at times some voice in which there is nothing human cries, "Quarter! Quarter!" After an hour's fighting the bell on the tower begins to thunder, and thunders, to the victory of the Mazovians, to the funeral of the Swedes. The Kazanovsky Palace, the cloister, and the bell tower are captured. Pyotr Opalinsky himself, the voevoda of Podliasy, appeared in the blood-stained throng before the palace on his horse. "Who came to our aid from the palace?" cried he, wishing to outcry the sound and the roar of men. "He who captured the palace," said a powerful man, appearing before the voevoda. "I." "What is your name?" "Zagloba." "Vivat Zagloba," bellowed thousands of throats. But the terrible Zagloba pointed with his stained saber toward the gate. "We have not done enough yet. Turn the cannon toward the wall and against the gate. Advance. Follow me." The mad throng rush in the direction of the gate. Meanwhile, oh wonder! The fire of the Swedes, instead of increasing, is growing weak. At the same moment some voice unexpected and piercing cries from the top of the bell tower. "Charniecki is in the city. I see our squadrons." The Swedish fire was weakening more and more. "Halt! Halt!" commanded the voevoda. But the throng did not hear him and rushed at random. That moment a white flag appeared on the Krakow gate. In truth, Charniecki, having forced his way through Danzig House, rushed like a hurricane into the precincts of the fortress. When the Danilovich Palace was taken, and when a moment later the Lithuanian colors glittered on the walls near the Church of the Holy Ghost, Wittenberg saw that further resistance was vain. The Swedes might defend themselves yet in the lofty houses of Old and New City. But the inhabitants had already taken arms, and the defense would end in a terrible slaughter of the Swedes without hope of victory. The trumpeters began then to sound on the walls and to wave white flags. Seeing this, the Polish commanders withheld the storm. General Lowenhaupt, attended by a number of colonels, went out through the gate of New City, and rushed with all breath to the king. Yen Casimir had the city in his hands now. But the kind king wished to stop the flow of Christian blood, therefore he settled on the conditions offered to Wittenberg at first. The city was to be surrendered, with all the booty collected in it. Each Swede was permitted to take with him only what he had brought from Sweden. The garrison with all the generals and with arms in hand were to march out of the city, taking their sick and wounded and the Swedish ladies, of whom a number of tens were in Warsaw. To the Poles who were serving with the Swedes, amnesty was given, with the idea that surely none were serving of their own will. Boguslav Radziwill alone was accepted. To this Wittenberg agreed the more readily since the prince was at that moment with Douglas on the bug. The conditions were signed at once. All the bells in the churches announced to the city and the world that the capital had passed again into the hands of its rightful monarch. An hour later a multitude of the poorest people came out from behind the walls, seeking charity and bread in the Polish camp, for all in the city except the Swedes were in want of food. The king commanded to give what was possible, and went himself to look at the departure of the Swedish garrison. He was surrounded by church and lay dignitaries, by a suite so splendid that it dazzled the people. Nearly all the troops, that is, the troops of the kingdom under the hetmans, Charniecki's division, the Lithuanians under Sapieha, and an immense crowd of general militia, together with the camp servants, assembled around His Majesty. Or all were curious to see those Swedes with whom a few hours before they had fought so terribly and bloodily. Polish commissioners were posted at all the gates. From the moment of signing the conditions, these commissioners were entrusted with the duty of seeing that the Swedes bore off no booty. A special commission was occupied with receiving the booty in the city itself. In the van came the cavalry, which was not numerous, especially since Boguslav's men were excluded from the right of departure. Next came the field artillery with light guns. The heavy pieces were given to the Poles. The men marched at the sides of the guns with lighted matches. Before them waved their unfurled flags, which as a mark of honor were lowered before the Polish king, recently a wanderer. The artillerists marched proudly, looking straight into the eyes of the Polish knights, as if they wished to say, "We shall meet again." And the Poles wondered at their haughty bearing and courage unbent by misfortune. Then appeared the wagons with officers and wounded. In the first one lay Benedict Oxenstiern the chancellor, before whom Jan Casimir had commanded the infantry to present arms, wishing to show that he knew how to respect virtue even in an enemy. Then to the sound of drums, and with waving flags, marched the quadrangle of unrivaled Swedish infantry, resembling, according to the expression of Suba Gotzi, moving castles. After them advanced a brilliant party of cavalry, armored from foot to head, and with a blue banner on which a golden lion was embroidered. These surrounded the chief of staff. At sight of them a murmur passed through the crowd. "Wittenberg is coming! Wittenberg is coming!" In fact, the field marshal himself was approaching. And with him the younger Wrangel, Horn, Erskine, Lowenhaupt, Fergel. The eyes of the Polish knights were turned with eagerness toward them, and especially toward the face of Wittenberg. But his face did not indicate such a terrible warrior as he was in reality. It was an aged face, pale, emaciated by disease. He had sharp features, and above his mouth a thin, small mustache turned up at the ends. The pressed lips and long, pointed nose gave him the appearance of an old and grasping miser. Dressed in black velvet and with a black hat on his head, he looked more like a learned astrologer or a physician. And only the gold chain on his neck, the diamond star on his breast, and a field marshal's baton in his hand showed his high office of leader. Advancing, he cast his eyes unquietly on the king, on the king's staff, on the squadron standing in rank. Then his eyes took in the immense throngs of the general militia, and an ironical smile came out on his pale lips. But in those throngs a murmur was rising ever greater, and the word Wittenberg, Wittenberg, was in every mouth. After a while the murmur changed into deep grumbling, but threatening, like the grumbling of the sea before a storm. From instant to instant it was silent. And then far away in the distance, in the last ranks, was heard some voice in peroration. This voice was answered by others, greater numbers answered them. They were heard ever louder and spread more widely, like ominous echoes. You would swear that a storm was coming from a distance, and that it would burst with all power. The officers were anxious and began to look at the king with disquiet. "What is that? What does that mean?" asked Jan Casimir. Then the grumbling passed into a roar as terrible as if thunders had begun to wrestle with one another in the sky. The immense throng of general militia moved violently, precisely like standing grain when a hurricane is sweeping around it with giant wing. All at once some tens of thousands of sabers were glittering in the sun. "What is that? What does that mean?" asked the king, repeatedly. No one could answer him. Then Wołodyjowski, standing near Sapieha, exclaimed, "That is Pan Zagloba." Wołodyjowski had guessed aright. The moment the conditions of surrender were published and had come to the ears of Zagloba, the old noble fell into such a terrible rage that speech was taken from him for a while. When he came to himself his first act was to spring among the ranks of the general militia and fire up the minds of the nobles. They heard him willingly. For it seemed to all that for so much bravery, for such toil, for so much bloodshed under the walls of Warsaw, they ought to have a better vengeance against the enemy. Therefore great circles of chaotic and stormy men surrounded Zagloba, who threw live coals by the handful on the powder. And with his speech fanned into greater proportions the fire which all the more easily seized their heads, that they were already smoking from the usual libations consequent on victory. "Gracious gentlemen," said he, "behold, these old hands have toiled 50 years for the country, 50 years have they been shedding the blood of the enemy at every wall of the Commonwealth. And today, I have witnesses, they captured the Kazanovsky Palace and the Bernardines Church. And when, gracious gentlemen, did the Swedes lose heart, when did they agree to capitulate? It was when we turned our guns from the Bernardines to the old city. We have not spared our blood, brothers, it has been shed bountifully, and no one has been spared but the enemy. But we, brothers, have left our lands without masters, our servants without lords, our wives without husbands, our children without fathers. Oh, my dear children, what is happening to you now? And we have come here with our naked breasts against cannon. And what is our reward for so doing? This is it, Wittenberg goes forth free, and besides, they give him honor for the road. The executioner of our country departs, the blasphemer of religion departs. The raging enemy of the most holy lady, the burner of our houses, the thief of our last bit of clothing, the murderer of our wives and children, oh, my children, where are you now? The disgracer of the clergy and virgins consecrated to God. Woe to thee, country! Shame to you, nobles! A new agony is awaiting you. Oh, our holy faith! Woe to you, suffering churches! Weeping to thee in complaint, O Częstochowa! For Wittenberg is departing in freedom, and will return soon to press out tears and blood, to finish killing those whom he has not yet killed, to burn that which he has not yet burned. To put shame on that which he has not yet put to shame. Weep, O Poland and Lithuania! Weep, ranks of people, as I weep, an old soldier who, descending to the grave, must look on your agony. Woe to thee, Ilion, the city of aged Priam! Woe! 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 So spoke Zagloba, and thousands listened to him, and wrath raised the hair on the heads of the nobles, but he moved on farther. Again he complained, tore his clothing, and laid bare his breast. He entered also into the army, which gave a willing ear to his complaints, for, in truth, there was a terrible animosity in all hearts against Wittenberg. The tumult would have burst out at once. But Zagloba himself restrained it, lest, if it burst too early, Wittenberg might save himself somehow. But if it broke out when he was leaving the city and would show himself to the general militia, they would bear him apart on their sabers before anyone could see what was done. And his reckoning was justified. At sight of the tyrant frenzy seized the brains of the chaotic and half-drunken nobles, and a terrible storm burst forth in the twinkle of an eye. 40,000 sabers were flashing in the sun, 40,000 throats began to bellow. Death to Wittenberg! Give him here! Make mincemeat of him! Make mincemeat of him! To the throngs of nobles were joined throngs more chaotic still and made brutal by the recent shedding of blood, the camp servants. Even the more disciplined regular squadrons began to murmur fiercely against the oppressor, and the storm began to fly with rage against the Swedish staff. At the first moment all lost their heads, though all understood what the matter was. What is to be done? Cried voices near the king. Oh, merciful Jesus! Rescue! Defend! It is a shame not to observe the conditions. Enraged crowds rush in among the squadrons, press upon them, the squadrons are confused, cannot keep their places. Around them are sabers, sabers, and sabers, under the sabers are inflamed faces, threatening eyes, howling mouths, uproar, noise, wild cries grow with amazing rapidity. In front are rushing camp servants, camp followers, and every kind of army rabble, more like beasts or devils than men. Wittenberg understood what was happening. His face grew pale as a sheet. Sweat, abundant and cold, covered his forehead in a moment, and, oh wonder! That field marshal who hitherto was ready to threaten the whole world, that conqueror of so many armies, that captor of so many cities. That old soldier was then so terribly frightened at the howling mass that presence of mind left him utterly. He trembled in his whole body, he dropped his hands and groaned, spittle began to flow from his mouth to the golden chain, and the field marshal's baton dropped from his hand. Meanwhile the terrible throng was coming nearer and nearer, ghastly forms were surrounding already the hapless generals. A moment more, they would bear them apart on sabres, so that not a fragment of them would remain. Other Swedish generals drew their sabres, wishing to die weapon in hand, as beseemed knights. But the aged oppressor grew weak altogether, and half closed his eyes. At this moment Wołodyjowski, with his men, sprang to the rescue of the staff. Going wedge form on a gallop, he split the mob as a ship moving with all sails bears apart the towering waves of the sea. The cry of the trampled rabble was mingled with the shouts of the lewd squadron. But the horsemen reached the staff first, and surrounded it in the twinkle of an eye with a wall of horses, a wall of their own breasts and sabres. "To the king!" cried the little knight. They moved on. The throng surrounded them from every side, ran along the flanks and the rear, brandished sabres and clubs, howled more and more terribly. But the lewd men pushed forward, thrusting out their sabres from moment to moment at the sides, as a strong stag thrusts with his antlers when surrounded by wolves. Then Wojnalowicz sprang to the aid of Wołodyjowski, after him Wilczkowski with a regiment of the king, then Prince Polyabinski. And all together, defending themselves unceasingly, conducted the staff to the presence of Yen Casimir. The tumult increased instead of diminishing. It seemed, after a time, that the excited rabble would try to seize the Swedish generals without regard to the king. Wittenberg recovered, but fear did not leave him in the least. He sprang from his horse then, and as a hare pressed by dogs or wolves takes refuge under a wagon in motion, so did he, in spite of his gout, throw himself at the feet of Yen Casimir. Then he dropped on his knees, and seizing the king's stirrup, began to cry, "Save me, gracious lord, save me! I have your royal word, the agreement is signed. Save me, save me! Have mercy on us! Do not let them murder me!" The king, at sight of such abasement and such shame, turned away his eyes with aversion and said, "Field Marshal, pray be calm." But he had a troubled face himself, for he knew not what to do. Around them were gathering crowds ever greater, and approaching with more persistence. It is true that the squadrons stood as if for battle, and Zamoyski's infantry had formed a terrible quadrangle roundabout, but what was to be the end of it all? The king looked at Charniecki. But Charniecki only twisted his beard with rage, his soul was storming with such anger against the disobedience of the general militia. Then the chancellor, Korycinski, said, "Gracious lord, we must keep the agreement." "We must," replied the king. Wittenberg, who was looking carefully into their eyes, breathed more freely. "Gracious lord," said he, "I believe in your words as in God." To which Potocki, the old hetman of the kingdom, cried, "And why have you broken so many oaths, so many agreements, so many terms of surrender? With what any man wars, from that will he perish. Why did you seize, in spite of the terms of capitulation, the king's regiment commanded by Wolf?" "Miller did that, not I," answered Wittenberg. The hetman looked at him with disdain. Then turned to the king. "Gracious lord, I do not say this to incite your royal grace to break agreements also, for let perfidy be on their side alone." "What is to be done?" asked the king. "If we send them to Prussia, 50,000 nobles will follow and cut them to pieces before they reach Pultusk, unless we give them the whole regular army as a guard, and we cannot do that. Here, your royal grace, how the militia are howling. In truth, there is a well-founded animosity against Wittenberg. It is needful first to safeguard his person, and then to send all away when the fire has cooled down." "There is no other way," said Korycinski. "But where are they to be kept?" "We cannot keep them here, for here, devil take it. Civil war would break out," said the voevoda of Rus. Now Sobipan Zamoyski appeared, and pouting his lips greatly, said with his customary spirit, "Well, gracious lord, give them to me at Zamost, let them sit there till calm comes. I will defend Wittenberg there from the nobles. Let them try to get him from me. But on the road will your worthiness defend the field marshal? Asked the chancellor. I can depend on my servants yet. Or have I not infantry and cannon? Let anyone take him from Zamoyski. We shall see. Here he put his hands on his hips, struck his thighs, and bent from one side of the saddle to the other. There is no other way, said the chancellor. I see no other, added Lanskoronsky. Then take them, said the king to Zamoyski. But Wittenberg, seeing that his life was threatened no longer, considered it proper to protest. We did not expect this, said he. Well, we do not detain you, the road is open, said Potocki, pointing to the distance with his hand. Wittenberg was silent. Meanwhile the chancellor sent a number of officers to declare to the nobles that Wittenberg would not depart in freedom, but would be sent to Zamost. The tumult, it is true, was not allayed at once. Still the news had a soothing effect. Before night fell attention was turned in another direction. The troops began to enter the city, and the sight of the recovered capital filled all minds with the delight of triumph. The king rejoiced. Still the thought that he was unable to observe the conditions of the agreement troubled him not a little, as well as the endless disobedience of the general militia. Charniecki was chewing his anger. With such troops one can never be sure of tomorrow, said he to the king. Sometimes they fight badly, sometimes heroically, all from impulse. And at any outbreak rebellion is ready. God grant them not to disperse, said the king, for they are needed yet, and they think that they have finished everything. The man who caused that outbreak should be torn asunder with horses, without regard to the services which he has rendered, continued Charniecki. The strictest orders were given to search for Zagloba, for it was a secret to no man that he had raised the storm, but Zagloba had as it were dropped into water. They searched for him in the tents, in the Tabor, even among the Tartars, all in vain. Tyzenhauz even said that the king, always kind and gracious, wished from his whole soul that they might not find him, and even undertook a 9 days' devotion to that effect. But a week later, after some dinner when the heart of the monarch was big with joy, the following words were heard from the mouth of Yen Casimir. Announce that Pan Zagloba is not to hide himself longer, for we are longing for his jests. When Charniecki was horrified at this, the king said, Whoso in this commonwealth should have justice without mercy in his heart would be forced to carry an axe in his bosom, and not a heart. Faults come easier here than anywhere, but in no land does repentance follow so quickly. Saying this, the king had Babinnik more in mind than Zagloba. And he was thinking of Babinnik because the young man had bowed down to the king's feet the day before with a petition that he would not hinder him from going to Lithuania. He said that he wished to freshen the war there, and attack the Swedes, as he had once attacked Hovanski. And as the king intended to send there a soldier experienced in partisan warfare, he permitted Babinnik to go, gave him the means, blessed him, and whispered some wish in his ear. After which the young knight fell his whole length at his feet. Then, without loitering, Kmita moved briskly toward the east. Subagotsi, captured by a considerable present, permitted him to take 500 fresh Dobruja Tartars. 1,500 other good men marched with him, a force with which it was possible to begin something. And the young man's head was fired with a desire for battle and warlike achievements. The hope of glory smiled on him. He heard already how all Lithuania was repeating his name with pride and wonder. He heard especially how one beloved mouth repeated it, and his soul gave him wings. And there was another reason why he rode forward so briskly. Wherever he appeared he was the first to announce the glad tidings, the Swede is defeated, and Warsaw is taken. Wherever his horse's hoofs sounded, the whole neighborhood rang with these words, the people along the roads greeted him with weeping. They rang bells in the church towers and sang, Te Deum Laudamus. When he rode through the forest the dark pines, when through the fields the golden grain, rocked by the wind, seemed to repeat and sound joyously. The Swede is defeated. Warsaw is taken. Warsaw is taken. Chapter 82. Though Kettling was near the person of Prince Boguslav, he did not know all, and could not tell of all that was done in Trilogy, for he was blinded himself by love for Pan Nabilovic. Boguslav had also another confidant, Pan Sienkiewicz, the Starosta of Ogniem. And he alone knew how deeply the prince was involved by love for his charming captive, and what means he was using to gain her heart and her person. That love was merely a fierce desire, for Boguslav's heart was not capable of other feelings, but the desire was so violent that experienced cavalier lost his head. And often in the evening, when alone with the Starosta, he seized his own hair and cried, "I am burning, Sienkiewicz, I am burning." Sienkiewicz found means at once. "Whoso wishes to take honey must drug the bees," said he. "And has your physician few of such intoxicating herbs? Give him the word today, and tomorrow the affair will be over." But the prince did not like such a method, and that for various reasons. First, on a time, old Heraclius Bilovic, the grandfather of Olenka, appeared to him in a dream, and standing at his pillow, looked with threatening eyes till the first crowing of the cocks. Boguslav remembered the dream. For that night, without fear, was superstitious, dreaded charms, dream warnings, and supernatural apparitions, so much that a shiver passed through him at thought of the terror and the shape in which that phantom might come a second time should he follow Sienkiewicz's counsel. The Starosta of Ogniem himself, who did not believe greatly in God, but who, like the prince, dreaded dreams and enchantments, staggered somewhat in giving advice. The second reason of Boguslav's delay was that the Wallachian woman was living with her stepdaughter in Trilogy. They called Princess Radziwill, the wife of Janusz, the Wallachian woman. That lady, coming from a country in which her sex have rather free manners, was not, in truth, over-stern, nay, maybe she understood too well the amusements of courtiers and ladies-in-waiting. Still she could not endure that at her side a man, the coming husband of her stepdaughter, should do a deed calling to heaven for vengeance. But even later, when through the persuasions of Sienkiewicz, and with the consent of the Prince Voivoda of Vilna, the Wallachian woman went with Janusz's daughter to Kurland. Boguslav did not dare to do the deed. He feared the terrible outcry which would rise throughout all Lithuania. The Bilovics were wealthy people, they would not fail to crush him with a prosecution. The law punished such deeds with loss of property, honor, and life. The Radziwills, it is true, were powerful, and might trample on law. But when victory in war was inclining to the side of Yen Casimir, the young prince might fall into serious difficulties, in which he would lack power, friends, and henchmen. And just then it was hard to foresee how the war would end. Forces were coming every day to Yen Casimir. The power of Karl Gustav was decreasing absolutely by the loss of men and the exhaustion of money. Prince Boguslav, an impulsive but calculating man, reckoned with the position. His desires tormented him with fire, his reason advised restraint, superstitious fear bridled the outbursts of his blood. At the same time disease fell upon him. Great and urgent questions rose, involving frequently the fate of the whole war, and all these causes rent the soul of the prince till he was mortally wearied. Still, it is unknown how the struggle might have ended had it not been for Boguslav's self-love. He was a man of immense self-esteem. He counted himself an unequaled statesman, a great leader, a great knight, and an invincible captor of the hearts of women. Was he to use force or intoxicating drugs, he who carried around with him a bound casket filled with love letters from various foreign ladies of celebrity? Were his wealth, his titles, his power almost royal, his great name, his beauty and courtliness not equal to the conquest of one timid noblewoman? Besides, how much greater the triumph, how much greater the delight, when the resistance of the maiden drops, when she herself willingly, and with a heart beating like that of a seized bird, with burning face and eyes veiled with mist, falls into those arms which are stretched toward her. A quiver passed through Boguslav at thought of that moment, and he desired it as greatly as he did Olenka herself. He hoped always that that moment would come. He writhed, he was impatient, he deceived himself. At one time it seemed to him nearer, at another farther, and then he cried that he was burning. But he did not cease to work. To begin with, he surrounded the maiden with minute care, so that she must be thankful to him and think that he is kind. For he understood that the feeling of gratitude and friendship is that mild and warm flame which only needs to be fanned and it will turn into a great fire. Their frequent intercourse was to bring this about the more surely, hence Boguslav showed no insistence, not wishing to chill confidence or frighten it away. At the same time every look, every touch of the hand, every word was calculated, nothing passed in vain, everything was the drop wearing the stone. All that he did for Olenka might be interpreted as the hospitality of a host, that innocent friendly attraction which one person feels for another, but still it was done to create love. The boundary was purposely blurred and indefinite, so that to pass it would become easy in time. And thus the maiden might the more lightly wander into those labyrinths where each form might mean something or nothing. That play did not agree, it is true, with the native impulsiveness of Boguslav. Still he restrained himself, for he judged that that alone would lead to the object. And at the same time he found in it such satisfaction as the spider finds when weaving his web, the traitorous bird-catcher when spreading his net. Or the hunter tracking patiently and with endurance the wild beast. His own penetration, subtlety, and quickness, developed by life at the French court, amused the prince. He entertained Panna Alexandra as if she were a sovereign princess. But in such a way that again it was not easy for her to divine whether this was done exclusively for her, or whether it flowed from his innate and acquired politeness toward the fair sex in general. It is true that he made her the chief person in all the entertainments, plays, cavalcades, and hunting expeditions, but this came somewhat from the nature of things. After the departure of Janusha's princess to Kurland, she was really first among the ladies at Torogi. A multitude of noble ladies from all Jmud had taken refuge in Torogi, as in a place lying near the boundary, so as to be protected by the Swedes under the guardianship of the prince. But they recognized Panna Bilovic as first among all, since she was the daughter of the most noted family. And while the whole Commonwealth was swimming in blood, there was no end to entertainments. You would have said that the king's court with all the courtiers and ladies had gone to the country for leisure and entertainment. Boguslav ruled as an absolute monarch in Torogi and in all adjoining electoral Prussia, in which he was frequently a guest, therefore everything was at his orders. Towns furnished money and troops on his notes, the Prussian nobles came gladly, in carriages and on horseback, to his feasts, hunts, and tournaments. Boguslav even renewed, in honor of his lady, the conflicts of knights within barriers, which were already in disuse. On a certain occasion he took active part in them. Dressed in silver armor, and girded with a silver sash which Panna Bilovic had to bind on him, he hurled from their horses 4 of the first knights of Prussia, Ketling V, and Sakovich VI, though the last had such gigantic strength that he stopped carriages in their course by seizing a hind wheel. And what enthusiasm rose in the crowd of spectators when afterward the silver-clad knight, kneeling before his lady, took from her hand the crown of victory. Shouts rang like the thunder of cannon, handkerchiefs were waving, flags were lowered. But he raised his visor and looked into her blushing face with his beautiful eyes, pressing at the same time her hand to his lips. Another time when in the enclosure a raging bear was fighting with dogs and had torn them all one after another, the prince, dressed only in light Spanish costume, sprang in with his spear. And pierced not only the savage beast, but also a soldier, who, seeing the moment of danger had sprung to his aid. Panna Alexandra, the granddaughter of an old soldier, reared in traditions of blood, war, and reverence for knightly superiority, could not restrain at sight of these deeds her wonder. And even homage. For she had been taught from childhood to esteem bravery as almost the highest quality of man. Meanwhile the prince gave daily proofs of daring almost beyond human, and always in honor of her. The assembled guests in their praises and enthusiasm for the prince, which were so great that even a deity might be satisfied with them, were forced involuntarily to connect in their conversations the name of Panna Bilovic with the name of Boguslav. He was silent, but with his eyes he told her what he did not dare to utter with his lips. The spell surrounded her perfectly. Everything was so combined as to bring them together, to connect them, and at the same time to separate them from the throng of other people. It was difficult for anyone to mention him without mentioning her. Into the thoughts of Olenka herself Boguslav was thrust with an irresistible force. Every moment of the day was so arranged as to lend power to the spell. In the evening, after amusements, the chambers were lighted by many-colored lamps casting mysterious rays, as if from the land of splendid dreams transferred to reality. Intoxicating Eastern odors filled the air, the low sounds of invisible harps, lutes, and other instruments fondled the hearing. And in the midst of these odors, lights, sounds, he moved in the glory of universal homage, like an enchanted king's son in a myth tale, beautiful, knightly, sunbright from jewels. And as deeply in love as a shepherd. What maiden could resist these spells? What virtue would not grow faint amid such allurements? But to avoid the prince there was no possibility for one living with him under the same roof and enjoying his hospitality, which, though given perforce, was still dispensed with sincerity and in real lordly fashion. Besides, Olenka had gone without unwillingness to Torogi, for she wished to be far from hideous Kyedani, as she preferred to Janusz, an open traitor, the knightly Boguslav, who feigned love for the deserted king and the country. Hence in the beginning of her visit at Torogi she was full of friendly feeling for the young prince. And seeing soon how far he was striving for her friendship, she used her influence more than once to do good to people. During the 3rd month of her stay a certain artillery officer, a friend of Ketling, was condemned by the prince to be shot. Panna Bilovic, hearing of this from the young Scot, interceded for him. A divinity may command, not implore, said Boguslav to her, and tearing the sentence of death he threw it at her feet. Ordain, command. I will burn Torogi, if at that price I can call forth on your face even a smile. I ask no other reward save this, that you be joyous and forget that which once pained you. She could not be joyous, having pain in her heart, pity and an unutterable contempt for the man whom she had loved with first love, and who at that time was in her eyes a worse criminal than a parricide. That Kmita, promising to sell the king for gold, as Judas sold Christ, became fouler and more repulsive in her eyes, till in the course of time he was turned into a human monster, a grief and reproach to her. She could not forgive herself for having loved him, and at the same time she could not forget him while she hated. In view of these feelings it was indeed difficult for her even to feign gladness. But still she had to be thankful to the prince even for this, that he would not put his hand to Kmita's crime, and for all that he had done for her. It was a wonder to her that the prince, such a knight and so full of noble feeling, did not hasten to the rescue of the country, since he had not consented to the intrigues of Janusz. But she judged that such a statesman knew what he was doing, and was forced by a policy which she, with her simple maiden's mind, could not sound. Boguslav told her also, explaining his frequent journeys to Prussian Tilza, which was nearby, that his strength was failing him from overwork. That he was conducting negotiations between Yen Casimir, Karl Gustav, and the Elector, and that he hoped to bring the country out of difficulty. Not for rewards, not for offices, do I do this, said he to her. I will sacrifice my cousin Janusz, who was to me a father, for I know not whether I shall be able to implore his life for him from the animosity of Queen Ludwika. But I will do what my conscience and love for the dear mother, my country, demands. When he spoke thus with sadness on his delicate face, with eyes turned to the ceiling, he seemed to her as lofty as those heroes of antiquity of which Heraclius Bilovic had told her, and of whom he himself had read in Cornelius Nepos. And the heart swelled within her with admiration and homage. By degrees it went so far that when thoughts of the hated Andrei Kmita had tortured her too much, she thought of Boguslav to cure and strengthen herself. Kmita became for her a terrible and gloomy darkness, Boguslav, light in which every troubled soul would gladly bathe itself. The sword-bearer and Panna Kulvyets, whom they had brought also from Vodokty, pushed Olenka still more along that incline by singing hymns of praise from morning till night in honor of Boguslav. The sword-bearer and the aunt wearied the prince, it is true, so that he had been thinking how to get rid of them politely. But he won them to himself, especially the sword-bearer, who though at first displeased and even enraged, still could not fight against the friendship and favors of Boguslav. If Boguslav had been merely a noble of noted stock, but not Radziwill, nor a prince, not a magnate invested with almost the majesty of a monarch, perhaps Panna Billevich might have loved him for life and death, in spite of the will of the old colonel, which left her a choice only between the cloister and Kmita. But she was a stern lady for her own self, and a very just soul, therefore she did not even admit to her head a dream of anything save gratitude and admiration so far as the prince was concerned. Her family was not so great that she could become the wife of Radziwill, and was too great for her to become his mistress. She looked on him, therefore, as she would on the king, were she at the king's court. In vain did Boguslav endeavor to give her other thoughts. In vain did he, forgetting himself in love, partly from calculation, partly from enthusiasm, repeat what he had said the first evening in Kyedani, that the Radziwills had married ordinary noble women more than once. These thoughts did not cling to her, as water does not cling to the breast of a swan. And she remained as she had been, thankful, friendly, homage-giving, seeking consolation in the thought of a hero, but undisturbed in heart. He could not catch her through her feelings, though often it seemed to him that he was near his object. But he saw himself with shame and internal anger that he was not so daring with her as he had been with the first ladies in Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. Perhaps this was because he was really in love, and perhaps because in that lady, in her face, in her dark brows and stern eyes, there was that which enforced respect. Kmita was the one and only man who in his time did not submit to that influence and paid no regard, prepared boldly to kiss those proud eyes and stern lips, but Kmita was her betrothed. All other cavaliers, beginning with Pan Wołodyjowski and ending with the very vulgar Prussian nobles in Torogi and the prince himself, were less confident with her than with other ladies in the same condition. Impulsiveness carried away the prince, but when once in a carriage he pressed against her feet, whispering at the same time, "Fear not." She answered that she did fear to regret the confidence reposed in him. Boguslav was confused, and returned to his former method of conquering her heart by degrees. But his patience was becoming exhausted. Gradually he began to forget the terrible dream, he began to think more frequently of what Sakievich had counseled, and that the Bilevichs would all perish in the war. His desires tormented him more powerfully, when a certain event changed completely the course of affairs in Torogi. One day news came like a thunderbolt that Tykotsin was taken by Pan Sapieha, and that Prince Yanush had lost his life in the ruins of the castle. Everything began to seethe in Torogi. Boguslav himself sprang up and went off that same day to Königsberg, where he was to see the ministers of the King of Sweden and the Elector. His stay there exceeded his original plan. Meanwhile bodies of Prussian and even of Swedish troops were assembling at Torogi. Men began to speak of an expedition against Sapieha. The naked truth was coming to the surface more and more clearly, that Boguslav was a partisan of the Swedes, as well as his cousin Yanush. It happened that at the same time the sword-bearer of Rosieni received news of the burning of his native Billevish by the troops of Lowenhaupt, who, after defeating the insurgents in Jmud at Shavli, ravaged the whole country with fire and sword. The old noble sprang up and set out, wishing to see the damage with his own eyes. And Prince Boguslav did not detain him, but sent him off willingly, adding at parting, "Now you will understand why I brought you to Torogi, for, speaking plainly, you owe your life to me." Olenka remained alone with Panna Kulvyets. They shut themselves up in their own chambers at once, and received no one but a few women. When these women brought tidings that the prince was preparing an expedition against the Poles, Olenka would not believe them at first, but wishing to be certain, she gave orders to summon Ketling. For she knew that from her the young Scot would hide nothing. He appeared before her at once, happy that he was called, that for a time he could speak with her who had taken possession of his soul. Cavalier, said Panna Billevich, so many reports are circulating about Trilogy that we are wandering as in a forest. Some say that the Prince Voivoda died a natural death. Others that he was borne apart on sabers. What was the cause of his death? Kettling hesitated for a while. It was evident that he was struggling with innate indecision. At last he blushed greatly, and said, "You are the cause of the fall and the death of Prince Janusz." "I?" asked Panna Billevich, with amazement. "You. For our prince chose to remain in Trilogy rather than go to relieve his cousin. He forgot everything near you, my lady." Now she blushed in her turn like a purple rose, and a moment of silence followed. The Scot stood, hat in hand, with downcast eyes, his head bent, in a posture full of homage and respect. At last he raised his head, shook his bright curls, and said, "My lady, if these words have offended you, let me kneel down and beg forgiveness." "Do not," said she, quickly, seeing that the young knight was bending his knees already. "I know that what you have said was said with a clean heart, for I have long noticed that you wish me well." The officer raised his blue eyes, and putting his hand on his heart, with a voice as low as the whisper of a breeze and as sad as a sigh, replied, "Oh, my lady! My lady!" At this moment he was frightened lest he had said too much, and again he bent his head toward his bosom, and took the posture of a courtier who is listening to the commands of a queen. "I am here among strangers, without a guardian," said Olenka, "and though I shall be able to watch over myself alone, and God will preserve me from harm, still I need the aid of men also. Do you wish to be my brother? Do you wish to warn me in need, so that I may know what to do, and avoid every snare?" As she said this, she extended her hand. But he kneeled, in spite of her prohibition, and kissed the tips of her fingers. "Tell me," said she, "what is happening around me?" "The prince loves you," said Kettling. "Have you not seen that?" She covered her face with her hands. "I saw and I did not see. At times it seemed to me that he was only very kind." "Kind," repeated Kettling, like an echo. "But when it came into my head that I, unfortunate woman, might rouse in him unhappy wishes, I quieted myself with this, that no danger threatened me from him. I was thankful to him for what he had done, though God sees that I did not look for new kindnesses, since I feared those he had already shown me." Kettling breathed more freely. "May I speak boldly?" asked he. "Speak." "The prince has only two confidants, Pan Sakievich and Patterson. But Patterson is very friendly to me, for we come from the same country, and he carried me in his arms. What I know from him. The prince loves you. Desires are burning in him as pitch in a pine torch. All things done here, all these feasts, hunts, tournaments, through which, thanks to the prince's hand, blood is flowing from my mouth yet, were arranged for you. The prince loves you, my lady, to distraction, but with an impure fire, for he wishes to disgrace, not to marry you. For though he could not find a worthier, even if he were king of the whole world, not merely a prince, still he thinks of another, the princess, Janusz's daughter. And her fortune are predestined to him. I learned this from Patterson, and the great God, whose gospel I take here to witness, knows that I speak the pure truth. Do not believe the prince, do not trust his kindness, do not feel safe in his moderation. Watch, guard yourself, for they are plotting treason against you here at every step. The breath is stopping in my breast from what Patterson has told me. There is not a criminal in the world equal to Sakievich. I cannot speak of him, I cannot. Were it not for the oath which I have taken to guard the prince, this hand and this sword would free you from continual danger. But I would slay Sakievich first. This is true. Him first, before all men, even before those who in my own country shed my father's blood, took my fortune, made me a wanderer and a hireling. Here Kettling trembled from emotion. For a while he merely pressed the hilt of his sword with his hand, not being able to utter a word, then he recovered, and in one breath told what method Sakievich had suggested to the prince. Panna Alexandra, to his great surprise, bore herself calmly enough while looking at the threatening precipice before her, only her face grew pale and became still more serious. Unbending resolution was reflected in her stern look. "I shall be able to save myself," said she, "so help me God and the Holy Cross." "The prince has not consented hitherto to follow Sakovich's counsel," added Kettling. "But when he sees that the road he has chosen leads to nothing," and he began to tell the reasons which restrained Boguslav. The lady listened with frowning brow, but not with superfluous attention, for she had already begun to ponder on means to wrest herself free of this terrible guardianship. But there was not a place in the whole country unsprinkled with blood, and plans of flight did not seem to her clear, hence she preferred not to speak of them. "Cavalier," said she at last, "answer me one question. Is Prince Boguslav on the side of the King of Sweden or the King of Poland?" "It is a secret to none of us," answered the young officer, "that the prince wishes the division of this commonwealth, so as to make of Lithuania an independent principality for himself." Here Kettling was silent, and you would have thought that his mind was following involuntarily the thoughts of Olenka. For after a while he added, "The Elector and the Swedes are at the service of the prince, and since they will occupy the commonwealth, there is no place in which to hide from him." Olenka made no answer. The young man waited a while longer, to learn if she would ask him other questions. But when she was silent, occupied with her own thoughts, he felt that it was not proper for him to interrupt her. Therefore he bent double in a parting bow, sweeping the floor with the feathers in his cap. "I thank you, Cavalier," said Olenka, extending her hand to him. The officer, without turning, withdrew toward the door. All at once there appeared on her face a slight flush. She hesitated a moment, and then said, "One word, Cavalier. Every word is for me a favor. Did you know Pan Andrei Kmita?" "I made his acquaintance, my lady, in Kyedani. I saw him the last time in Pilvishki, when we were marching hither from Podliasy. Is what the prince says true, that Pan Kmita offered to do violence to the person of the King of Poland?" "I know not, my lady. It is known to me that they took counsel together in Pilvishki. Then the prince went with Pan Kmita to the forest, and it was so long before he returned that Patterson was alarmed and sent troops to meet him. I led those troops. We met the prince. I saw that he was greatly changed, as if strong emotion had passed through his soul. He was talking to himself, which never happens to him. I heard how he said, 'The devil would have undertaken that, I know nothing more.' But later, when the prince mentioned what Kmita offered, I thought, if this was it, it must be true." Panna Bilovic pressed her lips together. "I thank you," said she. And after a while she was alone. The thought of flight mastered her thoroughly. She determined at any price to tear herself from those infamous places, and from the power of that treacherous prince. But where was she to find refuge? The villages and towns were in Swedish hands, the cloisters were ruined, the castles leveled with the earth. The whole country was swarming with soldiers, and with worse than soldiers, with fugitives from the army, robbers, all kinds of ruffians. What fate could be waiting for a maiden cast as a prey to that storm? Who would go with her? Her aunt Kulvyets, her uncle, and a few of his servants. Whose power would protect her? Kettling would go, perhaps, maybe a handful of faithful soldiers and friends might even be found who would accompany him. But as Kettling had fallen in love with her beyond question, then how was she to incur a debt of gratitude to him, which she would have to pay afterward with a great price? Finally, what right had she to close the career of that young man, scarcely more than a youth, and expose it to pursuit, to persecution, to ruin? If she could not offer him anything in return save friendship? Therefore, she asked herself, what was she to do, whither was she to flee, since here and there destruction threatened her, here and there disgrace? In such a struggle of soul she began to pray ardently. And more especially did she repeat one prayer with earnestness to which the old colonel had constant recourse in evil times. Beginning with the words, "God save thee with thy infant. From the malice of Herod. In Egypt he straightened the road. For thy safe passage. At this moment a great whirlwind rose, and the trees in the garden began to make a tremendous noise. All at once the praying lady remembered the wilderness on the borders of which she had grown up from infancy. And the thought that in the wilderness she would find the only safe refuge flew through her head like lightning. Then Olenka breathed deeply, for she had found at last what she had been seeking. To Zyolonka, to Rogovsk. There the enemy would not go, the ruffian would not seek booty. There a man of the place, if he forgot himself, might go astray and wander till death. What must it be to a stranger not knowing the road? There the Domasheviches, the smoky Stockians. And if they are gone, if they have followed Pan Wołodyjowski, it is possible to go by those forests far beyond and seek quiet in other wildernesses. The remembrance of Pan Wołodyjowski rejoiced Olenka. Oh, if she had such a protector! He was a genuine soldier. His was a saber under which she might take refuge from Kmita and the Radzivills themselves. Now it occurred to her that he was the man who had advised, when he caught Kmita in Bilovish, to seek safety in the Bialovich wilderness. And he spoke wisely. Rogovsk and Zyolonka are too near the Radzivills, and near Bialovich stands that Sapieha who rubbed from the face of the earth the most terrible Radzivill. To Bialovich then, to Bialovich, even today, tomorrow. Only let her uncle come, she would not delay. The dark depths of Bialovich will protect her, and afterward, when the storm passes, the cloister. There only can be real peace and forgetfulness of all men, of all pain, sorrow, and contempt. Chapter 83. The sword-bearer of Rosieni returned a few days later. In spite of the safe conduct of Boguslav, he went only to Rosieni. To Bilovish itself he had no reason to go, for it was no longer in the world. The house, the buildings, the village, everything was burned to the ground in the last battle, which Father Strashevich, a Jesuit, had fought at the head of his own detachment against the Swedish Captain Rosa. The inhabitants were in the forests or in armed parties. Instead of rich villages there remained only land and water. The roads were filled with ravagers, that is, fugitives from various armies, who, going in considerable groups, were busied with robbery. So that even small parties of soldiers were not safe from them. The sword-bearer then had not even been able to convince himself whether the barrels filled with plate and money and buried in the garden were safe, and he returned to Torogi. Very angry and peevish, with a terrible animosity in his heart against the destroyers. He had barely put foot out of his carriage, when Olenka hurried him to her own room, and recounted all that Hasling-Kettling had told her. The old soldier shivered at the recital, since, not having children of his own, he loved the maiden as his daughter. For a while he did nothing but grasp his sword hilt, repeating, "Strike, who has courage." At last he caught himself by the head, and began to say, "Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, it is my fault, my greatest fault." For at times it came into my head, and this and that man whispered that Heldweller was melting from love of you, and I said nothing, was even proud, thinking, well, he will marry. We are relatives of the Gozievskis, of the Tyzenhauses, why should we not be relatives of the Radzivills? For pride, God is punishing me. The traitor prepared a respectable relationship. That's the kind of relative he wanted to be. I would he were killed. But wait. This hand and this saber will molder first. We must think of escape, said Olenka. Well, give your plans of escape. The sword-bearer, having finished panting, listened carefully. At last he said, "Better collect my subjects and form a party. I will attack the Swedes as Kmita did Hovansky. You will be safer in the forest and in the field than in the court of a traitor and a heretic." "That is well," answered the lady. "Not only will I not oppose," said the sword-bearer, "but I will say the sooner the better. And I lack neither subjects nor scythes. They burned my residence, never mind that. I will assemble peasants from other villages. All the Biloviks in the field will join us. We will show you relationship, young man, we will show what it is to attack the Billevik honor. You are a Radziwill. What of that? There are no hetmans in the Billevik family, but there are also no traitors. We shall see whom all Jmud will follow. We will put you in Bielovij and return ourselves, said he, turning to Olenka. It cannot be otherwise. He must give satisfaction for that affair, for it is an injustice to the whole estate of nobles. Infamous is he who does not declare for us. God will help us, our brethren will help us, citizens will help us, and then fire and sword. The Bileviks will meet the Radzivills. Infamous he who is not with us. Infamous he who will not flash his sword in the eyes of the traitor. The king is with us, so is the Diet, so is the whole Commonwealth. Here the sword-bearer, red as blood and with bristling forelock, fell to pounding the table with his fist. This war is more urgent than the Swedish, for in us the whole order of knighthood, all laws, the whole Commonwealth is injured and shaken in its deepest foundations. Infamous is he who does not understand this. The land will perish unless we measure out vengeance and punishment on the traitor. And the old blood played more and more violently, till Olenka was forced to pacify her uncle. He sat calmly, then, though he thought that not only the country, but the whole world was perishing when the Bileviks were touched. In this he saw the most terrible precipice for the Commonwealth, and began to roar like a lion. But the lady, who had great influence over him, was able at last to pacify her uncle, explaining that for their safety and for the success of their flight it was specially needful to preserve the profoundest secrecy, and not to show the prince that they were thinking of anything. He promised sacredly to act according to her directions. Then they took counsel about the flight itself. The affair was not over difficult, for it seemed that they were not watched at all. The sword-bearer decided to send in advance a youth, with letters to his overseers to assemble peasants at once from all the villages belonging to him and the other Bileviks, and to arm them. 6 confidential servants were to go to Bilevish, as it were, for the barrels of money and silver, but really to halt in the Gurlikal forests, and wait there with horses, bags, and provisions. They decided to depart from Torogi in sleighs and accompanied by 2 servants, as if going merely to the neighboring Gavna. Afterward they would mount horses and hurry on with all speed. To Gavna they used to go often to visit the Kuchakal Brotovskis, where sometimes they passed the night. They hoped therefore that their journey would not attract the attention of anyone, and that no pursuit would follow, unless 2 or 3 days later. At which time they would be in the midst of armed bands and in the depth of impenetrable forests. The absence of Prince Boguslav strengthened them in this hope. Meanwhile the sword-bearer was greatly busied with preparations. A messenger with letters went out on the following morning. The day after that, Pan Tomasz talked in detail with Patterson of his buried money, which, as he said, exceeded 100,000, and of the need of bringing it to safe Torogi. Patterson believed easily, for Bilevik was a noble and passed as a very rich man, which he was in reality. "Let them bring it as soon as possible," said the Scot. "If you need them, I will give you soldiers. The fewer people who see what I am bringing the better. My servants are faithful, and I will order them to cover the barrels with hemp, which is brought often from our villages to Prussia, or with staves which no one will covet." "Better with staves," said Patterson, for people could feel with a saber or a spear through the hemp that there was something else in the wagon. "But you would better give the coin to the prince on his recognition. I know, too, that he needs money, for his revenues do not come regularly." "I should like so to serve the prince that he would never need anything," answered the old man. The conversation ended there, and all seemed to combine most favorably, for the servant started at once, while the sword-bearer and Olenka were to go next morning. But in the evening Boguslav returned most unexpectedly at the head of 2 regiments of Prussian cavalry. His affairs seemed to advance not too favorably, for he was angry and fretful. That evening he summoned a council of war, which was composed of the representatives of the elector. Count Sadevitz, Patterson, Sakovich, and Kiritz, a colonel of cavalry. They sat till 3 in the morning, and the object of their deliberation was the campaign to Podliacy against Sapieha. The Elector and the King of Sweden have reinforced me in proportion to their strength, said the prince. One of two things will happen, either I shall find Sapieha in Podliacy, and in that event I must rub him out, or I shall not find him, and I shall occupy Podliacy without resistance. For all this, however, money is needed, and money neither the Elector or the King of Sweden has given me, for they haven't it themselves. Where is money to be found if not with your highness? Asked Sienkiewicz. Through the whole world men speak of the inexhaustible wealth of the Radzivills. Pan Sienkiewicz, answered Boguslav, if I received all the income from my inherited estates, I should surely have more money than 5 of your German princes taken together. But there is war in the country, revenues do not come in, or are intercepted by rebels. Ready money might be obtained for notes from the Prussian towns. But you know best what is happening in them, and that purses are opened only for Yen Casimir. But Königsberg? I took what I could get, but that was little. I think myself fortunate to be able to serve you with good counsel, said Patterson. I would rather you served me with ready money. My counsel means ready money. Not longer ago than yesterday Pan Billevich told me that he had a good sum hidden in the garden of Billevich, and that he wishes to bring it here for safety. And give it to your highness for a note. Well, you have really fallen from heaven to me, and this noble as well, cried Boguslav. But has he much money? More than 100,000, besides silver and valuables, which are worth perhaps an equal amount. The silver and valuables he will not wish to turn into money, but they can be pawned. I am thankful to you, Patterson, for this comes to me in time. I must talk to Billevich in the morning. Then I will forewarn him, for he is preparing to go tomorrow with the lady to Gavna to the Kuchakal-Brotovskys. Tell him not to go till he sees me. He has sent the servants already. I am only alarmed for their safety. A whole regiment can be sent after them, but we will talk later. This is timely for me, timely. And it will be amusing if I rend Podliacy from the Commonwealth with the money of this royalist and patriot. Then the prince dismissed the council, for he had to put himself yet in the hands of his chamber attendants, whose task it was every night before he went to rest to preserve his uncommon beauty with baths, ointments, and various inventions known only in foreign lands. This lasted usually an hour, and sometimes 2. Besides, the prince was road-weary and the hour late. Early in the morning Patterson detained Billevich and Olenka with the announcement that the prince wished to see them. It was necessary to defer their journey. But this did not disturb them overmuch, for Patterson told what the question was. An hour later the prince appeared. In spite of the fact that Pan Tomasz and Olenka had promised each other most faithfully to receive him in former fashion, they could not do so, though they tried with every effort. Olenka's countenance changed, and blood came to the face of the sword-bearer at sight of Prince Boguslav. For a time both stood confused, excited, striving in vain to regain their usual calmness. The prince, on the contrary, was perfectly at ease. He had grown a little meagre about the eyes, and his face was less colored than common. But that paleness of his was set off wonderfully by the pearl-colored morning dress, interwoven with silver. He saw in a moment that they received him somewhat differently, and were less glad than usual to see him. But he thought at once that those 2 royalists had learned of his relations with the Swedes. Hence the coolness of the reception. Therefore he began at once to throw sand in their eyes, and, after the compliments of greeting, said, "Lord Sword-bearer, my benefactor, you have heard, without doubt. What misfortunes have met me? Does your highness wish to speak of the death of Prince Yanush?" asked the sword-bearer. "Not of his death alone. That was a cruel blow. Still, I yielded to the will of God, who, as I hope, has rewarded my cousin for all the wrongs done him, but he has sent a new burden to me, for I must be leader in a civil war. And that for every citizen who loves his country is a bitter portion." The sword-bearer said nothing, he merely looked a little askance at Olenka. But the prince continued, "By my labor and toil, and God alone knows at what outlay, I had brought peace to the verge of realization. It was almost a question of merely signing the treaties. The Swedes were to leave Poland, asking no remuneration save the consent of the king and the estates that after the death of Jan Casimir Karl Gustav would be chosen to the throne of Poland. A warrior so great and mighty would be the salvation of the Commonwealth. And what is more important, he was to furnish at once reinforcements for the war in the Ukraine and against Moscow. We should have extended our boundaries, but this was not convenient for Pan Sapieha, for then he could not crush the Radzivills. All agreed to this treaty. He alone opposes it with armed hand. The country is nothing to him, if he can only carry out his personal designs. It has come to this, that arms must be used against him. This function has been confided to me, according to the secret treaty between Jan Casimir and Karl Gustav. This is the whole affair. I have never shunned any service, therefore I must accept this. Though many will judge me unjustly, and think that I begin a brother-killing war from pure revenge only. Whoso knows your highness, said the sword-bearer, as well as we do will not be deceived by appearances, and will always be able to understand the real intentions of your highness. Here the sword-bearer was so delighted with his own cunning and courtesy, and he muttered so expressively at Olenka, that she was alarmed lest the prince should notice those signs. And he did notice them. They do not believe me, thought he. And though he showed no wrath on his face, Billevik had pricked him to the soul. He was convinced with perfect sincerity that it was an offense not to believe, a Radzivill, even when he saw fit to lie. Patterson has told me, continued he, after a while, that you wish to give me ready money for my paper. I agree to this willingly, for I acknowledge that ready money is useful to me at the moment. When peace comes, you can do as you like, either take a certain sum, or I will give you a couple of villages as security, so that the transaction will be profitable for you. Pardon, said the prince, turning to Olenka, that in view of such material questions we are not speaking of size or ideals. This conversation is out of place. But the times are such that it is impossible to give their proper course to homage and admiration. Olenka dropped her eyes, and seizing her robe with the tips of her fingers, made a proper courtesy, not wishing to give an answer. Meanwhile the sword-bearer formed in his mind a project of unheard of unfitness, but which he considered uncommonly clever. I will flee with Olenka and will not give the money, thought he. It will be agreeable to me to accommodate your highness. Patterson has not told of all, for there is about half a pot of gold ducats buried apart, so as not to lose all the money in case of accident. Besides, there are barrels belonging to other Bileviks. But these during my absence were buried under the direction of this young lady, and she alone is able to calculate the place, for the man who buried them is dead. Boguslav looked at him quickly. How is that? Patterson said that you have already sent men, and since they have gone, they must know where the money is. But of the other money no one knows, except her. Still it must be buried in some definite place, which can be described easily in words or indicated on paper. Words are wind, and as to pictures, the servants know nothing of them. We will both go, that is the thing. For God's sake. You must know your own gardens. Therefore go alone. Why should Panna Alexandra go? I will not go alone, said Billevik, with decision. Boguslav looked at him inquiringly a second time, then he seated himself more comfortably, and began to strike his boots with a cane which he held in his hand. Is that final? Asked he. Well. In such an event I will give a couple of regiments of cavalry to take you there and bring you back. We need no regiments. We will go and return ourselves. This is our country. Nothing threatens us here. As a host, sensitive to the good of his guests, I cannot permit that Panna Alexandra should go without armed force. Choose, then. Either go alone, or let both go with an escort. Billevik saw that he had fallen into his own trap. And that brought him to such anger that, forgetting all precautions, he cried. Then let your highness choose. Either we shall both go unattended, or I will not give the money." Panna Alexandra looked on him imploringly, but he had already grown red and begun to pant. Still, he was a man cautious by nature, even timid, loving to settle every affair in good feeling. But when once the measure was exceeded in dealing with him, when he was too much excited against anyone, or when it was a question of the Bilovic honor, he hurled himself with a species of desperate daring at the eyes of even the most powerful enemy. So that now he put his hand to his left side, and shaking his saber began to cry with all his might. "Is this captivity? Do they wish to oppress a free citizen, and trample on cardinal rights?" Boguslav, with shoulders leaning against the arms of the chair, looked at him attentively, but his look became colder each moment, and he struck the cane against his boots more and more quickly. Had the sword-bearer known the prince better, he would have known that he was bringing down terrible danger on his own head. Relations with Boguslav were simply dreadful. It was never known when the courteous cavalier, the diplomat accustomed to self-control, would be overborne by the wild and unrestrained magnate who trampled every resistance with the cruelty of an Eastern despot. A brilliant education and refinement, acquired at the first courts of Europe. Reflection and studied elegance, which he had gained in intercourse with men, were like wonderful and strong flowers under which was secreted a tiger. But the sword-bearer did not know this, and in his angry blindness shouted on. "Your Highness, dissemble no further, for you are known. And have a care, for neither the King of Sweden nor the Elector, both of whom you are serving against your own country, nor your princely position, will save you before the law. And the sabers of nobles will teach you manners, young man." Boguslav rose. In one instant he crushed the cane in his iron hands, and throwing the pieces at the feet of the sword-bearer, said with a terrible, suppressed voice, "That is what your rights are for me. That your tribunals. That your privileges." "Outrageous violence," cried Bilovic. "Silence, paltry noble," cried the prince. "I will crush you into dust." And he advanced to seize the astonished man and hurl him against the wall. Now Panna Alexandra stood between them. "What do you think to do?" inquired she. The prince restrained himself. But she stood with nostrils distended, with flaming face, with fire in her eyes like an angry Minerva. Her breast heaved under her bodice like a wave of the sea, and she was marvelous in that anger, so that Boguslav was lost in gazing at her. All his desires crept into his face, like serpents from the dens of his soul. After a time his anger passed, presence of mind returned, he looked a while yet at Olenka. At last his face grew mild. He bent his head toward his breast, and said, "Pardon, angelic lady. I have a soul full of gnawing and pain, therefore I do not command myself." Then he left the room. Olenka began to wring her hands, and Bilovic, coming to himself, seized his forelock, and cried, "I have spoiled everything, I am the cause of your ruin." The prince did not show himself the whole day. He even dined in his own room with Sienkiewicz. Stirred to the bottom of his soul, he could not think so clearly as usual. Some kind of ague was wasting him. It was the herald of a grievous fever which was to seize him soon with such force that during its attacks he was benumbed altogether, so that his attendants had to rub him most actively. But at this time he ascribed his strange state to the power of love, and thought that he must either satisfy it or die. When he had told Sienkiewicz the whole conversation with the sword-bearer, he said, "My hands and feet are burning, ants are walking along my back, in my mouth are bitterness and fire. But, by all the horned devils, what is this? Never has this attacked me before. Your Highness is as full of scruples as a baked capon of buckwheat grits. The prince is a capon, the prince is a capon. Ha, ha. You are a fool. Very well. I don't need your ideas. Worthy prince, take a lute and go under the windows of the maiden. Bilovic may show you his fist. Tfo. To the deuce. Is that the kind of bold man that Boguslav Radziwill is? You are an idiot. Very well. I see that your Highness is beginning to speak with yourself and tell the truth to your own face. Boldly, boldly. Pay no heed to rank. You see, Sienkiewicz, that my castor is growing familiar with me. As it is, I kick him often in the ribs, but a greater accident may meet you. Sienkiewicz sprang up as if red with anger, like Billevik a little while before. And since he had an uncommon gift of mimicry, he began to cry in a voice so much like that of Billevik that anyone not seeing who was talking, might have been deceived. What? Is this captivity? Do they wish to oppress a free citizen, to trample on cardinal rights? Give us peace. Give us peace, said the prince, fretfully. She defended that old fool with her person, but here there is one to defend you. If she defended him, she should have been taken in pawn. There must be some witchcraft in this place. Either she must have given me something, or the constellations are such that I am simply leaving my mind. If you could have seen her when she was defending that mangy old uncle of hers. But you are a fool. It is growing cloudy in my head. See how my hands are burning. To love such a woman, to gain her, with such a woman to have posterity, added Sienkiewicz. That's so, as if you knew that must be, otherwise I shall burst as a bomb. For God's sake. What is happening to me? Must I marry, or what, by all the devils of earth and hell? Sienkiewicz grew serious. Your princely highness, you must not think of that. I am thinking of just that, precisely because I wish it. I will do that, though a regiment of Sienkiewiczes repeated a whole day to me, your princely highness must not think of that. Oh, I see this is no joke. I am sick, enchanted. Why do you not follow my advice at last? I must follow it. May the plague take all the dreams, all the Bileviks, all Lithuania with the tribunals, and Yen Casimir to boot. I shall not succeed otherwise, I see that I shall not. I have had enough of this, have I not? A great question. And I, the fool, was considering both sides hitherto. Was afraid of dreams, of Bileviks, of lawsuits, of the rabble of nobles, the fortune of Yen Casimir. Tell me that I am a fool. Do you hear? I command you to tell me that I am a fool. But I will not obey, for now you are really Radziwill, and not a Calvinist minister. But in truth you must be ill, for I have never seen you so changed. True. In the most difficult positions I merely waved my hand and whistled, but now I feel as if someone were thrusting spurs into my sides. This is strange, for if that maiden has given you something designedly, she has not done so to run away afterward, but still, from what you say, it seems that they wish to flee in secret. Riff told me that this is the influence of Saturn, on which burning exhalations rise during this particular month. Worthy prince, rather take Jove as a model, for he was happy without marriage. All will be well, only do not think of marriage, unless of a counterfeit one. All at once the starosta of Ogniem struck his forehead. But wait, your highness. I have heard of such a case in Prussia. Is the devil whispering something into your ear? Tell me. But Sienkiewicz was silent for a long time. At last his face brightened, and he said, Thank the fortune that gave you Sienkiewicz as friend. What news, what news? Nothing. I will be your highness's best man. Here Sienkiewicz bowed, no small honor for such a poor fellow. Don't play the jester, speak quickly. There is in Tilza one Plaska, or something like that, who in his time was a priest in Nyeverani, but who falling away from the faith became a Lutheran, got married, took refuge under the elector. And now is dealing in dried fish with people of this region. Bishop Parchevsky tried to lure him back to Jmud, where in good certainty there was a fire waiting for him, but the elector would not yield up a fellow believer. How does that concern me? Do not loiter. How does that concern your highness? In this way it must concern you, for he will sew you and her together with stitches on the outside, you understand? And because he is a fool of a workman, and does not belong to the guild, it will be easy to rip the work after him. Do you see? The guild does not recognize this sewing as valid. But still there will be no violence, no outcry. You can twist the neck of the workman afterward, and you will complain that you were deceived. Do you understand? But before that time crescite et multiplicamini. I'll be the first to give you my blessing. I understand, and I don't understand, said the prince. The devil, I understand there perfectly. Sienkiewicz, you must have been born, like a witch, with teeth in your mouth. The hangman is waiting for you, it cannot be otherwise, O starosta. But while I live a hair will not fall from your head. A fitting reward will not miss you. I then. Your Highness will make a formal proposal to Panna Billevik, to her and to her uncle. If they refuse, if they do not consent, then give command to tear the skin from me, make sandal strings out of it, and go on a pilgrimage of penance to Rome. It is possible to resist a Radziwill if he wishes simply to be a lover, but if he wishes to marry, he need not try to please any noble. You must only tell Billevik and the lady that out of regard for the Elector and the King of Sweden, who want you to marry the Princess of Bypont. Your marriage must remain secret till peace is declared. Besides, you will write the marriage contract as you like. Both churches will be forced to declare it invalid. Well, what do you think? Boguslav was silent for a while, but on his face red fever spots appeared under the paint. Then he cried. There is no time in 3 days. I must move against Sapieha. That is just the position. Were there more time, it would be impossible to justify the pretext. Is not this true? Only through lack of time can you explain that the first priest at hand officiates, as happens in sudden emergencies, and marries on a bolting cloth. They will think too, it is sudden, for it must be sudden. She is a knightly maiden, you can take her with you to the field. Dear bridegroom, if Sapieha conquers, even then you will have half the victories of the campaign. That is well, said the prince. But at that moment the first paroxysm seized him so that his jaws closed and he could not say another word. He grew rigid, and then began to quiver and flounder like a fish out of water. But before the terrified Sienkiewicz could bring the physician, the paroxysm had passed. Chapter 84. After his conversation with Sienkiewicz, Prince Boguslav betook himself on the afternoon of the morrow directly to Billevik. My benefactor, said he, to begin with, I was grievously to blame the last time we met, for I fell into anger in my own house. It is my fault, and all the more so that I gave this affront to a man of a family friendly to the Radziwills. But I come to implore forgiveness. Let a sincere confession be satisfaction to you, and my atonement. You know the Radziwills of old, you know that we are not in haste to beg pardon. Still, since I was to blame before age and dignity, I come without considering who I am, with a penitent head. And you, old friend of our house, will not refuse me your hand, I am certain. Then he extended his hand, and Billevik, in whose soul the first outburst had passed, did not dare to refuse his own, though he gave it with hesitation. Your Highness, return to us our freedom. That will be the best satisfaction. You are free, and may go, even today. I thank your Highness, said the astonished Billevik. I interpose only one condition, which you, God grant, will not reject. What is that? Asked Billevik, with fear. That you listen patiently to what I am going to say. If that is all, I will listen even till evening. Do not give me your answer at once, but think an hour or two. God sees that if I receive my freedom I wish peace. You will receive your freedom, but I do not know whether you will use it, or whether you will be urgent to leave my threshold. I should be glad were you to consider my house and all Torogi as your own, but listen to me now. Do you know, my benefactor, why I was opposed to the departure of Panna Billevik? This is why, because I divined that you wished to flee simply, and I have fallen in love with your niece, so that to see her I should be ready to swim a Hellespont each day, like Leander. Billevik grew red again in a moment. Does your Highness dare to say that to me? To you especially, my benefactor. Worthy prince, seek your fortune with court ladies, but touch not noble maidens. You may imprison her, you may confine her in a vault, but you may not disgrace her. I may not disgrace her, said the prince, but I may bow down to the old man Billevik, and say to him, listen, father, give me your niece as wife, for I cannot live without her. The sword-bearer was so amazed that he could not utter a word. For a time he merely moved his mustaches, and his eyes were staring. Then he began to rub his hands and look, now on the prince, now around the room. At last he said, is this in a dream, or is it real? Do not hasten. To convince you still better, I will repeat with all the titles: Boguslav, Prince Radziwill, Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania, ask you, Tomasz Billevik, sword-bearer of Rosieni. For the hand of your niece, Panna Alexandra, chief hunter's daughter. Is this true? In God's name. Have you considered the matter? I have considered. Now do you consider, my benefactor, whether the cavalier is worthy of the lady. My breath is stopped from wonder. Now see if I had any evil intentions. And would your Highness not consider our small station? Are the Bileviks so cheap? Do you value your shield of nobility and the antiquity of your family thus? Does a Bilevik say this? I know, gracious prince, that the origin of our family is to be sought in ancient Rome. But, interrupted the prince, you have neither hetmans nor chancellors. That is nothing. You are soldiers, like my uncle in Brandenburg. Since a noble in our commonwealth may be elected king, there are no thresholds too lofty for his feet. My sword-bearer and, God grant, my uncle, I was born of a Brandenburg princess. My father's mother was an Ostrogsky. But my grandfather of mighty memory, Krzysztof I, he whom they called Thunder, Grand Hetman, Chancellor, and Voivoda of Vilna, was married the first time to Panna Sobek. But for this reason the coronet did not fall from his head, for Panna Sobek was a noble woman, as honorably born as others. When my late father married the daughter of the elector, they wondered why he did not remember his own dignity, though he allied himself with a reigning house. Such is the devilish pride of you nobles. But acknowledge, my benefactor, you do not think a Sobek better than a Bilevik, do you? Speaking thus, the prince began to tap the old man on the shoulder with great familiarity. The noble melted like wax, and answered, God reward your Highness for honorable intentions. A weight has fallen from my heart. But now, if it were not for difference of faith, a Catholic priest will perform the ceremony. I do not want another myself. I shall be thankful for this all my life, since here it is a question of the blessing of God, which certainly the Lord Jesus would withdraw if some vile. Here the old man bit his tongue. For he saw that he was saying something disagreeable to the prince. But Boguslav did not notice it, he smiled graciously and said, and as to posterity, I shall not be stubborn, for there is nothing that I would not do for that beauty of yours. Bilevika's face grew bright as if a ray of the sun had fallen on it. Indeed, God has not been sparing of beauty to her, it is true. Oh! There will be a shout all over Jmud. And what will the Sitsinskis say when the Bileviks increase so? They would not leave the old colonel at rest, though he was a man of Roman mold, respected by the whole Commonwealth. We will drive them out of Jmud, worthy sword-bearer. O great God, merciful God! Undiscoverable are thy judgments. But if in them it lies that the Sitsinskis are to burst from envy, then let thy will be done. Amen, added Boguslav. Your Highness, do not take it ill that I do not clothe myself in dignity, as befits a person of whom a man asks a maiden, and that I show too evident rejoicing. But we have been here in vexation, not knowing what was awaiting us and interpreting everything for the worst. It came to this that we thought evil of your Highness, until it turns out that our fears and judgments were not just, and that we may return to our previous homage. I say this as if someone had taken a burden from my shoulders. And did Panna Alexandra judge me thus? She? Even Cicero could not have described properly her previous admiration for your highness. I think that only virtue and a certain inborn timidity stood in the way of love. But when she hears of the sincere intentions of your highness, then I am sure she will at once give the reins to her heart. Cicero could not have said that better, said Boguslav. With happiness comes eloquence. But since your highness has been pleased to listen to everything I have said, then I will be sincere to the last. Be sincere, Pan Billevich. Though this maiden is young, she is a woman with a man's cast of mind altogether. It is wonderful what a character she has. Where more than one man of experience would hesitate, she hesitates not a moment. What is evil she puts on the left, what is good on the right, and goes herself to the right as if it were sweet. When she has once chosen the road, even though there were cannon before her, that is nothing to her. She would not go aside for the cannon. She is like her grandfather and me. Her father was a born soldier, but mild. Her mother, from the house of Voinilovich, was also strong-willed. I am glad to hear this, Pan Billevich. Your highness will not believe how incensed she is against the Swedes, and all enemies of the Commonwealth. If she held anyone guilty of treason, she would feel an utter detestation of him, though he were an angel and not a human being. Your highness, forgive an old man who might be your father in years, if not in dignity, leave the Swedes. They are worse for the country than Tartars. Move your troops against such sons, and not only I, but she, will follow you to the field. Pardon me, your highness, pardon me. Now I have said what I had on my mind. Boguslav mastered himself after a moment's silence, and said, My benefactor, you might have supposed yesterday, but you may not suppose today that I wish merely to throw sand in your eyes. When I say that I am on the side of the king and the country. Here under oath to you as a relative I repeat that what I stated touching peace and its conditions was the pure truth. I, too, should prefer to march to the field, for my nature draws me thither. But because I saw that salvation was not in the field, I was forced through simple devotion to seize another method. And I can say that I have accomplished an unheard of thing. For after a last war to conclude a peace of such kind that the conquering power serves the conquered, of this Mazarine, the most cunning of men, need not be ashamed. Not Punna Alexandra alone, but I equally with her, bear hatred to the enemy. But what is to be done? How save this country? Not even Hercules against many can conquer. Therefore I thought thus, instead of destroying, which would be easier and more amusing, it is needful to save. And since I had practiced in affairs of this kind with great statesmen, since I am a relative of the Elector, and since, by reason of my cousin Yanush, I am well considered by the Swedes, I began negotiations. And what their course was and what the benefit to the Commonwealth was, that you know, an end of the war, freedom from oppression for your Catholic faith, for churches, for clergy, for the estate of nobles, and for the common people. The assistance of the Swedes in the war against Moscow and the Cossacks, and, God grant, an extension of boundary. And this all on one condition, that Karl Gustav be king after Yen Casimir. Whoso has done more for his country in these times, let him stand before my eyes. True, a blind man could see that, but it will be very sad for the nobles that a free election will cease. And which is more important, an election or the country? They are the same, your highness, for an election is the main basis of the Commonwealth. And what is the country, if not a collection of laws, privileges, and liberties serving the nobles? A king can be found even in a foreign land. Anger and disgust flew like lightning over Boguslav's face. Karl Gustav, said he, will sign the Pacta Conventa, as his predecessors have signed it. And after his death we will elect whom we choose, even that Radziwill who will be born of your niece. The sword-bearer stood for a while as if dazzled by the thought. At last he raised his hand and cried with great enthusiasm. Consensure, I agree. I think, too, that you would agree, even if the throne should become hereditary in our family. Such are you all. But that is a later question. Now it is necessary that the stipulations come to reality. You understand, my uncle? As true as life, it is necessary. Repeated Billevik, with deep conviction. They must for this reason, that I am a mediator agreeable to his Swedish Majesty, and do you know for what reasons? Carl Gustav has one sister married to de la Gardie, and another, Princess Bypont, still unmarried, and he wishes to give her to me, so as to be allied to our house and have a party in Lithuania. Hence his favor toward me, to which my uncle, the Elector, inclines him. How is that? Asked the disquieted sword-bearer. I would give all the princesses of Bypont 37 for your dove, together with the principalities, not only of the two, but of all the bridges in the world. But I may not anger the Swedish beast, therefore I give willing ear to their discussions, but only let them sign the treaty, then we shall see. Would they be ready then not to sign if they should discover that you were married? Worthy sword-bearer, said the prince, with seriousness, you have condemned me of crookedness toward the country. But I, as a true citizen, ask you, have I a right to sacrifice public affairs to my private interests? Pan Tomasz listened. What will happen then? Think to yourself what must happen. As God is true, I see already that the marriage must be deferred, and the proverb says, what is deferred, escapes. I will not change my heart, for I have fallen in love for life. You must know that for faithfulness I could put to shame the most enduring Penelope. Billevik was alarmed still more. For he had an entirely opposite opinion touching the prince's constancy, confirmed as it was by Boguslav's general reputation. But the prince added, as if for a finishing stroke. You are right, that no one is sure of his tomorrow. I may fall ill. Nay, some kind of sickness is coming on me even now, for yesterday I grew so rigid that Sienkiewicz barely saved me. I may fall in a campaign against Steppe. And what delays, what troubles and vexations there will be, could not be written on an ox hide. By the wounds of God, give advice, your highness. What advice can I give? Asked the prince. Though I should be glad myself to have the latch fall as soon as possible. Well, let it fall. Marry, and then what will be, will be. Boguslav sprang to his feet. By the Holy Gospel. With your wit you should be Chancellor of Lithuania. Another man would not have thought out in 3 days what has come to your mind in a twinkle. That is it. Marry, and remain quiet. There is sense in that. As it is, I shall march in 2 days against Steppe, for I must. During that time secret passages to the ladies' chamber can be made, and then to the road. That is the head of a statesman. We will let 2 or 3 confidants into the secret, and take them as witnesses, so that the marriage may be formal. I will write a contract, secure the jointure, to which I will add a bequest, and let there be silence for the time. My benefactor, I thank you, from my heart, I thank you. Come to my arms, and then go to my beauty. I will wait for her answer, as if on coals. Meanwhile I will send Sienkiewicz for the priest. Be well, father, and, God grant soon, the grandfather of a Radziwill. When he had said this, he let the astonished noble go from his embrace, and rushed out of the room. For God's sake, said the sword-bearer, recovering himself. I gave such wise advice that Solomon himself would not be ashamed of it, and I should prefer to do without it. A secret is a secret. But break your head, crush your forehead against a wall, it cannot be otherwise. A blind man can see that. Would that the frost might oppress and kill those Swedes to the last. If it were not for those negotiations, the marriage would take place with ceremony, and all Jmud would come to the wedding. But here a husband must walk to his wife on felt, so as not to make noise. Tfu, to the deuce. The Sitsinskis will not burst so soon. Yet, praise be to God. That bursting will not miss them. When he had said this, he went to Olenka. Meanwhile the prince was taking further counsel with Sienkiewicz. The old man danced on 2 paws like a bear, said the prince, but he tormented the life out of me. Uf. But I squeezed him so that I thought that the boots and straw would fly off his feet. And when I called him uncle, his eyes stuck out, as if a keg of cabbage hash were choking him. Tfo. Tfo. Wait. I will make you uncle, but I have scores upon scores of such uncles throughout the whole world. Sienkiewicz, I see how she is waiting for me in her room. And she will receive me with her eyes closed and her hands crossed. Wait, I will kiss those eyes for you, Sienkiewicz. You will receive for life the estate of Prudy, beyond Ośmiana. When can Plaska be here? Before evening. I thank your highness for Prudy. That is nothing. Before evening? That means any moment. If the ceremony could be performed today, even before midnight. Have you the contract ready? I have. I was liberal in the name of your highness. I assigned Burgi as the jointure of the lady. The sword-bearer will howl like a dog when it is taken from him afterward. He will sit in a dungeon, then he will be quiet. Even that will not be needed. As soon as the marriage is invalid, all will be invalid. But did I not tell you that they would agree? He did not make the least difficulty. I am curious to know what she will say. I care nothing about him. Oh, they have fallen each into the arms of the other, are weeping from emotion, are blessing your highness, and are carried away by your kindness and beauty. I don't know that they are by my beauty, for in some way I look wretched. I am all the time out of health, and I am afraid that yesterday's numbness will come again. No. You will take something warm. The prince was already before the mirror. It is blue under my eyes. And that fool, Foret, darkened my eyebrows crooked. See if they are not crooked. I'll give orders to thumbscrew him, and make a monkey my body servant. Why does the old man not come? I should like to go to the lady now, for she will permit me to kiss her before the marriage. How quickly it grows dark today. If Plaska flinches, we must put pincers into the fire. Plaska will not flinch. He is a scoundrel from under a dark star. And he will perform the marriage in scoundrel fashion? A scoundrel will perform the marriage for a scoundrel in scoundrel fashion. The prince fell into good humor, and said, when there is a pander for best man, there cannot be another kind of marriage. For a while they were silent, then both began to laugh. But their laughter sounded with marvelous ill omen through the dark room. Night fell deeper and deeper. The prince began to walk through the room, striking audibly with his hammer staff, on which he leaned heavily, for his feet did not serve him well after the last numbness. Now the servants brought in candelabra with candles, and went out. But the rush of air bent the flames of the candles, so that for a long time they did not burn straight upward, melting meanwhile much wax. See how the caudles are burning, said the prince. What do you prophesy from that? That one virtue will melt today like wax. It is wonderful how long that talk lasts. Maybe the spirit of old Billevik is flying over the flames. You are a fool, answered Boguslav, abruptly. You have chosen a time to talk of spirits. Silence followed. They say in England, said the prince, that when there is a spirit in the room every light burns blue, but see, now they are burning yellow, as usual. Trash, answered Sienkiewicz. There are people in Moscow. But be still, interrupted Boguslav. The sword-bearer is coming. No. That is the wind moving the shutters. The devils have brought that old maid of an aunt, Culviets Hippocentauris. Has anyone ever heard of the like? And she looks like a chimera. If you wish, your highness, I'll marry her. Then she will not be in the way, Plaska will solder us while you are waiting. Well, I will give her a maple spade as a marriage present, and you a lantern, so as to have something to light her way. I will not be your uncle, Bogus. Remember Castor, answered the prince. Do not stroke Castor, my Pollux, against the grain, for he can bite. Further conversation was interrupted by the sword-bearer and Panna Kulvyets. The prince stepped up to him quickly, leaning on his hammer. Sakiewicz rose. "Well, what? May I go to Olenka?" asked the prince. The sword-bearer spread out his arms and dropped his head on his breast. "Your Highness, my niece says that Colonel Bilovica's will forbids her to decide her own fate. And even if it did not forbid, she would not marry your Highness, not having the heart to do so." "Sakiewicz, do you hear?" said Boguslav, with a terrible voice. "I too knew of that will," continued the sword-bearer, "but at the first moment I did not think it an invincible impediment." "I jeer at the wills of you nobles," said the prince. "I spit on your wills. Do you understand?" "But we do not jeer at them," said the aroused Pan Tomasz, "and according to the will the maiden is free to enter the cloister or marry Kmita." "Whom, you sorry fellow?" "Kmita? I'll show you Kmita. I'll teach you. Whom do you call sorry fellow, a Bilovic?" And the sword-bearer caught at his side in the greatest fury. But Boguslav, in one moment, struck him on the breast with his hammer, so that Bilovic groaned and fell to the floor. The prince then kicked him aside, to open a way to the door, and rushed from the room without a hat. "Jesus! Mary! Joseph!" cried Panna Kulvyets. But Sakiewicz, seizing her by the shoulder, put a dagger to her breast, and said, "Quiet, my little jewel, quiet, dearest dove, or I will cut thy sweet throat, like that of a lame hen. Sit here quietly, and go not upstairs to thy niece's wedding." But in Panna Kulvyets there was knightly blood too. Therefore she had barely heard the words of Sakiewicz, when straightway her terror passed into despair and frenzy. "Ruffian! Bandit! Pagan!" cried she. "Slay me, for I will shout to the whole Commonwealth. The brother killed, the niece disgraced, I do not wish to live. Strike, slay, robber! People, come see." Sakiewicz stifled further words by putting his powerful hand over her mouth. "Quiet, crooked distaff, dried rue," said he. "I will not cut thy throat, for why should I give the devil that which is his anyhow? But lest thou scream like a peacock before roosting, I will tie up thy pretty mouth with thy kerchief, and take a lute and play to thee of sighs. It cannot be but thou wilt love me." So saying, the Starosta of Ośmiana, with the dexterity of a genuine pickpocket, encircled the head of Panna Kulvyets with her handkerchief, tied her hands in the twinkle of an eye, and threw her on the sofa. Then he sat by her, and stretching himself out comfortably, asked her as calmly as though he had begun an ordinary conversation. "Well, what do you think? I suppose Bogus will get on as easily as I have." With that he sprang to his feet, for the door opened, and in it appeared Panna Alexandra. Her face was as white as chalk, her hair was somewhat disheveled, her brows were frowning, and threat was in her eyes. Seeing her uncle on the floor, she knelt near him and passed her hand over his head and breast. The sword-bearer drew a deep breath, opened his eyes, half raised himself, and began to look around in the room, as if roused from sleep. Then resting his hand on the floor, he tried to rise, which he did after a while with the help of the lady. Then he came with tottering step to a chair, into which he threw himself. Only now did Olenka see Panna Kulvyets lying on the sofa. "Have you murdered her?" asked she of Sakiewicz. "God preserve me," answered the Starosta of Ośmiana. "I command you to unbind her." There was such power in that voice that Sakiewicz said not a word, as if the command had come from Princess Radziwill herself, and began to unbind the unconscious Panna Kulvyets. "And now," said the lady, "go to your master, who is lying up there." "What has happened?" cried Sakiewicz, coming to himself. "You will answer for him." "Not to thee, serving man. Be off." Sakiewicz sprang out of the chamber as if possessed. Chapter 85. Sakiewicz did not leave Boguslav's bedside for 2 days, the second paroxysm being worse than the first. The prince's jaws closed so firmly that attendants had to open them with a knife to pour medicine into his mouth. He regained consciousness immediately after. But he trembled, quivered, floundered in the bed, and stretched himself like a wild beast mortally wounded. When that had passed, a wonderful weakness came. He gazed all night at the ceiling without saying a word. Next day, after he had taken drugs, he fell into a sound sleep, and about midday woke covered with abundant perspiration. "How does your Highness feel?" asked Sienkiewicz. "I am better." "Have any letters come?" "Letters from the Elector and Steinbock are lying on the table. But the reading must be put off till later, for you have not strength enough yet. Give them at once, do you hear?" Sienkiewicz brought the letters, and Boguslav read them twice. Then he thought a while and said, "We will move for Podliasy tomorrow. You will be in bed tomorrow, as you are today. I will be on horseback as well as you. Be silent, no interference." The starosta ceased, and for a while silence continued, broken only by the tick-tick of the Danzig clock. The advice was stupid, the idea was stupid, and I too was stupid to listen. "I knew that if it did not succeed the blame would fall on me," answered Sienkiewicz. "For you blundered. The council was clever. But if there is some devil at their service who gives warning of everything, I am not to blame." The prince rose in the bed. "Do you think that they employ a devil?" asked he, looking quickly at Sienkiewicz. "But does not your Highness know the Papists?" I know. And it has often come into my head that there might be enchantment. Since yesterday I am certain. You have struck my idea, therefore I asked if you really think so. But which of them could enter into company with unclean power? Not she, for she is too virtuous. Not the sword-bearer, for he is too stupid. But suppose the aunt? That may be. To make certain I bound her yesterday, and put a dagger to her throat. And imagine, I look today, the dagger is as if melted in fire. Show it. I threw it into the river, though there was a good turquoise in the hilt. I preferred not to touch it again. Then I'll tell you what happened to me yesterday. I ran into her room as if mad. What I said I do not remember, but I know this, that she cried, "I'll throw myself into the fire first." You know what an enormous chimney there is there. She sprang right into it, I after her. I dragged her out on the floor. Her clothes were already on fire. I had to quench the fire and hold her at the same time. Meanwhile dizziness seized me, my jaws became fixed, you would have said that someone had torn the veins in my neck. Then it seemed to me that the sparks flying near us were turned into bees, were buzzing like bees. And this is as true as that you see me here. And what came later? I remember nothing, but such terror as if I were flying into an immense well, into some depth without bottom. What terror! I tell you what terror! Even now the hair is standing on my head. And not terror alone, but, how can I explain it, an emptiness, a measureless weariness and torment beyond understanding. Luckily the powers of heaven were with me, or I should not be speaking with you this day. Your Highness had a paroxysm. Sickness itself often brings visions before the eye. But for safety's sake we may have a hole cut in the river ice, and let the old maid float down. Oh, devil take her. We will march tomorrow in any event, and afterward spring will come. There will soon be other stars, and the nights will be short, weakening every unclean power. If we must march tomorrow, then you would better let the girl go. Even if I wished not, I must. All desire has fallen away from me. Never mind them, let them go to the devil. Impossible. Why? The old man has confessed that he has a tremendous lot of money buried in Bilovish. If I let them alone, they will dig up the money and go to the forests. I prefer to keep them here, and take the money in requisition. There is war now, and this is permissible. Besides, he offered it himself. We shall give orders to dig up the whole garden, foot by foot, we must find the money. While Billevik is sitting here, at least, he will not make a noise and shout over all Lithuania that he is plundered. Rage seizes me when I think how much I have spent on those amusements and tournaments, and all for nothing, for nothing. Rage against that maiden seized me long ago. And I tell your highness that when she came yesterday and said to me, as to the last camp follower, be off, serving man. Go up, for thy master is lying there. I came near twisting her head like a starling, for I thought that she had stabbed you with a knife or shot you from a pistol. You know that I do not like to have anyone manage in my house like a grey goose. It is well that you did not do as you say, for I should have given orders to nip you with those pincers which were heated for Plaska. Keep away from her. I sent Plaska back. He was terribly astonished, not knowing why he was brought nor why he was sent home. He wanted something for his fatigue, because this, said he, is loss in my trade. But I told him, you bear home a sound skin as reward. Do we really march tomorrow for Podliacy? As God is in heaven. Are the troops sent off according to my orders? The cavalry has gone already to Kyedani, whence it is to march to Kovna and wait there. Our Polish squadrons are here yet, I did not like to send them in advance. The men seem reliable. Still they might meet the Confederates. Glovbich will go with us, also the Cossacks under Vertinsky. Karlstrom marches with the Swedes in the vanguard. He has orders to exterminate rebels, and especially peasants on the way. That is well. Kiritz with infantry is to march slowly, so that we may have someone to fall back upon in difficulty. If we are to advance like a thunderbolt, and our entire calculation lies in swiftness, I do not know whether the Prussian and Swedish cavalry will be useful. It is a pity that the Polish squadrons are not reliable, for between us, there is nothing superior to Polish cavalry. Has the artillery gone? It has. And Patterson too? No, Patterson is here, he is nursing Kettling, of whom he is very fond, and who wounded himself rather badly with his own sword. If I did not know Kettling to be a daring officer, should think that he had cut himself of purpose to avoid the campaign. It will be needful to leave about 100 men here, also in Rosieni and in Kyedani. The Swedish garrisons are small, and de la Gardie, as it is asking men every day from Lowenhaupt. Besides, when we march out, the rebels, forgetting the defeat of Shavli, will raise their heads. They are growing strong as it is. I have heard again that the Swedes are cut down in Telshire. By nobles or peasants? By peasants under the leadership of a priest, but there are parties of nobles, particularly near Lauda. The Lauda men have gone out under Wołodyjowski. There is a multitude of youths and old men at home. These have taken arms, for they are warriors by blood. The rebellion can do nothing without money. But we shall get a supply of that in Billevich. A man must be a genius like your highness to find means in everything. There is more esteem in this country, said Boguslav, with a bitter smile, for the man who can please the queen and the nobles. Neither genius nor virtue has value. It is lucky that I am also a prince of the empire, and therefore they will not tie me by the legs to a pine tree. If I could only have the revenues regularly from my estates, I should not care for the Commonwealth. But will they not confiscate these estates? We will first confiscate Podliacy, if not all Lithuania. Now summon Patterson. Sakovich went out, and returned soon with Patterson. At Boguslav's bedside a council was held, at which it was determined to move before daylight next morning and go to Podliacy by forced marches. The prince felt so much better in the evening that he feasted with the officers and amused himself with jests till late. Listening with pleasure to the neighing of horses and the clatter of arms in the squadrons preparing to march. At times he breathed deeply, and stretched himself in the chair. I see that this campaign will bring back my health, said he to the officers, for amid all these negotiations and amusements I have neglected the field notably. But I hope in God that the Confederates and our ex-cardinal, the king, in Poland will feel my hand. To this Patterson made bold to answer, "It is lucky that Delilah did not clip Samson's hair." Boguslav looked at him for a while with a strange expression, from which the Scot was growing confused. But after a time the countenance of the prince grew bright with a threatening smile, and he said, "If Sapieha is my pillar, I will shake him so that the whole Commonwealth will fall on his head." The conversation was carried on in German, therefore all the foreign officers understood it perfectly, and answered in chorus, "Amen." The column, with Boguslav at the head of it, marched before daybreak next morning. The Prussian nobles whom the brilliant court attracted, began at the same time to return to their homes. After them marched to Tilsa those who in Torogi had sought refuge from the terrors of war, and to whom now Tilsa seemed safer. Only Billevik, Olenka, and Panna Kulvyets remained, not counting Kettling and the old officer Braun, who held command over the slender garrison. Billevik, after that blow of the hammer, lay for some days bleeding from the mouth at intervals, but since no bone was broken, he recovered by degrees and began to think of flight. Meanwhile an official came from Billevish with a letter from Boguslav himself. The sword-bearer did not wish at first to read the letter, but soon changed his mind, following in this the advice of Olenka, who thought it better to know all the plans of the enemy. Very gracious Pan Billevik, Concordia residential parvi crescent, discordia maximi dilabunter, by concord small things grow great, by discord the greatest are ruined. The fates brought it about that we did not part in such harmony as my love for you and your charming niece demands, in which God knows I am not to blame. For you know yourself that you fed me with ingratitude in return for my sincere intentions. But for friendship's sake what is done in anger should not be remembered. I think, therefore, that you will excuse my deeds of impulse, because of the injustice which I experienced at your hands. I, too, forgive you from my heart, as Christian charity enjoins, and I wish to return to a good understanding. To give you a proof that no offense has remained in my heart, I have not thought it proper to refuse the service which you have asked of me, and I accept your money." Here Billevik stopped reading, struck the table with his fist, and cried, "He will see me in dreams rather than receive one coin from my caskets." "Read on," said Olenka. Billevik raised the letter again to his eyes. "Not wishing to trouble you and expose your health to hazard in the present stormy times while getting this money, we have ordered ourselves to get it and count it." At this point Billevik's voice failed, and the letter fell from his hands to the floor. For a while it seemed that speech was taken from the noble, for he only caught after his hair and pulled it with all his power. "Strike, whoso believes in God," cried he at last. "One injustice the more, the punishment of God nearer, for the measure will soon be filled," said Olenka. Chapter 86. The despair of the sword-bearer was so great that Olenka had to comfort him, and give assurance that the money was not to be looked on as lost, for the letter itself would serve as a note. And Radziwill, the master of so many estates in Lithuania and Russia, had something from which to recover. But since it was difficult to foresee what might still meet them, especially if Boguslav returned to Torogi victorious, they began to think of flight the more eagerly. Olenka advised to defer everything till Kettling's recovery, for Braun was a gloomy and surly old soldier, carrying out commands blindly, and it was impossible to influence him. As to Kettling, the lady knew well that he had wounded himself to remain in Torogi, hence her deep faith that he would do everything to aid her. It is true that conscience disturbed her incessantly with the question whether for self-safety she had the right to sacrifice the career, and perhaps the life, of another. But the terrors hanging over her in Torogi were so dreadful that they surpassed 100-fold the dangers to which Kettling could be exposed. Kettling, as an excellent officer, might find service, and a more noble service, elsewhere, and with it powerful protectors, such as the king. Pan Sapieha, or Pan Charniecki. And he would, besides, serve a just cause, and would find a career grateful to that country which had received him as an exile. Death threatened him only in case he fell into Boguslav's hands. But Boguslav did not command yet the whole Commonwealth. Olenka ceased to hesitate, and when the health of the young officer had improved, she sent for him. Ketling stood before her, pale, emaciated, without a drop of blood in his face, but always full of respect, homage, and submission. At sight of him tears came to Olenka's eyes. For he was the only friendly soul in Trilogy, and at the same time so thin and suffering that when Olenka asked how his health was, he answered, "Alas, my lady, health is returning. And it would be so pleasant to die." "You should leave this service," said she, looking at him with sympathy, "for such an honorable man needs assurance that he is serving a just cause and a worthy master." "Alas!" repeated the officer. "When will your service end?" "In half a year." Olenka was silent a while. Then she raised her wonderful eyes, which at that moment had ceased to be stern, and said, "Listen to me. I will speak to you as to a brother, as to a sincere confidant. You can, and you should resign." When she had said this, she confessed to him everything, both their plans of escape, and that she relied on his assistance. She represented to him that he could find service everywhere, and a service as good as was his spirit, and honorable as knightly honor could obtain. At last she finished with the following words. "I shall be grateful to you till death. I wish to take refuge under the guardianship of God, and to make a vow to the Lord in a cloister. But wherever you may be, far or near, in war or in peace, I shall pray for you. I will implore God to give peace and happiness to my brother and benefactor. For I can give him nothing save gratitude and prayer." Here her voice trembled, and the officer listened to her words, growing pale as a kerchief. At last he knelt, put both hands to his forehead, and said, in a voice like a groan, "I cannot, my lady, I cannot." "Do you refuse me?" asked Olenka, with amazement. "O great, merciful God!" said he. "From childhood no lie has risen on my lips, no unjust deed has ever stained me. While still a youth, I defended with this weak hand my king and country. Why, Lord, dost thou punish me so grievously, and send on me suffering for which, as thou sayest, strength fails me?" Here he turned to Olenka, "My lady, you do not know what an order is for a soldier. In obedience is not only his duty, but his honor and reputation. An oath binds me, my lady, and more than an oath, the word of a knight, that I shall not throw up my service before the time, and that I will fulfill what belongs to it blindly. I am a soldier and a noble, and, so help me God, never in my life will I follow the example of those who betray honor and service. And I will not break my word, even at your command, at your prayer, though I say this in suffering and pain. If, having an order not to let anyone out of Trilogy, I were on guard at the gate, and if you yourself wished to pass against the order, you would pass only over my corpse. You did not know me, my lady, and you were mistaken in me. But have pity on me, understand that I cannot aid you to escape. I ought not to hear of such a thing. The order is express, for Braun and the 5 remaining officers of us here have received it. My God, my God! If I had foreseen such an order, I should have preferred to go on the campaign. I shall not convince you, you will not believe me. And still God sees, let God judge me after death whether it is true, that I would give my life without hesitation. But my honor, I cannot, I cannot." Then Ketling wrung his hands, was silent from exhaustion, and began to breathe quickly. Olenka had not recovered yet from her amazement. She had not time to pause, or estimate properly that spirit, exceptional in its nobleness. She felt only that the last plank of salvation was slipping from her hands, the only means of escape from hated captivity was failing her. But still she tried to resist. "I am," said she, after a while, "the granddaughter and the daughter of a soldier. My grandfather and father also valued honor above life. But, precisely for that reason, they would not let themselves be used blindly for every service." Ketling drew, with trembling hand, from his coat a letter, gave it to Olenka, and said, "Judge, my lady, if this command does not concern service." Olenka cast her eyes over the letter, and read as follows. Since it has come to our knowledge that Billevik, the sword-bearer of Roscieni, intends to leave our residence in secret, with plans hostile to us, namely, to excite his acquaintances, connections, relatives, and clients to rebellion against his Swedish Majesty and us, we recommend to the officers remaining in garrison at Trilogy to guard Billevik and his niece as hostages and prisoners of war, and not to permit their flight under pain of loss of honor and court-martial, etc. The order came from the first stopping place after the departure of the prince, said Kettling, therefore it is in writing. The will of God be done, said Olenka, after a while. It is accomplished. Kettling felt that he ought to go, still he did not stir. His pale lips moved from moment to moment, as if he wished to say something and could not get the voice. He was oppressed by the desire to fall at her feet and implore forgiveness. But on the other hand he felt that she had enough of her own misfortune, and he found a certain wild delight in this, that he was suffering and would suffer without complaint. At last he bowed and went out in silence, but in the corridor he tore the bandages from his fresh wound, and fell fainting to the floor. When an hour later the palace guard found him lying near the staircase and took him to the barracks, he became seriously ill and did not leave his bed for a fortnight. Olenka, after the departure of Kettling, remained some time as if dazed. Death had seemed to her more likely to come than that refusal. And therefore, at first, in spite of all her firm temper of spirit, strength, energy failed her. She felt weak, like an ordinary woman, and though she repeated unconsciously, "Let the will of God be done," sorrow for the disappointment rose above her resignation, copious and bitter tears flowed from her eyes. At that moment her uncle entered, and looking at his niece, divined at once that she had evil news to impart, hence he asked quickly, "For God's sake, what is it?" Kettling refuses. "All here are ruffians, scoundrels, arch-curs." "How is this? And he will not help?" "Not only will he not help," answered she, complaining like a little child, "but he says that he will prevent, even should it come to him to die." "Why?" "By the Lord's wounds, why? For such is our fate. Kettling is not a traitor, but such is our fate, for we are the most unhappy of all people." "May the thunderbolts crush all those heretics," cried Billevik. "They attack virtue, plunder, steal, imprison. Would that all might perish. It is not for honest people to live in such times." Here he began to walk with hurried step through the chamber, threatening with his fists. At last he said, gritting his teeth, "The voevoda of Vilna was better. I prefer 1,000 times even Kmita to these perfumed ruffians without honor and conscience." When Olenka said nothing, but began to cry still more, Billevik grew mild, and after a while said, "Do not weep. Kmita came to my mind only because that he at least would have been able to wrest us out of this Babylonian captivity. He would have given it to all the Brauns, Kettlings, Pattersons, to Boguslav himself. But they are all the same type of traitors. Weep not. You can do nothing with weeping. Here it is necessary to counsel. Kettling will not help, may he be twisted. We will do without him. You have as it were a man's courage in you, but in difficulty you are only able to sob. What does Kettling say? He says that the prince has given orders to guard us as prisoners of war, fearing, uncle, that you would collect a party and go to the Confederates. Billevik put his hands on his hips. Ha, ha, ha. He is afraid, the scoundrel. And he is right, for I will do so, as God is in heaven. Having a command relating to service, Kettling must carry it out on his honor. Well, we shall get on without the assistance of heretics. Olenka wiped her eyes. And does my uncle think it is possible? I think it is necessary, and if it is necessary it is possible, though we had to let ourselves down by ropes from these windows. It was wrong for me to shed tears, let us make plans as quickly as we can. Her tears were dry, her brows contracted again from thought and her former endurance and energy. It appeared, in fact, that Billevik could find no help, and that the imagination of the lady was much richer in means. But it was difficult for her, since it was clear that they were guarded carefully. They determined, therefore, not to try before the first news came from Boguslav. In this they placed all their hope, trusting that the punishment of God would come on the traitor and the dishonorable man. Besides, he might fall, he might be confined to his bed, he might be killed by Sapieha, and then without fail there would rise in all Trilogy a panic, and the gate would not be guarded so carefully. "I know Sapieha," said Billevich, comforting himself and Olenka, "he is a slow warrior, but accurate and wonderfully stubborn. An example of this, his loyalty to the king and country. He pledged and sold everything, and thus has gained a power before which Boguslav is as nothing. One is a dignified senator, the other a fop, one a true Catholic, the other a heretic. One is cleverness itself, the other a water-burner. With whom may victory and the blessing of God be? This Radziwill might well yield to Sapieha's day. Just as if there are not punishment and justice in this world. We will wait for news, and pray for Sapieha's success." Then they began to wait. But a month passed, long, wearisome for afflicted hearts, before the first courier came, and he was sent not to Trilogy, but to Steinbach in royal Prussia. Kettling, who from the time of the last conversation dared not appear before Olenka's eyes, sent her at once a card with the following announcement. "Prince Boguslav has defeated Pan Krzysztof Sapieha near Bransk. Some squadrons of cavalry and infantry are cut to pieces. He is marching on Tykotsin, where Henryk is stationed." For Olenka this was simply a thunderbolt. The greatness of a leader and the bravery of a knight meant for her the same thing. Since she had seen Boguslav, at Trilogy, overcoming the most valiant knights with ease, she imagined him to herself, especially after that news, as an evil but invincible power, against which no one could stand. The hope that Boguslav might be defeated died in her completely. In vain did her uncle quiet her and comfort her with this, that the prince had not yet met Sapieha. In vain did he guarantee to her that the very dignity of hetman with which the king had invested him recently, must give positive preponderance over Boguslav. She did not believe this, she dared not. "Who can conquer Boguslav, who can meet him?" asked she, continually. Further news seemed to confirm her fears. A few days later Kettling sent another card with information touching the defeat of Henryk and the capture of Tykotsin. "All Podliacy," writes he, "is in the hands of the prince, who, without waiting for Sapieha, is moving against him with forced marches. And Sapieha will be routed," thought the maiden. Meanwhile news from other directions flew to them, like a swallow heralding springtime. To that seashore of the Commonwealth this news came late. But because of its lateness it was decked in all the rainbow gleams of wonderful legend from the first ages of Christianity, when saints proclaiming truth and justice still traveled over the earth. Częstochowa. Częstochowa, was repeated by every mouth. Ice thawed from hearts which bloomed like flowers in the earth warmed by the sun of spring. Częstochowa has defended itself. Men had seen the Queen of Poland herself, the Virgin Mary, shielding the walls with her heavenly mantle, the bombs of the robbers at her holy feet, crouching like house dogs. The hands of the Swedes were withered, their muskets grew fast to their faces, till they retreated in terror and shame. Men, strangers to one another, when they heard these tidings fell the one into the embraces of the other, weeping from delight. Others complained that the tidings came too late. "But we were here and weeping," said they, "we were in pain, we lived in torment so long, when we should have been rejoicing." Then it began to roar through the whole Commonwealth, and terrible thunders were heard from the Euxine to the Baltic, so that the waves of both seas were trembling. Then faithful people, pious people rose up like a storm in defense of their queen. Consolation entered all hearts, all eyes were flashing with fire. What hitherto had seemed terrible and invincible grew small in their eyes. "Who will finish him?" said Billevich. "Who will be his equal? Now do you know who? The Most Holy Lady. The old man and his niece lay for whole days in the form of a cross, thanking God for his mercy on the Commonwealth, and doubting their own rescue no longer. But for a long period there was silence concerning Boguslav, as if he with all his forces had fallen into water. The officers remaining in Torogi began to be disquieted and to think of their uncertain future. They would have preferred defeat to that deep silence. But no news could come, for just then the terrible Babinik was rushing with his Tartars in front of the prince and stopping all couriers. Chapter 87. But a certain day Punna Anusia Borzobogati arrived at Torogi with a convoy of some tens of soldiers. Braun received her very politely, for he had to do so, since he was thus commanded by a letter from Sienkiewicz, signed by Boguslav himself, enjoining him to have every regard for this lady-in-waiting of Princess Griselda Vishniovetzky. The young lady herself was full of vivacity. From the first moment she began to pierce Braun with her eyes, so that the sullen German moved about as if someone were touching him with fire. She began also to command other officers, in a word, to manage in Torogi as in her own house. In the evening of the same day she made the acquaintance of Olenka, who received her with distrust, it is true, but politely, in the hope that she would get news from her. In fact, Anusia had news in plenty. Her conversation began with Chenstohova, since the prisoners in Torogi were most eager for that news. The sword-bearer listened with special diligence. He held his hands behind his ears so as to lose no word, merely interrupting Anusia's narrative from time to time with the exclamation, "Praise be to God on high." "It is a wonder to me," said Anusia, at last, "that news of these miracles of the Most Holy Lady have only just reached you, for that is an old story. I was still in Zamost, and Pan Babinik had not come for me, ai. How many weeks was it before that? Then they began to beat the Swedes everywhere, in Great Poland and with us. But most of all Pan Charniecki, before whose very name they fly." "Oh, Charniecki," cried the sword-bearer, rubbing his hands, "he will give them pepper. I heard of him even from the Ukraine, as of a great warrior." Anusia merely shook her dress, and exclaimed to herself with aversion, as if it were a question of the smallest matter, "Oh, it is all over with the Swedes." Old Pan Tomasz could not restrain himself. Seizing her small hand, he buried the little thing entirely in his enormous mustaches and kissed it eagerly. At last he cried, "Oh, my beauty! Honey flows from your mouth, as God is dear to me. It cannot be but an angel has come to Torogi." Anusia began at once to twist the ends of her tresses, tied with rosy ribbons, and cutting with her eyes from under her brows, said, "Oh, it is far from me to the angels. But the hetmans of the kingdom have begun to beat the Swedes, and all the quarter soldiers with them, and the knights, and they have formed a confederation in Tishovtsi. The king has joined it, and they have given out manifestos, even the peasants are beating the Swedes, and the Most Holy Lady gives her blessing." She spoke as if a bird were warbling, but from that warbling Bilevika's heart grew soft, though some of the news was already known to him. He bellowed at last like an aurochs from delight. Tears, too, began to flow over the face of Olenka, silent and many. Seeing this, Anusia, having a good heart from nature, sprang to her at once, and putting her arms around her neck, began to say quickly, "Do not cry. I am sorry for you, and cannot see you shed tears. Why do you weep?" There was so much sincerity in her voice that Olenka's distrust vanished at once, but the poor girl wept still more. "You are so beautiful," said Anusia, comforting her. "Why do you cry?" "From joy," answered Olenka, "but also from suffering. For we are here in grievous captivity, knowing neither the day nor the hour." "How is that? Are you not with Prince Boguslav?" "That traitor! That heretic," roared Bilevik. "The same has happened to me," said Anusia, "but I do not cry for that reason. I do not deny that the prince is a traitor and a heretic, but he is a courteous cavalier, and respects our sex. God grant that in hell they will respect him in the same fashion. Young lady, you know him not, for he has not attacked you as he has this maiden. He is an arch-ruffian, and that Sienkiewicz is another. God give Sapieha to defeat them both. As to defeating, he will defeat them. Prince Boguslav is terribly sick, and he has not a great force. It is true that he advanced quickly, scattered some squadrons, and took Tykotsin and me, but it is not for him to measure with the forces of Pan Sapieha. You may trust me, for I saw both armies. With Pan Sapieha are the greatest cavaliers, who will be able to manage Prince Boguslav. Well, do you see? Have I not told you? Asked the old man, turning to Olenka. I know Prince Boguslav from of old, continued Anusia, for he is a relative of the Vishniovetskys and Zamoysky. He came once to us at Lubny, when Prince Yeremy himself was campaigning against the Tartars in the wilderness. He remembered that I was at home there and nearest the princess. I was such a little thing then, not as I am today. My God! Who could think at that time that he would be a traitor? But grieve not. For either he will fail to return, or we shall escape from this place in some way. We have tried that already, said Olenka. And you did not succeed? How could we? Asked Bilevik. We told the secret to an officer whom we thought ready to aid us, but it turned out that he was ready to hinder, not to help. Seniority over all here is with Braun, the devil himself could not win that man. Anusia dropped her eyes. Maybe I can. If Pan Sapieha would only come, so that we might have someone with whom to take refuge. God give him at the earliest, answered Pan Tomasz, for among his men we have many relatives, acquaintances, and friends. Among them, too, are former officers of the great Yeremy, Wołodyjowski, Skshetuski, Zagloba, I know them. But they are not with Sapieha. Oh, if they were, especially Wołodyjowski, for Skshetuski is married, I should not be here, for Pan Wołodyjowski would not let himself be picked up as Pan Kochitz did. He is a great cavalier, said Bilevik. The glory of the whole Commonwealth, added Olenka. Have they not fallen, since you did not see them? Oh, no. Answered Anusia, for the loss of such knights would be spoken of, but nothing was said. You do not know them, they will never yield. Only a bullet will kill them, for no man can stand before Skshetuski, Zagloba, or Pan Michael. Though Pan Michael is small, I remember what Prince Yeremy said of him, that if the fate of the whole Commonwealth depended on a battle between one man and another, he would choose Pan Michael for the battle. He was the man who conquered Bogun. Oh, no, Pan Michael will help himself always. Bilevik, satisfied that he had someone with whom to talk, began to walk with long strides through the room, asking. Well, well. Then do you know Pan Wołodyjowski so intimately? Yes. For we lived in the same place so many years. Indeed. Then certainly not without love. I'm not to blame for that, answered Anusia, taking a timid posture. But before this time surely Pan Michael is married. And he is just not married. Even if he were, it is all one to me. God grant you to meet. But I am troubled because you say that they are not with the hetman, for with such soldiers victory would be easier. There is someone there who is worth them all. Who is he? Pan Babinik from Vitebsk. Have you heard of him? Not a word, which is a wonder to me. Anusia began to relate the history of her departure from Zamost, and everything that happened on the road. Babinik grew in her narrative to such a mighty hero that the sword-bearer was at a loss to know who he was. I know all Lithuania, said he. There are houses, it is true, with similar names, such as Babinobek, Babil, Babinovsky, Babinsky, and Babisky. Babinik I have not heard, and I think it must be an assumed name. For many who are in parties take such names, so that their property and relatives may not suffer from the enemy. Mieczem. Babinik. He is some fiery cavalier, since he was able to settle Zamoysky in that fashion. Oh, how fiery, cried Anusia. The old man fell into good humor. How is that? Asked he, stopping before Anusia and putting his hands on his hips. If I tell you, you'll suppose God knows what. God preserve me, I will suppose nothing. Barely had we come out of Zamost when Pan Babinich told me that someone else had occupied his heart, and though he received no rent, still he did not think of changing the tenant. And do you believe that? Of course I believe it, answered Anusia, with great vivacity. He must be in love to his ears, since after so long a time, since. Oh, there is some, since he would not, said the old man, laughing. But I say that, repeated Anusia, stamping her foot, since, well, we shall soon hear of him. God grant it. And I will tell you why. As often as Pan Babinich mentioned Prince Boguslav, his face grew white, and his teeth squeaked like doors. He will be our friend, said the sword-bearer. Certainly. And we will flee to him, if he shows himself. If I could escape from this place, would have my own party, and you would see that war is no novelty to me either, and that this old hand is good for something yet. Go under command of Pan Babinich. You have a great wish to go under his command. They chatted yet for a long time in this fashion, and always more joyously. So that Olenka, forgetting her grief, became notably more cheerful, and Anusia began at last to laugh loudly at the sword-bearer. She was well rested. For at the last halting place in Rosieni she had slept soundly, she left them then only late in the evening. She is gold, not a maiden, said Billevich, after she had gone. A sincere sort of heart, and I think we shall soon come to confidence, answered Olenka. But you looked at her frowningly at first. For I thought that she was someone sent here. Do I know anything surely? I fear everyone in Torogi. She sent? Perhaps by good spirits. But she is as full of tricks as a weasel. If I were younger I don't know to what it might come. Even as it is a man is still desirous. Olenka was delighted, and placing her hands on her knees, she put her head on one side, mimicking Anusia, and looking askance at her uncle. So, dear uncle. You wish to bake an ant for me out of that flour? Oh, be quiet, said the sword-bearer. But he laughed and began to twist his mustache with his whole hand. After a time he added. Still she roused such a staid woman as you, I am certain that great friendship will spring up between you. In truth, Pan Tomasz was not deceived, for in no long time a very lively friendship was formed between the maidens. And it grew more and more, perhaps just for this reason, that the two were complete opposites. One had dignity in her spirit, depths of feeling, invincible will, and reason. The other, with a good heart and purity of thought, was a tufted lark. One, with her calm face, bright tresses, and an unspeakable repose and charm in her slender form, was like an ancient Psyche. The other, a real brunette, reminded one rather of an ignis fatuus, which in the night hours entices people into pathless places and laughs at their vexation. The officers in Torogi, who looked at both every day, were seized with the desire to kiss Olenka's feet, but Anusia's lips. Kettling, having the soul of a Scottish mountaineer, hence full of melancholy, revered and adored Olenka. But from the first glance he could not endure Anusia, who paid him in kind, making up for her losses on brawn and others, not excepting the sword-bearer of Rosieni himself. Olenka soon won great influence over her friend, who with perfect sincerity of heart said to Pan Tomasz. She can say more in 2 words than I in a whole day. But the dignified lady could not cure her vain friend of one defect, coquetry. For let Anusia only hear the rattle of spurs in the corridor, immediately she would pretend that she had forgotten something, that she wanted to see if there were tidings from Sapieha. Would rush into the corridor, fly like a whirlwind, and coming up against an officer, cry out. Oh, how you frightened me! Then a conversation would begin, intermingled with twisting of her skirts, glancing from under her brows, and various artful looks, through the aid of which the hardest heart may be conquered. This coquetry Olenka took ill of her, all the more that Anusia after a few days confessed to a secret love for Babinnik. They discussed this among themselves more than once. Others beg like minstrels, said Anusia, but this dragon chose to look at his Tartars rather than at me, and he never spoke otherwise than in command, come out, my lady. Eat, my lady. Drink, my lady. And if he had been rude at the same time, but he was not, if he had not been painstaking, but he was. In Krasnostav I said to myself, do not look at me, wait. And in Lanchna I was so overcome that it was terrible. I tell you that when I looked into his blue eyes, and when he laughed, gladness seized me, such a prisoner was I. Olenka dropped her head, for blue eyes came to her memory too. And that one spoke in the same way, and he had command ever on his lips, activity ever in his face, but neither conscience nor the fear of God. Anusia, following her own thoughts, continued. When he flew over the field on his horse, with his baton, I thought, that is an eagle or some hetman. The Tartars feared him more than fire. When he came, there had to be obedience, and when there was a battle, fires were striking him from desire of blood. I saw many worthy cavaliers in Lubny, but one such that fear seized me in his presence I have never seen. If the Lord God has predestined him to you, you will get him. But that he did not love you, I cannot believe. As to love, he loves me a little, but the other more. He told me himself more than once, it is lucky that I am not able to forget or cease loving, for it would be better to confide a kid to a wolf than such a maiden as you are to me. What did you say to that? I said, how do you know that I would return your love? And he answered, I should not have asked you. Now, what are you to do with such a man? That other woman is foolish not to love him, and she must have callousness in her heart. I asked what her name is, but he would not tell me. Better, said he, not to touch that, for it is a sore. And another sore, said he, is the Radzivills, the traitors. And then he made such a terrible face that I would have hidden in a mouse hole. I simply feared him. But what is the use in talking? He is not for me. Ask Saint Michael for him, I know from Aunt Kulvietz that he is the best aid in such cases. Only be careful not to offend the saint by duping more men. I never will, except so much, the least little bit. Here Anusia showed on her finger how much, and she indicated at most about half the length of the nail, so as not to anger Saint Michael. I do not act so from waywardness, explained she to Billevik, who also had begun to take her frivolity to heart, but I must, for if these officers do not help us we shall never escape. Braun will not let us out. Braun is overcome, replied Anusia, with a thin voice, dropping her eyes. But Fitzgregory? He is overcome too, with a voice still thinner. And Ottenhagen? Overcome. And von Irene? Overcome. May the forest surround you. I see that Kettling is the only man whom you could not manage. I cannot endure him. But someone else will manage him. Besides, we can go without his permission. And you think that when we wish to flee they will not hinder? They will go with us, said Anusia, stretching her neck and blinking. For God's sake. Then why do we stay here? I should like to be far away this day. But from the consultation which followed at once, it appeared needful to await the decision of Boguslav's fate and Pan Sapiha's arrival in the neighborhood of Chmud. Otherwise they would be threatened by terrible destruction from even their own people. The society of foreign officers not only would not be a defense, but would add to their danger. For the peasants were so terribly envenomed against foreigners that they murdered without mercy everyone who did not wear a Polish dress. Even Polish dignitaries wearing foreign costume, not to speak of Austrian and French diplomats, could not travel save under the protection of powerful bodies of troops. You will believe me, for I have passed through the whole country, said Anusia. In the first village, in the first forest, ravagers would kill us without asking who we are. It is impossible to flee except to an army. But I shall have my own party. Before you could collect it, before you could reach a village where you are known, you would lose your life. News from Prince Boguslav must come soon. I have ordered Braun to inform me at once. But Braun reported nothing for a long time. Ketling, however, began to visit Olenka. For she, meeting him on a certain day, extended her hand to him. The young officer prophesied evil from this profound silence. According to him, the prince, out of regard for the elector and the Swedes, would not hold silence touching the least victory, and would rather exaggerate by description than weaken by silence the significance of real successes. I do not suppose that he is cut to pieces, said the young officer, but he is surely in such a difficult position that it is hard to find a way out. All tidings arrive here so late, said Olenka, and the best proof is that we learned first from Panna Borzobogati the particulars of the miraculous defense of Częstochowa. I, my lady, knew of that long ago, but, as a foreigner, not knowing the value which that place has for Poles, I did not mention it. That in a great war some small castle defends itself for a time, and repulses a number of storms, happens always, and importance is not attached to it usually. But still for me that would have been the most welcome news. I see in truth that I did ill. For from what has happened since the defense, as I hear now, I know that to be an important event, which may influence the whole war. Still, returning to the campaign of the prince in Podliacy, it is different. Częstochowa is far away, Podliacy is nearer. And when the prince succeeded at first, you remember how quickly news came. Believe me, my lady, I am a young man, but from the 14th year of my life I am a soldier, and experience tells me that this silence is prophetic of evil. Rather good, said the lady. Let it be good, answered Ketling. In half a year my service will be ended. In half a year my oath will cease. A few days after this conversation news came at last. It was brought by Pan Bise of the Shield Corny, called, at Boguslav's court, Cornutus.38. He was a Polish noble, but altogether foreignized. For serving in foreign armies almost from years of boyhood, he had well nigh forgotten Polish, or at least spoke it like a German. He had also a foreignized soul, hence was greatly attached to Prince Boguslav. He was going on an important mission to Königsberg, and stopped in Torogi merely to rest. Braun and Ketling brought him at once to Olenka and Anusia, who at that time lived and slept together. Braun stood like a soldier before Anusia. Then turned to Bise and said, "This lady is a relative of Pan Zamoyski, therefore of the Prince our Lord, who has commanded to show her every attention. And she wishes to hear news from the mouth of an eyewitness." Pan Bise in his turn stood erect, as if on service, and awaited the questions. Anusia did not deny relationship with Boguslav, for the homage of the military pleased her. Therefore she motioned to Pan Bise to sit down. When he had taken his place she asked, "Where is the prince at present?" "The prince is retreating on Sokolka, God grant successfully," said the officer. "Tell the pure truth, how is it with him?" "I will tell the pure truth and hide nothing, thinking that your worthiness will find strength in your soul to hear news less favorable." "I will," said Anusia, striking one heel against the other under her robe, with satisfaction that she was called worthiness, and that the news was less favorable. "At first everything went well with us," said Bise. "We rubbed out on the road several bands of peasants. We scattered the forces of the younger Sapieha, and cut up 2 squadrons of cavalry with a regiment of good infantry, sparing no one. Then we defeated Pan Horotkiewicz, so that he barely escaped, and some say that he was killed. After that we occupied the ruins of Tykotzin. We know all this." "Tell us quickly the unfavorable news," interrupted Anusia, on a sudden. "Be pleased, my lady, to listen calmly. We came to Drohikin, and there the map was unfolded. We had news that Sapieha was still far away, meanwhile 2 of our scouting parties were as if they had sunk through the earth. Not a witness returned from the slaughter. Then it appeared that some troops were marching in front of us. A great confusion rose out of that. The prince began to think that all preceding information was false, and that Sapieha had not only advanced, but had cut off the road. Then we began to retreat, for in that way it was possible to catch the enemy and force him to a general battle, which the prince wished absolutely. But the enemy did not give the field. He attacked and attacked without ceasing. From that everything began to melt in our hands, we had rest neither day nor night. The roads were ruined before us, the dams cut, provisions intercepted. Reports were soon circulated that Charniecki himself was crushing us. The soldiers did not eat, did not sleep, their courage fell. Men perished in the camp itself, as if the ground were swallowing them. In Bialystok the enemy seized a whole party again, camp chests, the prince's carriages and guns. I have never seen anything like it. It was not seen in former wars either. The prince was changed. He wanted nothing but a general battle, and he had to fight 10 small ones every day, and lose them. Order became relaxed. And how can our confusion and alarm be described when we learned that Sapieha himself had not come up yet, and that in front of us was merely a strong party which had caused so many disasters. In this party were Tartar troops. Further words of the officer were interrupted by a scream from Anusia, who, throwing herself suddenly on Olenka's neck, cried, "Pan Babinik!" The officer was surprised when he heard the name, but he judged that terror and hatred had wrested this cry from the breast of the worthy lady. So only after a while did he continue his narrative. To whomsoever God has given greatness, he has given also strength to bear grievous misfortunes. Be pleased, therefore, my lady, to calm yourself. Such indeed is the name of this hell-dweller who has undermined the success of the whole expedition, and become the cause of other immense evils. His name, which your worthiness has divined with such wonderful quickness, is repeated now with fear and rage by every mouth in our camp. I saw that Babinik at Zamost, said Anusia, hastily. And could I have guessed? Here she was silent, and no one knew what would have happened in such an event. The officer, after a moment's silence, continued. Thaws and heat set in, despite, it may be said, the regular order of nature. For we had news that in the south of the Commonwealth there was still severe winter, but we were wading in spring mud, which fastened our heavy cavalry to the earth. But he, having light troops, advanced with more ease. We lost wagons and cannon at every step, and were forced at last to go on horseback. The inhabitants round about, in their blind venom, favored the attackers. What God gives will happen. But I left the whole camp in a desperate condition, as well as the prince himself, whom a malignant fever does not leave, and who loses his power for whole days. A general battle will come quickly. But how it will end, God knows. If he favors, we may hope for wonders. Where did you leave the prince? A day's journey from Sokolka. The prince intends to entrench himself at Suhovola or Yanov and receive battle. Sapieha is 2 days distant. When I came away, we had a little more freedom. For from a captured informant we learned that Babinik himself had gone to the main camp. Without him the Tartars dare not attack, satisfying themselves with annoying scouting parties. The prince, who is an incomparable leader, places all his hopes on a general battle, but, of course, when he is well. If the fever seizes him, he must think of something else, the best proof of which is that he has sent me to Prussia. Why do you go? Either the prince will win the battle or lose it. If he loses it, all electoral Prussia will be defenseless, and it may happen easily that Sapieha will pass the boundaries, force the elector to a decision. I say this, for it is no secret. I go to forewarn them to have some defense prepared for those provinces. For the unbidden guests may come in too great numbers. That is the affair of the elector and the Swedes, with whom the prince is in alliance, and from whom he has the right to expect rescue. The officer finished. Anusia heaped a multitude of other questions on him, preserving with difficulty dignity sufficient. When he went out, she gave way to herself completely. She fell to striking her skirts with her hands, turning on her heels like a top, kissing Olenka on the eyes, pulling Billevik by the sleeves, and crying. "Well, now, what did I say? Who has crushed Prince Boguslav? Maybe Pan Sapieha? A fig for Sapieha. Who will crush the Swedes in the same style? Who will exterminate traitors? Who is the greatest cavalier, who is the greatest knight? Pan Andrei, Pan Andrei." "What Andrei?" asked Olenka, growing pale suddenly. "Have I not told you that his name is Andrei? He told me that himself. Pan Babinik. Long life to Babinik. Wołodyjowski could not have done better. What is the matter, Olenka?" Panna Billevik shook herself as if wishing to throw off a burden of grievous thoughts. "Nothing. I was thinking that traitors themselves bear that name. For there was one who offered to sell the king, dead or alive, to the Swedes or to Boguslav, and he had the same name, Andrei." "May God condemn him," roared Billevik. "Why mention traitors at night? Let us be glad when we have reason. Only let Pan Babinik come here," added Anusia. "That's what is needed. I will fool Braun still more. I will, of purpose to raise the whole garrison, and go over with men and horses to Pan Babinik." Do that," cried Billevik, delighted. "And afterward, a fig for all those Germans. Maybe he will forget that good-for-nothing woman, and give me his low." Then again her thin voice piped, she covered her face with her hands. All at once an angry thought must have come to her, for she clapped her hands, and said, "If not, I will marry Wołodyjowski." Chapter 88. 2 weeks later it was boiling in all Trilogy. On a certain evening disorderly parties of Boguslav's troops came in, 30 or 40 horsemen in a body, reduced, torn. More like spectres than men, and brought news of the defeat of Boguslav at Janov. Everything had been lost, arms, horses, cannon, the camp. 6,000 choice men went out on that expedition with the prince. Barely 400 returned, these the prince himself led out of the ruin. Of the Poles no living soul came back save Sienkiewicz. For all who had not fallen in battle, all whom the terrible Babinik had not destroyed in his attacks, went over to Sapieha. Many foreign officers chose of their own will to stand at the chariot of the conqueror. In one word, no Radziwill had ever yet returned from an expedition more crushed, ruined, and beaten. And as formerly court adulation knew no bounds in exalting Boguslav as a leader, so now all mouths sounded loudly an unceasing complaint against the incompetent management of the war. Among the remaining soldiers there was endless indignation, which in the last days of the retreat brought complete disorder. And rose to that degree that the prince considered it wiser to remain somewhat in the rear. The prince and Sienkiewicz halted in Rosieni. Kettling, hearing of this from soldiers, went immediately with the news to Olenka. "The main thing," said she, when the news came, "is whether Sapieha and that Babinik are pursuing the prince, and whether they intend to bring the war to this region." "I could learn nothing from the statements of the soldiers," answered Kettling, "for fear exaggerates every danger. Some say even that Babinik is here. But since the prince and Sienkiewicz have remained behind, I infer that the pursuit cannot be rapid. Still it must come, for it is difficult to think otherwise. Who after victory would not pursue the defeated enemy? That will be shown. I wish to speak of something else. The prince by reason of illness and defeat must be irritated, therefore inclined to deeds of violence. Do not separate now from your aunt and Panna Borzobogati. Do not consent to the journey of your uncle to Tiltsa, as the last time, before the campaign." Olenka said nothing. Her uncle had, in fact, not been sent to Tiltsa. He had merely been ill for some days after the hammer-stroke given by Prince Boguslav. Sienkiewicz, to hide the prince's deed from the people, spread the report that the old man had gone to Tiltsa. Olenka preferred to be silent on this before Kettling, for the proud maiden was ashamed to confess that any man living had struck a Billevik. "I thank you for the warning," said she, after a moment's silence. "I considered it my duty. But her heart swelled with bitterness. For not long before Kettling might have enabled her to avoid this new danger. If he had consented to the flight, she would have been far away, free of Boguslav forever. "It is really fortunate for me," said she, "that this warning does not touch your honor, that the prince has not issued an order for you not to warn me." Kettling understood the reproach, and uttered a speech which Olenka did not expect of him. "As to what touches my military service, to guard which my honor commands, I will accomplish that or forfeit my life. Other choice I have not, and do not wish to have. Outside my service I am free to provide against lawlessness. Therefore, as a private man, I leave with you this pistol, and I say, defend yourself, for danger is near, in case of need, kill. Then my oath will be at an end, and I will hasten to save you." He bowed and turned toward the door, but Olenka detained him. "Cavalier, free yourself from that service. Defend a good cause, defend the injured, for you are worthy to do so, you are honorable. It is a pity that you should be lost on a traitor." "I should have freed myself long since, and resigned," said Kettling, "had I not thought that by remaining I might serve you. Now it is too late. If the prince had returned victorious, I should not have hesitated a moment. But when he is coming back conquered, when, perhaps, the enemy is pursuing him, it would be cowardice to ask for dismissal before the end of the term itself will free me. You will see sufficiently how people of small heart desert in crowds a defeated man. This pistol will send a ball even through armor with ease." Kettling went out, leaving on the table the weapon, which Olenka secreted at once. Fortunately the previsions of the young officer and her own fear proved groundless. The prince arrived in the evening with Sienkiewicz and Patterson, but so crushed and ill that he was barely able to hold himself on his feet. Besides, he did not know well whether Sapieha was advancing or had sent Babinnik in pursuit with the light squadrons. Boguslav had overthrown, it is true, the latter in his attack, together with his horse. But he dared not hope that he had killed him, since it seemed to him that the double-handed sword had turned in the blow on Babinika's helmet. Besides, he had fired before from a pistol straight into his face, and that had not taken effect. The prince's heart was aching at the thought of what such a Babinnik would do with his estates should he reach them with his Tartars, and he had nothing with which to defend them. And not only his estates, but his own person. Among his hirelings there were not many like Kettling, and it was just to suppose that at the first news of the coming of Sapieha's troops they would desert him to a man. The prince did not purpose to remain in Trilogy longer than 2 or 3 days, for he had to hasten to Royal Prussia to the Elector and Steinbach, who might furnish him with new forces, and employ him either in capturing Prussian towns, or send him to aid the king himself, who intended an expedition to the heart of the Commonwealth. In Trilogy he had to leave some one of the officers to bring order into the remnant of the army, ward off patriot peasants and nobles, defend the property of the 2 Radzivills, and continue the understanding with Löwenhaupt, commander-in-chief of the Swedes in Jmud. With this object, after he had come to Trilogy, and after a night's rest, the prince summoned to council Sienkiewicz, the only man whom he could trust, and to whom alone he could open his heart. That first good day in Trilogy was wonderful, when the 2 friends saw each other after the ill-starred campaign. For some time they gazed on each other without a word. The prince broke the silence first. "Well, the devils. They carried the day." "They carried the day," repeated Sienkiewicz. "It must have been so with such weather. If I had had more light squadrons, or if some devil had not brought that Babinnik, twice the same man. The gallows bird changed his name. Do not tell anyone of him, so as not to increase his glory." "I will not tell." "But will not the officers trumpet it, for you presented him before your boots as Banneret of Orsha? The German officers know nothing of Polish names. It is all one to them, Kmita or Babinnik. But by the horns of Lucifer, if I could get him. I had him, and the scoundrel brought my men into rebellion, besides leading off Glavbitch's troops. He must be some bastard of our blood, it cannot be otherwise. I had him, and he escaped, that gnaws me more than the whole lost campaign. You had him, prince, but at the price of my head. I tell you sincerely that I would let them flay you, if I might make a drum out of Kmita's skin. Thank you, bogus, I could not expect less from your friendship. The prince laughed, but you would have squirmed on Sapieha's gridiron. All your scoundrelism would have been fried out of you. I should have been glad to see that. I should be glad to see you in the hands of Kmita, your dear relative. You have a different face, but in form you are like each other, and you have feet of the same size. You are sighing for the same maiden, only she without experience divines that he is stronger, and that he is a better soldier. I could manage 2 such as you, and I rode over his breast. If I had had 2 minutes' time, I should be able to give you my word now that my cousin is not living. You have always been rather dull, hence I took a fancy to you. But in these recent days your wit has left you completely. You have always had your wit in your heels, and therefore you swept away in such fashion before Sapieha that I have lost all fancy for you, and am ready myself to go to Sapieha. On a rope? On that with which they will bind Radziwill. Enough. At the service of your highness. It would be well to shoot some of the noisiest of those horsemen, and introduce order. I commanded this morning to hang 6 of them. They are cold now, and are dancing stubbornly on the ropes, for the wind is fierce. You have done well. But listen. Do you wish to remain in the garrison at Trilogy, for I must leave someone here? I do, and I ask for that office. No one can manage better. The soldiers fear me more than others, for they know that with me there is no trifling. With respect to Lowenhaupt, it is necessary that someone be here more important than Patterson. Can you manage the rebels? I assure your highness that the pine trees of Jmud will bear weightier fruit than the cones of last year. I will form about 2 regiments of infantry out of the peasants, and train them in my fashion. I will have my eyes on the estates. And if the rebels attack one of them, I will throw suspicion immediately on some rich noble and squeeze him like cheese in a bag. At first I shall need merely money to pay wages and equip the infantry. I will leave what I can. From the dowry money? How is that? That means from the Bilevik money which you took out of the dowry for yourself in advance. If you could only twist the neck of old Bilevik in some polite way, it would be well. For it could be done easily, and he has my letter. I will try. But the point is in this, has he not sent the note somewhere, or has the maiden not sewed it into her shift? Would you not like to discover? It will come to that, but now I must go, and besides that cursed fever has taken all my strength. Your highness, envy me for staying in Trilogy. You have a strange kind of wish, but if you meanwhile, I should have you torn apart with hooks. Why do you insist on this office? For I want to marry. Whom? Asked the prince, sitting up in bed. Panna Borzobogati. That is a good idea, an excellent idea, said Boguslav. I have heard of some will. There is a will from Pan Lungin Podbipienta. Your highness knows what a powerful family that is, and the estates of Pan Lungin are in a number of districts. It is true that the Moscow troops have occupied some. There will be lawsuits, fights, disputes, and attacks without number, but I will help myself, and will not yield 1 point to any man. Besides, the girl has pleased me greatly. She is pretty and enticing. I noticed in a moment when we captured her that she feigned terror, and shot at me with her eyes at the same time. Only let me stay here as commandant, and from idleness alone the lovemaking will begin. One thing I tell you. I will not forbid you to marry, but listen well, no excesses, you understand? That maiden is from the Vishniovetskys, she is a confidant of Princess Griselda herself, and because of my esteem for the princess, I do not wish to offend her, nor do I wish to offend Pan Zamoyski. There is no need of warning, answered Sakovich, for since I wish to marry regularly, I must make regular approaches. I wish you might get a refusal. I know a man who got a refusal, though he is a prince, but I think that will not come to me. That eye-cutting gives me great consolation. Don't tell that man who got a refusal not to give you horns. I will give an addition to your shield, or you will receive a surname, Sakiewicz Rogady.39. She is Borzabogady, and he is Bardzarogady. You will be a chosen pair. But marry, yes, marry, and let me know of the wedding. I will be your best man. Fierce anger appeared on Sakiewicz's face, terrible without that. His eyes were covered for a moment as if by smoke, but he soon recovered, and turning the prince's words into a jest, he said, "Poor man. You are not able to go downstairs alone, and you make threats. You have your Punna Bilovic here, go your way, skeleton. Go your way. You'll nurse Babinika's children yet. God break your tongue, such a son. You are making sport of the sickness which came within a hair of killing me. I would you were enchanted as I was. What enchantments are there here? At times, when I see how everything goes in the natural world, I think enchantment is stupid. You are stupid yourself. Be silent. Do not summon the devil. You disgust me more and more. Would that I were not the last Pole who has remained faithful to your highness. For my loyalty you feed me with ingratitude. I will return to my dens at home, and sit quietly awaiting the end of the war. Oh, give us peace. You know that I love you. It is grievous for me to see that. The devil thrust this love for your highness on me. If there is enchantment in anything, it is in that. The Starosta told the truth, for he loved Boguslav really. The prince knew this, and therefore paid him, if not with strong attachment, with gratitude, which vain people ever have for those who do them homage. Therefore Boguslav agreed willingly to Sakiewicz's plans touching Anusia, and determined to aid him in person. In view of this, about midday, when he felt better, he had himself dressed and went to Anusia. I have come because of old acquaintance, said he, to inquire after your health and ask if the visit to Torogi has pleased you. In captivity one must be pleased with all things, answered Anusia, sighing. The prince laughed. You are not in captivity. You were taken together with Sapieha's soldiers, that is true. And I gave orders to send you here, but only for safety. Not a hair will fall from your head. Be convinced that there are few people whom I respect as I do Princess Griselda, to whose heart you are near, and the Vishniovetskis and Zamoyskis are connections of mine. You will find here every freedom and every care. I come to you as a well-wishing friend, and I say if you wish to go I will give you an escort, though I have few soldiers myself. I advise you to stay. You, as I have heard, were sent here to seek property willed to you. Be assured that this is not the time to think of such business. And even in time of peace the aid of Sapieha would not avail in these regions, for he could act only in Vitebsk, here he can do nothing. I shall not touch that affair personally, but through an agent. You need a friendly man, and adroit, esteemed, and feared. If such a man were to take up this matter, surely he would not let people thrust straw instead of grain into his hand. Where shall I, an orphan, find such a protector? Asked Anusia. Precisely in Torogi. Your highness would be pleased yourself. Here Anusia put her hands together, and looked so prettily into Boguslav's eyes that if the prince had not been wearied and broken, he would surely have begun to think less sincerely of Sakiewicz's cause. But since he had no gallantry in his head at that moment, he said quickly, Could I do it myself, I should not entrust such a pleasant office to any man, but I am going away, for I must go. I leave in my place, as commandant of Torogi, the Starosta of Ośmiana, Pan Sakiewicz, a great cavalier, a famous soldier, and a man so adroit that there is not another such in all Lithuania. So I repeat, stay in Torogi, for you have no place to go to, since every point is full of ravagers and ruffians, while rebels infest all the roads. Sakiewicz will protect you here. Sakiewicz will defend you. Sakiewicz will see what can be done to obtain those estates, and once he undertakes the affair, I guarantee that no man on earth could bring it to a favorable issue sooner. He is my friend, therefore I know him, and I will say only this: if I had taken those estates from you, and afterward learned that Sienkiewicz was coming to oppose me, I would give them up of my own will, for it is dangerous to struggle with him. If Pan Sienkiewicz would be ready to come to the aid of an orphan, only be not unjust to him, and he will do anything for you, for your beauty has touched his heart deeply. He is going around sighing now. How could I touch the heart of any man? She is a rascal, the maiden, thought the prince. But he added aloud, let Sienkiewicz explain how that happened. Only do him no wrong, for he is a worthy man and of a noted family, therefore I do not wish that disdain should be shown such a person. Chapter 89. Next morning the prince received a summons from the elector to go with all speed to Königsberg to take command of the newly levied troops which were to march to Marienburg or Danzig. The letter contained also news of the daring campaign of Karl Gustav through the whole length of the Commonwealth to Russian regions. The elector foresaw a disastrous end to the campaign. But just for that reason he desired to be at the head of as many troops as possible, that he might in case of need be indispensable to one side or the other, sell himself dearly, and decide the fate of the war. For those reasons he enjoined on the young prince all possible haste, so greatly was he concerned about avoiding delay, but after the first courier he sent a second, who arrived 12 hours later. The prince, therefore, had not a moment to lose, and not time enough to rest, for the fever returned with its previous violence. Still he had to go. So when he had delegated his authority to Sienkiewicz, he said, perhaps we shall have to transport Billevik and the maiden to Königsberg. There it will be easier and quiet to handle a hostile man firmly, but the girl I will take to the camp, for I have had enough of these ceremonies. It is well, and the cavalry may be increased, answered Sienkiewicz at parting. An hour later the prince was no longer in Trilogy. Sienkiewicz remained, an unlimited despot, recognizing no power above himself but that of Anusia. And he began to blow away the dust from before her feet, as on a time the prince had before the feet of Olenka. Restraining his wild nature, he was courteous, anticipating her wishes, divining her thoughts, and at the same time he held himself at a distance, with all the respect which a polished cavalier should have toward a lady for whose hand and heart he is striving. It must be confessed that this reigning in Trilogy pleased Anusia. It was grateful to her to think that when evening came, in the lower halls, in the corridors, in the barracks, in the garden still covered with winter frost, the sighs of old and young officers were heard. That the astrologer was sighing while looking at the stars from his tower, that even old Billevik interrupted his evening rosary with sighs. While the best of maidens, she was still glad that those swift affections went not to Olenka, but to her. She was glad also with respect to Babinik. For she felt her power, and it came to her head that if no man had resisted her anywhere, she must have burned on his heart also permanent marks with her eyes. He will forget that woman, it cannot be otherwise, for she feeds him with ingratitude, and when he forgets her he knows where to seek me, and he will seek me, the robber. Then she threatened him in her soul, wait. I will pay you before I console you. Meanwhile, though not in real truth caring much for Sienkiewicz, she saw him with pleasure. It is true that he justified himself in her eyes from reproaches of treason in the same way in which Boguslav had explained himself to the sword-bearer. He said, therefore, that peace was already concluded with the Swedes, that the Commonwealth might recover and flourish, had not Pan Sapieha ruined everything for his own private ends. Anusia, not knowing overmuch of these matters, let the words pass her ears, but she was struck by something else in Sienkiewicz's narrative. The Bileviks, said he, scream in heaven-piercing voices of injustice and captivity, but nothing has happened to them here, and nothing will happen. The prince has not let them go from Trilogy, it is true, but that is for their good, for 3 furlongs beyond the gate they would perish from ravagers or forest bandits. He has not let them go also, because he loves Panna Bilevik, and that also is true. But who will not justify him? Who would act otherwise, who had a feeling heart and a breast burdened with sighs? If he had had less honorable intentions, being such a powerful man, he might have given rein to himself. But he wanted to marry her, he wanted to elevate that stubborn lady to his princely estate, to cover her with happiness, place the coronet of the Radzivills on her head. And these thankless people are hurling invectives at him, thus trying to diminish his honor and fame. Anusia, not believing this greatly, asked Olenka that same day if the prince wished to marry her. Olenka could not deny, and because they had become intimate, she explained her reasons for refusal. They seemed just and sufficient to Anusia. But still she thought to herself that it was not so grievous for the Bilovics in Torogi, and that the prince and Sienkiewicz were not such criminals as Pan Tomasz had proclaimed. Then, also, came news that Sapieha and Babinik were not only not approaching Torogi, but had gone with forced marches against the King of Sweden, far away toward Lvov. Anusia fell into a rage at first, and then began to understand that if the hetman and Babinik had gone, there was no reason to flee from Torogi, for they might lose their lives. Or in the most favorable event change a quiet existence into a captivity full of dangers. For this reason it came to disputes between her on one side, and Olenka and Bilovic on the other. But even they were forced to admit that the departure of Sapieha rendered their flight very difficult, if not quite impossible, especially since the country was growing more and more excited. And no inhabitant could be certain of the morrow. Finally, even should they not accept Anusia's reason, flight without her aid was impossible, in view of the watchfulness of Sienkiewicz and the other officers. Kettling alone was devoted to them, but he would not let himself be involved in any plot against his service. Besides, he was absent often, for Sienkiewicz was glad to employ him against armed bands of Confederates and ravagers, since he was an experienced soldier and a good officer. Therefore he sent him frequently from Torogi. But it was pleasanter and pleasanter for Anusia. Sienkiewicz made a declaration to her a month after the departure of the prince, but, the deceiver. She answered cunningly that she did not know him, that men spoke variously concerning him, that she had not time yet to love, that without permission of Princess Griselda she could not marry. And finally, that she wished to subject him to a year's trial. The starosta gnawed his anger, gave orders that day to give 3,000 stripes to a cavalry soldier for a trifling offense. After this the poor soldier was buried. But the starosta had to agree to Anusia's conditions. She told the lordling that if he would serve still more faithfully, diligently, and obediently, in a year he would receive whatever love she had. In this way she played with the bear, and she so succeeded in mastering him that he stifled even his growling. He merely said, "With the exception of treason to the prince, ask anything of me, even ask me to walk on my knees." If Anusia had seen what terrible results of Sienkiewicz's impatience were falling on the whole neighborhood, she would not have teased him so greatly. Soldiers and residents in Torogi trembled before him, for he punished grievously and altogether without cause, punished beyond every measure. Prisoners died in chains from hunger, or were burned with hot iron. More than once it seemed that the wild starosta wished to cool in the blood of men his spirit, at once raging and burning with love, for he started up suddenly and went on an expedition. Victory followed him nearly everywhere. He cut to pieces parties of rebels, and ordered, as an example, that the right hands be cut from captured peasants, who were then sent home free. The terror of his name girded Torogi as with a wall. Even the most considerable bodies of patriots did not dare to go beyond Rosieni. Peace was established in all parts, and he formed new regiments of German vagrants and the local peasants with the money extorted from neighboring citizens and nobles. And increased in power so as to furnish men to the prince in case of urgent necessity. A more loyal and terrible servant Boguslav could not have found. But Sienkiewicz gazed more and more tenderly at Anusia with his terrible, pale blue eyes, and played to her on a lute. Life, therefore, in Torogi passed for Anusia joyously and with amusement, for Olenka it was sore and monotonous. From one there went gleams of gladness, like that light which issues at night from the firefly. The face of the other grew paler and paler, more serious, sterner. Her dark brows were contracted more resolutely on her white forehead, so that finally they called her a nun. And she had something in her of the nun. She began to accept the thought that she would become one, that God himself would through suffering and disappointment lead her to peace behind the grating. She was no longer that maiden with beautiful bloom on her face and happiness in her eyes, not that Olenka who on a time while riding in a sleigh with her betrothed, Andrei Kmita, cried, "Hey! Hey! To the pine woods and forests." Spring appeared in the world. A wind strong and warm shook the waters of the Baltic, now liberated from ice. Later on, trees bloomed, flowers shot out from their harsh leafy enclosures. Then the sun grew hot, and the poor girl was waiting in vain for the end of Torogi captivity, for Anusia did not wish to flee, and in the country it was ever more terrible. Fire and sword were raging as though the pity of God were never to be manifest. Nay more, whoso had not seized the saber or the lance in winter, seized it in spring. Snow did not betray his tracks, the pine wood gave better concealment, and warmth made war the easier. News flew swallow-like to Torogi, sometimes terrible, sometimes comforting. And to these and to those the maiden devoted her prayers, and shed tears of sorrow or joy. Previous mention had been made of a terrible uprising of the whole people. As many as the trees in the forests of the Commonwealth, as many as the ears of grain waving on its fields, as many as the stars shining on it at night between the Carpathians and the Baltic, were the warriors who rose up against the Swedes. These men, being nobles, were born to the sword and to war by God's will and nature's order, those who cut furrows with the plough, sowed land with grain. Those who were occupied with trade and handicraft in towns, those who lived in the wilderness, from beekeeping, from pitch-making, who lived with the axe or by hunting. Those who lived on the rivers and labored at fishing, those who were nomads in the steppes with their cattle, all seized their weapons to drive out the invader. The Swede was now drowning in that multitude as in a swollen river. To the wonder of the whole world, the Commonwealth, powerless but a short time before, found more sabres in its defense than the Emperor of Germany or the King of France could have. Then came news of Karl Gustav, how he was marching ever deeper into the Commonwealth, his feet in blood, his head in smoke and flames, his lips blaspheming. It was hoped any moment to hear of his death and the destruction of all the Swedish armies. The name of Charniecki was heard with increasing force from boundary to boundary, transfixing the enemy with terror, pouring consolation into the hearts of the Poles. He routed them at Kozienice, was said one day. He routed them at Yaroslav, was repeated a few weeks later, a distant echo repeated, he has beaten them at Sandomir. The only wonder was where so many Swedes could still come from after so many defeats. Finally a new flock of swallows flew in, and with them the report of the imprisonment of the king and the whole Swedish army in the fork of the rivers. It seemed that the end was right there. Sakovich stopped his expeditions, he merely wrote letters at night and sent them in various directions. Bilovic seemed bewildered. He rushed in every evening with news to Olenka. Sometimes he gnawed his hands, when he remembered that he had to sit in Torogi. The old soldier's soul was yearning for the field. At last he began to shut himself up in his room, and to ponder over something for hours at a time. Once he seized Olenka in his arms, burst out into great weeping, and said, "You are a dear girl, my only daughter, but the country is dearer." And next day he vanished, as if he had fallen through the earth. Olenka found merely a letter, and in it the following words. God bless thee, beloved child. I understood well that they are guarding thee and not me, and that it would be easier for me to escape alone. Let God judge me, thou poor orphan, if I did this from hardness of heart and lack of fatherly love for thee. But the torment surpassed my endurance. I swear, by Christ's wounds, that I could endure no longer. For when I thought that the best Polish blood was flowing in a river pro patria el libertate, for the country and liberty, and in that river there was not one drop of my blood, it seemed to me that the angels of heaven were condemning me. If I had not been born in our sacred Jmud, where love of country and bravery are cherished, if I had not been born a noble, a Bilovic, I should have remained with thee and guarded thee. But thou, if a man, wouldst have done as I have, therefore thou lt forgive me for leaving thee alone, like Daniel in the lion's den, whom God in his mercy preserved. So I think that the protection of our most holy lady the Queen will be better over thee than mine. Olenka covered the letter with tears, but she loved her uncle still more because of this act, for her heart rose with pride. Meanwhile no small uproar was made in Torogi. Sienkiewicz himself rushed to the maiden in great fury, and without removing his cap asked, "Where is your uncle?" "Where all, except traitors, are, in the field." "Did you know of this?" cried he. But she, instead of being abashed, advanced some steps and measuring him with her eyes, said with inexpressible contempt, "I knew, and what? Ah, if it were not for the prince." "You will answer to the prince." "Neither to the prince nor to his serving lad. And now I beg you," and she pointed to the door. Sienkiewicz gnashed his teeth and went out. That same day news of the victory at Varka was ringing through Torogi. And such fear fell on all partisans of the Swedes that Sienkiewicz himself dared not punish the priests who sang publicly in the neighboring churches, Te Deum. A great burden fell from his heart, when a few weeks later a letter came from Boguslav, who was before Marienburg, with information that the king had escaped from the river Sac. But the other news was very disagreeable. The prince asked reinforcements, and directed to leave in Torogi no more troops than were absolutely needed for defense. All the cavalry ready marched the next day, and with it Kettling, Eddingen, Fitzgregory, in a word, all the best officers, except Braun, who was indispensable to Sienkiewicz. Torogi was still more deserted than after the prince's departure. Anusia grew weary, and annoyed Sienkiewicz all the more. The Starosta thought of removing to Prussia. For parties, made bold by the departure of the troops, began again to push beyond Rosieni. The Biloviks themselves had collected about 500 horse, small nobles and peasants. They had inflicted a sensible defeat on Butsov, who had marched against them, and they ravaged without mercy all villages belonging to Radziwill. Men rallied to them willingly. For no family, not even the Hleboviches, enjoyed such general honor and respect. Sienkiewicz was sorry to leave Torogi at the mercy of the enemy. He knew that in Prussia it would be difficult for him to get money and reinforcements, that he managed here as he liked, there his power must decrease. Still he lost hope more and more of being able to maintain himself. Butsov, defeated, took refuge under him. And the tidings which he brought of the power and growth of the rebellion made Sienkiewicz decide at last on the Prussian journey. As a positive man, and one loving to bring into speedy effect that which he had planned, he finished his preparations in 10 days, issued orders, and was ready to march. Suddenly he met with an unlooked-for resistance, and from a side from which he had least expected it, from Anusia Borzobogati. Anusia did not think of going to Prussia. She was comfortable in Torogi. The advances of Confederate parties did not alarm her in the least, and if the Biloviks had attacked Torogi itself, she would have been glad. She understood also that in a strange place, among Germans, she would be at Sienkiewicz's mercy completely, and that she might the more easily be brought there to obligation, for which she had no desire. Therefore she resolved to insist on remaining. Olenka, to whom she explained her reasons, not only confirmed the justness of them, but implored with all her power, with tears in her eyes, to oppose the journey. "Here," said she, "salvation may come, if not today, tomorrow, there we should both be lost utterly. But see, you almost abused me because I wanted to conquer the Starosta, though I knew of nothing, as I love Princess Griselda, it only came somehow of itself. But now would he regard my resistance were he not in love? What do you think?" "True, Anusia, true," responded Olenka. "Do not trouble yourself, my most beautiful flower. We shall not stir a foot out of Torogi, besides, I shall annoy Sienkiewicz terribly. God grant you success. Why should I not have it? I shall succeed, first, because he cares for me, and second, as I think he cares for my property. It is easy for him to get angry with me, he can even wound me with his saber. But then all would be lost. And it turned out that she was right. Sienkiewicz came to her joyful and confident, but she greeted him with disdainful mien. "Is it possible," asked she, "that you wish to flee to Prussia from dread of the Bolsheviks?" "Not before the Bolsheviks," answered he, frowning, "not from fear. But I go there from prudence, so as to act against those robbers with fresh forces." "Then a pleasant journey to you." "How is that? Do you think that I will go without you, my dearest hope? Whoso is a coward may find hope in flight, not in me." Sienkiewicz was pale from anger. He would have punished her. But seeing before whom he was standing, he restrained himself, softened his fierce face with a smile, and said, as if jesting, "Oh, I shall not ask. I will seat you in a carriage and take you along." "Will you?" asked she. "Then I see that I am held here in captivity against the will of the prince. Know then, sir, that if you do that, I shall not speak another word to you all my life, so help me the Lord God. For I was reared in Lubny, and I have the greatest contempt for cowards. Would that I had not fallen into such hands. Would that Pan Babinik had carried me off for good into Lithuania, for he was not afraid of any man." "For God's sake," cried Sienkiewicz, "tell me at least why you are unwilling to go to Prussia." But Anusia feigned weeping and despair. "Tartars as it were have taken me into captivity, though I was reared by Princess Griselda, and no one had a right to me. They seize me, imprison me, take me beyond the sea by force, will condemn me to exile. It is soon to be seen how they will tear me with pincers. Oh my God! My God! Have the fear of that God on whom you are calling," cried the Starosta. "Who will tear you with pincers? Oh, save me, all ye saints," cried Anusia, sobbing. Sienkiewicz knew not what to do. He was choking with rage. At times he thought that he would go mad, or that Anusia had gone mad. At last he threw himself at her feet and said that he would stay in Torogi. Then she began to entreat him to go away, if he was afraid, with which she brought him to final despair, so that, springing up and going out, he said, "Well, we shall remain in Torogi, and whether I fear the Bolsheviks will soon be seen." And collecting that very day the remnant of Butsov's defeated troops and his own, he marched, but not to Prussia, only to Rosieni, against the Bolsheviks, who were encamped in the forests of Gurlikol. They did not expect an attack, for news of the intended withdrawal of the troops from Torogi had been repeated in the neighborhood for several days. The Starosta struck them while off their guard, cut them to pieces, and trampled them. The sword-bearer himself, under whose leadership the party was, escaped from the defeat. But 2 Bolsheviks of another line fell, and with them a third part of the soldiers, the rest fled to the 4 points of the world. The Starosta brought a number of tens of prisoners to Torogi, and gave orders to slay everyone, before Anusia could intercede in their defense. There was no further talk of leaving Torogi. And the Starosta had no need of doing so, for after this victory parties did not go beyond the Dubisha. Sienkiewicz put on airs and boasted beyond measure, saying that if Lowenhaupt would send him 1,000 good horse he would rub out the rebellion in Olge mud. But Lowenhaupt was not in those parts then. Anusia gave a poor reception to this boasting. "Oh, success against the sword-bearer was easy," said she. "But if he before whom both you and the prince fled had been there, of a certainty you would have left me and fled to Prussia beyond the sea." These words pricked the Starosta to the quick. "First of all, do not imagine to yourself that Prussia is beyond the sea, for beyond the sea is Sweden, and second, before whom did the prince and I flee? Before Pan Babinik," answered she, courtesying with great ceremony. "Would that I might meet him at a sword's length. Then you would surely lie a sword's depth in the ground. But do not call the wolf from the forest." Sienkiewicz, in fact, did not call that wolf with sincerity. For though he was a man of incomparable daring, he felt a certain, almost superstitious, dread of Babinik, so ghastly were the memories that remained to him after the recent campaign. He did not know, besides, how soon he would hear that terrible name. But before that name rang through all Jmud, there came in time other news, for some the most joyful of joyful. But for Sienkiewicz most terrible, which all mouths repeated in 3 words throughout the whole Commonwealth. Warsaw is taken. It seemed that the earth was opening under the feet of traitors, that the whole Swedish heaven was falling on their heads, together with all the deities which had shone in it hitherto like suns. Ears would not believe that the Chancellor Oxenstiern was in captivity, that in captivity were Erskine, Lowenhaupt, Wrangel. In captivity the great Wittenberg himself, who had stained the whole Commonwealth with blood, who had conquered 1/2 of it before the coming of Karl Gustav. That the king, Jen Casimir, was triumphing, and after the victory would pass judgment on the guilty. And this news flew as if on wings, roared like a bomb through the Commonwealth. Went through villages, for peasant repeated it to peasant, went through the fields, for the wheat rustled it, went through the forest, for pine tree told it to pine tree. The eagles screamed it in the air, and all living men still the more seized their weapons. In a moment the defeat of Gerlikol was forgotten around Trilogy. The recently terrible Sienkiewicz grew small in everything, even in his own eyes. Parties began again to attack bodies of Swedes. The Biloviks, recovering after their last defeat, passed the Dubisha again, at the head of their own men and the remainder of the Luda nobles. Sienkiewicz knew not himself what to begin, whither to turn, from what side to look for salvation. For a long time he had no news from Prince Boguslav, and he racked his head in vain. Where was he, with what troops could he be? And at times a mortal terror seized him, had not the prince too fallen into captivity? He called to mind the princes saying that he would turn his tabor toward Warsaw, and that if they would make him commandant over the garrison in the capital, he would prefer to be there. For he could look more easily on every side. There were not wanting also people who asserted that the prince must have fallen into the hands of Jen Casimir. If the prince were not in Warsaw, said they, why should our gracious lord the king exclude him alone from amnesty, which he extended in advance to all Poles in the garrison? He must be already in the power of the king, and since it is known that Prince Janusha's head was destined for the block, it is certain that Prince Boguslav's will fall. In consequence of these thoughts Sienkiewicz came to the same conviction, and wrestled with despair, first, because he loved the prince. Second, because he saw that if this powerful protector were dead, the wildest beast would more easily find a place to hide its head in the Commonwealth than he, the right hand of the traitor. All that seemed left to him was to flee to Prussia without regard to Anusia's opposition, and seek their bread, service. But what would happen? Asked the Starosta of himself more than once, if the elector, fearing the anger of Jen Casimir, should give up all fugitives? There was no issue but to seek safety beyond the sea, in Sweden itself. Fortunately, after a week of this torment and doubt, a courier came from Prince Boguslav with a long autograph letter. Warsaw is taken from the Swedes, wrote the prince. My tabor and effects are lost. It is too late for me to recede, for the king's advisers are so envenomed against me that I was accepted from amnesty. Babinik harassed my troops at the very gates of Warsaw. Kettling is in captivity. The king of Sweden, the elector, and I, with Steinbock and all forces, are marching to the capital, where there will be a general battle soon. Karl Gustav swears that he will win it, though the skill of Jen Casimir in leading armies confounds him not a little. Who could have foreseen in that ex-Jesuit such a strategist? But I recognized him as early as Berestechko, for there everything was done with his head and Vishniovetzky's. We have hope in this, that the general militia, of which there are several tens of thousands with Jen Casimir, will disperse to their homes. Or that their first ardor will cool and they will not fight as at first. God grant some panic in that rabble. Then Karl Gustav can give them a general defeat, though what will come later is unknown. And the generals themselves tell one another in secret that the rebellion is a hydra on which new heads are growing every moment. First of all, Warsaw must be taken a second time. When I heard this from the mouth of Karl, I asked, what next? He said nothing. Here our strength is crumbling, theirs is increasing. We have nothing with which to begin a new war. And courage is not the same, no Poles will join the Swedes as at first. My uncle the Elector is silent as usual. But I see well that if we lose a battle, he will begin tomorrow to beat the Swedes, so as to buy himself into Yen Casimir's favor. It is bitter to bow down, but we must. God grant that I be accepted, and come out whole without losing my property. I trust only in God, but it is hard to escape fear, and we must foresee evil. Therefore what property you can sell or mortgage for ready money, sell and mortgage, even enter into relations with confederates in secret. Go yourself with the whole tabor to Burgi, as from there to Kurland is nearer. I should advise you to go to Prussia. But soon it will not be safe from fire and sword in Prussia, for immediately after the taking of Warsaw Babinik was ordered to march through Prussia to Lithuania, to excite the rebellion and burn and slay on the road. And you know that he will carry out that order. We tried to catch him at the Bug. And Steinbach himself sent a considerable force against him, of which not one man returned to give news of the disaster. Do not try to measure yourself with Babinik, for you will not be able, but hasten to Burgi. The fever has left me entirely, here there are high and dry plains, not such swamps as in Jmud. I commit you to God, etc. The starosta was as much grieved at the news as he was rejoiced that the prince was alive and in health. For if the prince foresaw that the winning of a general battle could not much better the shattered fortune of Sweden, what could be hoped for in future? Perhaps the prince might save himself from ruin under the robe of the crafty elector, and he, Sienkiewicz, under the prince, but what could be done in the meanwhile? Go to Prussia? Pan Sienkiewicz did not need the advice of the prince to restrain him from meeting Babinik. Power and desire to do that were both lacking. Burgi remained, but too late for that also. On the road was a Bilevik party. Then a second party, nobles, peasants, people of the prince, and God knows what others, who at a mere report would assemble and sweep him away as a whirlwind sweeps withered leaves. And even if they did not assemble, even if he could anticipate them by a swift and bold march, it would be needful to fight on the road with others. At every village, at every swamp, in every field and forest, a new battle. What forces should he have to take, even 30 horses to Burgi? Was he to remain in Torogi? That was bad, for meanwhile the terrible Babinik would come at the head of a powerful Tartar legion, all the parties would fly to him. They would cover Torogi as with a flood, and wreak a vengeance such as man had not heard of till that day. For the first time in his life the hitherto insolent starosta felt that he lacked counsel in his head, strength in undertaking, and decision in danger. And the next day he summoned to council Butsov, Braun, and some of the most important officers. It was decided to remain in Torogi and await tidings from Warsaw. But Braun from that council went straight to another, to one with Anusia. Long did they deliberate together. At last Braun came out with face greatly moved. But Anusia rushed like a storm to Olenka. "Olenka, the time has come," cried she, on the threshold. "We must flee." "When?" asked the valiant girl, growing a little pale, but rising at once in sign of immediate readiness. Tomorrow. Braun has the command, and Sienkiewicz will sleep in the town, for Pan Zyszuk has invited him to a banquet. Pan Zyszuk was long ago prepared, and he will put something in Sienkiewicz's wine. Braun says that he will go himself and take 50 horse. Oh, Olenka, how happy I am! How happy! Here Anusia threw herself on Panna Bilevika's neck, and began to press her with such an outburst of joy that she asked, "What is the matter, Anusia? You might have brought Braun to this long ago." I might. I have told you nothing yet. Oh my God! My God! Have you heard of nothing? Pan Babinik is marching hither. Sienkiewicz and all of them are dying of fear. Pan Babinik is marching, burning, and slaying. He has destroyed one party, has beaten Steinbach himself, and is advancing with forced marches, so as to hurry. And to whom can he hurry hither? Tell me, am I not a fool? Here tears glistened in Anusia's eyes. Olenka placed her hands together as if in prayer, and raising her eyes said, "To whomsoever he is hastening, may God straighten his paths, bless him, and guard him." Chapter 90. Kmita, wishing to pass from Warsaw to Royal Prussia and Lithuania, had really no easy task in the very beginning, for not farther from Warsaw than Sorotsk was a great Swedish force. Carl Gustav in his time had commanded it to take position there purposely to hinder the siege of the capital. But since Warsaw was captured, that army had nothing better to do than stop the divisions which Jan Casimir might send to Lithuania or Prussia. At the head of the Swedish force were two Polish traitors, Radziewski and Radziwill, with Douglas, a skillful warrior, trained as no other of the Swedish generals in sudden warfare. With them were 2,000 chosen infantry and cavalry, with artillery of equal number. When the leaders heard of Kmita's expedition, since it was necessary for them in every event to approach Lithuania to save Tykotsin, besieged anew by Mazovians and men of Podliasy, they spread widely their nets for Pan Andrei in the triangle on the Bug, between Sorotsk on one side and Zlatoria on the other, and Ostrolenko at the point. Kmita had to pass through that triangle, for he was hurrying, and there lay his nearest road. He noticed in good season that he was in a net, but because he was accustomed to that method of warfare he was not disconcerted. He counted on this, that the net was too greatly extended, and therefore the meshes in it were so widely stretched that he would be able to pass through them. What is more, though they hunted him diligently, not only did he double back, not only did he escape, but he hunted them. First, he passed the Bug behind Sorotsk, pushed along the bank of the river to Vyshkov in Branchik. He cut to pieces 300 horse sent on a reconnaissance, so that, as the prince had written, not a man returned to give account of the disaster. Douglas himself pushed him into Dlugosyedl. But Kmita, dispersing the cavalry, turned back, and instead of fleeing with all his might, went straight to the eyes of the enemy as far as the Narev, which he crossed by swimming. Douglas stood on the bank waiting for boats. But before they were brought, Kmita returned in the dark through the river, and striking the vanguard of the Swedes brought panic and disorder to Douglas's whole division. The old general was amazed at this movement. But next day his amazement was greater, when he learned that Kmita had gone around the whole army, and doubling back to the spot from which they had started him like a wild beast, had seized at Branchik Swedish wagons following the army, together with booty and money, cutting down at the same time 50 men of the infantry convoy. Sometimes the Swedes saw Kmita's Tartars for whole days with the naked eye on the edge of the horizon, but could not reach them. Still Pan Andrei carried off something every moment. The Swedish soldiers were wearied, and the Polish squadrons which held yet with Radziewski, though formed of dissenters, served unwillingly. But the population served Kmita with enthusiasm. He knew every movement of the smallest scouting party, of each wagon which went forward or remained in the rear. Sometimes it seemed that he was playing with the Swedes, but that was tiger play. He spared no prisoners, he ordered the Tartars to hang them, for the Swedes did the same. At times you would say that irrepressible fury had come upon him, for he hurled himself with blind insolence on superior forces. "An insane man leads that division," said Douglas. "Or a mad dog," said Radziewski. Boguslav thought he was one and the other, but underneath both a consummate soldier. The prince related boastingly to the generals that he had hurled that cavalier twice to the earth, with his own hand. In fact, Babinnik attacked Boguslav most furiously. He sought him evidently. The pursued became himself the pursuer. Douglas divined that there must be some personal hatred in the matter. The prince did not deny this, though he gave no explanations. He paid Babinnik with the same coin, for following the example of Hovansky, he put a price on his head. And when that availed nothing, he thought to take advantage of Kmita's hatred and through it bring him into a trap. "It is a shame for us to bother so long with this robber," said he to Douglas and Radziewski, he is prowling around us like a wolf around a sheepfold. I will go against him with a small division as a decoy, and when he strikes me I will detain him till you come up, then we will not let the crawfish out of the net." Douglas, whom this chase had long since annoyed, made only small opposition, asserting that he could not and should not expose the life of such a great dignitary and relative of kings to the chance of being seized by one marauder. But when Boguslav insisted, he agreed. It was determined that the prince should go with a detachment of 500 troopers, that each man should have behind him a foot soldier with a musket. This stratagem was to lead Babinik into error. He will not restrain himself when he hears of only 500 horsemen, and he will attack undoubtedly, said the prince. When the infantry spit in his eyes, his Tartars will scatter like sand, he will fall himself, or we shall take him alive. This plan was carried out quickly and with great accuracy. First, news was sent out, 2 days in advance, that a party of 500 horse was to march under Prince Boguslav. The generals calculated with certainty that the local inhabitants would inform Babinik of this. In fact, they did inform him. The prince marched in the deep and dark night toward Vansosh and Yelonka, passed the river at Sheravino, and leaving his cavalry in the open field, stationed his infantry in the neighboring groves, whence they might issue unexpectedly. Meanwhile Douglas was to push along by the bank of the Naref, feigning to march on Ostrolenko. Radzievsky was in advance, with the lighter cavalry from Ksiengopol. Neither of the three leaders knew well where Babinik was at that moment, for it was impossible to learn anything from the peasants, and the cavalry were not able to seize Tartars. But Douglas supposed that Babinika's main forces were in Snyadovo, and he wished to surround them, so that if Babinik should move on Boguslav, he would intercept him on the side of the Lithuanian boundary and cut off his retreat. Everything seemed to favor the Swedish plans. Kmita was really in Snyadovo. And barely had the news of Boguslav's approach reached him, when he fell at once into the forest, so as to come out unexpectedly near Sheravino. Douglas, turning aside from the Naref, struck in a few days upon the traces of the Tartar march, and advanced by the same road, therefore from the rear after Babinik. Heat tormented the horses greatly, as well as the men encased in iron armor. But the general advanced without regard to those hindrances, absolutely certain that he would come upon Babinika's army unexpectedly and in time of battle. Finally, after 2 days' march he came so near Sheravino that the smoke of the cottages was visible. Then he halted, and occupying all the passages and narrow pathways, waited. Some officers wished to advance as a forlorn hope and strike at once. But Douglas restrained them, saying, "Babinik, after attacking the prince, when he sees that he has to do not with cavalry alone, but also with infantry, will be obliged to retreat. And as he can retreat only by the old road, he will fall as it were into our open arms." In fact, it seemed that all they had to do was to listen, and soon Tartar howling would be heard, and the first discharges of musketry. Meanwhile 1 day passed, and in the forests of Sheravino it was as silent as if a soldier's foot had never been in it. Douglas grew impatient, and toward night sent forward a small party to the field, enjoining on them the utmost caution. The party returned in the depth of the night, without having seen or done anything. At daylight Douglas himself advanced with his whole force. After a march of some hours he reached a place filled with traces of the presence of soldiers. His men found remnants of biscuits, broken glass, bits of clothing, and a belt with cartridges such as the Swedish infantry use. It became certain that Boguslav's infantry had stopped in that place, but they were not visible anywhere. Farther on in the damp forest Douglas's vanguard found many tracks of heavy cavalry horses, but on the edge tracks of Tartar ponies. Still farther on lay the carcass of a horse, from which the wolves had recently torn out the entrails. About a furlong beyond they found a Tartar arrow without the point, but with the shaft entire. Evidently Boguslav was retreating, and Babinik was following him. Douglas understood that something unusual must have happened. But what was it? To this there was no answer. Douglas fell to pondering. Suddenly his meditation was interrupted by an officer from the vanguard. "Your worthiness," said the officer, "through the thicket about a furlong away are some men in a crowd. They do not move, as if they were on watch. I have brought the guard to a halt, so as to report to you." "Cavalry or infantry?" asked Douglas. "Infantry. There are 4 or 5 of them in a group. It was not possible to count them accurately, for the branches hide them. But they seem yellow, like our musketeers." Douglas pressed his horse with his knees, pushed forward quickly to the vanguard, and advanced with it. Through the thickets, now thinner, were to be seen in the remoter deep forest a group of soldiers perfectly motionless, standing under a tree. They are ours," said Douglas. "The prince must be in the neighborhood." "It is a wonder to me," said the officer, "they are on watch, and none of them calls, though we march noisily." Here the thickets ended, and the forest was clean of undergrowth. The men approached and saw 4 persons standing in a group, one at the side of the other, as if they were looking at something on the ground. From the head of each one rose a dark strip directly upward. "Your worthiness," said the officer at once, "these men are hanging." "That is true," answered Douglas. They sprang forward, and stood for a while near the corpses. 4 foot soldiers were hanging together by ropes, like a bunch of thrushes, their feet barely an inch above the ground, for they were on the lower branches. Douglas looked at them indifferently enough, then said as if to himself, "Now we know that the prince and Babinnik have passed this way." Then he fell to thinking again, for he did not know well whether to continue on by the forest path or go out on the Ostrolenko highway. Half an hour later they found 2 other corpses. Evidently they were marauders or sick men whom Babinnik's Tartars had seized while pursuing the prince. But why did the prince retreat? Douglas knew him too well, that is, both his daring and his military experience, to admit even for a moment that the prince had not sufficient reasons. Therefore something must have intervened. Only next day was the affair explained. Pan Byzkorny had come from Prince Boguslav, with a party of 30 horse, to report that Yen Casimir had sent beyond the Bug against Douglas the full hetman Pan Gosiewski, with 6,000 Lithuanians and Tartar horse. "We learned this," said Pan Byz, "before Babinnik came up, for he advanced very carefully and attacked frequently, therefore annoyingly. Gosiewski is 20 or 25 miles distant." When the prince received the tidings, he was forced to retreat in haste, so as to join Radzievski, who might be cut to pieces easily. But by marching quickly we made the junction. The prince sent out at once parties of a few tens of men in every direction, with a report to your worthiness. Many of them will fall into Tartar or peasant hands, but in such a war it cannot be otherwise. Where are the prince and Radzievski? 10 miles from here, at the river. Did the prince bring back all his forces? He was forced to leave the infantry, which is coming through the thickest forest, so as to escape the Tartars. Such cavalry as the Tartar is made to go through the densest forests. I do not expect to see that infantry again. But no one is to blame, and the prince acted like an experienced leader. The prince threw out one party the most considerable to Ostrolenko, to lead Gosiewski into error. He will go to Ostrolenko at once, thinking that our whole force is there. That is well, said Douglas, comforted. We will manage Gosiewski. And he marched without delay to join Boguslav and Radzievski. They met that same day, to the great delight, especially, of Radzievski, who feared captivity more than death. For he knew that as a traitor and the originator of all the misfortunes of the Commonwealth he would have to give a terrible answer. But now, after the junction with Douglas, the Swedish army had more than 4,000 men, therefore it was able to offer an effective resistance to the forces of the full hetman. He had, it is true, 6,000 cavalry. But Tartars, except those of Babinnik, who were trained, could not be used in offensive battle, and Pan Gosiewski himself, though a skilled and learned warrior, was not able, like Charniecki, to inspire men with an enthusiasm which nothing could resist. But Douglas was at a loss to understand why Jan Casimir should send the full hetman beyond the Bug. The Swedish king with the elector was marching on Warsaw. A general battle must therefore follow, sooner or later. And though Jan Casimir was at the head of a force superior in numbers to the Swedes and the Brandenburgers, still 6,000 men formed too great a force for the King of Poland to set aside voluntarily. It is true that Gosiewski had saved Babinnik from trouble, but still the king did not need to send out a whole division to the rescue of Babinnik. Hence there was in this expedition some secret object, which the Swedish general, despite all his penetration, could not divine. In the letter of the King of Sweden sent a week later great alarm was evident, and as it were astonishment caused by that expedition, but a few words explained the reasons of this. According to the opinion of Carl Gustav, the hetman was not sent to attack Douglas's army, nor to go to Lithuania to aid the uprising there, for in Lithuania the Swedes, as it was, were not able to do anything but to threaten Royal Prussia, namely, the eastern part of it, which was completely stripped of troops. The calculation is, wrote the king, to make the elector waver in faithfulness to the Treaty of Marienburg and to us. Which may easily happen, since the elector is ready to enter into alliance with Christ against the devil and at the same time with the devil against Christ, so as to win something from both. The letter ended by enjoining on Douglas to strive with all his forces not to let the hetman go to Prussia, who if he cannot reach there in the course of a few weeks, will be forced beyond doubt to return to Warsaw. Douglas saw that the task given him did not surpass his powers at all. Not so long before he had met with a certain success in opposing Charniecki himself, therefore Gosiewski was not terrible. The Swedish general did not hope, it is true, to crush Gosiewski's division, but he felt certain that he would be able to stop him and curb all his movements. In fact, from that moment began very skillful approaches of the two armies, which, avoiding on both sides a general battle, endeavored each to flank the other. Both leaders emulated each other. But the experienced Douglas was in so far superior that he did not let Gosiewski advance beyond Ostrolenko. But Babinnik, saved from Boguslav's attack, did not hasten to join the Lithuanian division. For he occupied himself with great zeal on that infantry which Boguslav in his hurried march to Radziowski was forced to leave behind. Babinnik's Tartars, guided by local woodmen, pursued night and day, finishing every moment the incautious or those who dropped into the rear. Lack of provisions forced the Swedes at last to separate into small detachments which could find food more easily. This was all that Babinnik was waiting for. He divided his forces into 3 commands, under lead of Akba Ulan, Soroka, and himself, and in a few days he destroyed the greater part of that infantry. It was an untiring hunt after men in forest thickets, in willows, in reeds, a hunt full of noise, uproar, shouting, shooting, and death. Widely did it spread the glory of Babinnik's name among the Mazovians. Bands collected and joined Gosiewski at Ostrolenko itself, when the full hetman, whose march was only a demonstration, received a command from the king to march back to Warsaw. For a short period only could Babinnik rejoice with his acquaintances, namely, with Zagloba and Wołodyjowski, who at the head of the Luda squadron attended the hetman. But they greeted one another very cordially, for great friendship and intimacy existed already between them. The young colonels were sharply annoyed that they could not act now against Boguslav. But Zagloba consoled them by pouring frequently into their glasses, and saying, "That is nothing. My head has been working since May over stratagems, and I have never racked it over anything in vain. I have a number ready, very excellent stratagems. But there is no time to apply them, unless at Warsaw, whither we are all marching." "I must go to Prussia," said Babinnik, "and cannot be at Warsaw." "Can you reach Prussia?" asked Wołodyjowski. "As God is in heaven, I shall spring through, and I promise you sacredly to make not the worst cabbage hash, for I shall say to my Tartars, riot, my soul. They would be glad even here to draw the knife across people's throats, but I have told them that pay for every violence is the rope. But in Prussia I will give way even to my own will. why should I not spring through? You were not able, but that is another thing, for it is easier to stop a large force than such a party as mine, with which it is easy to hide. More than once was I sitting in the rushes, and Douglas's men passed right there, knowing nothing of me. Douglas too will surely follow you, and leave the field free to me. But, as we hear, you have wearied him out too, said Pan Michael, with satisfaction. Ah, the scoundrel, added Zagloba. He had to change his shirt every day, he sweated so. You never stole up to Hovanski better than to him, and I must acknowledge that I could not have done better myself, though, in his time. Konieczbalski said that Zagloba in partisan warfare was unsurpassed. It seems to me, said Pan Michael to Kmita, that if Douglas returns he will leave Boguslav here to attack you. God grant it. I have the same hope, answered Kmita, quickly. Were I to seek him, and he me, we should find each other. He will not pass through me a third time, and if he does, then I shall not rise again. I remember your secrets well. And all the Lubny thrusts I have in memory like our father. Every day, too, I try them with Soroka, so as to train my hand. What are stratagems good for? Exclaimed Pan Michael. The saber is the main thing. This maxim touched Zagloba somewhat, therefore he said at once, every windmill thinks that the main thing is to whirl its wings. Do you know why, Michael? Because it has chaff under its roof, that is, in its head. Military art rests on stratagems, if not, Ro Kowalski might be Grand Hetman and you full Hetman. And what is Pan Kowalski doing? Asked Kmita. Pan Kowalski has now an iron helmet on his head, and justly, for cabbage is best out of a pot. He has grown rich on plunder in Warsaw, has come into good repute, and gone to the Hussars, to Prince Polyabinski, and all so as to be able to put a spear into Karl Gustav. He comes every day to our tent, and stares to see if the neck of the decanter is sticking out of the straw. I cannot break that lad of drinking. Good example goes for nothing. But I prophesied to him that this desertion of the Luda squadron would turn out evil. The rogue! The thankless fellow! In return for all the benefits which I have shown him, such a son for a lance. But did you rear him? My dear sir, do not make me a bear trainer. To Sapieha, who asked me the same question. I answered that he and Ro had the same preceptor, but not me. For I in youthful years was a cooper, and knew how to set staves very well. 40. To begin with, you would not dare to tell that to Sapieha, said Wołodyjowski. And secondly, though you grumble at Kowalski, you love him as the apple of your eye. I prefer him to you, Pan Michael. For I could never endure maybugs, nor soapy little fellows who at the sight of the first woman who comes along play antics like German dogs. Or like those monkeys in the Kazanovsky Palace, with which you were carrying on war. Oh, laugh, laugh. You can take Warsaw without me next time. Was it you, then, who took Warsaw? But who captured the Krakow Gate? Who invented captivity for the generals? They are sitting now on bread and water in Zamost, and when Wittenberg looks at Wrangel, he says, Zagloba put us here. And both fall to weeping. If Sapieha were not ill, and if he were present, he would tell you who first drew the Swedish claw from the skin of Warsaw. For God's sake, said Kmita, do this for me, send news of that battle for which they are preparing at Warsaw. I shall be counting the days and nights on my fingers till I know something certain. Zagloba put his finger to his forehead. Listen to my forecast, said he, for what I tell you will be accomplished as surely as that this glass is standing before me. Is it not standing before me? It is, it is. Speak on. We shall either lose this general battle, or we shall win it. Every man knows that, put in Wołodyjowski. You might be silent, Michael, and learn something. Supposing that we lose this battle, do you know what will happen? You see you do not know, for you are moving those little awls under your nose like a rabbit. Well, I will tell you that nothing will happen. Kmita, who was very quick, sprang up, struck his glass on the table, and said, "You are beating around the bush. I say nothing will happen," repeated Zagloba. "You are young, therefore you do not know. As affairs now stand, our king, our dear country, our armies may lose 50 battles one after another, and the war will go on in the old fashion, the nobles will assemble. And with them the lower ranks. But if they do not succeed one time, they will another, until the enemy's force has melted away. But when the Swedes lose one great battle, the devil will take them without salvation, and with them the elector to boot." Here Zagloba grew animated, emptied his glass, struck it on the table, and continued. "Listen, for you will not hear this from every mouth. For not everyone knows how to take a general view of things. Many a man is thinking, what is waiting for us now? How many battles, how many defeats, which, in warring with Karl, are not unlikely, how many tears, how much bloodshed, how many grievous paroxysms. And many a one will doubt and blaspheme against the mercy of God and the Most Holy Mother. But I tell you this, do you know what is waiting for those Vandal enemies? Destruction. Do you know what is waiting for us? Victory. If they beat us 100 times, very well, but we will beat them the 101st time, and that will be the end." When he had said this, Zagloba closed his eyes for a moment, but soon opened them. He looked ahead with gleaming vision, and suddenly shouted with the whole force of his breast, "Victory! Victory!" Kmita was flushed from delight. In God's name, he is right, he speaks justly. It cannot be otherwise. Such an end has to come. "It must be acknowledged that you are not lacking here," said Wołodyjowski, putting his finger on his forehead. "The Commonwealth may be occupied. But to stay in it is impossible, so at last the Swedes will have to go out." "Well, is that it?" "I am not lacking," said Zagloba, rejoiced at the praise. "If that is true, then I will prophesy further. God is with the just." Here he turned to Kmita. "You will finish the traitor Radziwill. You will go to Trilogy, recover the maiden, marry her, rear posterity. May I have the pip on my tongue if this will not happen as I say. But for God's sake, don't smother me." Zagloba was rightfully cautious, for Kmita seized him in his arms, raised him, and began to hug him so that the old man's eyes were bursting out. He had barely come to his feet and recovered breath, when Pan Michael, greatly delighted, seized him by the hand. "It is my turn. Tell what awaits me." "God bless you, Michael. Your pretty tufted lark will hatch out a whole brood, never fear." "Uf. Vivat," cried Wołodyjowski. "But first, we will make an end of the Swedes," added Zagloba. We will," cried the young colonels, shaking their sabers. "Vivat! Victory!"